Jean-Paul Sartre. Critique of Dialectical Reason. Volume 1. Alan Sheridan Smith. Translated by Frederick Jameson. Editor's note. The text translated here was originally published in 1960 in a volume entitled De Method. Tome de Ensembles Questions de Method was originally published as a separate essay, and is available in English, entitled either The Problem of Method or Search for a Method. It is not here. Of the translated here has appeared in English before except in small fragments. Sartre's text was written hastily, and is not easy to translate. The glossary explains how various and have normally been translated, but it must be admitted that in many cases, including such crucial terms as experience and dépassement, which we have translated by investigation and transcendence respectively, no completely satisfactory equivalent has been found. Many of Sartre's longer sentences and paragraphs have been divided, as have his chapters. Most of the divisions into chapters, sections, subsections, along with their titles, are our own. So too are most of the footnotes. In these and other matters, the German translation by Traugott Koenig, Rowohlt 1967, has been very useful to us. There are many reasons why Sartre's Cruue has not had the attention it deserved, and its unfinished character is the least of those, especially since, except for the plays, he never really finished anything. For one thing, it came at a moment in the early when the intellectual hegemony of existentialism virtually universal or the immediate post-years was giving way to that new intellectual passion structuralism. Claude Lévi-Strauss's summary attacks Sartre's myth of the French provoked by Sartre's of lectures in which the critique was first presented, anticipated Francois Furet's version of the topic by 20 years without the anti-communism, Sartre's view of structure as the objectification praxis, its exoskeletal trace, will be revived and powerfully augmented by Pierre Bourdieu's Esquisse d'une of in ways of the period. Lévi-Strauss's in the early was a wholesale reaction and withdrawal from phenomenological positions in general, yet those still very much motivated the insistence of talk critique on the necessity for a continuity between individual and group experience. Meanwhile, now that structuralism has followed existentialism into intellectual history, it is the notorious stylistic difficulty of the CRIE that offers the more fundamental reason why all those who ought to be most immediately concerned by it, they include political philosophers, sociologists, interested the Lacan dynamics of action, well as whatever Sartreans may have survived the deluge. Bernard Henry Levy's enthusiastic new book suggests that there may be a whole generation new converts waiting in the wings, have given it a wide berth. This very linguistic difficulty reinforces the idea that philosophers have no business reflecting sociological issues that ought to be left to experts. The professionalization of social sciences thus reinforces empiricist anti-theoretical prejudices already alerted by Sartre's radical political positions, particular adherence to Marxism, and to the orthodox Marxism of the early 1960s at that. How can he write on the French Revolution? He's no historian, he only uses secondary sources. How can he write on the history of French unions and he's no labor? How can he write Malthusianism and France's peculiar? Not an historian. And as for Chinese deforestation and the gold and silver of the Spanish New World, it's obvious that a philosopher has no expertise on of perhaps, as is a culture he at best be granted some authority in speaking, as he does, about French distinction and bourgeois manners, another theme in which he is followed, far more famously, by Bourdieu later on. So the idea, from Kant to Deleuze, that the philosopher's job is to look over the experts and their use of abstract catcher, this notion of the philosophers is no longer very current among us. Do we to philosophize history? In a nominalistic age, in four philosophies of history, famously rebaptized by Jean F. narratives, greeted with universal suspicion, even though the most tenacious of them, the story of have a pow grip on political in East and West, lives a present, the human past seems to be a senseless accumulation of unsuccessful efforts and yet the of bind and unshakable faith. Sartre here offers to reorganize this Dasein into what may at least be considered as nutive meanings, in the categories of counterfinality and the practico inert, a proposal which would, as we shall see, restore a certain philosophical meaning to historical events, at the same time as it risks projecting some new cyclical vision of history. As for the undoubted difficulty and occasional unreadability of text, so of up discursive betrays something a misapprehension as to the internal dynamics. This philosophical prose. It is to be a study in the status of quo kinds analytic reason and dialectical, but unlike so of Sartre's philo it not have as its of philosophial concepts, although new terms and concepts do emerge from it. Rather, it is an operation in matching an already existing dialectical language or code against a series of individual and collective experiences. The is thus from this standpoint to be seen as an austere and formalistic exercise, any like laid us to judge whether the of or that type of historical content in the terminology, for example, of the negation, or of subject and object, passive and active, multiplicity and unification, transcendent and immanent, exteriority and interiority, is successful, that whether have a and kind of intelligibility there, this can be an exasperating process, particularly when tries out various different versions of this matching in succession. But the reader's interest will be fully stimulated only if this unique and peculiar linguistic operation is the center of the focus. The problem can be rephrased as a testing of the validity of Engels' dialectical categories, for it he, rather Marx himself, who originally formulated them, in the Anti-Düring, for the illumination, which is to say, the rewriting of history, and least of contemporary 20th century history, up to this that a pre-existing alien language, that of Engels' three laws, the dialectic, the trans of, and vice versa, of opposites, and the negation of the negation. He will now attempt to rewrite problems of a philosophy of philosophical intensity and abstraction quite different from that of the orthodox Marxist version of this philosophy to be found in Stalin's dialectical materialism, a philosophy still very much alive at the moment in which Sartre is writing and is attempting to work out his own practical and theoretical relationship to the existing communist parties as well as to the other revolutionary traditions. Much is thus at stake in this seemingly formalistic exercise. I therefore recommend a preliminary approach through the form and its problems, before we hazard a judgment on the resultant content, speak of the success of enterprise as a yet reader, order to read and understand the work. First place, as with philosophies, we are here required to learn what amounts to a new language, as Sartre is rewriting an artificial not devised but taught to speak with occasionally maddening fluency. The critique is thus a language experiment, and the reader is to be reassured that with a little practice its rhythms fall into place. This approach can be further strengthened by an awareness of the continuities between Sartre's earlier existential system, embodied in being and nothingness, and this new project which so many people mark a break with and as a turn towards Marxism, the implication being that Sartre will now stage a wholesale replacement of his older concepts and terms. The argument for this rather different kind of matching operation, however, depends on establishing a fundamental continuity between the two moments, something Perry Anderson has succinctly evoked as a conduit of the concepts of and nothingness to those of the critique of dialectical reason, among others, the facticity of the instability for itself in itself to that of the fused group. Yet the rewriting process is far from being a static translation of older of the existential period is replaced by the ferocious world of competition and violence in the dialectical one. I want to go further and to claim that the equations of the crack make possible a genuine philosophical to open, namely that of concrete relations with the other. We will return to this below. At any rate, it seems best to skip over the methodological reflex ions with which the frustrating perspective which merely lays in place the philosophical instruments seriality, group infusion, etc., which are to be concretely deployed in the second one, and to note a few basic initial presuppositions. Thus, if we are to continue the translational operation sketched out above, we will have to say that what is here called praxis is more or less the same as what being and nothingness called the project. The new language Beethoven's an extension of the original concept rather than its replacement, for now will be argued is that the freely chosen project describes not only individual action well, better collective not individual, existential, in other we find same fundamental existential and Phenomenological bias mentioned above, now confronts us with fundamental of. Namely, historical can be thought to have the same transparency for understanding as do individual ones. This not evident, and Sartre's task which a mere change in terminology is unlikely to make any easier. As if all this were not enough, TIW very status of volume I of the makes some complications. For effect a preparatory and arrives at what will be the concerned philosophical enterprise, namely of history. What are being laid in place in this volume, the only completed one, are merely the basic sociological and even metaphysical concepts, the static instruments, required before we set history in motion. RHE division of the projected work into two general types of discourse, that of methodology and basic concepts, and the more properly philosophical argument about history's putative unity, direction, and meaning would seem how you were to be a rather undione, Hegel and Marx of the basic concepts into a whole its right, in or perhaps even a whole, in Marx, the first and simplest approach to capital, volume I, which was to have redeveloped far more complex spirals of il and ill, a long retrace. The earlier simple or basic steps in more concrete trajectories, many capitals, capital as a whole. Nothing of Third-Isra in Sartre, whose defense might take the following form: Marxism and the tradition now already exists, so that it is not a question of expounding utterly new conceptualities but rather critically and dialectically in place to tend a dialectical spirit which has long since evaporated in the hands of the various orthodoxies. And this is a task that probably has to proceed, la Hobbes, in a more or less analytical fashion. The other explanation is a reflex Sartre's unique strengths rather than of any formal or conceptual weakness. It is simply his irrepressed narrative spirit, which tends to convert expository task-related tense subject matter, for concrete always event, thus even economics, the question of inflation in imperial Spain, or sociology tkr exposition what class interest might, let alone the long illustrative sections drawn either from the French Revolution or from Revolution down to these, tend to overpower the surface text and to acquire a dynamism their own. But this means that the reader is tempted to mistake these narrative illustrations for so many positive philosophical propositions about concrete history, something which results in the fundamental error so many readers, including myself, in an earlier effort, have made about that it sets place a view of history in which groups incessantly form and then dissolve back into seriality, leaving an essentially dictatorial structure in place behind them. We will back to this issue. Let me key which is to the key operative concepts of volume L. I have already 5 UE5 TED that the first of these concepts, very starting of Sartre to preserve the much disputed dialectical category of the negation of the Nevschen, scarcity, is seen as an initial structure of the world, or of being, which is negated and transcended by human need, the experience lack and of hunger, and is the way in which we organize the end sought, being in itself, a situation, turning of chemical elements AA as a fact, makes a project, into a p.ruxers that can henceforth have a meaning, to call it as these, and thus an outcome, whether of failure or success. But to begin with scarcity also to short-circuit and disqualify the whole false problem of human nature, something precedes essence sought to do on a more abstract level. Now it becomes possible share pessimism of or human bane and are necessarily evil without any metaphysical premises about nature itself. Indeed, the simple fact of inhabiting a world of sc percentosity, a world we still inhabit if or when our own society happens to become rich and prosperous, explains the fact of violence and aggressivity in a situational rather than a naturalistic way, when, the course of a group, a strange tribe, discover alien species, that is, as a beast who lay and make tools. This is not some belated form of social Darwinism nor even a proposition out of sociobiology, it is the expression of human freedom. As well as of that of reciprocity. In pure reciprocity, that which is other than me is also the same. But in reciprocity as modified by scarcity, the same appears to us as anti-human in so far as the same man appears as radically other, that is to say, as threatening us with death. 131-2. Scarcity is thus a contingent feature of our world, We SF alien creatures from world without, but they would not be human in the ways we experience that condition. Meanwhile, generosity, cooperation and the like are not false or fictional, but they are not features of human nature either. There is no such thing as human nature. They are, rather, other for ios, in which are that initial fact of being once this initial ontological, or even metaphysical, premise is given, we are in a to name and to appreciate its again. These are given in the order of their emergence, that is to say, a Hegelian or evolutionary presentation adopted, which very easily lend the narrative I have already war about. In other words, this sequence of concepts, categories, or forms can very easily be mistaken for something like a philosophy of history, a misconception, to be sure, only strengthened by the decision to publish this enormous definitional section as a whole book or separate volume in its own right. Let's go even further than this, on the grounds alt authors are always complicitous in the misunderstandings of their own works. This sequence then may well in reality betray something like an alternate philosophy of history within the larger, and no compelled, text. It betrays a cyclical pattern virtual in Sartre's thinking and no doubt in contradiction with the official analysis of direction he to offer. At any rate, the first move in this emergence will follow the logical order of being and where pure, being in itself, is then initially shaped and organized by the negativity of human beings, or by being for itself. Of scarcity is a situation of need by way of the negativity of human lack, or inorganic being is transformed by organic being or life, and there results a first simple and fundamental the negation of the negation, the form in other words of human action in the transitional scheme with which Sartreans must become familiar in order to read the critique. The key term project is here rendered as it would be tempting indeed to pause for a lexical digression on this us word, and placed back in philosophical circulation by count 1839, and almost at appropriated by Marx in the Theses on Feuerbach, 1845-1846, where it is defined as Theorikkeit or sensuous human activity, that is to say a material, action involving change. What does the new borrowing add to the plainer language of acts themselves? Well, to be sure, even the choice of the word act adds something to our narrative understanding of events, since it implies a unified process which leaves real traces, as opposed, in one of Sartre's favorite dualisms, to the mere gesture, on the one hand, or the immaterial thought wishaji the other, mere interpretation of which Marx accused the philosophers. Praxis then that we need to open up even the conventional conception, or better still category, of the act, to include two more dimensions, one of ontology and one of history. Praxis thus implies and designates the deep structure of the act, as that combines being and arrogativity, and it also asks us to consider the humblest act in what Hegel would have called a world historical light, or what Sartre himself terms the incarnation of the meaning of history itself. In this sense, then, the opening akin of peace stages my whole relationship to being itself same at the historical modalities of the world of capitalist industrial production, in this case, as we shall see, what Sartre calls exigency. Praxis does not impose those two of an in but rather opens the act up to an interrogation in terms of both or either one. But as if that were not enough, now closing our parenthesis, the word praxi_r itself in the critique is quickly doubled and outpaced by another one, a true neologism this, whose technical has latterly been utterly transformed and travestied by its increasingly central role in ideological debate. This is of course the word totalization, which Sartre coins specifically in order to differentiate himself from Lukács and the latter's key word totality. Unfortunately, the ideological connotation with which the Sartrean term has been more recently endowed pointedly conflates these two terms, and makes Sartre over into yet another philosopher of totality, that is to say, not merely of universals and of Marxism, but, above all in the context of identity politics, a philosopher representative of identity itself and the hegemony of TB white Western, and no doubt characterizing the left intellectual, as opposed to various right-wing ideologies. Totalizing has thus _im a slogan which identifies a claim to speak from above and for all of society, as opposed to the minoritarian and differential positions of this or that Fuji-Uldian specific intellectual. There is thus, in the deployment of this epithet in discursive struggle, a movement out from the condemnation of the various communist parties and their claims to truth and to hegemonic leadership towards the indictment of political intellectuals generally as those espouse this or that total systemic change of capitalism as a whole, as opposed to or within. Nor did Lukács himself really mean anything so offensive, even though the standpoint of totality will be evoked as a criterion of truth, where it means grasping the system as a whole, and characterizes a dialectic for which thinking starts not with Descartes' smallest parts or units and working upwards but with the most complex final form and working identified. And this perspective a class evoked the proletariat's aspiration to totality rather than their empirical possession of such a universal view, which the party itself was supposed to mediate, by way no doubt of all kinds of bad totalizations. However one evaluates Lukács's so-called standpoint theory, which has been very suggestively revived and adopted by theoreticians of gender and of race, it has nothing whatsoever to do with Sartre's usage. Sartrean totalization was meant, indeed, to exclude any implication that multiples group in fusion have ontological status of a totality or an organism, of a hyperorganism, as Sartre's text will constantly warn us. For a concept of being rather than of process, and one governed by analytic rather than by. But these lofty philosophical issues are scarcely raised by Sartre's use of the word totalization, which simply means praxis itself, organized activity with a view towards an end, and, whatever its possible extension to collective and historical movements and events, its vanity begins with the behavior of individuals, and indeed with acts as insignificant as that opening of a can, I have already singled out. Is should have chosen a spatial of 10 forms we will it associated with unification as which compounds sense of such terms to characterize interiority and human action. Yet they evoke the multiple and the dispersed, separation and heterogeneity, in order to dramatize what the human project most immediately confronts and what it must most immediately overcome. Indeed, I feel that the importance the notion and the experience multiplicity for Sartre has scarcely yet been evaluated, for it arguably governs everything, things and beings of all the way to X, CII demography in its philosophical otherness and of colonial subjugation. At any rate, in this first context of the simplest acts of individuals, totalization and unification underscore what negativity, the project, first to the world that us, which is 10 organize its scattered bits and pieces, its blooming buzzing confusion, into a unified situation, for it is only with the situation ibis great leitmotif of dynamism of Sartre's earlier work that praxis can begin, as the intervention into and the transformation. Sartre says, the dépassement, the transcendence of that situation it has itself initially brought into being, a dimension of the nascent act reminiscent of Heidegger's, and with this first human act, are thrown history. For what totalization or psize produces is one form or another of worked matter, what Hegel would have called my objectification in outside world, and as it were an end of completed act. And with this, the dialectic itself begins, and the fundamental dualism of all Sartre's philosophy wars its head, namely the radical differentiation between people and things, between consciousness, my alienation in matter, and my alienation by other people. This, which was the tripartite organizing principle of being nothingness, must not be with that dualism subject and the pour soi world the en soi, to which Merleau-Ponty objected, in his own effort to restore a phenomenological monism by way of the corps propre. Yet Merleau-Ponty was guilty of dualism common to all phenomenology, and the central target, not only of Heidegger's Cahie, but of so-called post-structuralism in general. No, this particular dualism is scandalous precisely because it is itself the recognition, the scandal of the existence of other people, surely Sartre's central philosophical motif and the most original and durable of his various. Nor is it the usual of dualism as such, is a dualism which functions as a moment in the re-establishment of monism proper. In this request, the remarks about Marxism, which Sartre considers to be in fact both monist and dualist, are significant. It is dualist because it is Marx's ontological monism in affirming the irreducibility of being to thought, and, At the same time, in reintegrating thoughts with the real as a particular form of human activity. 25. The dialectic is precisely of monism, in that oppositions appear to it as which are posited in IRO, but these considerations not yet specify the concrete and fundamental dualism at work in the Kritik, which can be understood as constituting a commentary on Marx's famous remark, men make their own history, but not under conditions of their own choosing. On Sartre's reading, what will be is peculiarity those not of their choosing, which, however, as historical situations, were in fact the result of human action in the past, even though they may now be considered as materiality. The point here is that, although such conditions are material ones, they are certainly not natural, in the sense of absolute contingency unmodified by human action. Or, to be even more precise about it, even contingency is the result of human reality, insofar as it has already been produced as contingency by human need and human desire. At any rate, Sartre will now reformulate the maxim in a new and circular way. The crucial discovery of dialectical investigation is that man is mediated by things to the same extent as things are mediated by man. 79. Matter, he observes elsewhere, is a mediation between individuals, lb. At this viant, we approach one of the great original ideas of the Kritik, which goes well beyond the alienation of Marx. Just as theology needs for evil and suffering in otherwise attributed to any satisfying philosophy of history needs to account for violence and failure in some meaningful way, rather than as a series of accidents that fall outside of meaning. The manifesto does so by underscoring nature of power, which is productive power. Sartre's dialectic will go further than this by theorizing an anti-dialectic intertwined with the dialectic of human praxis, a counter-finality inextricably conjoined with the finalities of human action and production. Indeed, this new force has a bonus for us in the invention of a new concept and a new and durable philosophical term, the so a more precise way of objects which are not mere things and agencies which are not exactly people either. But this will not be a Manichaean vision of history. That type of evil is, as we have seen, already profoundly human. It is the immeasurable brutality people visit on other within the world of scarcity. This XXW new kind of negative force is to be understood in a different way, and to theorize it properly would, as Sartre observes, explain how praxis can logically be an experience both of necessity and of freedom. 79. Indeed, what has never been attempted is a study of the type of passive action which as such exerts and is innate to the we have here to do, therefore, with a type of unintended consequence quite different also from the reverence of human action in history, as Marx writes their comic epic in the erased of Lewis inadequacy of attempts to rewrite the dialectic precisely in such or common language terms as that precisely of an unintended consequence. Counterfinality is thus a negative version of Hegel's ruse of history, or ruse of reason, which he himself derived from Adam Smith's Hidden Hand and Mandeville's of the Bees, with the qualification that what was unexpectedly positive in them becomes, characteristically enough, implacably negative in Sartre. The premise, however, renans of what is negative is not the result of matter as such, but rather the human productivity or invested in and returning form upon human beings who invested their labor in it in the first place. Sartre will also call the bearer of active, power-worked matter, métier d'œuvre, and il can be distinguished from human totalization in course as being very precisely an already totalized totality. This is thus the place of the various historical forms Marx calls modes of production. It is the of a specific form of human sociality Sartre will call the collective, among which is included the Marxian phenomenon of social class. We can better understand this important notion by observing that it can be said to have two distinct. On the one hand, we may find it anticipated in the relatively phenom rehearsal of the between activity and passivity, interiority, and which, as in other oppositions we have a realm is opposed to a non-human one. For, as Sartre never ceases ten renandas, in this following Heidegger as well as many of the descriptions of being and knowingness, the human agency works on exteriority by making itself exterior, and works on passivity by making passive. Know is the of tool as such, but it is also the disposition of the hand that wields the tool. XXV but this work on the self and on my own body, which lends my body efficacity in the passive and external realm of bodies as such, also in some reciprocal yet seemingly magic fashion endows the matter on which I work with some of, at which point we may take up what strikes me as Sartre's other source, namely Marx's own notion of stored labor, and in particular the consequences of the labor process for machinery and machine-produced goods. The non-human world must for Marx be destina material invested by such material objects labor time, raw-soaked labor machinery transforms process of a higher value product which is distinct from but compounded with the immediate human labor also involved. This is because the machine stores up the labor which has gone into its own production and then reinvests it in its new product, large-scale in product of his past which has already objectified, performed gratuitous service on a large scale. Like a force nature it is peculiar of up an initial quantity of expended labor in order to reinvest it in smaller amounts later on in a secondary product, which seems to me the most antecedent for grasping what Sartre will now describe as a metaphysical process. Nor should opposition of multiplicity and unity be left out, for counterfina, ity reflects a material unity of human actions and passive unity, as the synthetic appearance of pure dispersal and as the exteriorization of the bond of interiority, for praxis its unity as other and in the domain of the other. 163. This first passive activity of worked matter will find its echo in that much later objectification which is the social institution, characterized as an active passivity. Examples or set pieces be to illustrate the baleful of this praxis without an author. The defer China strikes Spanish Empire at the height of its power in the New World. But it is important to remember that it is this global unity of counterfinality which also defines social class, as that shared situation Hickel makes an aglom of individuals over into a class, and a collective in the sense, so that Sartre's excursus agi class here, 197-19, can be seen as a doctrinal obligation and a more specific contribution to Marxian class theory, and one which is in addition meant to distinguish XXVI this particular social structure from other features generally lumped together under an omnibus concept of ideology. In Marx, of and the structure of the are two faces of distinct as it were, which characterize the same fundamental originality of capitalism like alternating waves that of particles in so at that point in the critique the anti of worked over an examination of the type of social relations inseparable from it. We must here remember the paradox of the we subject as it was described in Being and Nothingness. It is a form of subjectivity in which my, purely psychologica_L, identification with other people is mediated by the directions on the world of things, the instructions on the box, the proper method for opening a can. But it is through such requirements, exwences, here translated exigencies, that worked matter directs our activity in general. The subjectivity which accompanies this purely ideal or imaginary com with other people, but other workers as well, will now called with this, we are at the very heart of this furry, definitional volume of the NR10 evaluate central conceptual antithesis between two fundamental forms of collective existence, between the side-by-side indifference and anonymity of the serial agglomeration and the lightly knit interrelationship of the group infusion. This is an antithesis that is not merely a classificatory one, for as a principle of social dynamics and an empirical fact of social history, the group infusion emerges from seriality as a #instit, its subsequent development and fate governed by the danger of its dissolution back into seriality again. Nor is this a particularly original distinction, although Sartre's account of the internal structure of each form is remarkable and probably without precedent. Yet formally the antithesis has so nothing of Rhe same spirit as that Tr additionally attributed to the distinction between anthropology and given by in his opposition between and the former small clan-based or pre-modern or traditional societies, the latter the Veterban Wimmerations of modern industrial ones. In the critique, however, no particular social or political form is attributed to two terms, indeed, they are scarcely symmetrical at all in that sense, that extend all kinds of societies and populations, while the Gravine fusion is hardly XXVII a social form at all, but rather an emergence and an event, the formation of a guerrilla of an in-group any kind. As we shall see, the formation of group has a motivation and real historical content, but rat content is quite irrelevant, or the present structural description, and might range from stamp collecting to assas conspiracies political parties, more the antithesis ethical one, for it is clear, from the language of these descriptions that a judgment is implicit in them, and that the serial state, lookwever comfortable or content its members might consider themselves to be, is one of mediocrity if not of alienation, while the group infusion incarnates active human praxis in a uniquely heightened kind praxis. All the distinctive in diet it constitutes the production, not of things, but of and the self. A kind our question must then turn on the affinity between this judgment agi social relations, which in a pinch be foreshortened into a distinction between the private and the political, and the existential of concepts of authenticity and spring to the tip of the tongue with any evocation of seriality and group existence. For this is an ambiguous legacy indeed, and in its first modern form, in Heidegger's work of the is overwhelmingly conservative in tenor, authentic is the individual's bung unto death, and the call of a duty or mission, which if it is not overtly couched in group terms certainly evokes the soldier and the military unit. What is unmistakably inauthentic on the other hand is the anonymous state of what the 1920s characterized as, the faceless crowds of the big city, the man or, German and French versions of the anybody or the impersonal YCN. Sartrean seriality is not far behind these early accounts, even though already in being and nothingness the class character of these collective actors is reversed, and it is the bourgeois we subject which is inauthentic, while the we object, the alienated and reified small group, is in of underclass and already anticipates the account the group infusion. At a time when the very notions of authenticity and inauthenticity have come to seem suspiciously humanist and psychologizing, if not individualist, Sartre's celebration of the group may well incur the of or even left infantilism, the right well indicted, or the excess percent of the 1960s and their aftermath, the left sense in it some surviving trace of left adventurism and romanticism, while Americans are likely to conjecture uncomfortable affinities with conspiratorial terrorist organizations. It would be more difficult, however, to take the other alternative offered by Sartre's antithesis and to come out with a full-throat defense and endorsement of seriality. It is easiest to deal with the two states together, as they are in fact defined in deliberately antithetical terms. Thus in seriality, as in the now famous example of the waiting line for a city bus, everyone is the same as the others insofar as he is other than himself, 260. And this otherness is as spatial as it is psychological. I am not in the center of my world, which is in other people, all feel same way as do. In the group, on the contrary, member is the renter, the center is everywhere, otherness has been converted into identity, nor, inasmuch as group formation is first and foremost into the serial is it surprising find in the group, is same as the other, otherness has momentarily become a kind of collective identity. But it will also be clear that this second structure necessarily far more complex than the first one, of seriality, in which people stand in a simple exteriority to one another. Certainly seriality alc, knows is paradoxes, il is indeed accident that Sartre's principal extended illustrations are those of radio broadcasts and of the free market. In fact, I believe, the notion of seriality developed here is the only philosophically satisfactory theory of public opinion, the only genuine philosophy the media, that anyone has proposed to date, something that can be judged by its evasion of the conceptual traps of consciousness the hand, and behaviorism or manipulation on the other. If this were all Sartre had managed to do in the critique, it would already mark a considerable achievement, neglect of which may reflect the turn of current media theory towards a problematic of the image as much as anything else. When it comes to the group infusion, however, things are by no means so simple. We must reckon with what is no longer a dualism, a simple reciprocity or indifference of one person to another, but rather with a triadic in which, as in group object being and not ingness, formerly serial individuals are united by the threat, or the look, of an external third, which the emergent group must then interiorize in order to retain its coherence and its dynamic. Thus each member becomes a third to all the others, thereby grounding that of each that was too evoked in the preceding paragraphs. The as a third party, is in the unity of a single, and therefore of a vista, with the unity individuals as inseparable moments of a totalization, and with of them as a third party, that is to say, the mediation of the group. In terms of perception, I perceive the group as my end, simultaneously, as a mediation between me and every other third party. The of the group are third pa, that of them totalizes the of. 374, just as the seemingly Ptolemaic system of turning thirds, tiers, proves to be something familiar that we know already from our daily experience, so the reader will find that, with a little practice, this rather startling prose quickly becomes wattable enough. We leave the reader to navigate it, but with an important proviso. We have here only designated emergence of the group famously illustrated by the of. What is yet clear, indeed what is supremely problematic, is how it can possibly remain in being, as a group, when the threat of the external third party, the king's withdrawn. 1 and overshoots th mark, and that is the group cannot remain in being, indeed it never was in being to begin with, in the ontological sense. It never can it ever acquire, any durable it exceed any of being which be expected individual, and thereby famous peroration of here as there. Then, man remains a useless passion, yet at the same time Sartre's inveterate pessimism can here be grasped far more clearly as a critical instrument, and not merely an inheritance of the out-of-date Cartesian and phenomenological traditions of a philosophy of centered a purely rather, as always in Sartre, failure and the stimulus to further praxis and subsequent group formation. Group has not, and cannot have, the nature which it in. Conversely, each and all are produced, and in terms of this non-existent totality is a sort of internal vacuum, an unbridgeable and indeterminate distance, a sort of malaise in every and this uneasiness of the practices of integration, and increases with integration of the WUP _ 583, triple exit to indicate briefly how, in this and doomed to failure, the group does finally manage to become something structurally other than mere punctual interruption of seriality. We have already hinted at the crucial mechanism by which a few straggling others momentarily brought together by an external threat, from the external other or third, solidify this momentary solidarity. It is by interiorizing the as itself *, the third party, in such a way that each member of the initial group becomes a third to all the others. Each is now both part and whole of this strange new structure, both individual, that exteriority which grasps all of the members, as though from the outside, as a group. We must not say that at this stage there is no leader, on the contrary, this stage is leader, whose task, like the tribal chieftain Pierre anthropology, impose of action but merely to speak its possibility aloud, to be the mouthpiece of the situation, the group. It is a utopian state, Malraux's lyric apocalypse, which cannot last. Everything now turns on the problem of the future, and of the future of the group. It will be clear in a moment how this problem sets vibrating the deepest existential concerns of nothingness at the same time that it generates its most dramatic language, its most eloquent pathos. My project is a temporal form where I myself in the future, where I make an appointment with myself on the other side of that hour, of that day, that month. Anxiety is the fear of not finding myself that appointment, of no longer even wishing to be there in the first place. But where the group is concerned, this appointment is the pledge, and the paradigm of the French Revolution reveals that it is the terror and threat of the tennis court oath is the in which this paradigm, the itself revolutionary revolution, opposed to the counter-revolution of the nobles against the king that preceded and triggered it. For in the tennis court oath, the bourgeoisie and its hegemonic bloc, reassembled in an unused space in the palace, collectively swear, under pain of death, not to separate until the Constitution shall have been established de June 1789. The crucial clause, under pain of death, is not merely Sartre's interpretation or extrapolation, it is the reading deduced the fact by Robespierre's terror, as the latter's justification. It is the desperate and impossible attempt to solve the problem of future XXXI commitment already raised in being for this consent co-death and all members group, not only my effort co-kernpel the fidelity of all the others, it is also and first and foremost my attempt to protect myself against myself, to compel the fidelity of my future self against the present one. 422. It is, finally, also RHE production of treason as such, syncoseriality no the latter, which can only exist as the violation of this very oath of allegiance. This to remember the profound resonance of this theme of treason and the traitor throughout all of Sartre, as the objective treason of the intellectual, never fully or ontologically committed any cause, as the of treason in the, particularly genet, of the de, in the collaborators, the great test of my authenticity as well, will stand up under torture, and the eternal self-doubt of the bourgeois renegade against his own class, variously elaborated in Lucifer and the Lord and in words, if not in the interminable famibiter itself. TLLE pledge is now the positive side of all that, the great moment of affirmation in all of Sartre, indeed it is the very origin of humanity. 436 We are same because we emerged from the clay the same date and through all the others, and so we are, as it were, an individual species, which has emerged a particular moment through a sudden mutation, but our specific nature unites us in so far as it is freedom, this fraternity not based, as is sometimes stupidly supposed, on physical resemblance, expressing some deep identity of nature. If it why should not a P in a can be described as the brother of another P in the same care we are brothers in so far as, following the creative act of the pledge, we are our own sons, our common creation. 437, the pledge is thus the of constituent power, its articulation as a date and an is what gives the French paradigmatic quality over those other revolutions. It is necessarily present but only implicit as an act and as the very expression of the multitude. Its theorization places Sartre squarely in the great tradition that runs from Rousseau to Antonio Negri and passes through the Paris Commune itself. The more pages of the critique will then and bear witness the inevitable from this apotheosis. They chronicle the slow ossification of the W up under the pressure of some XXXI board surrounding universal seriality. Indeed, they permit us to reaffirm the transformation, or sublation, of the older question of authenticity into this newer political and collective dilemma. For, as in Heidegger, authenticity is never, for Sartre, a state which one can somehow achieve and in which can then and persevere, it is a precarious space conquered, the swamp of inauthenticity itself, into which it then fatally lapses. If one can speak, indeed, of anything like a human nature, then one must say that that nature is first and foremost inauthentic, in which of authenticity are but fitful and evanescent episodes. It is a doctrine already anticipated in a distorted form by Christian images of sin and grace. But this raises serious questions about the implications for a philosophy history such a view group authenticity. At any rate, it seems that at ways in which he group can dissolve, it can disperse back into like a crowd which dissolves and back to its ordinary business. But this is to grasp the group infusion before the defining moment of the pledge. After that, what lies in store for it is institutionalization, with its dual forms of bureaucracy and dictatorship, forms which Sartre's account with its accounts of schism and factionality, of the passive activity of the institutional practico-inert, of hierarchy, of the externalization of authority and the emergence of the sovereign and of a henceforth serial obedience seems to conflate and to identify together. But this is because the underlying paradigm has changed, and from now on, and throughout volume IL of the critique, it will be the fate of Soviet Lenin's death which is reference. Thus the entire critique may also be read as an elaborate historical commentary, in the spirit of Machiavelli or Gramsci, on these two supreme the French the but at 1101b that the replicate standard according which revolution, here, group formation, inevitably leads to totalitarianism, or in other words, other hand, we here discover in advance the vision of warm actions forever flinging themselves against the inevitable state. In Sartre, the state itself is a reified group infusion which has established itself within a milieu of seriality, perhaps on the distant analogy of those former nomads who become the imperial ruling class. As already been volume of the critique is not intended to offer a vision of history, but only to lay in place the concepts and the categories with which such a third vision might be constructed. If history is already present here, this is merely in the formal sense in which all history offers an endless spectacle of the interaction of seriality and group formation, like a great current, o'er which white water, ripples swells, and appear yet rivers and return into the sea, are issues distinct from this steady stream into which one always steps, those issues, intimated at the end of this volume and then sporadic ally developed in what was to have been the one, turn on the rather different matter of historical unification, and of Sartre's that many histories of past have become unified into one history. Any philosophy of history today must begin with this qualification that history, in that unified and universal sense, has not yet existed, but is only now coming into being. There were once many distinct and unrelated histories, many distinct modes of production, as innumerable, if not as grains of sand, then at least as the languages of the New World and of Australasia, so many separate and unrelated tribes and Ewoks of hunters and gatherers, who only gradually over many millennia come to be unified, that is to say, to share the common destiny which a world capitalism gradually imposes on them. In the brief decades between Sartre's composition of the Critique and the visible emergence of what we now call globalization, this principle has become inescapable, and with it the very possibility of a universal history re-emerges in a new way. Introduction. 1. The dogmatic dialectic and the critical dialectic. Dialectical monism. Everything we in problem of our fundamental agreement with historical materialism. But as long as we present this agreement merely as one option among others, we shall have acquired nothing, and our conclusions will remain conjectural. I have proposed certain methodological rules, but they cannot be valid, in fact they cannot even be discussed, unless the materialist dialectic can be assumed to be true. It must be proved that a negation of a negation can an affirmation, that within a person a revoke are the motive force of history, that each moment of a series is on the basis of the initial moment, though irrevocable to it, that history continually affects totalizations of totalizations, and 50 on, before the details of an analytic and synthetic and regressive progressive method can be grasped. But these principles cannot be taken for granted, indeed most anthropologists, anthropologists, would reject them. Of course, the determinism of the positivists is necessarily a form of materialism. Whatever it endows it with the characteristics of inertia and causation. But at the of the asynthetic we unity a single process, the positivists will attempt to show several independent exterior factors of the event under is the resultant. What the positivists reject is a monism of interpretation. Take, this is print at the urging of W, available in A. London, 1964. The is embellished under the title, for example, the excellent historian Georges Lefebvre. He criticizes George S.Z. for claiming to see the unity of a process in the events of 789. As presented by Janrose, 1789 was one simple event. The of the revolution was the ripening of the power of the bourgeoisie, and its result was the legalization of that power. But it is now well known that the revolution of 789 as a specific event required a truly abnormal and unpredictable set of immediate causes, a financial crisis aggravated by the war in America, unemployment, caused by the commercial of 1786 and by war in Far East, and, finally, high prices and shortages the harvest 1788 and by the edict of 1787 which had emptied the granaries. As for underlying causes, Lefebvre stresses the fact that without the abortive aristocratic revolution, which began in 1787, the bourgeoisie would have been impossible. He concludes, the rise of a revolutionary class is not necessarily the only cause of its victory, nor is its victory inevitable, nor need it lead to violence. In this instance, the revolution was begun by those whom it was to annihilate rather than by those it is to suppose that great kings could not have checked the progress of the aristocracy in the do not wish to this at least at present. Certainly, Lefebvre may be right to say that Joris' interpretation is simplistic, the unity of it is valent then he says at least in its origins. One might try to find the unity of the disparate in a synthesis, to show that the incompetence of the 18th century kings was effect as much as cause, etc., to rediscover circularities, and to show how chance is integrated into those feedback devices which are the events of history, and that it is instantly incorporated by RHE whole so that it APLRRs to you or yon as a manifestation of providence, etc. But this misses the point. It is not a matter even of showing that such syntheses are possible, but of proving that they are necessary, not any particular but in general the in every and at every level, a totalisant% attitude towards his subject matter. I.e. us not forget that anthropologists never reject the dialectical method al solute/y. Even Leffler does not formulate a general critique. De la PM is 19014 and Paris 1954 p4. E the CTSM of every attempt at totalization. On the contrary, in his krill-braided lectures on the French Revolution he approached the relations between the Assembly, the Commune, and various groups of citizens, from, as a he the August to the September massacres first terror the unity of a developing totalization. But Lefebvre refused to adopt the totalizing attitude consistent. Why? In response to our questions, he would no doubt say that history is not a unity, that I are diverse that in the pure of and that it in turn, develop according to totalizing schemata which are peculiar to it. In short, Lefebvre would simply say that he rejects monism, not because it is monism, but because it seems to him a priori. The attitude has been formulated in other branches of knowledge. The sociologist Georges Gewich has described it very accurately, as dialectical hyperempiricism. ITIIS is a neopositivism which every neither the exclusive reason, nor the unconditional choice of dialectical reason can be justified. We accept as it is and let it develop freely before our eyes, without prejudging what types of rationality we will encounter in our investigations. The object itself dictates the method, the manner of approach. Gurevich calls his hyperempiricism dia but matters since he is that his object, social facts, presents itself to investigation as dialectical. His dialecty is thus itself an empirical conclusion. ITIIS means that the attempt to establish totalizing movements, reciprocities often conditioning or, as Gurevich quite correctly puts it, reciprocities of perspectives etc., is lost on past investigations and is confirmed by present ones. Generalizing this attitude, one might, I think, speak of a neopositivism WHLCH in a given region of anthropology, now a dialectical field, now of determinism, and now, other types of rationality. 6.5. Gewich, HYPX are empiristny dialectic, 15, I ed.1 determinism, the diond in F form sept is to think or with WRWDS, of a opposition. In my Erkat there is the ID, within the limits of an empirical anthropology this distrust of the a priori perfectly justified. I have shown in the problem of method that this is if a living Marxism is to incorporate into itself disciplines which have external to it. Whatqueer else one may say about it, TH's incorporation must consist in revealing beneath the classical determinism of particular fields, their dialectical connection with the whole or, where we are dealing with processes whose dialectical character is already recognized, in revealing this renal dialectic as the expression of a deeper totalizing movement. In the end, this means that we are confronted once again with the need to establish the dialectic as the universal method and universal law of anthropology. And this amounts to requiring Marxists to establish their method a priori, whatever relations are investigated, there will never be of to establish ism. Such an extrapolation, that is, an infinitely infinite extrapolation, is radically different from scientific induction. Too scientific and dialectical are in the attempt to ground the Marxist dialectic on anything other than its content. That is to say, the knowledge which it provides, might be de ego the ego. A might called a logic of ambiguity which would Kierkegaard. This logic is, because it between facts and attitwell which again, against in last analysis, applicable is to say, to beings, but is entirely either, it is with to that, AA is of circle my ty of he conditions and of lie individual history, the analyzed subject appears as a true whole. The is, that is passivity, at least in the FWT that have attribute impatterts to the of the this. The simple an is so to these as upon the of ego inctia underscore in the way physics of without abandoning the terrain of dogmatic critical nounced as idealism. In the first place, it might be said that Diogenes demonstrated motion by walking, but what if he had been momentarily paralyzed? There is a crisis in Marxist culture. There are many signs today that this crisis is temporary, but its very existence prohibits us from justifying the principles by their results. Supreme paradox of materialism is that it is, at one and the same time, the ally truth of history and a total of the truth. The totalizing thought of historical materialism has established everything except its own existence. Or, to put it another way, by the which it has always opposed, it has not exhibited the truth of history as it defines itself, or shown how this determines its nature and validity in the historical process, in the dialectical development and of human experience. In other words, we do not know what it means for a Marxist historian to speak the not that his statements are false, far from it. He does the concept of truth at his disposal. In this way, Marxism presents itself to us, as ideologists, as an unveiling of being, and at unanswered as the of this unveiling. In response to this, it may be claimed that physicists are not concerned with the ground of their inductions. This is true. But there is a general, forma, principle, that there are strict relations between facts. This means, the real is rational. But is this really a principle, in the ordinary sense of the term? Let us say, rather, that it is the condition and fundamental structure of scientific praxis. Trof experimentalian, as through any other form of activity, human action posits and imposes its own possibility. Praxis does not, even dogmatically, affirm the absolute rationality cf. the real, if this that reality obeys a definite system of a priori principles and laws, or, in other words, it a kind of whatever object of his whatever its orientation, in his that reality will always in a way that a provision and can constitute it in and through this amounts to saying that the human mind will accept presented to it investigation and will subordinate its conception of 7. Word of who alter the and to the should to call ideologists tk. 20. Logic and of intelligibility to the actual data revealed by its investigations. Bachelard has shown clearly how modern physics is in itself a new rationalism. The only presupposition of the praxis of the natural sciences is an assertion of unity conceived as perpetual unification of an increasingly real diversity. But this unity depends on human activity rather diversity of phenomena. Is neither a knowledge, nor a postulate, nor a Kantian, it is action asserting itself within undertaking, in the explanation of the end of means by the end of some of experimental results by the aim of the experiment. This is why any comparison between the scientific principle of rationality and the dialectic is absolutely unacceptable. Scientific research can in fact be unaware of its own principal features. Dialectical knowledge, in contrast, is knowledge of dialectic. For science, there is not any formal structure, nor any implicit the rationality of universe, reason is the mind prejudges nothing. In complete contrast, the dialectic is both in the for dialectician, it is grounded on a fundamental claim both about the structure of the real and about that our praxis. We assert simultaneously that the process of knowledge is dialectical, that movement of the obot, whatever it may be, is, and that these two dialectics are one and the same. Taken together, these propositions have a material content, they themselves are a form of organized knowledge, or, to put it differently, they define a rationality of the world. Scientist sees independent of any particular rational system. For is as an unifier. Dialectician, on the other hand, locates himself within a system, he defines a reason, he priori purely of the 20th century, or rather, he treats it as the first moment of a synthetic, progressive reason. It is impossible to see this as a kind of practical assertion of our detachment, and equally impossible to make of it a postulate, or a working hypothesis. Dialectical reason transcends the level of methodology, it states what a sector of the universe, or, perhaps, the whole universe is. It does not merely direct research, or even prejudge appearance of legislates, it defines will the world, human or total, must lo be like for dialectical knowledge to be possible, it simultaneously elucidates the movement of the real and that of our thoughts, and it elucidates the one by the other. This particular rational system, however, is and the dialectic too supposed to transcend and to integrate all models or rationality. Dialectical reason is neither constituent nor constituted, it is reason constituting itself in and through the world, dissolving in itself all constituted reasons in order to constitute new ones which it transcends and dissolves in urn. It is, therefore, both a type of rationality and the transcendence of all types of rationality. The certainty of always being able to transcend replaces the empty detachment of formal rationality, the ever-present possibility of rationalizing becomes the permanent necessity for man of iotalizing and being totalized, and for the world of being an ever broader, developing totalization. But ledge of scope would be a philosophical dream if it did have all the marks of apodictic certainty. This means that practical successes are not enough, even if the assertions of the dialectician were infinitely confirmed by research, this permanent confirmation would not get us beyond empirical contingency. So WC must take up the whole problem once again, and explore the validity and the reason. We cannot deny a critique, in the Kantian sense of dialectical must be allowed to ground itself and to develop itself as a free critique of itself, at the same time as being the movement of history and of knowledge. This is precisely what has not been done until now. Dialectical reason has been walled up in dogmatism. Point 3 Hegelian dogmatism. The source of this dogmatism lies in the basic problem of dialectical dialectic backmarks true contradictions of realism. These contradictions were the very substance of knowledge, but they have been concealed. We must therefore take them as our starting point. The superiority of Hegelian dogmatism, for those who believe in it, lies precisely in that part of it which we now its idealism. For Hegel, the dialectic had no need to prove itself. In the first place Hegel 100k10b at of the of history, is say, at that of his death. Had to in the end his never be required again. Historical evolution required this last lugement, it culminated in its philosophy phcr. Thus the totalization was complete, all that remained was to bring down the curtain. Besides, and most important, the movement of being and the process of knowledge are inseparable. This implies, as Hippolyte rightly says, that knowledge of Rhe other, object, world, nature, is self-knowledge, and thus Hegel knowledge, however, demands precisely the life the or, means the same thing. That one hold present and express the internal necessity of this object. Absolute empiricism becomes identical with absolute necessity, the object is taken as given, at its moment in the history of the world and of spirit. But this means that consciousness returns to the beginning of its knowledge and allows this knowledge freely reconstitute itself within consciousness. T reconstitutes knowledge for itself, in other words, that consciousness can see the strict necessity of the sequence and of the moments which gradually whirled as a concrete. It is seriousness itself which constitutes itself for itself as absolute knowledge, in the absolute freedom of its strict necessity. The reason why Kant could preserve the dualism of noumena and phenomena is that, for him, the unification of sense exigérance was effected by formal and non-temporal principles, the content of knowledge could not change the mode of knowing. But if form and knowledge were modifiques slow together, and by each other, if nia, sieti no longer belonged to a pure conceptual activity, but to a perpetual, and perpetually total, transformation, then it would have to be suffered in the realm of being to be recognized in the development of knowledge, and it would have to be lived in the movement of knowledge in order to be attributed to the development of the object. In Hegel's time, this seemed to imply the identity of knowledge and its object. Consciousness was consciousness of the other, and the other was the being other of. Marx's originality lies in Rhe fact that, in opposition to Hegel, history is in his knowledge, and, Also, that he preserved the dialectical movement both in knowledge. He was but failed to rethink the Dialectic. Marxists have played the positivist game. Positivists often ask Marxists how they can claim, given that Marx had the good sense to recognize that prehistory had not yet come to an end, detect the of history, the of proletariat, and direction of development. Positivists, prediction is possible only to the that the order of reenacts a previous order of succession, and so the future repeats the past. Hegel could have answered them by saying that he had only predicted the past, in that his history finished era complete and of fact, the in the of living history only as the of its own incompleteness, unknowable for it. The Marxist future, however, is a genuine future, it is ccgnp/air/y new, and irreducible to the present. Nevertheless, Marx does make predictions, and long-term rather than short-term ones. But in fact, according to positivist rationalism, Marx had disqualified himself from doing this, and given that he himself was prehistorical and within prehistory, his judgments can have only a relative even when concerned the thus Marxism as of positivists. And it be relativism vast historical syntheses, ver also the most modest assertions of dialectical reason, wait fer we may say or no, however close we may be to the present or past event which we attempt to reconstitute in its totalizing quement, positivism will always deny us the right. It does not regard the synthesis of all knowledge as completely impossible, though it envisages it as an inventory rather than as an organization of knowledge, but it considers such a synthesis irrenunciable now. It is necessary in opposition to positivism, how, at this very moment, reason can assert certain truths if not the whole truth. But that is not all. For Hegel, as we have seen, the apodicticity of dialectical knowledge implied the identity of being, action and Marx, by was 10 that outstrips in efficacy. Needless say, this is my own Viennization. However, this position gives rise to new difficulties. How can we establish that one and the same movement animates these different processes? In particular, thought is both being and knowledge of being. It is the praxis of an individual or a group, in particular conditions, at a definite moment of history. As such, thought is subject to the dialectic as its law, just like the historical process, considered either as a whole or in its particular, but it is the dialectic reason, that is, as the law of being. But this presupposes an explanatory separation from dialectical objects, ving us to unveil their movement. Is there not an inevitable contradiction between the knowledge of being and the being of knowledge? The demonstration that thought, as being, is carried along in the same movement as the whole of history, does not dissolve all contradictions. In fact it is precisely to this extent that thought is incapable of grasping itself in the necessity of its own dialectical development. The of spirit, consciousness apprehends its necessity in the other and, it the rhyme, it apprehends in itself the necessity of the other. But, once again, the totalising operation is carried out in the past according to Hegel. Christianity and Splicism provide the means for understanding the previous moment. Stoicism and, in general, being is crème légère, and thought itself is both constituent and same it is in 50 as is constituted, and it knows this in so far it but longer development as if it were an empirical succession of moments, and this lived experience, veru, would appear as contingency and not as necessity. If thought were to understand itself as a dialectical process, it not emulate its discovery except as a simple fact. Still less could thought pretend to settle the question whether the movement of its object is ethe dialectic 25 included on the movement of thought, or whether the movement of is on of JF and knowledge are indeed irreducible realities. Do we not have to appeal to a pre-established harmony in order to relate their developments? Other words, if the search for truth is dialectical in its methods, how be shown that it corresponds to the movement of being? And on the other hand, if knowledge is allow being to develop itself to own laws, how can we whatever processes are involved from appearing? Moreover, in the question arises how passive, and therefore non-dialectical, thought can evaluate the dialectic, or in ontological terms, how it can be how the only reality which lies beyond the laws of synthetic reason is that which decrees them. Let no one think that he can get out of these dilemmas by means of some pseudo-dialectical answer such as, thought is dialectical, it is simply the dialectic as the movement of the real. Even is true when dialectically, the example of the positivists shows ehol this can be regarded mere reason, one constituent dialectical reason in order to see history as constituted dialectical reason. But if dialectical reason creates itself, rather than suffering itself, how can one prove rat t corresponds to the dialectic of being, without relapsing into this old problem recurs when your traditional dogmatic dualism is revived? No doubt it will seem Suri refer Marxist dualism, is, in fact, monist and dualist. Marx's ontological monism consisted in affirming the irreducibility of being to thought, and, at the same time, in reintegrating those with the real as a particular form of human activity. This monistic claim, however, appears as a dogmatic truth. But we must distinguish it from conservative ideologies which are mere products of the universal dialectic. In this way thought as the vehicle of truth can recover what it has lost ontologically since the collapse of idealism, and become a norm of knowledge. Of course a practical advantage temporary ideologies in that is of rising, but if it were merely the inert expression of this rise, or even of revolutionary praxis, if it did not direct its attention back upon this rise so as to explain it, to reveal it to itself, how could save SPE of a progress of how the dialectic he as real movement of history unfolding itself? Like philosophical liberalism today, I'll be more a reflection. For the dia even ideologies, however mystifying, contain of truth, as Marx often emphasized. But how is this partial truth to be established? Materialist monism, in short, has successfully eliminated dualism of thought and being in favor of total being, which is thereby grasped in its materiality. But the effect of this has only been to re-establish, as an antinomy at least an apparent one, the dualism or being and truth. 6. The external dialectic in modern Marxism difficulty has appeared to have seen only one solution, to refuse to acknowledge thought itself as a dialectical activity, to dissolve it into the universal dialectic, and to eliminate man by dispersing him into the universe. This enables them to substitute being for truth. There is no longer in the strict sense of term, being itself in any way whatsoever, it merely evolves according to its own laws. The dialectic of nature is nature without men. There is therefore no more need for certainty, for criteria, even the attempt to criticize and establish knowledge of whatever form is a relation between man and the world around him, and if man no longer exists this relation disappears. The source of this unfortunate approach is well known. As Head said, a law begins by being a hypothesis and ends by becoming fact. When we say that the earth revolves, we see no longer that we are stating a theory, or that we are relying on a system of knowledge, we feel that we are in the presence of the fact itself, which immediately eliminates us as knowing subjects in order to restore to us our nature as objects of gravitation. For anyone with a realist view of the world, knowledge therefore destroys itself in order to become the world, and this is true not only of philosophy but also of all scientific knowledge. Claims of it does not present itself as an attempt at an extremely general synthesis of human knowledge, but rather as a mere ordering of the facts. And its claim to be concerned with facts is not unjustified. When Engels speaks of the expansion of bodies or of electric current, he is indeed the 27 referring the facts. Facts may undergo essential changes with the progress of science. This gigantic and, we see, abortive to allow to itself and to no one, we shall call extern W, or transcendental, dialectical materialism, le materialisme dia/air, que duda or ou transcendental. _ 7 The dialectic of nature. It is clear that this kind of materialism is not Marxist, but still it is defined excel by Marx. He materialist outlook on nature means nothing more conception of nature as it is, without alien on conception, man very as one of no or in he laws of nature, that is, as pure materiality governed by the universal laws of the dialectic. The object of thought is nature as it is, and the study of history is only a particular form of it, we must trace the movement that produces life out of matter, man out of primitive forms of life, and social history out of the first human communities. The advantage of this conception is that it avoids the problem, it presents the dialectic, and without justification, as the fundamental law of nature. This external materialism lays down the dialectic as exteriority. The nature of man lies outside him in an a priori law, in an extra-human nature, in a history that begins with the nebulae. For this universal dialectic, partial totalizations do not have even provisional value, they do not exist. Everything must always be referred to the totality of natural history, of which human history is only a particular form. Thus all is in of truth again only if it is reduced to a dead object, to a result, and thus a position outside man, and on the side of things, is adopted so that the idea can be seen as a thing signified by things rather than as a signifying this to be by Engels not by it is of a draft of Engels, the or this Sartre the in p. Also p. 81 Lee/28. In way, that alien addition is man concrete, living man with his human relations, his true or false thoughts, his actions, his real purposes is removed from the world. An adjacent object is put in his place, what we call is only an object considered as the of truth is replaced by those of success or normative as applied to performances in tests, as RHE center of more or less delayed reactions, the body performs movements which recognize themselves as behavior. This produces actions. Thinking is an acnon. Suffering is an action. These actions can be regarded as tests, PS trials thus we get back to the disguised skepticism of reflection. But when everything has apparently culminated in skeptical objectivism, we suddenly realize that it has been imposed on us that it is of as it appears universal consciousness. Spirit sees dialectic as the law of the world. Consequently we fall back into complete dogmatic idealism. Scientific are experimental hypotheses verified by facts, but at present, the absolute principle that nature is dialectical is not open to verification at all. You may claim that some set of laws established by scientists represents a certain dialectical movement in objects of these, but you cannot prove it. Point 12 Neither the laws nor the great theories will change, however we view them. Your problem is not whether light transmits energy particles to the bodies it illuminates, but whether theory can into a totalization of the universe. You need not question the kinetic theory of need see it YOTA are reflecting on knowledge. And since the law discovered by the scientist, taken in isolation, is neither dialectical nor anti-dialectical, it is only a quantitative determination of a functional relation, the consideration of scientific facts, that is to say, of established laws, cannot furnish, or even suggest, a proof or the dialectic. Dialectical reason can only be captured elsewhere, so that it can be forcibly imposed on the data of physics, art, chemistry. It is well known, fact, that the notion of dialectic emerged in history along quite different paths, and that both Hegel and Marx explained and defined it in terms of the relations of man to matter, and of men to each other. The attempt to find the movement of human history within natural history was made only out of a wish of nature to of facts past, present, to put it way, it has a curious similarity to those ideas of reason which, according to Kant, were regulative and incapable of being corroborated by any particular experience. 8. Critique of the external dialectic. Thus a system of ideas is contemplated by a pure consciousness which has pre-constituted their law for though utterly incapable of this case. But in order to grasp as such, it is not the language is in words sometimes designate objects and sometimes concepts, and this is why materialism as such is not opposed to idealism. In fact, there is a materialist theism on the idea of matter, the real opposite of this is realist materialism, the thought of an individual who is in the world, penetrated by every cosmic force, and treating the material universe as some which gradually reveals itself. F through J1a situated praxis. In the present case, we are evidently confronted with an idealism which has appropriated the vocabulary of science in order to express ideas so poverty that one can see straight through them. but the important point is this: if you are hunting for RHE truth, as a human undertaking, of the CJRW verse, you will find it, in the very words you use, as object of an absolute and constituting consciousness. This means that it is irreversible to get away from the problem of truth. Navally deprives his is of meaning of history. This Engels so to defend of 30 introduction of delayed of distinguish true and false, he imposes the dialectic on them without allowing them of it, but in truth without foundation. How can we accept this doubling of personality? Can a man who is lost in the world, permeated by an absolute movement cujayern from everything, also be this consciousness sure both of itself and of the truth? It is true that Navally observes that these centrics of reaction elaborate their behavior according to possibilities which, at the level both of the individual and of the species, are subject to an unalterable and strictly development, and that experimentally established reflex determinations and integrations enable one appreciate the narrowing margin within which organic behavior can be said to be autonomous. We obviously agree with this, but the important thing is Navally's application of these observations, which inevitably leads to the theory reflection, to endowing man with constituted reason, that to making thought into a forny of behavior strictly conditioned by the it is, while neglecting to say that IR is also knowledge of the world. Could empirical man think? Confronted with his history, he is as uncertain as when he is confronted by nature, for the law do not automatically duce knowledge itself if it transforms its object into passivity, and thus deprives it of any possibility of collecting its atomized experiences a synthetic unity. At level where he is man, contemplating laws, cannot grasp individuals. Thus, in spire of ourselves, we are thoughts, neither of is think for that matter. The thought which is passive, given, and discontinuous, claims to be knowledge but is really only the delayed effect of causes. Thought which is active, synthetic, and desituated, knows nothing of itself and, completely immobile, contemplates a world. Our doctrinaires have a mal-recognition of necessity what is actually only a particular form of alienation, which makes THIRD thinking appear as an object for a universal consciousness, and which reflects on it though its verity. We must stress this crucial fact: reason is neither a boneless nor an V5. Cf. Hegel, Phrenology, trans. J. B. Bailey, Onwin pp. ed. I. Dogmatic dialectic and a critical tick accident. In other words, if dialectical reason is to be, it must provide reason with its own reasons. From this point of view, analytical rationalism demonstrates itself, Biausk, as we have seen. It is like pure affirmation at a quite superficial level of the bond of exteriority as permanent possibility. But let us see what Engels says about general laws of nature and society. It is this: they can be reduced in the main to three: the law of RHE transformation cf quantity into quality, and vice versa, the law of RHE interpenetration of opposites, the law of the negation. All three are developed by Hegel in his idealist fashion as mere laws of Thugget. The mistake lies in the fact that these laxves are foisted on nature and history as laws of thought, and not deduced from Engels. Uncertainty is revealed by his words: abstraction is not the same as deduction. Can universal laws deduced from a set of particular laws? If you want a name, it can only be called in, and we have seen, the only dialectic one will find in nature is a dialectic that one has put there oneself. But let us suppose for a moment that universal laws can actually be induced, that is to say, that they provide both a means of ordering scientific knowledge and a heuristic procedure. For all that, they will remain only probabilities. Let us suppose, also, that their probability is very high and that, consequently, we are obliged to accept them as true. Where will this get us? To a discovery of the laws of reason in the universe, like Newton's discovery of the principle of wavitation. When Newton said hyphen and find, he vncnnt that while calculation and investigation permitted him to prove RHE de crero existence of gravitation, he would not try to establish it de jure, to explain it, to reduce it to some more general principle. Thus, to his contemporaries, rationality seemed to come to a halt with demonstrations and proofs, the fact in itself inexplicable and contingent. Science does not have to account for the facts that it discovers, it firmly establishes their existence and their relations other facts. Later, of thought itself was to lift this mortgage, for in contemporary physics gravitation is treated quite differently, without ceasing to Engels, Nature, trans. 1934, p. 32. Fact, it is longer it is part a concepti 011 of the universe, and we know now that every contingent fact, however it may appear, will be transcended in its turn, by but what are we to make of a doctrine which presents the laws of in the same way as presented if asked are 3 laws rather than 10, 1. Are the laws of thought these and not where do they come from? 15. There some more general principle from which they might be deduced, instead of a pen ring as having the contingency of a face, is there some way of uniting them in an organized synthesis, and putting them in some order, etc.? H.R. would probably have shrugged his shoulders and replied, like Newton, hypotheses non-THC. Upshot of this is VV, reducible. Engels criticizes Hegel for imposing the laws of thought on matter, but H.R. does precisely RHE same himself, in that the sciences verify a dialectical reason which he discovered in the social world. But, in the historical and as WCC, is a reason, by transferring it into the natural world, and forcibly inscribing it there, Engels stripped it of its rationality. There was no longer a dialectic which man produced by producing himself, and which, in turn, produced man, there was only a contingent law, of which nothing could be said except it is so and not otherwise. In short, reason once more becomes a bone, since it is merely a fact and has no knowable necessity. It so happens opposites rationality is a final and universal law, and therefore it is irrationality pure and simple. However one looks at it, transcendental materialism leads to the irrational, either by ignoring the thought of empirical man, or by creating a noumenal consciousness which imposes its law as a whim, or again, by discovering in nature without alien addition the laws of dialectical in of contingent. 9 The domain of dialectical reason. Must we then deny RHE existence of dialectical connections in inanimate nature? By no indeed, in the present state of our I do see that we are in a position to affirm or deny it. Everyone is free either to believe that physico-CHCT 111 GTL laws express a dialectical reason, or not to believe it. In any case, in the domain of the facts of inorganic nature, the claim be extra-scientific. We merely ask for of and discoveries, for if there is such a thing as a dialectical reason, it is revealed and established in and through human praxis, to men in a given society at a particular moment of its development. On the basis of this discovery, the end of certainty dialectic will be an effective method as long as it remains necessary as the law of intelligibility and as the rational structure of being. A materialist dialectic will be meaningless if it cannot establish, within human history, the primacy of material conditions as they are disposed by the praxis of particular men and as they impose themselves it. In short, if there is to anything as materialism, it be a that is say, a from within, it must be one and the same thing to produce it and to have it on to live it and to it. This ism, if it exists, can be only within the limits of our social universe. It is at the heart of a society which is organized and stratified and which is also rent by strife that the appearance of a new machine will bring profound changes which will reverberate the lures to the superstructures. It is within a society which possesses tools and institutions that the material facts, the poverty or richness of his subsoil, RHE climate, etc., which condition it and in relation to which it is itself defined, will be discovered. As the of it cannot be anything more than the object of a metaphysical hypothesis. The procedure of dialectical rationality in and then projecting it, an unconditional law, onto the inorganic world, and then returning to the study of societies and claiming that this opaquely irrational law of nature conditions them, seems to us to be a complete aberration. A human relation, which can because we are human, is encountered, hypostasised, stripped of every human characteristic and, finally, this irrational fabrication is substituted for the genuine relation which was encountered in the first place. Thus in the name of monism the practical rationality of man making history is blocked by ancient of a blind clear by the obscure, evident by the conjectural, truth by science fiction. If there is a dialectic now, and if we are to establish it, we shall have to seek it. Where it is, we shall accept idea that man is a material being among other material beings and, as such, does not have a privileged statute. We shall even refuse to reject the possibility that a concrete dialectic of nature will one day be discovered, which would mean that the dialectical Mehrheitslaw would become a heuristic in the natural sciences and be by under control. I say is that be again, that it is there too instead of being dreamed of in areas where we cannot yet grasp it. There is such a thing as historical materialism, and the law of materialism is dialectic. But if, as some writers imply, dialectical materialism is to be understood as a monism which is supposed to control human history from outside, then we are compelled to say that there is no such thing as materialism, at least for the time being. This long discussion has not been useless, it has enabled us to formulate our problem. It has revealed Umler which a dialectic know these are dietary, but it is their moving contradictions which will throw us into the Engels mistake, in we quoted above, was to that he laws nature by non-dialectical procedures comparison, analogy, abstraction, and induction. In fact, dialectical reason is a whole and must ground itself by itself, or dialectically. The dogmatic dialectic as rationality must be open every day both as the objective connection between facts and as the method for knowing until fixing connection. But at the lime provisional character of forces us to the conclusion that dialectical universality RNNST be imposed priori as a necessity. The a priori, here, has nothing to do with any WRT of constitutive principles which are prior to experience. It relates to a universality and necessity which are contained in query experience HUD which trans any particular experience. As Kant provides facts but not necessity, and since we reject all idealists Swahilians, there is obviously a contradiction here. Husserl could speak of apodictic certainty without much difficulty, but this was because he remained on the level of pure, formal consciousness apprehending itself in its formality, but, for us, it is necessary to find our apodictic exponent in the concrete world of history. 2. We have noticed Rhe avurious of lying and knowledge in Marx. It is that the former is irreducible latter. On the other hand, the dialectic of nature has shown us that knowledge vanishes when reduced to modality of being nevertheless, threatens to lead us into spiritualism, must be rejected. The possibility that a dialectic exists is itself dialectical, or, to put it another way, the only possible unity of the dialectic as law of historical development and the dialectic as of the Stulapernant is the unity of a dialectical movement. Being is the negation of knowledge, and knowledge draws of, 3, men make their but under given and transmitted from past. 17 This is true, both determinism and analytical reason must be categorically rejected as the method and law of human history. Dialectical rationality, the whole of which is contained in the sentence, must be seen as the permanent and dialectical unity freedom and necessity. In other words, as we have the universe becomes a dream if the dialectic controls man from outside, as his unconditioned law. But if we imagine that everyone simply follows his inclinations and that these molecular collisions produce large-scale effects, we will disacquire or statistical results, but not a historical development. So, in a sense, man, too as an enemy power, in another sense, creates I, and if dialectical reason is the reason of history, this contradiction must itself be lived dialectically, which means that man must controlled by insofar as creates it, and create it insofar as he is controlled by it. Furthermore, it must be understood that there is no such thing as man, there are people, wholly defined by their society and by the historical along. If we do not wish the dialectic to become a divine law again, a metaphysical fate, it must from and not rn some kind of super-individual ensemble. Thus we encounter new contradiction, the dialectic is the law of totalization which creates several lectivities, several societies, and one history realities, that is, which impose themselves on individuals, but at the same time it must be woven out of millions of individual actions. We must show her it is possible for it to be both a resultant, though not a passive average, and a totalizing force, though not a transcendent fate, and how it can continually bring about the unity of dispersive profusion and integration. 4. We are dealing with a materialist dialectic, and by this I mean from a strictly episcynal point of 6w that thought must discover its at same as discovering in so for it itself g being, of its be done within Hegelian either the is a dream or it can in material of Marxism. This inevitably refers us from thought to action. Indeed, the is of we must inquire whether, in the unity of an apodictic experience, every praxis is constituted, in and through the material universe, as the transcendence of its object being, objet, by the other, while revealing the of the other as an object. But, at the same time, a relation must be established, by and through the other, between each praxis and the universe of things, in such a way that, in the course of a perpetual totalization, the thing BCT01NE5 human argman real SES himself as a thing. It must be SHCWN, in concrete reality, the dialectical method is indistinguishable from the dialectical movement. Indistinguishable, is say, the relations with Everun through inorganic materiality, and from those which he has with his materiality and with his own organic material existence, through his relations with others. We must show, therefore, that the dialectic is based this, everyone's immanent experience, in the universe of exteriority, one's relation of exteriority to RHE materially dogmatic dialectic the point 37 imiverse and to the other is always accidental, though always preant, but one's relation of interiority with men and with things is fundamental, though often concealed. 5. The dialectic, however, if it is to be a reason rather than a blind law, must as untranscendable look intelligibility. Content, the development, the order of appearance of negations, of the phases of the struggle opposed terms, and its outcome in short, RHE reality of the dialectical movement, is governed in its entirety by the basic conditions, the structures of materiality, the initial situation, the continuous action of external and internal factors, and the balance of the forces involved. Thus there is no one dialectic which imposes itself upon the facts, as RHE Kantian categories impose themselves on phenomena, but the diaph is the individual of its be no pre-established imposed on in someone's head, nor in an intelligible heaven. If the dialectic exists, it is because certain regions of materiality are structured in such a way that it cannot not exist. In other words, the dialectical is not some powerful unitary force revealing itself behind history like the will of God. It is first and foremost a resultant. It is not the dialectic which forces historical men to live their history in terrible contradictions, it is men, as they are, dominated by scarcity and necessity, confronting another in history or can explain. Be a motive is a result and, the level of ontology the dialectic appears as the only type of relation which individuals, situated and constituted in a certain way, and on account of their very constitution, can establish amongst themselves. The dialectic, if it exists, can only be the totalization of concrete totalizations effected by a multiplicity of totalizing individualities. I refer to cannot be for particular recreate always appears necessity in the investigation which reveals it, nor is it valid unless it provides us with the key to the process which expresses it, that is, unless we apprehend it as RHE intelligike/Rudy of the process in question. 18. The combination of the necessity and of dialectical reason, with the need to discover it empirically in irotosis, from this of view, is also an introduction leads to sural reflections. In the first place, no one can discover the keeping point of view which means, among other things, that no one can discern the dialectic while remaining extern to the object under consideration. Indeed, for a GL-Vent system in specific, show whether of system is a unfolding or a succession of disparate instants. The stance or the desituated experimenter, however, tends to perpetuate analytical reason as the model of intelligibility. The scientist's passivity in relation to the system will tend to reveal to him a passivity of the system in relation to himself. The dialectic reveals itself only to an observer situated in interiority, that is to say, to an investigator who lives his investigation a possible and as the particular praxis of an individual defined by his historical and personal career within the wider history which conditions it. In short, in order to preserve the Hegelian idea, that consciousness knows itself in the other and knows the other in itself, while completely discarding its idealism, I must be able to say that the praxis of everyone, as a dialectical movement, must reveal itself to the individual as the new siddhi of his own praxis and, conversely, that the freedom, for everyone, of his individual praxis must re-emerge in a varun as to reveal to the individual a dialectic which produces itself and produces him. In so far as it is produced, the dialectic as the living logic of action is invisible to a contemplative reason. It appears in the course of praxis as a necessary moment of it, in other words, it is created anew in each action, though actions arise only on the basis of a world entirely constituted by the dialectical praxis of the past, and becomes a theoretical and practical method when action in the course of development begins to give an explanation of itself. In the course of the dialectic appears to the individual as rational transparency in so far as he produces it, and as absolute necessity in so far as it escapes him, that is to say, quintesiern pli, in so ft as it is produced by others finally, to extent the within the transcendence of his he acquainted with the law others impose their own, he becomes acquainted with it. This does not mean that he submits to it, and becomes acquainted with his own autonomy, in so far as it can be, and constantly is, exploited by the other shamming, maneuvering, as an alien power and autonomy as the inexorable law which enables him to coerce them. But, through the dialectic reciprocity law ends by escaping everyone, and in the revolving movement of totalisalion it appears as dialectical reason, that is to say, external to all hecos internal to each, are developing totalization, though without a totalizer, of all the totalized totalizations and of all the totalist totalities. If dialectical reason is to be possible as the career of all and the freedom of each, as experience and as necessity, if we are to display both its total translucidity, it is no more than ourself, and its untranscendable severity, it is the unity or everything that conditions us. If we are to ground it as rationality of praxis, of totalization, and of society's future, if we are then to criticize it as analytical reason has been criticized, that is to say, if we are to determine its significance, then we must ise the situated experience of its apodicticity, but let it be that experience is comparable to the of the empiricists, or to the kind of experiments whose planning is long and laborious, but whose result can be observed instantaneously. Experience of the dialectic is itself dialectical. This means that it develops and organizes itself on all levels. At the same time, it is the very experience of live-in, since to live is to act and be acted on, and since the dialectic is the rationality of praxis. It must be regressive because it will set out from lived experience, in order gradually to discover all the structures of praxis. However, we must give notice that the investigation we are taking, though in itself historical, like any other undertaking, does not attempt to discover the movement of history, the evolution of labor or of the relations of production, or class conflicts. Its goal is simply to rewell and establish dialectical rationality, that is to say, the complex play of and totalization. When we have arrived at the general conditionings, that is say, at materiality, it will then be time to reconstruct, on the basis of the investigation, of proportion. This second part, which will be published later, one will be what one call a synthetic and the rationality of action. In this connection, we shall see how dialectical reason extends beyond reason and includes within itself its critique and its CNV and transcendence. However, the limited character of the project cannot be emphasized sulfasirtfi. I have said and that valid interpretation of history is MND of the Infute 40 introduction. I shall not restating here what others have at times, besides, is not my subject. If a summary of this introduction is required, however, one could say that in the field of dialectical rationality historical materialism is its own proof, but that it does not provide a foundation for this rationality even, and above all, if it provides the history of its development as constituted reason. Marxism is history itself becoming conscious of itself, and if it is valid it is by its material content, which is not, and cannot be, at issue here. But precisely because its reality resides in its content, the internal connections which it brings to light, in far as they are part of its content, are indeterminate in form. In particular, when a Marxist of notion of in order the relation oft within and the same process, we remain hesitant, even if the attempted synthesis convinces us completely. This does not mean that we reject necessity in human affairs, quite the opposite, but simply that dialectical necessity is by definition from the nexity of analytical reason, and that Marxism is not concerned, why should it be? With determining and establishing this new structure of being and of experience. Thus our task cannot in any way to reconstruct real history in its development, any more than it can consist in a concrete study of forms of production or of the groups studied by the sociologist and the ethnographer. Our problem is critical. Doubtless this problem is itself raised by history. But it is precisely a matter testing and history, and at this particular moment in the development of human societies, the instruments of thought by means of which history thinks itself in, so they are also practical instruments by means of which it is made. Of course, we shall be driven from doing to knowing and from knowing to in the unity of a process which will itself be dialectical. But our real aim is theoretical. It can be formulated in the following terms: on what conditions is the knowledge of a history possible? To what extent can the connections brought to light be what is dialectical rationality, and what are its limits? And our slight of ourselves letter of Marxist in enables us to see the meaning or this question as the disquiet of the genuine existence which refuses to collapse into non-truth. It is to this disquiet that we are attempting to respond. But am far from believing that the isolated effort of an individual can provide a satisfactory answer, even a partial one, to so vast a question the dialectic and the critical for which engages with the totality of history. If these initial investigations have done no more than enable me to define the problem, by of provisional remarks which are to and modified, and if they give rise to a discussion, and if, as would be best, this discussion is carried on collectively in working groups, then I shall be satisfied. 2. Critique of critical investigation. The basis of critical investigation. We the abstract conditions this satisfy it is believe reality undetermined. In the same way, in the sciences of nature we can have a general idea of the aim of an experiment, experience, and the conditions for it to be valid, without knowing what physical fact is to be investigated, what instruments it will employ, or what experimental system it will identify and construct. In other words, a scientific hypothesis includes its own experimental requirements. It indicates, in broad outline, the conditions that the proof must satisfy, but this initial schema can be distinguished only formally from the conjecture which is to be tested. This is why the hypothesis has sometimes been called an experimental idea. It is historical circumstances, the history of the instruments, the contemporary state of knowledge, which give projected experiment its peculiar physiognomy, thus Faraday, and Maxwell, for and such in order to get such and such a result. But our concern is with the problem of a totalizing investigation, and this clearly means that it bears only into experiments of exact sciences. It in its outline concrete system it will constitute, that is to say, the structural reality which will be exterior residual in its experimental practice. This is what we shall now specify. By what particular expertmentorian can we expect to expose and demonstrate? Of what instruments do we need? What is their fugent of a Pirkelion? What experimental system must we construct? On the basis of what facts? What type of extrapolation will it justify? What will be the validity of its proofs? 2. Dialectical reason as intelligibility. Order to questions we have some guideline, and this is provided purely by what the object demands. We must turn, therefore, to thank basic demand. But if this demand reduced to the simple question, are there ontological regions where the law of being and, correlatively, that of knowledge can be said to be dialectical, there is a serious risk of making it unintelligible and relapsing either into some form of hyperempiricism or MTO, the opacity and contingency of the laws formulated by Engels. If we were to discover these regions in the same way as natural regions, for example, an area of the Earth, together with its climate, hydrography, orography, flora and fauna, etc., are discovered, then the discovery would share the opacity of something merely found. If, on the other hand, we were to ground our dialectical categories on the impossibility of experience without them, as Kant did for positivist reason, then we would indeed attain we have it with opacity of tosi, anything as experience. Human mind must be able to unify sense use diversity through synthetic judgments, is, ultimately, to base the whole critical edifice on the unintelligible judgment, a judgment of fact, but experience does occur. And we shall see later that dialectical reason is itself the intelligibility of positivist reason, and this is precisely why positivist reason presents itself at first as the unintelligible law of empirical. I'm thinking of rather later Clichy in the very part of Karl's life, the of intelligibility led right up to the of dia 44 in Reducrian. If, however, dialectical reason has been grasped initially through human relations, then its fundamental characteristics imply that it appears as apodictic experience in its very intelligibility. It is not a matter cf simply asserting its existence, but rather of directly experiencing its existence through its intelligibility, independent of any empirical. In other words, if the dialectic is the reason of being and of knowledge, at least in certain regions, it must manifest itself as double intelligibility. Firstly, the dialectic as the law of RHE world and of itself be so that, positivist reason, it must include its own intelligibility within itself. Some facta process, example develops dialectically, the law of its appearing and its becoming must be from the standpoint of knowledge the pure ground of its intelligibility. For the present, we are concerned only with original intelligibility. This intelligibility, the translucidity of the dialectic, cannot arise if one merely proclaims dialectical laws, like Engels and Navali, unless each of these laws is presented as a Merck sketch, revealing the dialectic as a totality. The rules of positivist reason appear as separate instructions, unless this reason is envisaged as a limiting case of point of view. Of so-called laws of dialectical is the dialectic cease to a and as the praxis the necessarily be discontinuous. The basic intelligibility of dialectical reason, if it exists, 15 that of in other in terms of distinction being and knowledge, a dialectic exists if, in at least one ontological region, a totalization is in progress which is immediately accessible to a thought which unceasingly totalizes itself in its very comprehension of the totalization from which it emanates and which makes itself its object. It has often been observed that the laws stated by Hegel and his disciples do not at first seem intelligible, taken in isolation, they may even seem false or gratuitous. Lippolyte has shown convincingly that the negation of the negation, if the schema is envisaged in itself, is not necessarily an affirmation. Similarly, at first glance, the opposition between contradictories does not seem to be necessarily the motive force of the dialectical process. Hamelin, for example, based his whole system on the opposition between contraries. Or, to give another example, it is difficult to seconds how a new reality, transcending con while preserving within, can be to them and intelligible in terms of them. But, these difficulties arise critique of critical 4.5 only because the dialectical principles are conceived either as mere data or as induced laws, in short, because they are seen from the point of positivist in same way as positivist reason conceives its own categories. Each of these so-called dialectical laws be perfectly intelligible when seen from the point of view of totalization. It is therefore necessary for the critical investigation to ask the fundamental question, is there a of where is the very form of existence? B. Totality and totalization. This point of and taking the discussion any further, we must make a clear distinction between the notions of totality and a totality is as a being while radically distinct Fn-R and the sum of its parts, is present in its entirety, in one form or another, in each of these parts, and which relates to itself either through its relation to one or more of its parts or through its relation the all or if is created. A painting or a symphony are examples. If one takes integration to an extreme, it can exist in imaginary, that is to say, as the correlative of an act of imagination. The ontological status to which it lays claim by its very definition is that of the in itself, the inert. The synthetic unity which produced its appearance of totality is not an activity, but only the vestige of a past action, just as the unity of a medallion is the passive remnant of its being struck. Through its being in exteriority, the inertia of Rhe in itself gnaws away at this of unity. Passive totality is, in fact, by infinite divisibility. Thus, as the active power of holding together its parts, the totality is only the of an act of the symphony or the painting, as I have shown elsewhere, are imaginaries projected through set of dried paints or the linking of which function as their analogon. In the case of practical objects, machines, tools, goods, etc., our present action makes them seem like consumer totalities by resuscitating, in some way, the praxis which attetunt to totaliza their inertia. We shall see below that these inert totalities are of crucial and that they create the kind relation between 46 men which we will refer to, later, as the practico-inert. These objects are worthy of attention in the human world, for it is there that they attain their practico-inert statute, that 15 to say, they lie heavy on our destiny because of the contradiction which opposes praxis, the labor which made them and the labor which utilizes them, and inertia, within them. But, as these remarks show, they are products, and the totality, despite what one might think, is only a regulative principle of the totalization, and all at once disintegrates into the inert ensemble of its provisional creations. If, indeed, anything is to appear as the synthetic unity of the diverse, it must be a, that is to say, an activity. Synthetic of a is not the which has produced it, but also the activity of inhabiting it. Reduced to itself, it reverts to the multiplicity of inertia. Thus totalization has the same statute as the totality, for, thwug the multiplicities, it continues that synthetic labor which makes each part an expression of the whole and which relates the whole to itself through the mediation of its parts. But it is a developing activity, which cannot cease without the multiplicity reverting to its original statute. This act delineates a practical field which, as the undifferentiated correlative of is the formal unity of the R2 integrated. Within this field, the activity attempts the rigorous of the most differentiated multiplicity. Thus, by a double movement, multiplicity is multiplied to infinity, each part is set against all the others and against the whole which is in the process of being formed, while the totalizing activity tifltends all the bonds, making each differentiated element both its immediate expression and its mediation in relation to the other elements. On this basis, it is easy to establish the intelligibility of dialectical reason. It is the very movement of totalisation. Thus, to take only one example, it is within the framework of totalization that the negation and the field, the correlative of every determination is a negation, praxis, in them from group formed by all the others, and the developing unification appears simultaneously in the most differentiated products, indicating the direction of the movement, in those which are less differentiated, indicating continuities, resistances, traditions, a tighter, but more superficial, unity, and in the conflict between the two, which expresses the present state of the developing totalization. The new negation, which, in determining the less differentiated ensembles, will critique of critical 47 RIW. Them to the level of the others, is bound to eliminate the negation which ser in antagonism other. It is only within a developing unification, which has already defined the limits of its field, that a determination can be said to be a negation and that lie negation of a negation is necessarily an affirmation. If dialectical reason exists, the point of view, it can be aware OC-TAR-S, and, from the epistemological point it can be the accessibility or that totalization to a KNCRV ledge which is itself, in principle, totalizing in its procedures. But since totalizing knowledge cannot be thought of as attaining ontological totalization as a new totalisaton of it, dialectical knowledge must itself be a moment of the totalisarion, or, in other words, must within itself its OWTI retotalization as an essential structure and as a totalizing process within the process as a whole. For critical investigation and totalization, thus the dialectic is a totalizing activity. Its only laws are the rules produced by developing an archon with the relation between and the that is in its and its in this it is to itself is whole in its of whole, since the R to one part is the negation of the others and whole, itof in its totalizing activity the P, Ushiel the bitotal such, by whole in its relatives with within it tien, multiplicities bonds of absolute i.e., do eliminate, but int us for of being a when WC of WC arithmetic relation of intelliency with reality is. By T and quantity can quality, as said, Fulnwing Hegel, whole of Deus whale, agia toralizing the pars, in is a in. 48. To say, presence of the process in the totalized parts. And knowledge, itself totalizing, is the totalization itself so far as it is present in particular partial structures of a definite kind. In other words, total saton cannot be consciously present to itself if it remains a formal, face activity of synthetic unification, but can be so only through the mediation of differentiated realities which it extent that they totalize themselves by the very movement of the activity of totalizing. These remarks enable us to define the first feature of the critical it place the and can be neither a contemplative recognition of the totalizing movement, nor a particular, autonomous totalization of the known totalization. Rather, it is a real moment of the developing totalisaron insofar as this is Belclede in its parts and is synthetic of through the mediation of certain of parts. In practice, this means that the critical investigation can and must be anyone's reflexive experience. Of inte and a witty, within a catch is by all in its relation to each, is between negation, as determination, a synthetic linking each part every all, to hut, at time, the linker cell of lioning pntsts to the in of this movement exists the reality of whole of int lucis. Similarly, the TL at 2, or ni1, tain themselves, pre-is why they are the effective of the whole, them to the other parts as a the in its triple reality a developing synthesis, as an effective in part, ahem we are only giving a few examples, but they illustrate the luing of within a OPV underscore pgitions are static, as they be if, the totalito in totality, timey the field to they into its f.righty underscore that what a way a totality, the act in so far as it divakes if.es itself and embodies itself. In 5 critical investigation and action but we must both deepen and delimit our terms. For when I say that the investigation must be reflexive, I mean that, in the particularity of its moments, it cannot ec separated from the developing totalization any than be have elsewhere that he allure distinct as the distinctive structure of consciousnesses. If a totalization is developing in a given region of reality, it must be a unique process occurring in unique conditions and, from the epistemological point of view, it will produce the universals which explain it and individualize them by interiorizing them. Indeed, all the concepts forged by history, that of are similarly universals and have no apart from process, investigation can only be a ment of this process, or, in other words, the totalicene, process produces itself as the critical investigation of itself at a particular moment of its development. And this critical investigation apprehends the individual movement through reflection, which means that it is the particular moment in which the act gives itself a reflexive structure. Thus the universals of the dialectic principles laws of our universals, attempts at abstraction and universalization can only result in schemata which are continually valid for later, we shall see far extrapolations are at the hypothesis that as yet onto regions are but, at rate, extrapolar lions cannot claim to be knowledge and their only utility, if they are possible, is to throw more light on the particularity of the totalizing process where the investigation takes place. G. The problem of st-alienism. This makes clear how we are to understand the word anyone. If the totalization produces a moment of critical consciousness as the 49. 50. Incarnation of its, this can only appear at particular times and places. In its deep reality as well as in its modes of it is conditioned by the synthetic rule characteristic of this particular totalizanon as well as by prior circumstances which it must transcend and retain within itself according to the say that reason had produced that individualist universal which we call the dialectic, that is to say, before it was posited for itself in the philosophies of Hegel and Marx. Nor could it occur before the abuses which have obscured the very notion of dialectical rationality and produced a new divorce between praxis and the knowledge which elucidates it. Indeed, critique derives its etymological meaning and its origin from the real need to separate the true from the false, to define the limits of totalizing activities so as to, in other words, critical investigation could not occur in our history, for Stalinist had epistemological and practices. It take place as the expression that reordering which characterizes, in this one world of ours, the post-Stalinist period. Muse, when we claim that anyone carry out the critical investigation, this not it happen at any period. It means anyone today. What, then, does anyone mean? We use this term to indicate that, if the historical totalization is to be able to exist, then any human life is the direct and indirect expression of the whole, the totalizing movement, and of all lives to precisely the extent that it is opposed to everything and to everyone. Consequently, in any life, though more or less explicitly, depending on the circumstances, affects blind sclerosed thought, or, in other words, the obscuring of the dialectic which is a moment of the totalizing activity of the world. Through this contradiction, lived in discontent and, at times, in agony, the totalization compels everyone, as part of his individual destiny, to re-examine, and this represents fact a detailed, more integrated, and richer moment of human development. In fact, we are witnessing the emergence or numerous attempts, all of them interesting and all of them debatable, including, of course, this one. Not only that of critical is also the appearance of a reflexive and consciousness in everyone. Critique of critical 5/ takes the form of individual attempts to grasp the moment of historical totalization through one's own life, conceived as an expression of the whole. Thus, in its most immediate and most superficial character, critical investigation of is very insofar as it reflexively criticizes itself. In abstract terms, this means that a who within a of can apprehend the bonds of interiority which unite him to the totalizing movement. 7. The problem of the individual. These remarks coincide with those I made in the problem of Met/10 approach problems by oneself into ensembles under the epistemological B as apodictic certainty, of, itself and as consciousness of such and such an object. But we are not concerned, at this point, with interrogating consciousness about itself. The object it must give itself is precisely the life, the objective being of the investigator, in the world of others, in so far as this being totalizes itself from birth and will continue to totalize itself until death. On this basis, the individual disappears from historical categories, alienation, the practico-inert, series, groups, the of history, and the individual has lived, and he still lives. All of these in interi, but if is it is meant which produces this lyre, this membership of a particular of certain milieu and of certain groups, it is the totalization itself which brought about his successes and his failures, through the vicissitudes of his community, and his personal joys and sorrows. Through his love or family relations, through his friendships and through the relations of production that have marked his life, the dialectical bonds reveal themselves. For this his understanding of his own life goes so to deny distinctiveness to its intelligibility within as I have in is in which Hiton grasped the content of his GFE in terms of concrete history, of the class to which he belongs, its characteristic contradictions and its struggles against other 52 introducing classes. We am not trying to reconstruct the real history of the human race, we are trying the point that the investigation should bear the nature of bonds of interiority, if they exist, on the basis of the human relations which define the investigator. If he is to be totalized by history, the important thing is that he should arrive his membership of human ensembles with different structures and determine the reality of these ensembles through the bonds which constitute them and the practices which define them. And to precisely the extent that the in is in, like any other individual, a living mediation between these different kinds of ensembles, his critical investigation must reveal whether this mediating bond is itself an expression of totalization. In short, if there is such a thing as the unity of history, RHE experimenter must see his life as the whole and the part, as the bond between the parts and the whole, and as the relation between the parts, in of unification, he be able to leap his individual life history simply by the practical negation which defines his life. From this point of view, the investigation it must be critical investigation will in opposite to synthetic movement of the dialectica method, that is to say, in the opposite direction to Marxist thought, which proceeds from producendy of to the structures of groups, and then to their internal contradictions, to various milieu and, where appropriate, to the individual, it will set out from RHE immediate, that is to say Fn-m the individual fulfilling himself in his abstract Z and so as to rediscover, through deeper and deeper conditionings, the totality of his practical bonds with others and, thereby, the structures of the various practical multiplicities and, through their contradictions and struggles, the absolute concrete, historical man. This is tantamount to saying that the individual, the investigator under investigation, is both myself and no one. The bona between collectives and groups remains, through the lived interconnection between affiliations, we shall, through this disappearing self, grasp the dynamic relations between the different social structures in so far as they transform. I am using the term here in or the s not from RHE of view of his malady, that he is the but that ever deeper which him in his at the time, as of critique of critical 5.3 themselves in Ely story. For instance, we must grasp the group in the moment it constitutes itself from the dissolution of the collective, or, similarly, return of to sociality the mt_wernant of common praxis and its decomposition. 8 Totalizatio and history but we are crucial of the past. It is clear how dissolve myself practically in the process of human development, but this still leaves us on his synchronic plane. It remains the case that the totalization differs from the totality in that the latter is totalized while the former tota houses itself. In this sense, it is obvious that to totalize itself means to temporalize indeed, as I have shown elsewhere, the only conceivable temporality is that of a totalization as an individual process. If the totalization is to G, revealed as a developing totalization, this means not only that it becomes and that it will be O_pern, but also that it has become. In this instance, life, in its individual is for us to the diachronic, process of within except in so as the with past which the individual may serve as a symbol of a totalization of individuals. All this is true, or rather it vodka true if we were to ignore the structure of every diachronic experience. Now, if culture is more than an accumulation of heteroclite knowledge and dates, in short and is the question if it is developing, then what no exists both within me and outside Ru as a field of particular tensions, disparate their content the of their in-world and in AP are linked by of interiority. Besides, modern culture as a whole, my knowledge be dialectically conditioned by my ignorance. Once again, at the present time, this does not appear self-evident, there seems to be no reason culture should not be a collection, or, at the very most, a superimposition of strata whose only bond, the superimposition itself, is external. One might even, like our eclectics, imagine some cultural regions which condition one another in interiority, others which remain mere aggregates, and still others which, depending on the state of knowledge, possess both characteristics. Equally, cultural rayons might be defined on the basis of while their relations were supposed to be ones of pure contiguity, or certain exterior but if history is a totalization which temporalizes itself, culture is itself a temporalizing error temporally 5 ed totalization, despite the disparateness of my knowledge and perhaps of knowledge in general, the of-century problem must be resolved to whether is, or is possible. Supposing, for a moment, that it is possible, it is immediately clear that my culture cannot be treated as a subjective accumulation of knowledge and methods in New York mind. Instead, this culture which I call mine must be conceived as a specific participation in interiority in the objective culture. And instead of me being a particular social atom, itself possibilities, defines me, in a specific way. As soon as reflexively grasp this bond of in which links me disappear as a cultivated individual and emerge as the synthetic bond between everyone and what might be called the cultural BD. And this connection will itself appear in all its complexity, relation of the whole to the whole for my mediation, opposition of the whole to the part and to the whole, opposition between some parts and RHE part and the whole, etc. Moreover, still on the assumption that dialectical investigation is possible, this very bond gives us access to the culture itself as totalization and temporalization. In this way, I find myself dialectically bypassed of the process of development, as an expression which applies to every man, whatever his culture, and even if he is an illiterate, I totalize myself the basis of centuries of history and, in accordance itself is centuries ill, since the schemata which permit me to understand, to modify and to totalize my practical undertakings, and the set of determinations which go with them, have entered the present in their effects and past in their completed history. In this sense, diachronic coalition is present, as past and, as WC shall see later, as future. In synchronic totalization, their relations are bonds of interiority and, to his temporal depth of the totalizing process becomes evident as soon as I successively interpret the 01*2 ratios of my individual life. Of critical investigation 55. Of course, the individual is here only the methodological point of departure, and his short life soon becomes diluted in the pluridimensional human ensemble its temporality. To the extent that its individual universals are pararoused, in my immediate as well as my reflective life, and, from the depths of the past in which they were born, provide the keys and the rules cf my actions, we must be able, in our regressive investigation, to make use of the whole knowledge, at least in principle, to elucidate a given undertaking or social ensemble, a particular avatar of praxis. In other words, the first use of culture must be in the unreflected content of critical reflection, to the extent that its first grasp of synchronisms is through the present individual. Far Fn-m assuming, as certain philosophers have done, that we can see and be nothing, as possible it is impossible, to we know everything. At any we of in order to decipher the human ensembles which constitute the individual and the individual by the very style in he lives them. We use this knowledge because the dream of an absolute ignorance which reveals preconceptual reality is a philosophical folly, as dangerous as the dream of the noble savage in the 18th century. It is possible to be nostalgic about illiteracy, but this nostalgia is itself a cultural phenomenon, since absolute illiteracy is not aware of itself and, if it is, it sets about eliminating itself. Thus the starting point of supposing we know nothing, as a net, lion or culture, is only culture, of to ignore itself for T is, a sort o criticsy knowledge, at a time when the dialectic has not reached the stage of criticizing itself. The hand, of thing that in an individual the of and both the of the present, and diachronic, in its human depth, and because our investigation is in reconstruction of history it is practically forbidden to follow analogies of content, and to interpret, for example, a revolution such as Cromwell's in terms of the French Revolution. On the other hand, if we are trying to grasp formal bonds, for example, any kind of bonds of interiority, between individuals or groups, to study the different forms of practical multiplicities and the kinds of interrelations which exist within them, the best example is the clearest provided by of date. In other words, the dialectic is not the culmination of history, it can only exist as RHE original movement of totalization. Of course, the dialectic must in the first instance be the immediate, simple lived and, so it acts upon the course so as to it discloses itself and progressively mediates itself through critical reflection. But for this reflection, by definition, the immediate no longer exists in relation to either present or past. The former, contemporary with the critical investigation, acquires a reflexive structure at the moment of its constitution, the latter, precisely because it has been presued, at least vestigally, or reconstituted, is already molliated when it is brought to light. In this case reflexive susciparity becomes a kind of distension. But a reflexive critique forms part of what we shall reconstituting praxis, that of the ethnogra, and in so far as affects is indissolubly linked to reconstituted, it constructs past, is to say transcended, reality, by rediscovering it in the present transcendence which preserved it, and it is itself constructed by this resuscitated past which transforms it in so far as furthermore, as a transcended past, the reconstituted necessarily forms part of our present praxis as its diachronic depth. Thus, the reflexive critique becomes critical and quasi-reflexive knowledge when it seeks its examples and its explanations in the objective culture. And let us not forget that the choice of social memories defines both the present praxis, in so far as it motivates this choice, and social memory in so far as it has produced our praxis along with its characteristic. This being so, reflexive investigation and quasi-reflexive knowledge are completely in bringing to light the synthetic bonds of history. Content bonds, in its can be used to distinguish and to differentiate. It must be a friendship in Socrates' time has neither the same meaning nor the same functions as a friendship today. But this differentiation, which completely rules any belief in human nature, only throws more light on the synthetic bond of, which will in any ease be described below, an individualist universal, and the very foundation of all human relations. Bearing in mind these difficulties, we may select the best examples of this fundamental reciprocity FMNL, the past which we did not live, but which is nevertheless, through the medium of culture, completely ours. We are proposing not the rearrangement of human history, but the critical investigation of bonds of interiority, or, in other words, of critical the discovery, in connection with real, though quite ordinary, takings, structures, and of the too all-important question, in the human history, what is the respective role of relations of interiority and exteriority? And if this total investigation which up that whole life in so it is DLS solved in the whole of history, and of the whole of history in so far as it is concentrated in an entire establishes that the analytical and positivist reason, is itself interiorized by practical multiplicities, and that it acts within them, as a historical force, only to the extent that it excomes an interior negation of interiority, we will find ourselves situated, through the investigation itself, at the heart of a developing primary and secondary eligibility. But our task involves more than establishing the existence of an ontological region of totalization within which we are situated. For if dialectical reason exists, the totalizing movement must, at least in principle, intelligible to us everywhere and at all times. Sometimes our information may not be sufficient to make an event accessible to us, but even if this were usually so, intelligibility in prim we would still have to be guaranteed by our investigation. This is a matter of secondary intelligibility. Primary intelligibility, if it is to be possible, that is to say, if there's such a thing as a totalizing temporalization, must, as we have seen, consist in reducing laws of the dialectic to moments of or grasping certain principles, that is to say, certain opaque limits of we grasp the dialectic in the object and understand it to the extent that each of us, simultaneously individual and the whole of human history, produces it from this double point of view and is subject to it in producing it. The totalizing movement. Secondary intelligibility, however, is not the translucidity of dialectical reason, it is the intelligibility of partial moments of the totalization, resulting from the totalization itself in its into we shall plc, how its as 58 introduction temporalization, that is to say, rough the critical application of dialectical schemata. We seen that reason, when applied to the sciences of nature, cannot be constitutive, in other words, it is no more than the empty idea of totalization projected beta strict and quantitative laws by positivist reason. Within the totalization where we are and which we are, however, dialectical reason must prove its superiority for the understanding of historical facts. It must dissolve the positivist, analytical interpretation from within its own totalizing activity. It must reveal certain structures, relations, and meanings which necessarily elude all positivism. Moreover, in the limiting case of perfect information, the event itself must become transparent, that is to say, it must reveal itself as accessible only to dialectical reason. This means that the movement by which totalizing agents, in transcending their contra produce new and of must present itself ten us both as reality and as elucidation. In other words, if there is any such thing as dialectical reason, it must be defined as absolute intelligibility of new, in so as it is irreducibly new. It is the opposite of the positivist analytical enterprise of explaining new facts by reducing them to old ones. And, in a sense, the positivist tradition is so firmly anchored in us, even today, that the requirement of intelligibility may seem paradoxical. The new, in so far as it is new, seems to elude the intellect. The new is regarded as a brute fact or, at best, its irreducibility is taken to be temporary, and analysis is expected to reveal old elements in it. But in fact it is man who brings novelty into the world, it is his prax, at the level of perception, colors, odors, which, through the partial or total reorganization of the practical field, produces a new instrument in the new unity of its appearance and function. It is the praxis of users which, coordinated with that of producers, will maintain the tool in RHE human world and, through use, link together its so-called elements in such a way as to preserve its irreducibility, in relation to men. Human is of techniques, and at the LCVCL of that universal technique which is thought. This much is clear. Is also it will clearer is a synthetic transformation to which thought intentionally subjects itself. This thought must become a tlung and control itself in exteriority in order to become the natural milieu in which the object under investigation itself in this respect, as we shall see in detail later, thought, when it maker itself of 59 into directed inertia in order to act on inertia, conforms to the rule of practical organism at making the object of this transformation. Thought also controls it and realizes it in connection with the inert system it is trying to study. It becomes the law of bodies in motion, at first as an indeterminate schema and order to this specific law, or the rule of chemical combination, as the simple, a prior, certainty that such combinations cannot be totalizations. Thus analytical reason, as the pure, universal schema of natural laws, is really only result of a transformation, so to speak, a particular of reason. Latter, like animal tools, its organic powers to make regions of intuity of its own inextia, scientific thought is synthetic in its internal movement, creation of experiments and hypotheses, era, in the case of the sciences of nature in their present state, analytical in its noemic prolection of itself. Its hypotheses are synthetic in virtue of their unifying function and in virtue of dispersive inertia of their material content. If our experiment is a success, WC shall see later that dialectical reason sustains, controls and constantly recreates positivist reon as its relation of exteriority with natural exteriority. But this positivist reason, produced like the chitinous carapaces of certain insects, has its foundation and intelligibility only in dialectical reason. If it is sometimes true and intelligible that an object gets its unity from exterior forces, and if these forces are themselves systematically conditioned by the indefinite exteriority of the universe, this is because man is part of this universe and is strictly conditioned by it, because all perisis, and consequently all knowledge, must unify molecular dispersal, either by constructing it or by unifying social multi within a group by it. Sciences of nature are respect to content, whereas is analytical in its particular procedures and synthetic by virtue of its. But if there is such a thing as totalization, it would be wrong to suppose that the existence of organifying and creative thought is the unintelligible affair about the human race, or some kind of unconscious activity revealed only through the use of the methods and the ledge of the natural sciences. To understand a mathematical or express to understand and of, in other words, it is to grasp both the analytical necessity of the calculations, as a system of equivalences, and so as the reduction of change 60 introduction to zero, and the synthetic orientation of these equivalences towards the creation of new knowledge. Indeed, if a reduction of the new to the old were to be rigorously PMVED, the emergence of proved KM-knowledge where before there was only a vague hypothesis which at any rate lacked truth, must be seen as an irreducible novelty in the order of knowledge and if there be no complete intelligibility of this irreducibility, there could be neither any consciousness of its aim nor any understanding of the gradual progress of the proof, on the part either of the scientist who invented the experiment or of the student listening to an account of it. Thus natural science has the same structure as a machine. It is controlled by a totalizing thought which enriches it and finds applications for it and, at the same time, the unity of its movement, accumulation, totalizes ensembles and systems of a mechanical order for man. Interiority exteriorizes itself in order to interions exteriority. Transparence us for the of praxis, has its in the indissoluble connection between negation what it and a project defines itself in terms of an abstract and still format whole which the practical agent projects into the future and which appears as the reorganized unity of the negated situation. In this sense, the very temporalization of an undertaking is accessible since it can be understood on the basis of the future which conditions it, that is to say of the whole which praxis conceives as having to be valise. Thus in the very act of negating, negation creates a temporary totality, it totalizes before the partial. Furthermore, when it to a particular structure of the it so on basis provisional the of the is pure but, on the contrary, a dialectical moment, the secondary structure appears within the provisional whole as expressing the totality and as incapable of changing without the totality itself being modified, or even, as incapable of Changong except as a result of the prior modification of the totality. This unification, in fact, and the discovery which is effected in the totalized field, is intelligibility in the first instance, in so far as transparent to itself as unity in act either of a rejection or of a project, defines its own practical understanding as the totalizing grasp of a unified diversity. To understand, for a technician, is to see the whole the entire functioning of a machine to be repaired, for example, and to search for RHE particular structures which obstruct its functioning on the basis of this overall function. It is a case, in fact, of what we were talking about a moment ago. Totalization diversifies itself and integration grows proportionately stronger. But it is also a movement from the future, for example, the machine in order, towards past, repairing grasping its integrity as a temporal as the state which is to be reinstituted. On this base, all the activities of a practical agent are to be understood through the future as a perpetual retotalization of the provisional totality. And the ensemble of these moments, themselves are totalist by the temporalizarian, is in fact original intelligibility, for the practical agent is transparent to himself as the unifying unity of himself and his environment. In this sense, the is to in his activity, in so far as activity it not in so far as it comes since, for the practical agent, it is nothing but his own practical unity in so far as he constantly produces it outside himself as the mark of an ever deeper diversity. Thus dialectical intelligibility rests on the intelligibility of every new determination of a practical totality, in so far as this determination is anything other than the preservation and the totalizing of all previous in far as and preservation are explicable by a has. These remarks do not prejudge the outcome of the critical investigation which we are about to undertake. They merely indicate its intention. It is possible that, on some plane, individual vaxis is transparent to itself and that, in this transparence, it provides the model and rules of but this still has proved isbly, at least hypothetically, that human thought, in so far as conceiva it is and a praxis, fundamentally the standing of novelty, as a perpetual reorganization or the given in accordance with acts explicable by their end, but it is clear that this is only a moment of practical if agent it as can only for to our he per diversifying tmif katayok, its utility. Shall allude him to its very imratia into totality will it to into 26. The v-cent of view of futwi totality, new state of the orzi stem is in it slwws its intelligibility only in so it is by futm underscore unity, in so it is not take simple of intuitive, and ae tainty wlth it is quite few a child a. 62. Which at mwt almit at another paint. The child will grasp truth the of the circle itself, he will say live drawn on tree it come out. A will be with this naive certainty, bca reas is all the well which makes systematic, which imply that it can be into only if is demonstrated, is, proved co the proper rules of I is also, all, because proof is ilatai the intuitive certainty which I degree w is eliminated, to the n high 1f its t hem is a point inside thx circle equidistant from point the circle r from a point the let us take a and it is to a given line a line bapti set. Then one can prose there is to the by a to on which first. Mof wc to it we discuss will is for us is that he proof destroys right qualitative unity of the circle godalrin of the inert divisibility of exists to the extent it into implicit all is o say, the residue of ubegeller rate of ei contrast, is much as sensible it is artiganizing of which this determinatium of spatial is including within itself all of similarly, in is aaettly path to the root a strict law of a enable understand the intelligibility of the circle, enclosure. Stni bht of a in its path. Or, if it at time a hill, it wcmld have to a ton. But with an infinite without any zeal we immediately he the line has outside short, its y cis of points not the sketch, which implicit in we see as the destiny, direction, the of the line. 10 That this infinitely distant from ra underscore s the perception of the line, what c of it is present is since a trail on the point of disciplinaring. Thus, upper of the blackboard, for example, raking off into sky. And the where it the circle which was drawn middle of within the itself as a limited it my a, which the of into a to explicate, totaliscus the career enter, of line, like the circle, is of 6.3 by of development when we this ame really it, straight infinity wc the with this double is of but here inte 31 I bib hty in the intuitive apprehension of iract kes inclosum and of which d the by its law. Absolute of tvx inflexible rigidity of its two terms with the of g of rhe underscore ladder is to there, the plctcd will us the circle, whether drawn by the or by in as a all we to is act, the which holds ogather die of the is left by on the inert dispersal which repit is intelligible as the which I see collu ts is the af gene waiting art. Al every point on the curve, in process already finish kl underscore at on the curve. The made, tbr. Of is understood on basis of the already a malady of determination is in rule which it at point, the skmtch of the and future. As for straight line and curve, it appears hue as a and quasi-miculological process, it ig the synthesis of an already executed sets of the resists doubly it a barrier to every exterior and within inte.iority underscore but straight it down ends itself to the of interiority, it to the of which it cam following the defines its the entry of the d its exit it into a dead of circle. But the line the exteriority of the by thus il is this new which provides intelligibility of geometrical by us and the which we o. The of the link the circle, the of the makes it well f into the it to the of circle. This synthesis of I its is of futwi totalisaterms, that is to say, on of if ine this extremely simple it is simply whirl produces to in go as the agent is in of a Donald total, draw the line, close the circle. Dialectical certainty developing by of the act, the of he only into at efe, of this is no longer if the in we to this point at length, but at any rate the principle of is not the important point, it is not just a matter of studying an individual at work. A critique of dialectical reason must concern itself with the field of application and the limits of this reason. If there is to any such thing as the of history, rather than several truths, if R into a show that the kind of dialectical intelligibility which we have described above applies co the process of human history as a in other that there is a totalizing temporalization of our practical multiplicity and that it is intelligible, even though this totalization does not involve grand totalizer. It is one thing to claim that individuals, possibly social atoms, totaliza dispersals through their very existence, but individually and private region, and it is to that they themselves, without for the most part showing any concern about it. The work, history, and if individual the soul of totalizing temporalization, it is not enough to reveal the totalization developing in everyone, and consequently in our critical investigate they both express and mask it. Our critical investigation must also show us how the practical multiplicity, which may be called men or humanity according to taste, realizes, in its very dispersal, its interiorization. In addition, we must exhibit the of AI the light of its final term. If this ale or novelty seems, in the example we have cited, and childish is because is with acts with matters little jorm try whether its metrical limiting of concerned only reveal of radical the seal of teriority which is on these when they are generated. But this meets that intelligibility in effect, practical synthesis, studied in go a passive making way the of exteriority 9 tween the which it we shall later how this passive of and how, in tracing process, IR is to define its original the dialectical necessity of this totalizing process. Indeed, the multiplicity of dialectical agents, that is, of individuals producing a praxis, seems at first sight to involve a second-order atomism, through the multiplicity of totalizations. If this were so, we should return on a new level, to the atomism of analytical reason. But since our starting point is individual, we must carefully follow up every one of those threads of Ariadne which lead from this to the various forms of human ensembles, and in each case we shall have to determine the structures of two ensembles, their real mode of formation out of their elements, and finally their totalizing action upon the elements which but it will never be the production of ensembles individuals or by one another, nor, conversely, show how individuals are produced by the ensembles which they compose. It will be to SHC_RW the dialectical intelligibility of these transformations in every case. Of course, this is a matter of forma/intelligibility. By this I mean we understand bonds as self-conscious, and the which are it and in it itself as praxis in order to praxis process. However, and shall have occasion to repeat this still more emphatic attorney, it is no part of my intention to determine the concrete history of these incarnations of in particular, as we shall see later, the practical individual enters into ensembles of very different kinds, for PLE, into what are called groups and what I shall call series. It's no part of our project to determine whether series precede groups or vice versa, either originally or in a particular moment of history. On the contrary, as we shall see, groups are born of series and often end up by serializing themselves in their turn. So the on/y thing which matters to us is to display the transition from series to groups and from groups to series as constant incarnations of and to the dialectical intelligibility of these reversible pros %es. In the same way, when we study and class being we shall find ourselves drawing examples from the history of the working class. But the purpose will not to define the particular class which is known as the proletariat. Our sole aim will be to seek the constitution of a class in these examples, its totalizing and detotalizing function and its dialectical intelligibility, bonds of interiority and of exteriority, interior structures, relations to other classes, etc. In short, we are dealing with neither history, nor ethnography. To parody a title of Kant's, we would claim, rather, to be laying the foundations for to any future if our yields positive we have a priori and not, as the Marxists they have done, posteriori the heuristic value of the dialectical method when applied to the human sciences, and the necessity, with any fact provided it is human, of reinserting it within TLW developing totalization and understanding it on this basis. Thus the critical investigation will always present itself as a double investigation. If totalization exists, the investigation will supply us with, on the one h, until in the regressive order, the broad, that is to say the partial totalizations, detotalizations, and relotalizations in their functions and abstract structures, and other, it must enable us to see how these forms dialectically generate one another in the full intelligibility of praxis. Moreover, in so far as our investigation proceeds from the simple to the complex, from the abstract to the concrete, from the constituting to the constituted, we must be able to settle, without reference to concrete history, the incarnations of individual praxis, the formal structural conditions of its alienations, and the abstract circumstances which encourage the constitution of a common praxis. This leads to the principal divisions of this first volume, the dialectic, as it grasps itself in its abstract translucidity in individual praxis, finds its limit within its own work, and is into an anti-dialectic, or against the dialectic. Dialectic must reveal series to us as 27. Rius, the of the alienations to be found in Y. It would indeed that activity should that be C capable of if thing in of the two of his act and two of idealists, nor he Hegelian relation UF itself, determinism of, he of the through of the other, we shall be able the of in 28. The dialectic of is in no to which is the of as such, or which, as is dialectic giving itself exteriority in order grasp, and only in he you of the evuior of e what we of is the of intelligibility to a against in so far it is the of human gathering and alienation as a mediated relation to the other and to the objects of labor in the element of seriality and as a serial mode coexistence. 29 At this we will discover an equivalence between and worked inertia, and we shall the domain of this equivalence the practio in air. And we shall see the GMUP emerge as a second type of dialectical gathering. In opposition to and distinguish, as be the and the constituent dialectic to the extent that the group has to constitute its common praxis through the individual praxis of the agents of whom it is composed. Therefore, if there to be any such thing as totalization, the intelligibility of constituted dialectical reason, the intelligibility of convenant actions and of praxis process, must be based on constituent dialectical reason, the abstract and individual praxis of man at work. Within the context of our critical investigation, we shall be able at this point to define the limits of dialectical intelligibility and, by the same token, the specific meaning of totalization. It may then appear that realities such as class, for example, do not have a unique and homogeneous kind of being, but rather that they exist and they create themselves on all levels at once, through a more complex totalization than pected, since the anti-dialectic must be integrated and totalized, but not destroyed, by the constituted dialectic which, in turn, can totalize only ORL the basis of a constituent dialectic. At this it will evident investigations. We grasped our individual depth in so far as, through the movement of groups and series, down to materiality. Every 100 ment of the regress will seem more complex and general than the renayant seal of the at this level we shall have to are to the way inertia itself becomes dialectical through having this steel placed it 1 in WC at NT of into D the currency. On the this or inverted dialectic hag the of magic, but in fact it has its TYRX of which we shall have obviously alienation is a much more complex phenomenon and its conditions, as we shall see, are present at all levels of we or exists a dang within vactical group. But this is lively group is in of relapsing into the series from which GS isolated, superficial moment of our individual praxis, yet from another point it is then a possibility. Indeed, whether we consider the relations between group and series formally, in so far as each of these ensembles may produce the other, or whether we grasp the individual, within our investigation, as the practical ground of an ensemble and the ensemble as producing the individual in his reality as historical agent, this formal procedure will lead us to a dialectical circularity. This circularity exists, it is even, for Engels as much as for Hegel, characteristic of RHE dialectical order and of its intelligibility. But the fact remains that reversible circularity is in contradiction with the irreversibility of history, as it appresents to investigation. Though it is true in the abstract that groups and series can each it is true a particular group, it produces a given serial ensemble, or conversely, and that, If a new group originated in the serial ensemble, then, whatever it might be, it be irreducible serial investigation, though it brings certain conflicts into play, only reveals our underlying structures and their intelligibility, without revealing the dialectical relations between groups and series between different series or between different groups. Thus, dialectical investigation in its regressive moment will reveal to us no more than the static conditions of the possibility of a totalization, that is to say, of a history. WC must therefore proceed to the opposite and complementary investigation, by progressively recomposing the process on basis of the Schrödinger contrarrelations of formations in question. We experience history, and this dialectical investigation should be able to show us whether the contradictions and social struggles, the communal and individual praxis, labor as producing tools, and tools as producing men and as relations, make up unity of an, and thus directed, but above all, though these discoveries have to be made and consolidated in relation particular our aims to recompose the intelligibility of the historical movement within which the different ensemble, are defined by their conflicts. On the basis of synchronic structures and their contradictions, it seeks the diachronic intelligibility of historical transformations, rhe order of their conditionings and the intelligible reason for the irreversibility of history, that is to say, for its direction. This synthetic progression, of critical GY though merely formal, must fulfill several functions. By recomposing instances in terms of process, it must lead us, if not to the absolute concrete, which can only be individual, is event at the state of this history, at least to the absolute system of conditions for applying rhe determination concrete fact to the FARL of one history. In this sense it could be said that the aim of the critical investigation is to establish a structural and historical anthropology, that the regressive moment of the investigation is the basis or the intelligibility of sociological knowledge, without prejudging any of the individual components of this knowledge, and that the progressive moment must basis of, without the real the progression will deal with the same structures as those brought light by regressive investigation. Its sole concern will be to rediscover the moments of their interrelations, the ever vaster and more complex movement which totalizes them and, finally, the very direction that is to say, the meaning history and its truth. The multiple, fundamental EMNDS between the CN-constituent dialectic, and the dialectic and vice versa the T_TTT stant mediation of the anti-dialectic, will become clear to us in the course of these new investigations. If the results of the investigation are positive, we shall finally be in a position to define dialectical reason as constituent and reason practical. We shall then understand the meaning of totalization without a totalizer, or a totalization, and we shall finally able to prove the strict equivalence between praxis with its particular articulations and the dialectic as the logic of creative action, that is to say, in the final analysis, as the logic of freedom. Volume I. The critique of Didsatide Recuon stops as soon as we the of history, it is solely with finding intelligible a structural anthropology to the extent, of course, that these synthetic structures are the condition of a directed, developing which will retrace the stages of the critical progression. It will attempt to lish that there is one human history, with one truth and one intelligibility, not by considering the material content of this history, but by demonstrating that a practical multiplicity, whatever it may be, roused its at all levels. Yo. CP. 9, ed. I. 70. The NNT high link of our critical investigation is none other than the fundamental identity between an individual life and human history, or, from the methodological point of view, the reciprocity of their strictly speaking, the identity of these two totalizing processes must itself be proved. But in fact critical investigation proceeds from exactly this hypothesis and catch moment of the regression, and, later, of the progression, directly calls it into question. Continuity of the regression interrupted at every ontological identity and methodological reciprocity did not in fact always appear both as and as truth. In reality, the hypothesis which makes the critical investigation feasible precisely the one which the investigation aims to prove. if there is a dialectic we must submit to it as the unavoidable discipline of the totalization which totalizes us and grasp it, in its free practical spontaneity, as the totalizing praxis which W.C. Arc, at catch stage in our in synthetic movement, RHE contradiction and indissoluble connection between necessity and freedom, though, at each moment, this connect appears in different forms. In any if life, as it deepens, Ben-Dasherni's history, it must reveal itself, at a deep level of its free development, as the strict ne and silly of the historical process so as to rediscover itself at an even deeper level, as the freedom of this necessity and, finally, as the necessity of freedom. 3j The critical investigation will reveal this interplay of aspects in so far as is always also the if, as we see, he is the in person. And, if the is and we reveal the rocky subsoil of necessity beneath the translucidity of alting of unities of the us conceiving which the succession uf would turn to in the if the air, this is the movement of an historical totaligatir_m of critical in three flea individual praxis, we will be able to hope that we have taken the right track. Then we shall be able to glimpse what these two volumes together will try to prove, that necessity, as the apodictic structure of investigation, resides neither in the free development of interiority nor in the inert dispersal of exteriority, it asserts itself, as an inevitable and irreducible in of the exterior and in the of the interior. Be that of our entire regressive investigation, a thorough examination of individual p-asses will show us that it interiorizes the exterior, in delimiting, through JL action itself, a practical field, but conversely, we shall grasp in the tool and in objectification through labor an intentional exteriorifyation of interiority, of which a C/ is both the symbol and life of the individual must, in the course of the investigation, dissolve itself sociological or not preserve the translucid interiority of the totalizing agent in the new form, which appears as of life, series, group, system, process. To put it more vividly if less precisely, it is in it idly within itself, that free subjectivity discovers its objectivity as the intelligible necessity of being a perspective within totalizations which totalize it, which integrate it in synthetic developing forms. Subjectivity then appears, in all its abstraction, as the verdict which compels us to carry out, freely and through JL ourselves, the sentence that a developing society has upon us and us a priori in our is level at which we encounter it, be that presupposes a material agent, the organic individual, and the material organization of an operation on and by matter. Thus we shall never find men who are not mediated by matter at the same time as they mediate different material regions. A practical multiplicity is a certain relation of matter to itself through the mediation of the which transforms the inert into worked matter, just as the collection of objects which surrounds us imposes its mediation on the practical multiplicity which totalizes us. Thus, the history of man is an adventure of nature, not only because man is a material organism with material needs, but also because worked in or produces man, produces or worked in so far as is forced to reinteriorize the exteriority of his product, in the totalizing movement of the multiplicity which totalizes it. The external unification of the inert, whether by the seal or by law, and the introduction of inertia. 72. At the heart of praxis both result, as we have seen, producing sidia strict et of and the totalization which controls me, in so far as I discover it within my free-lived totalization, only takes the form of necessity for two fundamental reasons. First, the totalization which totalizes me has to make use of the mediation of inert products of labor. Second, a practical multiplicity must always confront its own external inertia, that is to say, its character as a discrete quantity. We shall see that the interiorization of number is not always possible and that, when it does take place, quantity produces in each member of a group a thick layer of inertia, exteriority within interiority, though it is lived dialectically in interiority. Problem of necessity, is immediately governed as a structure of our critical investigation, necessarily leads us to the fundamental problem of anthron-logi, that is, to the relations of practical organisms to inorganic matter. We must never lose sight of the fact that exteriority, that is to say, quantity, or, in other word K, nature, is, for every multiplicity of agents, a threat both from without and from within, we shall see its role in the anti-dialectic, and that it is both the permanent means and the profound occasion for totalization. We shall also see that it is the essence of man in the sense that as transcended past, is inert and becomes the transcended objectification of the practical agent, thus producing within everyone and within every multiplicity the continually resolved and constantly renewed contradiction between man as producer and man as product. 32 In the second volume we will also learn that exteriority is the inert motive force of history, in that it is the only possible basis for the novelty which places its seal on it and which it preserves both as an irreducible moment and as a memory of humanity. Whether as inert motive force or as creative memory, inorganic matter, always organized by us, is never absent from the history of our organic materialities. It is the condition of exteriority, interiorized so as to make history possible, and this fundamental condition is the absolute requirement that here be a necessity in history at the very heart of intelligibility and perpetually dissolved in the movement of actification of a seal on the in so it is of is, in the which we is. TLWC he freely himself the future, but thinks of it as he looks back on his past. He is a victim of his reifihl image, prior to alienator_m. Of 73 practical understanding, thus, our critical investigation must present us with apodicticity as the indissoluble unity at every totalizing and totalized level of the organic and the inorganic through all the forms that this connection can assume, from the presence of the inorganic within RHE organism itself and all around it, up to and including the is, in a contradiction intelligibility and intelligibility the cleat wisn't the old, us to of undefined factors and in the light of. Because this light is everywhere, it were, we shall necessity is and perks s seg of for rex side mcrclyl by simply hebility, given why that x occur, and of course this impossibility also applies to of thought. Dialectical understanding, in go as it Euler's a full, intuition of TLWRCBYY simply THRCMGH thereof, within the developing get absorbed into the very of this is its the is of ruling but the full of impo-ability, one of its moments, on the basis of a totality lens to avoid to the extent that certainty. But in so certainty must always be a play of interiority, to the T that unite and partially transform and diveq side element of is to the also, that interior are there vexy with the within as the formal of intelligibility, every tends to it which fca to it with a rule strength. But necessity reappears al the a.y end as of certainty, thus stability of to on the of the as it was yet and this result, in far as, that is to in fw it to whole by will of being it by the all totalistny of appear as having of other they are. It is the of as a rat, WRN and PLA is a is life of the on of DRMBLC by his own life, the totality be in its own individuality. The of dialogues if is to mind, both the of the intelligible birth of FA as the deal of am of the end, in so far as each within a past of the impossibility, to which memory is that this should have. 74. Organization of the inorganic and the presence of number as pure exteriority within biplicity. It is in this way that we rediscover the schema of the critical investigation. In the regressive moment, we shall find the constituent dialectic, the anti-dialectic and the constituted dialectic. And in the moment of progression, we the movement which integrates these three partial rm_wernance within a total totalization. This basis WC shall be able to put the question of in history, and, in and of historical in its true is in this progressive that we shall finally understand our original problem, what is truth as the praxis of synthetic unification, and what is history? Why is there such a thing as human history, ethnography having acquainted us with societies with no history? And what is the meaning of his and so far can today to a and totalized, agent situated within history in development? 12 Intellection and comprehension close connection as I defined it in the we must be able to define it if there is such a thing as dialectic, will doubt have been noticed. Comprehension is simply the translucidity of praxis to itself, whether it produces its own elucidation ill constituting itself, or recognizes itself in the of the other. In either case, the comprehension of the act is affected by the produced or reproduced act, and the teleological structure the activity can only be grasped within a project which defines itself by its goal, that is to say, by its future, and which returns from this future in onlur to elucidate the present as the negation of the transcended past. From this point of view, every praxis is a partial retotalization of the practical field, in 54 as this is defined by its negation. The first internal totalization noth ng other my it is the totalizing which myself, and in the sylphic unity of an in of ei.l critique of in affected by the agent or the practical multiplicity, and it is because my life is a perpetual, horizontal and vertical, retotalization that I have the others on the basis of his now. Intelligibility is, as W.C. have seen, defined by the degree of transparency of the developing totalitarian, and the practical agent can temporarily an intelligible in so far he is both, and it might seem, for, that is another for comprehension, in which case it would seem to be useless. However, it is usual to oppose intellection, restricted to the processes of analytical remsen, to comprehension, which occurs only in the human sciences. Entis distinction, however commonplace, is quite meaningless. Is such thing as in the of nature, when puts its seal on a region of the exteriority of inertia, it produces and reveals nexity in the form of the impossibility that the facts in question should be other than they are, and as we have seen, reason then nukes itself into a system of inertia in order to rediscover quinces in exteriority, and in order both to produce and to discover necessity as their exterior unity. Necessity as succession in exteriority, the moments are exterior to each other and they cannot were in a different order, is only the mind producing and discovering its own limit, that is to say, producing and discovering the impossibility. Thinking in exteriori as the discovery of thought as impossibility is complete opposite of understanding, for can be the recognition of the accessibility of the real to a praxis underscore the other within the human sciences, is insufficiently grounded, and, unless it is reduced to praxis producing itself along with its elucidation, it is in danger of becoming irrational or mystical intuition, sympathy, etc. If we are to see calm as a moment of, then it goes without saying that it is totalizing, and that it the tempi releasing and tempi release certainly of practices, wherever they occur, in so far they are totalizations. High opposition between the intelligible and the comprehensible ought really to be rejected. It is not as though there are two fundamentally different kinds of certainty. If we retain the two terms in WHCM, I say it is IX, and thinking of the impressed upon is only the of a introduction. Spite of this, it is because comprehension is a kind of species of which intellection is the genus. We shall in fact retain the term comprehensible to designate any intent, emul praxis, whether of an individual or of a group. And of cu verse affectivity itself is thus we do not mean to confine comprehension to pure straightforward action whenever a praxis can trace to intention of a practical organism or a group. If this intention is the agent, there is critical investigation will reveal actions without an agent, productions without a producer, totalizations without a totalizer, counterfinalities and infernal circularities. We shall also discover multiplicities percv dusin, totalized thoughts and acts without reference to the individuals composing them, indeed without their even being aware of it. In such cases, and in many others which will turn up in due course, truth of is not or must /e. Vagabond and authorless, these free actions, which can overturn a society its institutions, which have always their meaning, and, perhaps, taken on a new running, must be totally cannot within developing history, consequently, they must be intelligible. Intellection, being more calm, must be to grasp the basis of source of such the within for their inhumanity and for their accessibility. As such, to a totalizing anthropology, it must fee them arise and dissolve themselves in the unity of a dialectical process, that is, in direct connection with praxis itself and as the transitory exteriority of an interiority. For this reason, shall call any temporally fiving dialectical certainty, in so far as it is capable of totalizing all practical realities intellection, and reserve the term eon precaution for the totalizing group or any praxis in so far as it intentionally produced by its author or authors. Book 1. From Individual Praxis to the Practical Nerd. 1. Individual Praxis as Totalization. Need. If the dialectic is possible, we must able to find answers to the following 4 questions. I. How can praxis in itself be an experience both of necessity and of freedom, since neither of these, according to classical logic, can be grasped in an empirical process? 2. If dialectical rationality really is a logic of totalization, how can history, that swarm of individual destinies, appear as a totalizing movement, and how can one avoid the paradox that in order to totalize there must already be a unified principle, that is, that only actual totalities can totalize themselves? 3. If the dialectic is comprehension of the present through the past and through the future, how can there be a historical future? 4. If the dialectic is to be materialist, how are we to comprehend the materiality of praxis and its relation to other forms of materiality? It should be recalled that the crucial discovery of dialectical investigation is that man is mediated by things to the same extent as things are mediated by man. This truth must be borne in mind in its entirety if we are to develop all its consequences. This is what is called dialectical circularity, and, as we shall see, it must be established by dialectical investigation. But if we were not already dialectical beings, we would not even be able to comprehend this circularity. I present it at the outset not as a truth, nor even a conjecture, but as the type of thought which is necessary, prospectively, in order to elucidate a self-developing investigation. On the most superficial and familiar level, the investigation first reveals, in the unity of dialectical connections, unification as the movement of individual praxis, plurality, the organization of plurality, and Book 1 the plurality of organizations. One need only one's eyes to see this. Our problem concerns these connections. If there are individuals, or what, totalizes? A simple but irrequate answer is that there would not even be the beginnings of partial totalization if the individual were not totishing the entire praxis, that is to say, to the extent that action is itself the negating transcendence of contradiction, the determination of a present totalization in the name of a future totality, and the real effective working of matter. This much 15 clear, and is an old lesson of both subjective and objective investigation. Our problem is this: what becomes of Dre dialectic if there are only particular men, each of whom is dialectical? As I have said, the investigation provides its we therefore see what is the of action, at the level of individual, ignoring further the constraints give or make it. Everything is to be explained through need. Le besoin. Need is the first totalizing relation between the material being, man, and the material ensemble of which he is part. This relation is an of interiority. Indeed, it is through need that the first negation of the negation and the first totalization appear in matter. Need is a negation of the negation in so as it is within the organism, and need is a positivity in so far as the organic totality tends to preserve itself as such through it. Original negation, in, is an initial contradiction between the organic and the inorganic, in the double sense that lack is defined in relation to a totality, but that AA has as a kind of existence, and that, in the last analysis, is lacking can reduce to inorganic or less organized elements, or, quite simply, to dead flesh, etc. From this point of view, the negation of this negation is achieved through THX transcendence of the organic towards RHE inorganic. Need is a link of immanence with surrounding materiality in so far as the ortries to sustain itself with is already, and so, it is nothing other than the living A and revealing to infinity, the total field of possibilities of satisfaction. On the level which concerns us here, there is nothing mysterious in this transcendence through need, since RHE basic behavior associated with need for reproduces the of and chewing, salivation, stomach contractions, etc. Transcendence here takes the form of a simple unity of a totalizing function working in a vacuum. Without a unity of basic behavior within the whole, there would be no such thing as hunger, there would only be a scattering of disconnected, frantic actions. Need is a function which posits itself for itself and totalizes a function because it is reduced to an empty gesture, for within the integration of organic life, and this organism as a whole with dissentation the danger of death. This initial totalization is transcendent to the extent that the being of the organism lies outside it, immediately or mediately. In inanimate need sets up the initial contradiction. The organism, in its being, depends directly, oxygen, or indirectly, food, on unorganised being, and because, conversely, the of its a statute the in fact, is really of quo of same, since everything points to the fact that living bodies and inanimate objects are made of the same molecules. Yet these statutes contradict one another, since one of them presupposes a bond of interiority between the whole as a unity and molecular relations, whereas the other is purely external, and the inert through organic totalization. As soon as need appears, surrounded with a passive unity, a developing totalisalion is reflected in it as a totality, matter revealed as passive totality by an organic being seeking its being in it. This is nature in its initial form. Already, it is in terms of the total feld that need seeks possibility 5 of satisfaction in nature, and it is thus totalization which will reveal in the passive totality its own material being as abundance or scarcity. But while nature appears, through the mediation of need, as a false organism, the organism exteriorizes itself in nature as pure materiality. In effect, a biological statute is superimposed, in the organism, on a statute. And while at 15 truck that, in the interiority of nutritive assimilation, molecules are controlled and filtered in close with, yet when it is seen from a view of exteriority living obeys all the exterior in this sense, one say that the outside it subjects living body to an inorganic statute precisely to the extent that it is itself transformed into a totality. The living body is therefore in danger the universe, and the universe harbors the possibility of the one. This by definite 82 Book 1 non-being of the organism. Conversely, if it is to find its being within nature or to protect against destruction, organic must transform itself into inert matter, for it is only as a mechanical system that it can modify tlx material environment. Of Ne4 is an organic perpetually itself its in milieu of exteriority. Organic totality acts on inert bodies through the medium the inert body I/is and which it makes its. It is inert in as much as it 15 subjected to all physical forces which reveal it itself as pure passivity, inert in its being in so far as it is only externally and through inertia itself that a body can act on another body in the milieu of exteriority. The action of a living body on the inert can be exercised either directly or through the mediation of another inert body, in which case we call the intermediary a tool. But once the organized body takes its own inertia as mediation between inert matter and its need, in superpose and are given together, 10 preserved is, in effect, projected as the totalization of the movement by which living body inertia overcome the inertia of at this level. The transcendence of exteriority towards interiorization is characterized both as existence and as principus. Organic functioning, need and praxis are strictly linked in a dialectical manner. Dialectical time came into Ewing, in fact, with the organism, for the living being can survive only by renewing itself. This temporal relation between the future and RHE past, through RHE present, are, none other than the tional relation of the totality to itself. The totality is its own future lying beyond a present of reintegrated disintegration. In short, a unity is by the decompression of the temporality the instant, but the new temporality is an elementary synthesis of change and identity, since the future governs the insofar as this future strictly identifies itself with the past. The cyclical process which characterizes both biological time and that of primitive societies is interrupted externally, by the environment, simply because an inescapable fact of scarcity disrupts. This disruption is lived negation in the simple sense that the cyclical move this is not shall organism lose of helps to maintain of through tyrx of integration at tlw meant or function continues in a vacuum, thus denying the identity of future and the past and relapsing to the of a prevent circular organization conditioned by the past. This dislocation is necessary if the organism is to become, not the milieu and destiny or the function, but its end. The only real difference between primitive synthetic temporality and the time of elementary lies in the material environment which, by not containing what the organism seeks, transforms the totality as future reality into passibility. Need, as a negatron of Rhe negation, is the organism itself, living itself in the future, through present disorders, as its own possibility and, consequently, as the possibility of its own impossibility, and in the first instance, is nothing but the relation of the Orwellianism as exterior and future and, to the present organ LSM as a totality under threat, it is function exteriorist. The real difference is not between function as internal assimilation and the construction of tools with an end in view. Many species of animals, in fact, make tools of themselves, that is to say, organized matter produce the inorganic or the pseudo inert out of itself. I have said that organisms cannot act on the environment without temporarily turning to level of inertia, but animal tools make themselves inert to protect their lives or, to put way, instead of there they hide it inertia. It is at this ambiguous that transition function to action can seen. The project, as transcendence, merely exteriorization of immanence. Transcendence itself is already present in the functional fact of nutrition and excretion, since what we find here is a relation of univocal interiority between two states of within itself in that its link with its purpose and with the environment remains one of exteriorist interiority. 2. The negation of the negation. Thus, although in instance the material universe may make its existence impossible, it is through man that negation comes to man and to matter. Is on this basis that W.R. can understand in its book One Original Intelligibility the celebrated law of the negation of the negalion, which Engels erroneously presents as, basically, an irrational abstraction from natural laws. Reality, the dialectic of nature, whether seeks it in general or make it the external dialectic in human history, is incapable of providing an answer to two essential questions. Why should there be any such thing as negation either in the natural world or in human history? And why and in what specific circumstances does the negation of a negation to indeed, is not why transformations of energy, even if they are vectorial as M. Navali would have it, even if certain among them are reversible and others irreversible, even if, as in chemical experiments, certain partial reactions occur within an overall reaction and alterates should be regarded as negations, except men, and as a convention for indicating the direction of the process. Is no denying that matter state to another, and this takes place. But a change is neither an affirmation nor a negation. It cannot destroy anything, since nothing was constructed. It cannot, since the forces involved simply produced the result they had to. To declare that two opposed apply to a negate other is as absurd as saying that they ascertain the possible for the is to distinguish one direction and other. 3. I am thinking, for example, of has Saint Clair Deville, by putting together in Ayrton to 2ed, the react im, aeld, is by the inverse cd reacting with chi I cal the halfway. We is nothing stop scientist calm of this is into whether if inverse are as the of a into the if is dealing with strictly outside with any I is able one of them as a and the other a choose edity, but wly and of he in which hey this is a molecular redistribution which, either positive negative for underscore if the is as the vigation of dim ct the is an equilibrium, of rcts all of origiers in praxis as AD5 resistance and. Consequently, negative forces can exist only within a movement which is determined in equivalency with the future, that is to say, in accordance with a certain form of integration. If the end to attained were the beginning, even tribe of a restraint. In other words, there is no negation unless the is continually present as the de totalized totality of the in question. Spinoza says determination is he is his of view, substance, for him. An infinite is thus an for describing and the if nature is an if the relations between facts can conceived in the of exteriority, then the individual couplings of certain particles and the little solar system which temporarily results from them are nol particularitians, except in a purely formal, logical, and idealist sense. To say that entering into a given combination, a molecule thereby does not enter another, is merely to reiterate the proposition one wishes to affirm in a negative logician replacing men are mortat by all non-mortals are non-men. Determination will be real Nietzschean only if it identifies the determined within a totalization or a locality. Now, praxis, born of need, is a totalization whose movement towards its own end practically makes the environment into a totality. It is this double point, that movement of the negative, its intelligibility. One hand, the organism engenders the negative as that which destroys its unity. Discharge and excretion, as of, are just opaque and of negation. Lack through function, not only as a mere inert lacuna, but also as an opposition of function to it wolf. Finally, need posits negation by its very existence in it, is itself an initial negation of in the intelligibility of the negative as a structure of being can be made manifest only in connection with the developing process of totalitarian. Negation is defined on the basis of a primary force, as an opposing force of integration, and in relation to a future totality as the destiny or end of the totalizing movement. At a still deeper level, and moreover, purely, the organism itself as a transcendence of the multiplicity of exteriority is a univocal primary negation, in that it preserves multi within and unites itself against without able to it. Multiplicity is danger, constant threat to it, and, at the same time, it is its mediation with the material Book 1 universe which surrounds it and which negate it. Endless negation is determined by unity, indeed it is through and in that it can itself. In the first instance, not as a contrary force, what amounts to the esme thing, as partial determination of the whole in so far as this determination is posited for itself. On this a dialectical logic of negation conceived as the rela of structures both to each other and to the whole within a complete totality within a developing struct. It would then clear that, within the of existence and tension determined by the whole, every particular exists in the unity of a fundamental contradiction. It is a determination of the whole and, consequently, it is the whole which gives rise to it, in a certain sense, in so far as the being of the whole that it be in its parts, is the itself, at the arrest, as turning back upon themselves, as delimitation. Particulars are not the whole, and in fact it is in opposition to the totality, rather than to beings which transcend it, that they particularize themselves. But in the context of this fundamental contradiction, particularization is precisely the negatron of interiority, as particularization of a whole it is the whole through a particular which depends it, and determination is, it becomes the nothing which stands in the way of the retotalization of the whole and which would destroy itself in such a retotalization. It is the existence of this non-being as a relation the constituted whole and the constituent totalization, that is to say, between the whole as the future, abstract, already present result and the dialectic as a process tending to in its totality which defines it as its future and its end. It is the existence of this nothingness, which is both active, totalization positing its moments, and passive, the whole as the of which constitutes the first intelligible dialectical negation. And it is within the totality, as the abstract unity of a field of forces and tension, that the negation of a negation becomes an affirmation. Thus, however, it manifests itself whether as the liquidation of a partial moment or as the appearance of other conflict with the first, in short, the differentiation or even fragmentation of partial totality into smaller parts. The new structure is the negation of the first, either or by attracting, through its very presence, the relation of the first to whole. In way, the whole manifests as to 83 itself in the second structure, which it also produces and preserves, as a totality resuming within itself the particular determinations, and erasing them, either by simply destroying their particularity or by differentiating itself around and in relation to them, in such a way as to a which in its turn the itself as a differentiated structure. Such a logic of totalizations would be an abstract system of propositions concerning the multiplicity of possible relations of a whole to its parts and of different parts amongst either direct mediated by their relation to the whole. It would be completely useless to devise this ars rem here, it is something which everyone can work out for himself. Let me just remark that the content of the propositions, though abstract, would not be ev and pty, like the analytical judgments of Aristotelian logic, and that, though these propositions are synthetic, they possess in themselves a genuine, in other words, they need only be established the basis of a totality, any totality, in order to he compare ended as certain. We shall return to this. Let us return to need. When the project passes through the surrounding world towards its end in this xe, the restoration of a negated it unifies the field around so as to make it into a totality which will the indi object switch to its aid in task. Ayat is thus constituted practically as the unity of materials and means. However, since the unity of the means is precisely the end, and since the end itself represents the organic totality, danger, a new, inverted relation between the two states of matter emerges here for inert plurality totality through into an instrumental geld. It is in itself the end fallen into the domain of ICS, however, far from darnaged by its inertia, is actually preserved by it. In the organism, bernuds of interiority overlay those of exteriority. In the instrumental field, it is the other way round, a bond of internal unification underlies th multiplicity of exteriority, and it is praxis which, in the light of the end, constantly reshapes the order of exteriority on the basis of a deeper this basis. A type for is a type of totality which is both passive and unified, but which is constantly reshaping itself, either through the direct action of man or in accordance with its own laws of exteriority. In either case the Chang on the basis of a pre-existing you of this book totality, even if their sources lie elsewhere, at the furthest corner of the world. Everything which takes place within a totality, even disintegration, is a total event of the totality as such and is intelligible only in terms of the totality. But as soon as the ferment of the totalized plurality produces a few passive syntheses, it shatters Rhe relation of immediate integration between the elements and the whole. Within C on Stitcher W, the relative autonomy of the part thus formed necessarily acts as a brake on the overall movement. The whirlpool of partial totalizations constitutes itself as a negation of the total movement. By the same token, even in the case of a transformation necessary for praxis, its negation, the relation of the elements to the partial whole is more precise, less indeterminate than its relation to the poorer comprehensive. As a result of its new bond of exteriorized interiority, he element loses the set of objective possibilities which each element possessed within the general movement. It becomes impoverished. Thus the relation of this partial totality to Rhe total totality takes the of that every particular determination should be eliminated to the extent that it threatens to constitute a new plurality. Conversely, inertia and the necessities of partial integration require each part of the relative totality to resist the pressures of the whole. Finally, the determination of a partial totality, within the detotalist totality, must also determine the ensemble which remains outside this integration, as a partial totality, albeit negatively. The unity in exteriority of those regions which lie outside the zone of partial integration, in the first instance, those which have not UN integrated, is a unity of is, into an integrating within a totality. Even exteriority is expressed by relations of interiority. At the same time, the relation of the new totalization to the whole veins, it may start to posit itself for itself, in which case the developing totalization is completely shattered. It may identify itself with the whole itself and strive to reabsorb the new. It may be torn apart by positing both or at any as the very process of a partial which derives determinations from its opposition to TLLE other. Praxis J. Labor. 89. Man, who produces his life in the unity of the material field, is led by praxis itself to define zones, systems and privileged objects within this inert totality. He cannot construct his tools, and this applies to the agricultural tools primitive peoples to the practical of atomic energy, without introducing partial quaternarions into the unified environment, whether this environment is the whole world or a strip of land and the virgin forest. He sets himself in opposition to himself through the mediation of the inert, and, conversely, the constructive power of the laborer opposes the part to the whole in the inert within the natural unity. We shall across many examples of this later. It follows, in Rhe first place, that internal in the very of exteriority, and that it is a real opposition of but this opposition t nature through in quo ways, action both the whole and its disruption. _LD tenure of any kind always exists only as a totalization and a transcended contradiction. Once it has constituted the environment as the milieu in which the lemureur produces himself, every subsequent development will be a negation precisely to the extent that it is positive. And such negations can be grasped only as moments which posit themselves for rem, since the of inertia there within, hence the task of must be to put object with the other within the whole and to unite them from a new point of view. It negates separati, but this new process, the negation of the negation, derives its intelligibility, once again, from RHE original totality. In a realist and system there can't be asserting, the negation of a negation must glve rise to a S-type of in which these negations defined. Even in the human universe, the universe of totalities, there are quite definitive and classifiable situations in which the negation of negation is anew, because in special there is interference between totality and recurrence. But this is not our PRTM2 and T90 Bohr concern. At all events, it is clear that the negation of a negation previous days is an indeterminate ensemble. It is regarded as arising within a totality. But, when within a totality the negation of the negation be a return to starting point, if it did not involve a totality being transcended towards a of the partial organizarians of the instrumental field, would simply bring back to the original non-differentiation of the unified environment, as when one destroys the traces of an event, an experience, or a construction, unless the movement to eliminate them is accompanied by an effort to preserve them, that is, unless they am regarded as a step towards a unity of differentiation in which a new T1n, of subordination of the parts to the whole and a new coordination of the parts with one another is be and is what to, given that the aim to the unity of the in and but to find in it material elements capable of preserving or restoring the organic totality it contains. Thus, in so far as body is function, function need and need praxis, one can say that human labor, the original praxis by which man produces and reproduces his life, is entirely dialectical. Its possibility and its permanent necessity rest upon the relation of unites the organism with the environ, the deep, the inorganic and organic orders, of which are in its primary movement and its essential character are defined by a twofold contradictory transformation. The unity of the project endows the practical field with a quasi-synthetic unity, and the crucial moment of labor is that in which the organism makes itself inert, the man applies his weight to the liquor, etc., in order to transform the surrounding oscillation which opposes the human thing to the thing rown be found at of, but the of is provided an end, and need, far from of is a pushing the laborer, in fact the lived revelation of a goal to aim at, and this goal is, in the first instance, simply the restoration of the organism. Eventually, action really converts the material surroundings into a real whole, on the basis of which an organization of means to an end is simplest of activity. This is given by the end itself, that is say, it merely an exteriorization of function. The totality defines its means through its lax, the hunter or fisherman lie in wait, RHE food gatherer searches. The field has been unified so as to provide a basis on which RHE object sought may he as more readily, thus labor organizes itself by synthetic determinations of RHE ensemble, BV discovering or constructing tighter and tighter relations within the practical field 50 as to convert what was originally only a vague relation of the YNRTS to the whole and to one another into a complete circle of conditioning. Determination of the present by the future, oscillation between the inert and the organic, negation, transcended contradictions, negation of the negation, in short, developing totalization. These are the of or until at a dialectical that we have yet considered develops division of to the point of the specialization of machines. The process is then inverted. The semi-automatic machine defines its environment and constructs its man, so that the E0% any CN- needs to be characterized by a false but effective interiority, and the organic by exteriority. Man becomes TB machine's machine, and to himself he his own exteriority. But in all L_4 cases, RHE dialectic appears as the logic of labor. To consider an individual at work is a complete abstraction, since in reality labor is as much a relation between men as a relation between man and the world. I do not to have the historically primary of the I have to that experience. which is considered at the abstract, that is, as the action of an isolated individual, immediately reveals the dialectical character of action. Or, to put it another way, even if we accept the molecular theories of analytical rationalism, the dialectic is already present, when at the highest level of abstraction, in the form of a law of development and of intelligibility. It without saying, although of organic totalities and a dialectical movement, the existence of organic bodies can in no way be derived from the dialectic. However biology may develop in future, organic bodies can never be regarded as any more than de facto realities. We have no means of establishing their existence by reason alone. The theory that they originate from unorganized matter is a reasonable and economical hypothesis, on which even Christians can hypothesis no then thus neither applies to relations in exteriority, nor lectical reason, which derives its intelligibility from totalities, and which governs the relations of wholes to their parts and of totalities to another in a of increasing can establish a statute of intelligibility for organized bodies. They emerged from 92 book Inorganic Matter. There was a passage not only from the inanimate to life, but also from one rationality to the other. It might be thought that this merely brings us back to the irration of Engels. But it is not so. For Engels, it is the laws which are irrational opaque formal principles of thought and nature. For us, however, what contingent is the existence of certain objects. But just as analytical reason is not qualified to ask why matter exists instead of nothing, so dialectical reason is not bound to inquire why there are organized wholes rather than merely inorganic matter. These questions may become scientific, for one cannot set a priori limits to science, but at present they are not. The essential point, however, that if there are organized wholes, then their type of intelligibility is the dialectic. Since the individual worker is inst such a totalization, he can only understand himself in his acts, and in his relation to nature, and indeed, as we shall see, in HLS relations with others, if he interprets every partial totality in terms the overall totalization, and all their internal relations in terms of their relations to the developing unification, the means in terms of the end and the present in terms of the relation which links the future to RHE past. On the other hand, his is and contains its own, to take but one law of the interpenetration of Baldley by Engels, become, perfectly intelligible when related to a praxis seen in the light of its future totalization and of the completed a-talities which surround it. Within a totality, whether completed or developing, each partial totality, as a determination of the whole, contains the whole as its fundamental waning and, concurrently, also contains the other partial totalities. RHESCXRRT of each therefore lies in the others. In that each part all others in their relations to, that is to say, in individual at this level, the truly dialectical type of intelligibility appears, commenting the direct conflict between the parts, to the extent that dialectical reason includes and transcends analytical reason, with the constantly shifting hidden conflict which modifies each part from within into internal in an alterity in each part both as what it is and as what it is not, as that which it possesses and as that by which it is possessed. With these remarks have merely described the form of connection proper to these objects, namely the bond of interiority. At this level, investigation be difficult to describe, but it is and constant. It is that most people speak as in writing to the rules of analytical rationality, but this does not mean that their praxis is not conscious of itself. In RHE first place, dialectical reason includes analytical reason, just as totality includes plurality. In the process of the practical field must already be before the worker can undertake an analysis of its problems. An analysis of the situation is carried out in accordance with the methods and mode of intelligibility of analytical reason, and though indispensable presupposes totalization. Ultimately it leads to the underlying plurality, that is, to the us by the bonds of but which this recover a unity through itself, i.e. creating both the problem and the solution. Moreover, this unity was never lost, since it was within that the dispersal was sought. But the analysis is carried out by and thought, even if it a later, the of on the other hand, is practical. and although is self-explanatory and transparent to itself, it is not necessarily expressible in words. In fact, knowledge appears as the explanation of the practical field of perception by the end, that is to say, by future non-being. It would be a simple task, though too lengthy to undertake here, to show that only the dialectic can establish the intelligibility of knowledge and truth, because neither knowledge nor truth can a positive relation of being, they are, the negative relations by a nothingness. And its transcendence can be explained only in terms of a future which does not yet exist, and within the practical unity a developing totalization. But such a discovery can only be practical, in a society which, as a whole, confuses knowledge and contemplation. It cannot be frozen in discourse. We all try express of everything in the terms of analytical, Eurochaneal rationality. Less as long as we are aware of this situation, all of us can characterize our fundamental experience at any given moment. Man as a totalizing project is himself the active intelligibility of the totalizations, and since alienation has not yet come into our picture, simply because WC deal with everything at once, doing and understanding are four. We shall that the is not only in always have worked, and also of that it is the at a point in tyru of the gibility of history. 94. Investigation, however, in its elucidation of the logic of wholes and of the relations, the still cannot be regarded as apodictic. The full comprehension of act and object remains the temporal development of a practical intuition. Apprehension of a for can never be given in intuition, except as a horizon, an intelligible limit of intelligibility. 2. Human relations as a mediation between different sectors of materiality. Isolated individuals. Immediate experience reveals being at its most concrete, but it takes it at its most superficial level and remains in the realm of abstractions. We have described the man of and seen his as dialectical, but we assume that are as isolated laborers. Isolated laborers, in fact, exist wherever the social and technical conditions of their work require that they work alone. But their very isolation is a historical and social characteristic, in a given society, and given a certain level of technical development, etc., peasants work in complete isolation at certain times of year, and THRS is a social mode of the division of labor. And the laborer's work, his manner of producing himself, conditions not only the satisfaction of his need, but also the need itself. In southern Italy, the agricultural day laborers, the semi-employed eat day or TWO days. In this situation, hunger ceases to exist as need, or rather, it appears only if for the to get single or 2 days. It is hunger has to exist, but it has or structured, as it is longer the negation leads to praxis, it has passed into physical generality as excess, as an inert, generalist lacuna to which the whole organism tries to adapt by degrading itself, by idling so as to curtail its exigencies, exigencre. In spite of this, given that the laborer is alone, and given that he chooses this orptus of work and decides on his order of means, at the present time, in present society, and given his particular objectives and the tools at 96 Book 1 his disposal, he can the object of an investigation, and can be grasped and as through all the conditionings. But it must be noticed that this moment of the regression, though true as a first approximation within a dialectical investigation, would be false and idealist if it were taken no further. Conversely, when our whole investigation is complete, we shall individual always inseparable the milieu which it constitutes, and which conditions it, is at the same time constituent reason, la raison, itself, operating within history seen as constituted reason. For precisely this reason, RHE second moment of the regression cannot he directly the relatal _m of the individual to squeal bodies, inert or active, and to institutions. Marx cleverly indicated that he distinguished from in their lion within a particular social system. He says, in Eva et, that in feudal society, based on different institutions and tools, a society which presented different qualifications, its own questions, to its members, the exploitation of man by man did exist, together with the fierce 5T oppression, but that everything happened differitus/y and, in particular, human relations were neither reified nor destroyed. It is obvious that not trying to evaluate or compare two systems, both built on exploitation and institutionalist violence. I'll merely stated that the connection between the serf or the black slave and the proprietor is often personal in a sense, makes it even more intolerable and humiliating, and that the relations between laborers and employer, or of laborers among themselves insofar as they are ten forces of a simple of exteriority. But this relation of exteriority is itself inconceivable except as a reification of an objective relation of interiority. History determines the content of human relations in its totality, and all these relations, even the briefest and most private, refer to the whole. But history itself does not consider to be human relations in general. Any relations which have established themselves between those separate objects, men, were not pericreacs of problems of the organisatil_m and division of. On contrary, the very of a group or society being constituted around a set of technical problems and a given collection of instruments depends on the permanent actuality of the human relation, whatever its content, at every moment of history, even between individuals belonging to societies with different systems and entirely ignorant of one another. This is why the habit of skipping the abstract discussion of the relation and in the world of and of production, so to Marxism, is in danger of giving unwitting support to the atomism of liberalism of rationality. Error by scoundrel Marxists. Individuals, according to them, are a priori neither isolated particles nor directly related activities. It is always up to society to determine which they are through the totality of the movement and the particular tie of the conjuncture. But this reply, which is supposed to avoid formal ends of the liberal position, the individualistic bourgeoisie requires just one concession, that individuals passively submit to their relations and that these are conditioned in exteriority by all kinds of other forces, and this leaves them free to apply the principle of inertia and positivistic laws of exteriority to human relations. From this point of view it hardly matters whether the individual really lives in isolation, like a cultivator at certain periods, or whether he lives in highly integrated groups, consists in the fact that individuals are subject to the historical statute of their relations to others in radical exteriority. In other words, and this amounts to the same thing, though it misleads certain undemanding Marxists, absolute separation is when individuals as products of their own product, and therefore as passive and alienated, institute relations among themselves, on RHE basis by earlier of their con and of the n requirements of the. This brings us back to our problem in the first part of this: what does it mean to history on the basis of earlier conditions? Then said, if we do not distinguish the project, as transcendence, from circ instances, as conditions, we are left with nothing but inert product, they in it impossible to understand what their reification really consists in. My formalism, which is inspired by that of Marx, consists simply in recognizing that men make history to precisely the extent that it makes them. This means that relations between men are always the dialectical consequence of their to precisely the extent that they arise as a transcendence of dominating and relations. Man only in given circumstances and social conditions, so every human. 98.1. Relation is historical. But historical relations are human insofar as they are as the immediate dialectical consequence of, that is to say, of the plurality of activities within a single practical field. A good example is language. An appearance which has its truth as such. Words make a material impression on me, as disturbances of the air producing certain reactions in my organism, in particular certain conditioned reflexes which materially reproduce the words in me, I informing at the back of my throat. One can briefly, and with of both truth and falsity, that words enter the interlocutors as vehicles of their meaning. They carry the projects of the other into me and they carry my own projects into the other. Language might well studied on the same lines as money, as a circulating, inert materiality, which unifies dispersal. In fact this is partly what philology docs. Words live off the of they whenever I form a sentence its meaning escapes from me, is stolen from me, meanings are for by each speaker and each day, the meanings of the very words in my mouth are changed by others. there can be no doubt that language is in one sense an inert totality. But this materiality is also a constantly developing organic totalization. Nor can there be any doubt that speech separates as much as it unifies, or chat it reflects the cleavages, the stratifications, and the inertias the group, or that dialogues are partly dialogues of depth. Pessimism decided long ago to rest content with this observation. The original relation of men to one another would be reduced to the pure and simple exterior coincidence of immutable substances. This being so, it is obvious that a person's Uri word must depend, in its present meaning, on its references to the total cistern of interiority and rather it be the object of incomprehension. But this in so it exists have meaning in terms of a more fundamental communication, that is to say, when BAA on mutual recognition and on a permanent project to see and communicate, or rather, on the permanent, collective, constitutional communication of, for example, all French people, through the constant mediation of verbal materiality, on people's actual projects of particularizing this general every word 15 in fact remerb, external to everyone, it lives outside, as a public institution. And speaking does not consist in inserting a vocable into a brain through an ear, but in using sounds to direct the interlocutor's attention to this vocable as public exterior property. From this point of view, the totality of language as a set of internal giver, for two words are simply specifications expressed against the background of language. 8. The sentence is an actual totalization where every word defines itself in relation to the others, to the context and to the entire as an integral part of a whole. To speak is to modify each vocable by all the others against the common background of the word, verb. Language contains every word and every word is to be understood in terms of language as a whole, it contains the whole of and reaffirms it. But this can be so far as it is expressed to others. Language as the practical relation of a man to another is praxis, and pranas is always language, whether truthful or deceptive, because it cannot take place without signifying itself. Languages are the product of history, as such, they all have the exteriority and unity of spiration. But language cannot come to man, since it presupposes itself, for an individual to his isolation, his suffer that matter, to integrated some undertaking, his relation to others, as manifested in and by the materiality of land must in his reality. This implies that, if the of the individual is dialectical, his relation to the other must be dialectical too, and that it is contemporary with his original relation to materiality both inside and outside him. And this relation should not be seen as a potentiality present in every a kind opening to other is in a particular be to shut up in natures like Isaac's and to reduce them to mere subjective dispositions, and then we would relapse into analytical reason and molecular solipsism. Human relations are in fact inter-individual structures whose common bond is language and which actually exist at every moment of history. Isolation is inherently a particular aspect of these relations. Of investigation shows us the but. Whereas we started by considering in so far as each of was of most, in fact, we considering them in so far as each is in -und by work, interest, family ties, etc., to is W of IOO book I several others, each of these two others, etc. This is not regularly a totalization, or it is rather a changing dispersal of reciprocities. And our investigation is not yet in a position to compare Bendy of this group, it still seeks the elementary bond which conditions all structurations. It is necessary to know at the simplest level, RHE level of duality and trinity, whether RHE relation between men is unique and, if so, what respect it is so. This, like everything else, will have to be revealed in simple everyday praxis. Since we began with the dispersal human organisms, we shall consider individuals who are completely isolated by institutions, by their social condition, or by accidents of fortune. We shall try to renal in this very separation, and therefore in a relation which tends towards absolute exteriority, their concrete historical exchange of interiority. To duality and the third party my window, I can see a road mender on the and a gardener working in a garden. Between them there is a wall with bits of broken glass on top protecting the bourgeois property where the gardener is working. They have at a presence, absorbed as they are in their work, neither of them even bothers to wonder whether there is anybody on the other side. Meanwhile, I can see them without ir seen, and my position and this passive view of them at work situates me in relation to them. I am taking a holiday, in a hotel, and in my inertia as witness I realize myself as a petty bourgeois intellectual. My perception is only a moment of an undertaking, such as trying to get some rest after a bout of your working, or into right A, and this undertaking refers to possibilities and needs appropriate to profession and milieu. From this point of view, my presence at the window is a % activity. I want a breath fresh air, or I find the landscape restful, etc., and my present perception functions as a means in a complex process which expresses the whole of my life. Hence my initial relation to the workers is negative, belong to their class, do not know their trades, I would not knc_r.v how to do what they are doing, and t do not share their worries. A mediation of OZ, but these negations have a double character. In the first place, they can be perceived only against an undifferentiated background consisting of the synthetic relations which support me together with them in an actual immanence. T could not contrast their ends with mine without recognizing them as ends. The basis comprehension is complicity in principle with any undertaking. Even if one then goes on to combat or condemn it. Any new end, once determined, is set against the organic unity of all human ends. In certain pathological states, e.g. a personalization, man appears as the representative of an alien species because he is no longer seen in his teleological reality, that is, the patient and ends is to anyone to an angel, the of other people will seem absurd, because he tries to transcend the human undertaking by having nothing to do with it. But it would be a mistake to suppose that my perception reveals me to myself as a man confronted by two other men. The concept of man is an abstraction which never occurs in Kongs to a known. It is in fact as a gardener and road mender, that I to conceive and in making what discover them as they make themselves, that is, as their work produces them, but to the extent that I cannot see them as ants, as the aesthete does, or as robots, as the neurotic does, and to the extent that I have to project myself through them before their ends, in order to differentiate their I myself as a particular society, everyone's opportunities, aims, and their present activity, I rediscover their life itself, the relation between needs and wages, and, further still, steel divisions and class struggles. In this way, the effective quality of my perception depends both on my Sacknell and political attitude and on contemporary events, strikes, threats of civil or foreign war, of the country by troops, or a more or less illusory social truce. Every relation of interiority. By this I that reality of the affects me in the depths of my being to the extent that it nor my reality. My perception provides me first with a multiplicity of tools and apparatuses, produced by the labor of others, the wall, the road, the garden, the fields, etc., and it unifies them their objective and my own. Everything maintains with all its inertia the particular unity which a long forgotten action imposed upon it. Things in general are indifferent living, ideal act of unification I in perception. 2 book but I see the two people both as objects situated among other objects in the and as prospects of escape, as outflow b3 ins reality. In so far as I understand on the basis of work, perceive their gestures in terms of the aims they set themselves, and so on the basis of the future which they project. The movement of intraperceptual comprehension, then, by reversing RHE simple perception of the inanimate, the present is explained by the future, particular movements by the quarrel operation, in short, the detail in terms of the totality. In the same way, their material eludes in so far it is made the object or of activity. Their practical relation to the things I see implies a concrete exposure of these things within praxis itself, and this sur is implied in my perception of their activity. But to the extent that this activity defines them as other than me, to the extent that it constitutes me as an intellectual confronting manual workers, RHE exposure which is a necessary moment of it appears reveal, within and which escapes me. Each of the two men is reconceived and located in the perceptual field by my act of comprehension, but with each of them, through the weeding, prung or digging hands, ar through the measuring, calculating eyes, through rhe entire body as a lived instrument, I am robbed of an aspect of real. Their work reveals this to theme, and in observing their work, I feel it as a lack of being. Thus their negative relation to my own existence constitutes me, at the deepest levels of myself, as definite ignorance, as inadequacy. I sense myself as an intellectual through the limits which they prescribe to my perception. Of these represents a point of the object and qualifies me objectively in my very subjectivity, and that is how they are linked at first in my perception, that is to say, as two centrifugal and divergent slips, GL within the CERN world. But, since it is the same world, they are united, by my personal perception, within the universe as a whole, and in so far as each deprives the other of it. The mere fact, for each of them, of seeing what in the it which, in I may mid is or of catalysed practical RTLW both real relations u mediation of materiality 03 the other does not see, of exposing the object through a special kind of work, establishes a relation of reciprocity in my perceptual field which transcends my perception. Each of them constitutes the ignore of would not into objective existence without the very notion of ignorance presupposes a questioning or knowing third peri. Otherwise it could be neither experienced nor described, the only real relation would be contiguity, or coexistence in exteriority. But my perception makes me a real and objective mediation between these two molecules, if I can, in effect, constitute them in a reciprocity of ignorance. It is because their activities jointly affect me and because my perception defines my by the duality of internal even subjectivity is by as class, another profession, air, and in interiorizing this designation, I become the objective milieu in which these two people realize their mutual dependence outside me. It is important not to reduce this mediation to a subjective impression. We should not say thought for me the two laborers are ignorant of one another. They are ignorant of one another irumi to the extent them. The same way, each enters into the as in reality, each sees and touches what the other would see and touch in his place, but each reveals the world through a particular prayer, CE which regulates this process. Thus, by limiting me, each constitutes the limit of the other, and deprives him, as he deprives me, of an objective aspect of the world. But this mutual theft is nothing like the hemorrhage they make in my own perception. They are both manual workers, and they are both from country, differ less than they me and, in the last analysis, their reciprocal negation is, FCZ me, a kind of deep complicity. A complicity against me. In fact, in the moment of discovering either of them, the protect of each displays the world, as the objective envelope of his work and his ends, and this spherical unveiling returns to him so as to situate him in relation what as to what lies in relation both what he and what he does not see. Objective and the subjective are indistinguishable. The worker produces himself through his work as a certain exposure of the world which actively makes him the product of his own product. Thus each of them, as RHE of self in the world, reaffirms the unity of the world by inscribing himself in it through his work and through the Z04 book I particular unifications which this work brings out. Thus each of them can discover the other, as an object actually present in the universe, within J own situation. And as these possibilities can be objectively from my as to the real which bring them ignorance, and simple juxtaposition in exteriority appear as mere accidents concealing the fundamental, immediate, and permanent possibility of mutual discovery, and, therefore, the existence of a human relation. At this fundamental level, I myself am picked out and put in case objective possibilities are in my perception. Is to establish a human relation with one or RHE other, the second is to become a practical mediation enabling them to communicate with one another, or, in other words, to be revealed by them as the objective milieu which T already am. The third is to play a passive part in their meeting and to observe Rern constituting a closed totality from which in the third am directly in the end it forces a practical choice on me, either I submit to it or I adopt it and cooperate with it. For example, I close the window and go back to my work, or I myself enter into collaboration with them. But in this way I change them in changing myself. G. Whichever choice I of the two in his ignorance of the unreal will in his what was an exteriority of if they never yet an existence of a human relation relegates physical and social objects, or the world of inertia, to the level of inessential reality. This permanent inessentiality exists as a passive possibility, either simple recognition abolishes distance, or work projects onto matter the inanimate RNR_wement of convergence. In short, the of the practical field in the determines a real relation for everyone, but one which can only be defined by the experience of all the individuals who figure in this field. This comes down to unification through praxis, and everyone, uniferring to the extent his acts determine a dialectical field, is unified within this field by unification of the other, that is to say, in accordance with the of relations which we will 9. C3. When I, a reality. A leader uses enemies desnois which no relative positi ms. This of relations of materiality 105 in detail later is of the contradiction between the unifying unity and plurality of human organisms. This relation becomes inverted in that the exteriority of multiplicity is a condition of the synthetic unification of the field. But multiplicity also remains a factor of exteriority since, within this multiplicity of totalizing centralizations, each eluding the other, the only true bond is negation, at least as the moment we have now reached. Each center stands in relation as a point of as an unification. A negation interiority, but not a negation. Every me not the other in an active, synthetic manner, since nor to be someone ts in this case to make him serve, in a more or less differentiated way, as an object an instrument or a conflicting purpose in the very activity which grasps the unity of the practical it is unity so far as himself depriven of things. The plurality of at the of unification becomes a plurality of dialectical movements, but this plurality of exteriority is interiorized in that it characterizes every dialectical process in interiority, simply because a dialectical development can be recognizable from the inside only by characteristics which are dialectical, that is, synthetically organized within the whole. Thus, this new stage of the investigation reveals the human relation within pure exteriority insofar as objective exteriority turns out to lived and transcended in the interiority of me and to indicate in which and it is itself a developing totalization. Conversely, one might say that I find that this negative rudiment of the human relation is an objective and constituent interiority for you or yon insofar as I find myself in the subjective moment of praxis to be objectively characterized by this interiority. In this elementary sense, the individual's movement from the subjective the objective no longer involves knowing his being the point of it to do, it as the of the which connected internally to the interior of others, and of his pro-ect as the positive unification of the negations. It is impossible to arrest angst without their becoming objects both for me and for them through me, without my being an object for them, and without my subjectivity getting its objective reality through the of my human objectivity. The foundation of the human relation as the immediate and perpetual determination of by other and by is neither an a priori communication engineered by a kind of great telephone operator the of separate patterns of behavior. This synthetic connection, arising always for particular individuals at a definite moment of history and on the basis of deterrelations of production, which also is simply praxis, is, the dialectic as the development of living action in Eurian insofar as it is pluralized by the multiplicity of mechn within a single material 70 ne. Every existent integrates the other into the developing totalization and thereby, even if he never sees him, and in spite or barriers, obstacles, and distances, defines himself in relation to the actual totalization which the other is purveying. But it should be noted that the relation revealed itself through the mediation of it is that ignorance and yet reciprocity no sooner into being it me, as we saw, it closed in upon itself. If the triad is necessary in the extremes of a relation stranded in the universe, and linking two individuals who are ignorant of each other, It is broken up by the exclusion of the third party as soon as people or groups either help on another or fight one another /y, and the human mediator cannot help transforming the elementary relation whose essence is to be lived with no other mediation than matter into metamorphosis will later. But this is not all. Even when men are face to face, the reciprocity of their relation is actualized through the mediation of this third party and at once closes itself from it. Following Moss, Levi Strauss has shown that potlatch is supraeconomic in character. The bet proof is that greater prestige results from the destruction of wealth than from its distribution, because however liberal it may be, distribution always requires a similar return. 11 And it cannot be denied that in this case the gift has of 969, p. 55. Of the that it sists, it is always effect by of hange. Of might to high George's gata il to in, which is lightly bound up with orlrt alpha is an o.r the productio of, distribution human relations a mediation of malaria/ity oya esic quality of reciprocity. But it should be noted that in its destructive form the gift is not so much an elementary form of exchange as a mortgage of the for t.he other, the period of time which separates the two ceremonies, even if reduced to a minimum, masks their reversibility. Effect, the first donor issues A to Moss has emphasized the ambiguous character of potlatch being an art of friendship and of aggression. In effect, in its simplest form, of giving is a sacrifice is put the lewd other under an obligation. When, in the course of a migration, of a tribal group come estrange they discover man as an alien species, that is, as a fierce carnivorous beast who can lay ambushes and make tools. This terrified discovery of alterity necessarily implies human praxis for confronts them but is by the quality of which it produces and supports. And gift, a propitiatory is offered 50th anger is appeased, and to a beast which is tamed by being fed. It is the mater 7 ECR which, by its mediation, sets reciprocity free. But it is not experienced such, who rare receives a gift, provided he agrees to receive it, conceives the gift both as proof of non-hostility and as an obligation on himself to treat the newcomers as guests. The threshold is crossed, that is all. Of cannot be o gift is and is exchange, or, to put it another way, it exchange exprius irreversibility. So that its temporal character in absolute reciprocity, it must be institutionalized, that is to say, apprehended and located through an objective totalization off-lived time. Duration then appears as a material object, as a mediation between two which determine another in their interiority, it be defined of a to pay to z. Cf. Of the x-tween str*mgers who table railway, he of and the UFC also his description or ghe markets of *everyam armed, on SAO skill percent held in AF or at slightest kit one also by he exchange, which applied the vendetta, p. 08 book I by reference to tradition or law, so that the homogeneity of instance conceals the heterogeneity of succession. But institutions, such as marriage between are against background of the dualistic organization of which Lévi*Rose has given such a striking description, and whose origin lies in a reaction against the of primitive migratory the of central power encouraged physicians. A ordering is superimposed on a plurality of clans and sections and functions as a regulating principle. The Mako of Guinea themselves say that the apparent confusion of their groups actually conceals a dualistic order based on reciprocal tributes. This is because reciprocity as a relation within the totality can be conceived only from the point, fv, of totality, that is, by each group in so far as it can claim to be integrated with all the others precedes parts, this as a static substance but as a turning totalization. We shall come back to this point later. But what has emerged clearly here is that duality, both as a general rule and in each particular case, is released by a sort of commutative trinity which presupposes plurality. It is only the third party in fact who can, through his mediation, show the equivalence of the goods exchanged and consequently of RHE successive acts for this exterior third party, of the goods exchanged is clearly transformed into exchange value. To precisely that he is an agent in the operation, he negatively determines the potlatch, and those who do it, he illuminates their reciprocal recognition. Here, whatever the society, the third party is everyone and everybody, thus reciprocity is lived by everyone as diffuse objective possibility. But as soon as it 15 actualized, or rather unmasked, it closes in upon itself. The dualistic ordering is based on the ever-turning totalization. Art negates this totalization as soon as it is established. Similarly, isolated as a relation between individuals, it presents itself as the lived if I try to I around various ternary or binary formations, the first of which are constantly disintegrating and the second of which ons from a turning totalization and may at any moment integrate themselves into a trinity. Thus it is inconceivable that a temporal process should begin with a dyad as we it lay again at a later or its human a 09 and in a triad. A as relation of ma to man, is the necessary ground of any ternary relation, but conversely, a ternary relation, as the mediation of man amongst men, is basis on which reciprocity becomes of itself as a reciprocal connection. If the idealist dialectic misused the triad, this is primarily because the real relation between men is necessarily ternary. But this trinity is not a designation or ideal mark of the real is inscribed in, that is to say, in the materiality of individuals. In this sense, reciprocity is not the thesis, nor trinity the synthesis, or conversely it is lived relations whose content is determined in a given society, and which are conditioned by materiality and capable of lying modified only by our reciprocity, exploitation, and repression. But let us go back to the binary formation. We take it first because it is the simplest, but we must not lose sight of the synthetic ensemble in relation to it itself. As we have seen, it is n at something which can to men from outside, or which they can establish between themselves by common consent. Regardless of the action of the third party, and however spontaneous the mutual recognition of the two strangers who have just met may seem, it is really only the of a which is as existed, as en reality of the has just been formed. It is important to see in this how each of them exists, or produces high being, in the presence of the other and in the human world. In this sense, reciprocity is a permanent structure of every object, defined as things in advance. By collective praxis, we transcend our being by producing ourselves as men among men, and we allocation ourselves to L_W by everyone the extent that they are integrated project. And the of project is conditioned by the fact of my already being amongst men, and Ewing recognized by them in advance as a man of a certain kind and milieu, with my place in society already fixed by meanings engraved in matter, is it cannot on a universal abstract bond, like Christian charity, nor on an a priori willingness to o book I treat the human person, in myself and in the other, as an absolute end, nor a purely contemplative intuition rewelling humanity to everyone as the essence of his fellows. It is the individual's prax.r, as of his project, which is of prosody with you or yon. Quality it does not exist as this particular gardener recognizes in this particular road mender a concrete pro-FCT, which is expressed in his behavior and which others have already by the very task which they have set him. Thus everyone recognizes the other on the basis of a social recognition to which his clothes, his tools, etc., passively bear witness. From this point of view, the mere act of speaking, the simplest gesture, and the elementary structure of perception, which, moving from future to present, from totality to particular moments, discloses the behavior of RHE other, imply mutual recognition. And capitalist exploitation and oppression are no counterexample to this. The swindle of capitalist exploitation is based on a contract. And though this contract necessarily transforms labor, or praxis, into an inert commodity, it is, formally, a reciprocal relation. It is a free exchange between two men who recognize each or are in their freedom. It is just that one of them pretends not to notice RHE other is forced by RHE constraint of needs to sell himself as a material object. Clear conscience of the employer is based entirely on that moment of exchange in which the wage laborer appears to his labor power incomplete if is free in relation to his poverty, he is juridically free in relation to his employer, at least in employer not put pressure the workers when he and top rate and away those again, Competition between workers moderate the has nothing with it. Example clearly enough that man becomes a thing for the other and for himself only to the extent that he is initially posited as human freedom by praxis itself. Absolute respect for the freedom of the propertyless is the best way of leaving him at the mercy of material constraints, at the moment of the contract. As for oppression, it consists, rather, in treating the other as in me Southerners, in rhe name of their respect for animality, industrialists the workers but in fact it is material, which are to work by breaking in, blows and threats. Elover, the slave acquires his animality, through the master, only after his humanity has been hound in relations as a media of materiality. Plantation owners in the refuse to raise children in so to the right to treat them as which was implicit recognition that they were already men, they evidently differed from their masters only in lacking a religious faith, and the care their masters took to keep it from THCNL was a recognition of their capacity to acquire it. In fact, the most insulting command must be addressed by or man to another, rhe master must have faith in man in the person slaves. This the contradiction of colonialism. All forms of tyranny, in order treat like a dog, Anna must first realtjgratis him as a man. The concealed discomfort or the master is that he always has to consider the human reality of his slaves, whether through his reliance on their skill and their synthetic understanding of situations, or through his precautions against the permanent possibility of revolt or escape, while at the same time refusing them the ekonarnelk political status beings. Thus reciprocity, though completely opposed to alienation and reification, does not save from them. As we shall see later, a dialectical processes these relations opposite. Reciprocal ternary relations are the basis of all relations between men, whatever form they may subsequently take. Though reciprocity is often concealed by the relations which are established and supported by it, which may, for example, he oppressive, it evident it itself woe is in its very the of the other. In other words, men are bound together by of interiority. It might be objected that this reciprocal relation is for we have tried to show that the intelligibility of the sin bond either manifests itself in the process of a totalizing praxis, but in this there is neither tota ity nor totalization, and these relations manifest themselves as priorily within exteriority. The primary answer to this objection is that, while we are at this stage of the investigation, we are not with one dialectic, but with rhe external relation several, relation which must be dialectical and external. In other words, the of and the ternary are of totalizing, they are multiple adhesions between men which keep society in a colloid state. Besides, in order to gain comprehension, in this as in every other case make use of the totality of the investigation have already been JRZ book is true that the dialectical materiality of everyone is not sufficient to account for a reciprocity, the least that is necessary is a quasi-totality. And this quasi-totality, as we know, exists in the form of swrked tratter in so far as it mediates between men, it is on the basis of this negative inert unity that reciprocity arises. TT1 is means that it always arises on an inert foundation of institutions and instruments by which is already defined. We must not suppose that we have entered the kingdom of ends and that, in reciprocity, everyone recognizes and treats the other as an absolute end. This would be formally possible only in so far as everyone treated himself, or treated the human person in himself, as an unconditioned end. Indeed, this hypothesis would throw us back into absolute idealism. Only an idea amongst other ideas can posit itself. It's but a set a world, wants to change the world which crushes him, that is, to act the world of materiality through the mediation of matter and hence to change himself. His constant search is for a different arrangement of the universe, and a different statute for man, and in terms of this new order he is able to define himself as he other whom he will become. Thus he constantly makes himself the instrument, the means, of this future statute which will realist him as other, and it is impossible for him to treat his own present as an end. In other words, man as the future of man is regulative of undertaking, the end is always a remolding of the material order which by itself will make possible. Or, to approach a different angle, Hegel's mistake was belief is to objectify that work reflects the individuality its author. In fact, however, objectification as such is not the GCXTL, but RHE consequence attached to the goal. Is production of an assumption, or a tool, or RHE creation of a work of art. And it is through this production, this creation, that man CRC%its himself, or in other gradually things he is in them. Consequently, in so far as my project is a transcendence of the present towards the future, and of myself towards the world, I always treat as a cannot the other as an end. Implies, first, that the other is a ironisal arna means, that the other the of a transcendent end and not my means, second, that I recognize the other as praxis, that is to say, as a developing totalization, at the same time as human I as mediation of three integrating him as an object into my totalizing project, third, that I his towards his in same by which I project myself towards mine, and fourth, that I discover myself as an object and instrument of his ends through the same. Act in this way, reciprocity can be either positive or negative. In the first case, everyone may make himself a means within the project of the other 50 that he becomes a means within his own project, and in case the two aims this is what happens with exchange or the provision of services. Alternatively, the end may he shared, a collective undertaking or work, everyone the others means in their collective shall realify either single transcendent ATM. In the case of negative reciprocity, the four necessary conditions are fulfilled but on the basis of a reciprocal refusal, each refuses serve the other's end and, while arguing his own objective being as a means within the adversary's project, he uses his own instrumentality in others to make them an instrument of his own ends in spite of themselves. This is in T, everyone reduces himself to his materiality so as to act on that of the other, through pretenses, stratagems, frauds, and allows himself to be high as you hear again it would quite wrong that is the of the Hegel's language, that each consciousness seeks the death of the other. The origin of Strug 4% LE always lies, in fact, in some concrete antagonism whose material condition S, la rarer in a particular form, and the real aim is objective conquest or even creation, in relation to which the adversary is hatred of harm or recognition even if it is posited for itself, is really only a mobilization of all one's strength and passions in the service of an aim which requires such total commitment. Hegel, in other words, ignored matter as a mediation between individuals. Even if one uses his terminology, one has to say that VHLLC each consciousness is the counterpart of the other. This reciprocity can take an infinity of different forms, or negative, that it is the mediation of which deter these forms in every concrete but this relation, all each in far himself amongst ruin, contains a contradiction, it is a totalization this will be in the next Z4 book I which has to be totalized by what it totalizes. It ses complete equivalence of two systems of reference and of two actions, in short, it does not posit its own unity. The limit of unification lies in the mutual recognition which occurs in the process of two synthetic two integrations are one there always two of them, each integrating RHE entire two men are performing a certain task together. Each adapts his of approaches or of the his other's instrument to the extent that he makes the other into his, each anticipates the other's movement in his body, and integrates it in his own movement as a transcended renance, and in this way watch of them acts in such a way as to become integrated as a means into RHE other's movement. But this intimate relation its rivality is the negation of there is always objective possibility of unification, it is foreseen, even required, by the material environment, that is, by the nature of the tools, the structure of the workshop, the job to be done, used, but it is always a third which picks them out, through TLX mediation of objects, or, in other words, the unity of the work team is inscribed in matter as an innate imperative. Each of them is in reality as an individual he or modifies, he is, and sustains his he himself the worker, the proletarian, which particular machine requires. But their unity lies in matter, or rather, it goes from tool to material, their double praxis is objectified as a common praxis in the finished product, but in this way it loses its quality, the unity of A, and is, say, the of with characteristics which enable judge priori workers it. Or course, while doing the work, each them will see this objective unity coming into existence, and will see his own movement reflected in the object both as his own and as other. Of CN-ers, when each of them the other, each will see this approach as coming to him from outside. And of course, every moment of this continuum must be ambivalent. Praxis of RACH resides in of other, as its C-class secret exteriority and its deep interiority. Nevertheless, this reciprocity is lived in separation, and since mutual integration implies the Bain-Gana echt of each for the other, it could EOT be otherwise. Each reflects his own project to the other as coming to him within the objective, HUD experiences, connected in are not integrated into a synthetic unity. The fact is that in through mutual recognition each of them discloses and respects the project of the other, as also existing outside his own project, that is, they define it as a transcendence which cannot be reduced to its simple objectivity as transcended transcendence, but the direction of ends, through its own motivations. But precisely because it is experienced or every transcendence, in its subjective reality, recede from the other and can be referred to, in the objectivity of behavior, only as A with no graspable content. It is therefore impossible to unite a work team in a totalisainquement, since such a developing totalization actually contains an element of disintegration. The other appears as a totalized object referring beyond its project to a different, transcendent, lived totalization, and one in which the first, in its turn, as a similarly destructive another is posits essential to the extent that it affirms the co-essentiality of the other. Lives lacks unity, his concrete certainty. 15 Mutual adaptation with n-ness, it is the existence of a two-centered relation which he can never grasp in its totality. This disunity within solidarity, whether positive or negative, is caused by an excess rather than a deficiency. It is the in of two, and strictly we in a real of the relation are incapable God, of being reckoned as distinct quantities and of effectively realifying their unity. In effect, the only possible unity of these epicontres is a transcendent hypercenter. In other words, the unity of a dyad can be realized only within a totalization performed from outside by a third party. Each member of the team comes upon this unity as a negation, as a lack, in a kind of disquiet. It is at once an arising the very requirements totalization, and an imprecise reference to an absent witness, and the lived but unarticulated certainty that the total reality of the collective undertaking can only exist elsewhere, through the mediation of an other and as non-reciprocal. Thus the mutual relation is haunted by its unity as if its were an inadequacy of being transforming its original structure. This disquiet of reciprocity, in its turn, is intelligible as the moment in which the of each experiences dialectic the other a limitation on of in and by the very at synthesis. For this reason, it is always possible for reciprocity to collapse into its terms as a false, crush ng totality. And this can positive as well as negative. A collective undertaking can become a kind of infernal impulsion insists on continuing it out of for the other. Are often dominated by as if they were drowning in this ever disintegrating unity, hitting at the air, suddenly leaning against each other in a common fatigue which hints at the shadow of a positive reciprocity, or pursuing each other to the four corners of the ring. They are possessed, they become inessential while the match returns essential. In of has disposal an array of abstract designations with which to express this fleeting unity to the other and with which to refer to it in the void. But it must be observed, in the first place, that these designations, and the possibility of employing them, that is of conceiving the double totalization as an objective totality, depend on the presence of a third party. For, as we have seen, the third party makes reciprocity visible to itself, while reciprocity in upon denying the third party, yet referring to her through its own inadequacy. In this sense, the relation between third parties, in so far as each is preoccupied with mediating a reciprocal relation, one of separation postulating reciprocity as the fundamental bond between men. However, lived reciprocity always refers back to RHE third party and in its turn shows a ternary relation is both its foundation and its culmination. It is this new rela which we must investigate. What is significance? A binary relation of being integrated into a ternary onio. Let us return to our example of two laborers performing a joint task. Let us suppose that a norm is being established. The presence of a timekeeper and his specific task reanimate inert meanings. His aim is to regulate a particular he and its in of a purpose, increasing productivity. The irreducible heterogeneity of the dyad is concealed because from the point of view of the task to be done, the workers and tools appear as a homogeneous the reciprocal action statutzik object of his inquiry. And, since his task is law, determine this rhythm as precisely as possible. The common rhythm, in the light of the objective end, appears as the living unity which animates the two workers. Thus the movement of objectivity is inverted. What the time sees as the of his aim which he pursues. He has to measure speeds, and through this relation which is definitive of his PRCN is, he grasps the end which is posed upon the workers in its full objectivity, for it is not the same his own end though it is intimately linked with it. As the end of others it is the essential instance for him to do his job. The objective and subjective connection between his own end and that of others makes him see as his object and the workers as the of maintaining or increasing its reciprocity as of a heterogeneity is relegated to interiority without a center. This intimacy lived in separation, is abruptly dislocated and torn apart so as to become a single praxis whose end lies outside itself. This end which belongs to others, reveals itself as their end and as his means and is presented to RHE witness in its objective totality. And as IR discloses its content, which refers back to the activity of the whole factory and to the entire social system, it reveals itself as a of set up by in with the requirements of production. It is this which defines relation of the timekeeper to the two workers and to his superiors, or in other words, which designates his objective being in his very subjectivity. He is the one through whom the end is posited as a structure of transcendence in relation to the workers. Thus he reveals it as an autonomous object. But this structure of control refers, in its very ohitenvity, to the subjectivity of those whom it controls. This goal has as a commonness though present in the objective cannot be grasped by the witness. It closes in on the two subjectivities which it equaces and shc.rs them its inner surface which the timekeeper has too as pure leaning, as a dimension of flight at the heart of plenitude. Objectively, the totality includes RHE two simultaneous actions, IR and limits at the same as enveloping and S masking from direct perception. It is a structure of the exists through itself, it is expressed by a relative which conditions it. Objectively, and through the third party, independence the reciprocity into of and mutual adaptation the self-determination of praxis, it transforms a double action into a single event which controls the two workers as structures. Particular relations depend on overall relations and who the mediation of the whole. This living totality, comprising men, their objects, and the material on which they work, is both an event as a temporal cessation of the objective imperative and though this amounts to the same thing the regressive disclosure of the end, from the future T and THR present, as the concrete unit of the event. Subjectivities are enveloped within this moving totality as necessary but elusive significations, but they define themselves as a common relation to a transcendent rather than as each apprehending its ends in a reciprocity of separations. These significations, in their objective meaning, become homogeneous, and come together and merge into one another in their recognition of transcendent imperative. Thus this imperative is expressed, through the mediation of the other, as essential, and subjectivity becomes its inessential means of making itself felt as imperative. In this way, subjectivity is merely the internal milieu which mediates the imperative as the interiorization of control. In this milieu the individual appears as an arbitrary determination of the subjective substance. As in wave mechanics, the principle of individuality is not really applicable. Whatever their external differences, are defined on the basis of the end as a complete interiorization of the entire imperative, and therefore by the presence in them of the whole of subjectivity. Here the social gmup appears reduced to its simplest expression. It is the objective totality insofar as it defines its subjectivity simply by interiorization of values and objective ends and, within a given undertaking, real individuals as simple interchangeable of intervention of the subjectivity of the Bn-up is shown to be indivisible, and circulates freely within the object as milieu, substance, and pneuma. It expresses itself Tn self-temporalizing objectivity as intersubjective reality. And intersubjective tie expresses itself in the most fortuitous and temporary groupings. For a taxi driver looking at some people staring into a river, they are united by one and the same their curiosity, they push one another, lean over, stand tiptoe, shows existence a transcendent, but invisible end, there's something that has to be looked at. The mediation of the third party reanimates the in things, which constitute the group as a totality. These crystal-listed significations already represent relations as of the anonymous praxis of other and produce, in matter, a solidified elation. In awakening them the third party makes himself a mediator between objective thought as other and concrete individuals, through him a rigid universality constitutes them by its _NVN activity. Thus duality is unified from outside through the praxis of the third party, and we shall see in a moment how the members of a interiori sit. At present it is still a transformation which transcends him. Of third to dyad is one of interiority in that he modifies himself in modifying it. But this relation is not reciprocal. In transcending the dyad towards his own ends, the third party shows it to be an object unity, that is of course, the relation of them degraded terms is neither external nor molecular, insofar as each or excludes other there or insofar this relation can only but not unity is imprinted from in the first moment, while dyad becomes a team not by producing its totality, but, initially, by being subjected to it as it will no doubt have been noticed that this trinity seems like an embryonic hierarchy, the third party as mediator a synthetic power and the bond between him and the dyad is unreciprocal. It will therefore be asked what this spontaneous hierarchy is based on, given that we are considering it in the abstract, as a synthetic bond, without examining the historical circumstances in which it arises. The answer to this question is provided by points, and enable us make further progress in our regressive investigation. First, if there is no reciprocity between the dyad and the third party, this is because of the very structure of relation, but this does not generate any priori hierarchy since any member of the trinity might become the third party in relation to the other two. Only Rhe conjuncture, and therefore history in its entirety, can determine whether this changing relation be becoming the third party in turn, like in children's games where you or yon takes turns at being the general or the bandit chief, or whether it is to be fixed in the form of a primitive hierarchy. It is already fairly obvious, in fact, that the problem will become infinitely complex since social reality comprises an indefinite multiplicity of third parties, because the relation changes even if the number of individuals is finite, and an indefinite multi-reciprocities, and also because individuals can constitute themselves as group third parties, and there can be reciprocities of reciprocities, and reciprocities groups. Finally, individuals or groups can be engaged in reciprocal actions even while defining themselves as third parties. At present we are equipped to these indefinite relations in their intelligibility, for we have not yet mastered all our it is recalling, to relation really exists between all men and that it is no more than the relation of praxis to itself. The only origin of the complication which gives birth to two new relations is plurally, that the multiplicity of organisms. So, quite apart fn-rn any question of antagonism, every prince ris both affirms and negates the other, insofar as it transcends it as its object, and also causes itself to be transcended by it. And every praxis, as a radical unification of the practical field, adumbrates, in its relation to all others, Rhe project of unifying them all by eliminating of plurality. Plurality is other than the inorganic dispersal of, and given that this plurality always arises within an existing society, it is in fact never wholly natural and, as we have seen, is always expressed in techniques and social institutions which transform it to the extent that it occurs within them. But, although natural dispersal cannot be any more than the abstract sense of real, social dispersal, it is always the case that, within a given society, negative element of exteriority always conditions peculiar relation of reciprocity which negates not only plurality, through the adhesion of activities, but also unity, by a plurality of recognitions, and also the relation of a third party to a dyad, which defines itself as exteriority within pure interiority. Moreover, the designation of a third party as the actualization in a given individual of this universal relation always occurs, as we have seen, in a given practical situation and under the pressure of material circumstances. Is reversed, starting worker, we showed individual praxis to the complete intelligibility of dialectical movement, but, moving on from this abstract moment, we have that first the indefinite adherence of each to each, and these formal conditions for all history are immediately seen to be conditioned by inorganic materiality, both as the fundamental condition determining the content of human relations, and as an external plurality within reciprocity within the scene that this though by degrees it unites each to all, 15 in itself incapable of realifying totalisating as the movement of history, we the jelly-like substame which constitutes relations infinite of bonds of dispersive exteriority, rather than their elimination or totalizing transcendence. No doubt it does transcend them, but only because the discrete multiplicity of organisms happens to be engaged in a kind of dance with an unlimited, circulating multiplicity of epicenters. Ambiguity well for our private with friends, companions, casual customers, or chance acquaintances, and even with colleagues, in an office, or a factory, in so far as they are the living milieu which unites us to everyone and the mechanical which us when work is over. But this ambiguity cannot explain the structured relations which at levels produce active groups, classes, and nations, any more than it can explain institutions or the complex ensembles known as societies. The reversal of the investigation takes place through historical materialism. If totalicertain is a historical process, it comes to Mendelroth in other words, as the free development of the organism has now the material in a practical field, and in a moment we shall see the material milieu as the first totalization of human relations. 3. Matter as totalized totality. A first encounter with necessity SC mode production pure, non-human inorganic matter that is, not matter in itself but matter from the point of view of the in which it is the object of scientific experiment s governed by laws of exteriority. If it is true that matter affects an initial union between men, this only be so to man has already made a practical attempt to unify it, and that it has passively received the seal of unity. In a passive synthesis whose unity conceals a molecular dispersal conditions the of whose deep of masked by their dispersal. This synthesis, therefore, represents the material condition of historicity. At the same time, it is what might be called the passive motor of history. Human history and orientation towards the future and a totalizing preservation of RHE past is in fact also defined in the present by the fact that something is happening to, as we shall see later, the inert of work functioning as an inert universal memory, records and conserves the forms imperxed on it by earlier labor, is the factor in any given social field which allows every particular historical situation to transcended by RHE total process of history. In addition, as a kind of material synthetic judgment, it inexplicable RHE continuous of inorganic has the imprint of appears as a and since the unity of interiority which belongs to the dialectical moments of action returns into itself and can only be preserved through exteriority, that is to the that there is no external to destroy. 23 It is necessary, as we shall soon see, that human history should be liver, at this of the investigation, as non-human history. This does not mean that historical events are going to appear to us as an arbitrary succession or irrational facts, the contrary, it means that they are winged to assume the totalizing unity of a negation of man. History, at this level, has a fearful and depressing meaning. It appears as though what unites men is an inert demonic negation, taking away their substance, that is to say, their labor, and turning it against all in the form of active and high. This peculiar relation, with the initial alienation which results from it, will produce its own dialectical intelligibility, as soon as the relation of a multiplicity of individuals to the practical field which surrounds them is investigated, in So far as this relation is for everyone a univocal relation of interiority, and as soon as it is linked dialectically to the reciprocal relations which unite them. Same it is worth pointing out that this relation materiality individuals is in history in particular and contingent form, since the whole of human development, at least up to now, has been a bitter struggle against. Thus at every level the basis of the passive actions of worked and socialized materiality will turn out to be the original structure of scarcity as a primary unity transmitted to matter through men and returning to men through matter. But we should not be disturbed by the fact that the relation of is contingent. It is logically possible coif of organisms on other planets a relation to their environment other than scarcity. However, we are completely incapable of simply erskren, ng such a relation, and supposing that there is life on other planets, it is most likely that it too would suffer from scarcity. Above all, although scarcity is universal, at a given historical it vary from region to another. And some of the causes of these variations, such as overpopulation or underdevelopment, are historical, and are therefore fully intelligible within history itself. Others, such as climate, or the richness of the subsoil, given a certain level of technical development, condition history social structures without being conditioned by it. The fact is that after thousands of years of history, 3/4 of world's population are in spite of contingency. Scarcity is a very basic human relation, both to nature and to men. In this sense, scarcity must be seen as that which makes us into these particular individuals' particular history. And 24. Defining ourselves as men. It is perfectly possible to conceive of a dialectical praxis, or of labor, without scarcity. In fact, there is no reason why the products required by the organism should not be practically inexhaustible, while a practical operation was still necessary in order to extract them from the earth. In that case, the inversion of the unity of human multiplicities through the counterfinalities of matter would still necessarily subsist. For this unity is linked to labor as to the original dialectic. But what would disappear? 15. Our quality as men, and since this quality is historigzl, the actual specificity of our history would disappear too. So today your yon must recognize this basic as which, working both thousands of years and also, quite directly, through the present, forces him to be exactly what he is. In the progressive moment of our investigation, we shall study the problem of the contingency of history, and we shall see that the problem is particularly important from the point of view of a future FCX man. In case which we are considering, scarcity appears to grow less and less contingent in that we ourselves produce new forms of it as the milieu our life, the basis of an original contingency which shows, might say, both the necessity of our and of necessity. An attempted critique distinguish between this determinate relation and the general relation, independent of historical determination, between dialectical, multiple praxis and materiality. However, since is a determination of this general relation and the latter is manifested to us only through the former, it will for us to discuss scarcity first and then to let the universal relations between the dialectic and the inert emerge later. Our description of the relation of scarcity will be brief, because there is nothing new to say about it. In particular, historical materialism, as the interpretation of our history, has provided the necessary explanations here. But what has never been attempted is a study of the type of passive action which materiality as such exerts on man and his history in returning a stolen praxia to man in the form of a counterfinality. The point must be emphasized, history is more complex than some kinds of simplistic Marxism suppose. Man has to struggle not only against nature, and against the social environment which has produced him, and against other men, but also against his own action as it other. Primitive type of alienation within other of alienation, it is independent of and, in fact, is their foundation. In other words, we shall reveal, through it, that a matter as totality to us is a and of praxis. If we do not try to define this moment, historical intelligibility, that is, certainty within the complexity of temporal development, loses one of its essential moments and is transformed into unintelligibility. Is a fundamental relation of our history and a contingent determination of our univocal relation to materiality. Scarcity, as the lived relation of a practical multiplicity to surround materiality within itself, is the basis of the possessibility of human history. But this calls for two explicit qualifications. First, for a historian situated in 957, scarcity is not the basis of the possibility of alley history. We have no way of telling whether, for different organisms on other planets or for our descendants, if technical and social changes shatter the framework of scarcity, a different history, constituted on another basis, and with different forces and projects, might logically cryn, by this I do mean tell the relation organic to inorganic somewhere be something other than scarcity. First and foremost, I mean that it is impossible to know a priori whether the temporalicidlon of such beings would take the form of a history. But to say that our history is a history of men is equivalent to saying that it is horn and developed within the framework of a field of tension produced by second qualification is this. Scarcity is the basis of the possibility of human history, but not of its reality. In other words, it makes history possible, but other factors, yet to be determined, are necessary if history is to be produced. RHERC% for this restriction is that there are some backward societies in a sense, are prone than others to or depression's food but which are, nevertheless, correctly by ethnographers societies with no history, societies based on repetition. This means as Shanji, Ray have to interiorix, tvxy to a what historialigs not a to rat scarcity can exist on a very large scale. If a state of equilibrium established within a given mode of production, and preserved from one generation to the next, it is preserved as that is to say, both as a physiological and social determination of human organisms and as a practical of keeping institutions and physical corporate development at the same level. This corresponds ideologically to a decision about human nature. Man a stunted misshapen being, hardened to suffering. And he lives in order to work from dawn till dusk with primitive, technical means, on a thankless threatening earth. We shall suv later that certain scarcities can condition a moment history, in the of changes of will themselves have to be explained, they take the form of abrupt changes in the standard of is born a sudden which disrupts all levels of society. Scarcity is the basis of the possibility human history and of no more than its possibility because, through the internal adaptation of organisms, it can, within certain limits, be lived as an equilibrium. From this point of view, there is no dialectical in the idea of a country with no history, where groups would vegetate and break out of repetition, producing their lives with primitive techniques and instruments knowing absolutely nothing of people, have said that these with no history are in fact societies whose history has come to a halt. That is quite plausible, since they do indeed have their techniques, and, however primitive their tools may be, there must have been a temporal to bring them this degree of efficiency, by of forms which themselves, in connection with this process, arc in spite of everything so that they, to sation. But this way or presenting matters deals guises the a priori desire of some ideologists *idealists as well as Marxists, of basing Ely 5 Tory on some essential necessity. From this point of view, non-historical societies would in fact very special moments in which historical development had slowed itself down and stopped, by turning its byword against itself. Position, this conception, pleasing in that it reinstates necessity and unity everywhere, is unacceptable simply because it offers itself as a conception of the world which the facts could neither confirm nor refute. It is true that many groups 17p and 7 which here settled into repetition have a legendary history, but this is irrelevant, for legend is a negation of history, its function being to reintroduce the archetype into sacred moments of repetition. The only we can draw from the examination validity a dialectic is that scarcity could never suffice by itself either to initiate a historical development or, and the course of a development, to burst some logjam which has transformed history into repetition. On the contrary, it is scarcity, as a real and constant tension both between man and his environment and hetern man and man, which explains fundamental, techniques and institutions, not in the sense that it is a real force and that it has produced them, but because were produced in the by interiorizes the scarcity even when they try to transcend it. Can be seen, in the abstract, as of individual to the environment. Practically and historically, that is, insofar as we exist in particular situations, the environment already constituted field, which relates everyone to collective structures. We shall explain what this means later. The most fundamental of these structures is scarcity as the negative unity of the multiplicity of men. Cf. unity is negative in relation to because is by so matter is iden, that is say, in so far as being is possible through struggle on this earth, therefore, that the totality unaffected by materiality manifests itself, in a given society and between independent social groups, both as the possibility cf. Universal destruction and as rhe permanent possibility that this to come to any the praxis of other men. This first aspect of scarcity can condition the of group, in group, taken collectively, but properly human of praxis cannot possibly be contained within the relation of scarcity itself, precisely because the positive dialectical unity of a common action is rhe negation of negative unity as surrounding materiality turning the individuals who have totalized it. In fact, scarcity as n as is expression a quantitative or less strictly defined. There will be an insufficient quantity of as shall is a milieu that it is of reliri of it is 128 book I particular natural substance manufactured product in a particular social field, the number of the groups or inhabitants of the region. There is not thus the world, the ensemble, exists for anyone in so far as TLR consumption of such and such a product elsewhere, by others, deprives him here of the opportunity of getting and consuming something of the same kind. In examining the indefinite and universal relation of indeterminate reciprocity we have noticed that men can be united with each other indirectly through a series or adhesions, without having the slightest idea of the existence of this or that other person. In the milieu of scarcity, however, even if individuals are unaware of each other, even if social stratifications and class structures completely sever reciprocity, query one within the social field still exists and acts in the presence of everyone else. Perhaps Reyes member of this society does not know how many individuals it contains. He may not know the exact relation of man to natural suintanese, to instruments and to human products, the relation which strictly defines scarcity. And he may account for present poverty in ways which are completely untrue and absurd. All the same, the other members of the group do exist for him collectively, in that each one of them is a threat to his life, in other words, in that the existence of one of them is the interiorization and absorption by a human life of the environment as a negation of mankind. But this individual her, if he realizes himself, through his as being will see in terms of the of or the man product, and, on this basic level, he will recognize them as the mere possibility of the consumption of something he himself needs. In short, he will find each of them to be the material possibility of his being annihilated through the material annihilation of an object of primary. Of course, these remarks describe a still very abstract moment of our regressive investigation. In reality, all RHE social antagonisms in a given society are qualified and itself defines the bounds of scarcity, at least within certain limits, both for each of its constituent groups, and in the fundamental matter of collective scarcity, that is, in terms of an ongronal relation between forces and relations of production. The important IIS is to in order, the structures of now, this point of view, it is easy to see that the totalization affected by scarcity is circular. Scarcity is not the absolute impossibility of the human. 129. Organism surviving, although, as I have shown, one might wonder whether the statement would remain true in this form, the radical of the surviving in a given situation, whether it be the raft of the Mi Percenta, an Italian city under siege, cr a modern society, which, of course, discreetly selects its dead simply by distributing items expenditure in a particular way, and which, at its deepest foundations, is already in itself a choice of who is well provided for and who is to go hungry. Scarcity makes the passive totality of individuals within a collectivity into an impossibility of coexistence. The group or the nation is defined by surplus, ses exced mayors, it has to reduce its number in order to stir 6ve. This reduction, of course, al-Ni's present as a practical necessity, need not take the form of murder. People can simply be allowed to die, as was the case with surplus children under the Ancien regime. Or birth control can be used, in which case the potential child, as a future consumer, is designated as undesirable. This may be conceived either, as in bourgeois democracies, in terms of the impossibility of continuing to feed its brothers in an individual in as China, in of impossibility of a certain rate of population until a certain of production be reached. But when there is of the birth negative of materiality take a purely form, the size of the surplus population can be determined, but not their individual characters. Here we see the full foam of commutativity, whose importance will become clearer later, and which marks each member of the group both a possible survivor and as a dispensable surplus member. And each is in way in his by and by everyone. The direct movement of need affirms him unconditionally as having to survive. This is the practical message of hunger and labor, and a direct challenge to it is inconceivable since it itself expresses man's transcendence, a radical threat by matter. But at the same time the individual's being is put in doubt by everyone against him and returns to him other through the social milieu. Through s.zylist matter and through material negation as an inner unity, man is course diluted as other than man. Man exists for everyone as an alien species. And res does not necessarily mean that conflict is interiorized and lived as a fight for survival. It simply means that the mere existence of everyone is defined by as the danger of for another. Better still, this constant danger of the annihilation of and of everyone is not something I see only in us ours. I myself that danger in so far as I am other, and designated by the material reality of the environment as potentially surplus with others. This concerns an objective structure of my being because t really a danger to others and, through the negative totality, to myself, in so far as are a part of that totality. We shall belcrew why both sellers and buyers in a free market can fix prices only low rhe extent that they are others in and for themselves. But at present we must confine ourselves to drawing certain consequences from these observations. When I say that man exists as other in the guise of non-human man, this must obviously be understood as applying to all the human occupants of the social feld under CN consideration, for others and for themselves. In other words, everyone is a non-human man for all others, and considers all others as non-human men, and actually treats other without humanity. The meaning of this will become clear later. These remarks of must be understood in a proper sense, that is to say, in the light of there being no such thing as human nature. However, up to our prehistory, in some form has all therefore understood that man's non-humanity does not come from his nature, and that far from excluding his humanity, it can only be understood -d through it. But it must also be understood that, as long as the reign of scanity continues, each and every man will contain an inert structure non-humanity which is in fact no more than material negation which has been interiorized. So let us understand that non-humanity is a relation between men and could not be anything else. No doubt it is possible rob wantonly cruel to some animal. But any punishment or blame for this cruelty can only he in the name or human relations. For who could believe that this carnivorous species which rears animals in their hundreds of thousands in order to kill them or to make them labor, and which systematically destroys to others, for the sake of hygiene, or for self-protection, or gratuitously, for fun Lau could believe that this predatory species has put its values and its real definition of itself into its relations with animals, except for ones which are castrated and domesticated, and then only by means of a simplistic symbolic mechanism. Now, relations, positive or negative, are reciprocal. This means that each individual's PRNU, in its practical structure and for the sake of the completion of its project, cognizes the P of the other, which means, basically, that it sees the duality of activities as inessential and the unity of provea as such as essential to them. In reciprocity, my partner's PMvis is, as it were, at root my praxis, which has broken in two accident, and whose two pieces, each of which is a original unity a profound and cio that the relation of reciprocity in before of scarcity man being after all, the historical product of scarcity. But without this human relation of reciprocity the non-human relation of scarcity would not exist. Indeed, scarcity as a univocal relation of each and of all monaire, finally becomes an objective social structure of the material environment, and in that way its inert finger points to every individual as both a cause and a victim of scarcity. And everyone interiorizes this structure in that by his behavior he makes himself of scarcity. His relation to the other in so far as it comes from is of exteriority, in first the is pure, living possibility sorry product, so that he defines himself in exteriority as a threatening but contingent possibility inherent in the product itself, as an external object, in the second place, because scarcity, as a rigid schema of negatin, organists, through everyone's praxis, every group of potentially surplus PEOP, see as a totality to be negated, as a totality which negates except from matter. Totalizes men falsely, or inertly, as molecules of wax are inertly united externally by a seal. But since relations of reciprocity survive, exteriority penetrates imo them. This means that everyone's understanding of the other continues to exist, but that this other _ris is understood from within only to the extent that the interiorized materiality of the agent constitutes the other as an inert every by an external impure reciprocity, which is then but reciprocity as by the same appears to us as anti-human in so far as this man appears as radically other, that is to say, as threatening us with death. Or, to put it another way, we have a rough understanding of his ends, for they are the same as ours, and his means, we have the same ones, as well as of the dialectical stroke of acts, but we understand as if they too in species, are demon c double. Nothing, not even wild beasts or microbes, could be more terrifying for man than a species which is intelligent, varnivorous, and cruel, and which can understand and outwit human intelligence, and whose aim is precisely the destruction of man. This, however, is obviously our own species as perceived in others by each of its in the of scarcity. This, at any rate, is the basic abstract matrix of reification of human relations in any society. At the time, it is the first stage of insofar as this is itself of given first of in is the of manichaeism, it values and evaluates the breaking of the reciprocity of immanence high interiorized scarcity, though we cannot go into the production of values here, but only by conceiving it as a product of the other. The anti-human, le contre-human, in fact tries to destroy men by sharing their ends and adopting their means. The break occurs the moment res deceptive reciprocity reveals the deadly danger which it contains, or, in other words, when it reveals that it is impossible for all those hound by reciprocal links to stay on rhe soil which supports and feeds them. And let us not make the mistake of thinking that this interiorized impossibility characterizes 5 individuals subjectively. On the contrary, it makes evity one derive/y dangerous for the other, and makes the concrete existence of in danger that of the man is constituted as non-human, and this non-humanity is expressed in praxis by the perception of evil as the structure of the other. File somewhat confused clashes, whose origin highly ambiguous, which take place between nomadic tribes when they happen to encounter one another, have for this reason been interpreted by historians and ethnographers as a challenge to some of the elementary truths of historical materialism. It is certainly true that the economic motive is not always essential, and 5 even sometimes not to be found at all. These wandering groups have the whole savanna to themselves, they do not trouble one another. But this is not the point. It always necessary for to he explicitly involved, but, in each of these tribes, the man of scarcity enters, in the other tribe, the man of scarcity in the as of the anti-human. Of are so by their struggle against the physical world and against people, often within their group, that appearance which presents them both with the bond of interiority and with the bond of absolute exteriority, makes them see man as an alien species. The strength of their aggressiveness and hatred resides in need, and it makes very little difference if this neo has just been satisfied. Its constant renewal and everyone's anxiety mean that whenever a tribe aptrs, its members A are constituted as famine being brought to the other group in the form of a human praxis. And, when there is a clash, what the adversaries try to destroy in each other is not the simple threat of scarcity, but itself in so far as it is of the anti-human. For this reason, I believe that, at the level of need and through it, archetype is experienced in practice through Manichaean action, and that the ethical takes the form of the destructive imperative, evil must be destroyed. And at this level, too, violence must be defined as a structure of human action under the sway of Manichaeism and in a context of scarcity. Violence always presents itself as, that is to say, a retaliation against the violence of the other. But this violence of Thursday is not an objective reality except in the sense that it exists in men as the universal motivation of counter-violence. It is nothing but the unbearable fat_t of reciprocity of the systematic exploitation of man's humanity for the destruction of the human. Is exactly the same, but as a process of restoralion, as a response to a provocation. If I destroy the non-humanity of the anti-human in my adversary, I cannot help destroying the humanity cf man in him, and realizing his non-humanity in myself. I may try to kill, to torture, to enslave, or simply to mystify, but in any case my aim will be to eliminate alien freedom as a hostile force, a force which me from the practical and make into a surplus condemned to death. In other words, it is undeniable that what I attack is man as that is, as the free praxis of an organic being. It is nothing that I in the enemy, is, in as other, and it is myself that I try to destroy in him, so as to prevent him me in my own body. These relations or exteriority in reciprocity, however, are completed by the of praxis itself, which establishes reciprocity in the negative form of antagonal sm, as SCXYN as a real struggle develops. In terms of the concrete necessities of strategy and tactics. 34. One is bound to lose if one does not see the enemy as another Yunnan group, capable of inventing traps, and of getting out of them, and of allowing itself to be caught by some of them. Conflicts of scarcity, from nomad wars to strikes, are always oscillating between two poles, one of which turns the conflict into the Manichaean struggle of men against their terrifying while reduces it to human proportions as a dispute which is being resolved by violence because they have exhausted or because mediation has broken down. The important point here is that, STMN as it is constituted as the action of an army, a class, or even of a group, praxis in PRTMIP, transcends the reefing inertia of the relations of scarcity. This shows, I think, that the inert morality of Manichaeism and radical evil presupposes a suffered distance, a lived impotence, and, away, the discovery of scarcity as destiny. In short, a veritable of by the material so is not a permanent structure, in the sense that it must always remain rigid and inert at a given rather a moment of human relations, which is constantly lying transcended and partially destroyed, but which is always being reborn. In fact, this moment is located midway between the destruction of positive reciprocities by scarcity, to whatever degree of social praxis this destruction goes, and the reappearance, under the sway of scarcity, of negative and antagonistic reciprocities. And this intermediate moment is identical with the first moment, and the productive schema of the process. Thus individuals belonging to a given social field live in a false relation of reciprocity with the, that is say, allow others to matter pure quantity, and they carry this into the living their reciprocity beings as a negated interiority, in other words, by living it falsely in exteriority. It may be said that we have not explained how matter as scarcity can unite men in a common practical geld when free human relations, abstracted from economic constraint, reduce themselves to constellations of reciprocity. In other words, given the possibility of how can through scarcity so as them every individual totalization? The question contains its own answer. It must be recognized that neighboring groups, though differing in structure like, for example, matter as to Talis to Tang 0.35 Chinese peasants and nomads on the frontiers of during the Tang dynasty can in fact be materially united in one and the same place, defined by a particular material configuration, and by a particular state of techniques, especially communications. The nomads have a limited freedom of movement and always remain on the edge of the desert, while the of peasants step by step seizing a little more arable land from the undecisive desert every day. The two groups are aware of each other, they are both divided and united by an extreme tension. For the Chinese, the nomads are robbers capable only of stealing the fruit of the labor of others, and for the nomads, the Chinese are pure colonialists, gradually driving them into an uninhabitable desert. For each group, as praxis, the other is an object in RHE unity of its practical field. WC shall return to groups later, and everyone is aware of being an object for the other's group. This utilitarian knowledge will be expressed in such the peasants' precautions against surprise attack, and in preparing their next, and it is that the two of unification from two different fields in the same environment. For each of them, existence for which it is itself the simply constitutes the field as having a double. This duality is a duality of is practically constituted as a means which can be used by the other. It is a mediation between the two groups in that each makes it a means against the means of the other. Everything is both a trap and a display, the secret reality of the object is what the other makes of it. And while the pure surrounding materiality becomes the contradictory unity of two opposed totalizations, each group, as an object among objects, that is to say, as a means chosen by the other to achieve his own ends, is objectively totalized as fragility with all the structures of the field. As a praxis which has been transcended and outwitted, as a free which has and used against relations in the individual village as by the inertia of surroundings, and these objective characteristics will become more and more clear as the peasants who dread the raids take stricter measures to avoid them by transcending their environment. In a solitary praxis, as we have seen, the farmer makes himself into an inert object in order to act on the soil, but at this point, his inertia reappears, transmuted to book one him through other people. But, if the balance of forces in some clash is favorable to him, he will find a new form of labor, for war is a jure of man upon man, in the shape power. And this means something entirely new, namely the power of one human praxis, through matter, against RHE praxis of the other, and the possibility of transforming and objectifying. And but what is interesting are of view is every square of the Geld, the groups and their two activities for all their hers, in so far as the terrain presents itself a permanent possibility of alienation for everyone. The negative unity of scarcity, which is anteriorist, and the reification of reciprocity, exteriorist for us all, and the unity of the world as the common locus of our antagonisms, and we will reinteriorist this unity in turn, in a new negative unity. We are united by the fact that we all live in a world which is determined by scarcity. Without saying that scarcity, as indeed we have already seen, be the of project is to combat it. Man, in fact, produces bislire in the midst of other men who are also proding theirs, or at least causing others to prod it. He produces his life in the mchal field of scarcity. I do not intend to study the types and institutions which within am not trying to reconstitute the moments of history or the descriptions of sociology. Besides, this is not the place for a description of those human fields which are unified under pressure of an active organization of multiplicity, with differentiated functions. We must pursue our investigation in the regressive order and return to materiality as the inert synthesis of human plurality. However, we must not move on from this stage of our inquiry without making those groups which are, and in a way by struggling against and by being conditioned in their structures by scarcity. They see and institute and not appears to everyone in need through the need or others, but because it is in the unified field, by praxis, labor. This obviously means that labor, as we have seen, is primarily organism which reduces itself to a controlled inertia so as to act upon inertia and satisfy itself as need. Clearly this does not in itself either that labor exists in the field of or that it be as a struggle against scarcity. But given a social field which is defined by scarcity, that is, given TLY historical human field, labor for man has to be defined as praxis aimed at satisfying need in the yuxra of scarcity by a particular negation of it. In hunting, for example, which is a matter not of systematic producing some tool, but of finding animals alriadv in the field, it not be that of the distance, a flock of migrant birds in the sky, etc., and all kinds of dangers, institute causes of, and so a hunting weapon appears as creative. Negatively, in that it partially and sets its own speed pin slow that of the hunted animal, and positively, in that for the hunter it multiplies the amount of possible prey or, in other words, his chances of catching one of them. And from our point of view, it is important that in the present context there is no difference between saying, on the one hand, that the chances of an individual or being fed are by the in a giver, practical field, since the practical field, at this level, is not REA//Y the tool, and saying, on the other hand, that the tool transforms the practical field for people who live by fishing and hunting, if not in its extent, then at least in its end news the human labor of the individual, and consequently, of the group, is conditioned in its aim, and therefore in its movement, by none's fundamental project, for himself or for the group, or transding scarcity, not only as the threat of death, but also as immediate suffering, and as the primitive relation which constitutes nature through man and institutes man through nature. For precisely this reason scarcity will, without ceasing to be the fundamental relation, to qualify RHE group or the individual who struggle against it by themselves scarce as to in certain historical provided that techniques enable of scarcity to be transcended provided, words, worked by previous generations and the quantity and quality of the tools available enable a definite number of workers to expand production by a certain amount it is men who become scarce or 5K becoming so. Men as units of labor which destroy scarcity by means of organized production. Again we must be clear what we mean, it is the scarcity of products which defines men as scarce in certain social in all, even if it's still surplus in so far they are of need. The scarcity of men can refer to various structures of organization, shortage of manual labor, of skilled workers, of technicians, or of managers. In any case, what matters is that within a given group the individual is constituted in his by other individuals both as expendable book 1 and scarce. His expendability is immediate, and his scarcity applies in the most primitive forms of practical association and creates a constant tension in any given society. But in particular societies, with particular modes of production, the scarcity of men in relation to tools can be transformed, as a result of its own effects, into a scarcity of tools in relation to men. But the basic issue is the same. For a given society the quantity of in itself defines producers, and thus of producers and of production defines the of production and the margin of non-producers, that is to say, of rejected producers, which the society can permit itself. The remaining users represent a surplus which can either vegetate in malnutrition or disappear. It grys without saying that this new form of scarcity presupposes a based on kinds work in by an organized group. But this is not sufficient to define any particular Mesozoical society. Chinese society in imperial times, in so as it was conditioned primarily by its rivers, and Roman society, in so far as it secured domination of the Mediterranean world by constructing an enormous system of communications, both satisfy the necessary conditions just as well as capitalism, although this type of scarcity has essentially developed as part of the process of modern industrialization. But, in the same way, certain structured historical situations, institutionalist inequality of classes and conditions can cause a complete reversal of the situation. Of course such relative scarcity is caused by some material rigidity of production, which must not fall below certain by the of, or rather of the hierarchy of consumers, which itself reflects social structures which crystallize around the mode of production what Marxists call relations of production. It is all too clear that this reversal is particularly marked in our capitalist society and that it is an expression of its fundamental contradiction over production. And it is the absence of home markets capable of absorbing the entire PRI_F which has forced since antiquity trade by sea in order to search few new products or raw materials. It is this which has forced the continental powers into military imperialism. But this scarcity of man in relation to the product, the final twist of the dialectic of arity, presupposes as its essential condition the scarcity of the product in relation to man. And this scarcity is a fundamental determination of man, as is well known. The socialization of mafiosi production does not put an end to it except possibly through a long dialectical process of which we cannot yet know the outcome. The scarcity of consumers in relation to a particular product is conditioned by the scarcity of all products in relation to all consumers. Indeed, it is of this fundamental scarcity that certain relations of production have arisen, on the basis of the mode of production, which institutionally exclude certain social groups from full consumption, reserving it for other groups, insufficient in number to everything. Mere would he no point in expounding the dialectic of OVF and its crises here. But it is important to that, taking the process as a whole, the is ruined, of lack of outlets under competition, precisely that the lariat is impoverished, that is to say, to the extent that the process produces a scarcity of objects of primary necessity. It is perfectly at this level of the contradiction, for a given society to destroy some of its members as surplus to requirements at the same time as destroying part of its product because production exceeds consumption. And of course even if these products were distributed free to those whom society would allow to die, this would scarcely improve their lot. There would have to be a change at the level of the mode of production and of the basic relations to which it gives rid if the scarcity of were to be impossible and the reality of basic scarcity eliminated in the long term. The important thing, in the point of view of logical structures of history, is that the historical process is constituted in the field of scarcity, and if it actualizes all its dialectical possibilities, this is because of its actual contingent materiality, the outcome of an original contingency. But although, if WC consider each case in isolation, it would have been possible for of these to have developed have to with no history, Asiatic nations were relation of man to in the form in which the capitalist West initially imposed it on them in colonialism. Once these moments appear as structures of intelligibility in a developing history, they alone enable it to be when as a total rationality. It should noted that Marx zl clear intelligible in his dire construction of capitalist process and in always refused, and rightly so, to present Marx LSRN as a general historio-philosophical theory the supreme virtue of which consists being suprahistorical. 2. But at the same time, he believed correctly, though without historic *L proof that historical materialism was applicable to every moment of the historical process. In a remarkable passage, he criticized our contemporary Marxists and their dogma usm. The plebeians of ancient Rome were originally free peasants, each cultivating his own piece of land on his own account. In the course of Roman history they were expropriated. The same movement which divorced them thereof and subsistence in voived the formation not of big landed property but also of big fine were to be the one hand, free men stripped away everything except their labor power and other, the of acquired ready to exploit this labor. What happened? The Roman proletarians are not wage laborers but a mob of nothings, and alongside them there developed a mode of production which was not capitalist but base slavery. Thus events strikingly analogous but taking place in different surroundings totally different by studying each of and then comparing one can easily find the clue to this phenomenon. This passage clearly shows that, for Marx, the history of the non-alpha into the bourgeois of which is though it to a digression. Its is to integrate Griority into Historia than as the of Marx, letter to November in Engels, p. is show that he of the Roman plebs, despite its similarity to Holtmtion of RU%, will diff of capitalist and pre-capitalist societies of the past is not over with. It is important to study the development of these societies, and to compare them amongst themselves and with modern societies. At least there are compelling and intelligibility will be produced by these separate studies and by their comparison. Of course, the comparison will make them intelligible and they differ through and entirely it is based purely on the external similarity the processes, the similarity is founded, although it in turn provide a foundation for difference. It is based on the dialectical development of certain relations of man to his praxis, is, to his labor, friaudsance, is, peasants freely working there of property and reducing the expropriated to for whom, as the of lift has become the primary scarcity. But all this is only roughly sketched, and consequently the evolution of the transformations of Roman society has the form of a story which lacks genuine intelligibility. I hope it will not be suggested that the reason for the differentiation between the two processes resides in the radical difference between the. It is true, in a sense, the of the Roman plebs presupposed that there was no industry in the modern sense, the but is that the of the pheasants driven from the countryside directly depended, in our case, on industrialization and industrial concentration. In other words, the movement towards industrialization is a source of positive intelligence and has as a strict negation of total exteriority. It is a negative source of intelligibility, for instance, to show that a nation lost a war through the inadequacy of its armaments compared to the enemies. It be completely senseless that Napoleon was beaten at Waterloo because he did not have an force. In short, the Roman process roused provide its positive sources of intelligibility from within itself. It is worth observing that the schemata of prehistory, antiquity, the Middle Ages, the pre-capitalist are very by Marx in an intelligible form. Firstly, he did not hesitate to reshape them in response to the work of non-Marxist historians, and this is to his credit. For instance, he presented his theory of class struggle as a very truth, based on history of all existing book. Society is the history of class struggles. Later Engels added the note, is, written 1847, prehistory of society, the social organization existing previous to recorded history, was all but unknown. Since then, it has been discovered that, of land and village been the primitive form of society. With the dissolution of these primeval communities, society begins to be differentiated into separate and finally antagonistic classes. By Maurer and Morgan. N.ey studied the data of made commixtures, and they were by on basis this, and Marx before did not change his of ententioning for an intelligible development. On the basis recent work in prehistory and ethnography, he would no doubt change again and recognize that the truth, though not proving him entirely wrong, is more complex than the simplistic historians of the 19th century imagined. This first, it did nor take place everywhere. He wished to that original purity had longer incited many societies in which it occurred at very different periods, and often from outside. With instance, he wrote in the Anti-Dialectical, for thousands of years Oriental despotism and the changing rule of conquering nomad peoples were unable to injure these old communities. The gradual destruction of their primitive horn industry by the competition of products of industry brought these communities nearer and nearer to dissolution. And Marx, referring to the Russian Komronarchs, described Russia as the only European country where the village has a national down to are these considerations inevitably bring to the problem of peoples with no history. But they amplify and exaggerate the problem, since they make the learned order of different histories seem completely contingent. I certainly would not claim that Marx and Works, Volume 1, pp. 94-26. To vera first ingelgmatii, as totalized totalities e 4.3 Agils regarded this particular contingency as irreducible, for example, to the more general cxw. Ting in Sia history, which we'll discuss more fully later. What is certain is that in the we are about the succession of events which have no dialectical intelligibility. Let us see how Eng 15 himself described the dissolution of village communities. Here are two passages from the same work. In the first private. Already though limited to objects, in the ancient primitive communes of all civilized peoples. It into of at first through with of the commune assumed the commodity farm, that is the less they were produced for their producer's own use and the more for the purpose of change, and the more the original natural division of labor was extruded by exchange also within the commune, the more did inequality develop in RHE property owned by the individual RNCRNL.WRs of the commune, the more deeply was the ancient common ownership of the land undermined, and the more rapidly did the commune develop towards its dissolution and transformation into a village of smallholding peasants. Why exactly? Is of a law in positivist sense. That is to say, of and the determination of its variable. Why the rate at which a commune changes into a village property owning is proportional at number bears of natural products are transformed into commodities. But then, this law, like every law of nature, merely describes a universal relation between possibilities. Its content is non-historical. On the contrary, it is for history to explain how and why in a given society the rate suddenly accelerates while in another there is no change. And this history provides a process. Law explain it is striking that follows provide such an of this dissolution as historical intelligibility, and that he took the example from the Asiatic communes. The sentence, in fact, has already been quoted. Says that these communes managed to resist everything except the entirely modern competition of industry. Of course this sentence must be taken in context. Engels was rightly 44. Trying to prove to Dühring that private property is not based in violence. Nevertheless, in society of crescent commune as an example. The other example he chose is even more conclusive. It explains the contemporary dissolution of arable lands into properties on the banks of the Or in Hochwald as follows. The PC Assants simply find it to their advantage that the private ownership of land should take the place of common ownership. 28 In their interests, of course today, in an industrialist but generations did st% their interests in this way. So it is curious that the explanation of history relies on examples showing societies with ito history being engulfed and dissolved by the history of others. But this is precisely what needs to be explained. And it is pointless to conclude that work where private property evolved it was the result of altered relations of production and exchange. In the of increased and in of intercourse of tries to say everything but means nothing, and is still no more than a universal function. It will have been noticed that, in this passage, Engels makes Kornmodici production the source of inequalities of wealth. But it could not possibly that these in believe it. In part he gave an interpretation of the into classes. Separation of society into an exploiting and a ruling and an oppressed was of deficient and restricted development of production in former times. As long as the total social law, or only yields a produce which but slightly exceeds that barely necessary for the existence of all, 50 long, therefore, as labor engages all or almost all the time of the majority of the members of society so long, of necessity, this society is divided into side-by-side work great exclusively slaves arise a class from directly productive which after the genera, affairs of society, the direction of labor, state business, law, science, art, etc. It is, therefore, the law of division of labor that lies at the basis of the division into 8. 1k. I ed. 1 pages which will it is curious and is rice factors in gendecking classes when main TV verb to z 45 here the explanation is historical, and this is what makes it possible to see is wrong with it. To begin with, it is clear that past societies those which belong to written history and are therefore characterized by classes are divided into tends to be gradually reduced by their struggles, rather than into the schematic duality which does not apply even today in industrialist countries. Besides, can we accept the idea that the upper class is initted/YCN instituted as a ruling class and frees itself from directly pro-derived labor by means of its new function when Engels himself says that the institution of slavery frees the majority of free run from the constraints of labor? Or when the moment of the expropriation and concentration of landed property, according to Marx, follows that of the individual ownership of land by peasants, and when this in fact creates a proletariat of big proprietors, together with the Middle Ages, as Mark has a noble was originally a person who owned a horse, and if the peasants gathered around a castle, the constraints of serfdom, and the communal kitchen, this was indeed due to a certain division of labor, but the one peasant asks the to undertake the labor of war, that is to say, to defend him with violence. What is striking Engels' interpretations, and often in Marx's too, is that the reference to scarcity are almost incomprehensible and, what is more, ambiguous. We find traces of it in this explanation of class duality, but the imagined society is assumed to produce a little more and the scarcity is not of goods, or of men, but of time. Of course, this scarcity reflects the others. If time is scarce for the worker, because he does not have enough of it to exercise his own sovereignty, we must obviously conclude that scarcity of goods and producers has been transposed and converted into scarcity of time. But this quintessentialist form does not take of the reality of malnutrition which is universal even regimes. The interpretations of Marx and Duty state of its no this not a circularity very the of its would have the of the o of or of Engels, taken literally, would have us believe that societies always have enough of what is necessary, given the instruments at their disposal and the needs which have become stratified in their organisms, and that it is the mode of production which, through the institutions that it conditions, produces the social scarcity of its product, that is to say, class inequality. In Wage Capital Marx wrote, production, men not only act on nature but also on one another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with another, and only within these social connections and relations docs through action on nature, docs production, take place. 3 and a little on, in their called the social relations. I entirely agree with Marxism point. Given is say, operation has revealed the deep antagonism which underlies it, it provides us with the basis for a true intelligibility. The entire problem, and we now see that there is only one problem here, the problem of the historical disintegration of agricultural communes being entirely an aspect of it, is how within Marxism, to conceive the transition from positive to negative. In Engels, WCSEC workers CRCNTNG their administrators, and in Marx, WCSEC the direct CL of individual 15 around a mode of production which determines its conditions. But why must which even thing like a Rousseauan contract, inevitably become antagonisms? Why should which is a positive ation, class is, a today, unionists are the end administrators of the working class, and in certain countries have taken on too much importance, or the leadership is becoming bureaucratic, the workers, however, have not claimed that form a class or are going to become one. Is this because the differentiation occurs within RHE exploited class and against other classes? Undoubtedly. But when a group which is absorbed in labor which takes up all its rhyme, produces apparatuses for supervision, management, and control, these apparatuses, according to Engels, are maintained within this rudimentary society, and their purpose is to counter internal Marx, Wage Capital, Volume 1, p. 90. Divisions, natural dangers and enemies. Why should they break the nitty of the society and produce classes? The only possible answer, not as the historical reason for any particular process, but as the found of is negation, be given in first instance in the original indifferentiation, whether this is an agricultural commune or a morne-dic horde. And this negation, is the negation of men, by that is to say, the necessity for society to choose its dead and its underfed. In other words, it is the existence of a practical dimension of non-humanity in the man of scarcity. Marx says very little about scarcity. The reason for this, I believe, is that it of classical by Marx it for granted, and, rightly, since this is what Marxism consists in, preto treat as consumption and, at the same time, as producing definite relations between men. But in addition, when Marx did mention scarcity, in connection with the surplus part of the population, and resulting emigration, the only negative reason for this seemed to him to be ignorance. In antiquity, in fact, forced emigration was a constant element of the social structure. Because the ancients were ignorant of the application of the sciences of nature to material production, they had to stay few in number in order to remain civilized. 33 But, as we saw ab Cook, this negative is really it is as though Marx tried an of Greek or into an external negation which had fallen out of the sky, that is say, out of the year 1853. Besides, he only gave this example in order to contrast it with that of emigration in the capitalist period, which is explained by surplus. It is not the poverty of the productive forces which creates the surplus population, it is the increase in productive forces which demands a population, and rid of the surplus by famine or emithes is a passing and growing of working through industrialization. But the juxtaposition is typical. In the first, Marx evokes a negative reason, the inadequacy of knowledge and, therefore, of the productive forces, only to make it vanish, and, in the second, he gives an entirely positive cause, the increase of the productive 1853, Mixwerke, Volume 34_ibid. Forces, for an entirely negative event, the liquidation of surplus population by famine or emigration. This is just the conclusion he wanted to reach. In the capitalist period, the mode of production itself produces scarcity, surplus population in a given society, decrease of purchasing power for each of them, because it comes into contradiction with the relations of production. This means that, according to Marx, the revolution which he to be simply be the heir of bankruptcy, and that, by transforming the relations of production, the proletariat soon in a position to reabsorb this as society. The truth will appear later on when new contradictions will arise in a socialist society owing to the gigantic struggle against scarcity. It is this positive certainty which prevented Marx and Eng 15 from emphasizing scarcity as a negative unity through matter in labor and man's struggles. And it was this same certainty which gave such uncertainty to for, in a sense, he saw violence everywhere and, like Marx, made it the midwife of change, if words have any meaning, struggle. But in another sense, Engels refused, quite rig-belly, to follow Dühring when he tried to evase property and exploitation on violence. Now Dühring was a fool, and his Robinsonades are absurd, but Engels did not see that his idealist and romantic ideas and all their follies required the presence of the negative in history. And this is what Dühring meant by Six and Lentz. The historical process cannot be understood without a permanent element of negativity, both exterior and interior to man. This is T.W. perpetual causability in MCM's very existence of being the one who sends others to their deaths or whom others send to his. In other words, of errors of the classical economists and of Dühring are exact opposites. The former, like everyone else at the time, believed in human nature. They placed man in situations of scarcity. This is what defined the economy, and tried to study his behavior and the resulting relations between the objects of the economy. But it is assumed that man is what he is at the outset, and that scarcity conditions hit on other attributed to man a capacity for violence, a will to it which only come his enslaved will. This wicked creature's behavior when there is no bread is not difficult to imagine. But violence is not necessarily an action, and Engels succeeded in showing that us action it is absent from a great many processes. Nor is it a feature of nature or a hidden potentiality. It is non-humanity as interiorist scarcity. It is, in short, what makes people see each other as the other and as the principle of evil. Mus rhe idea rat rhe economy of scarcity is violence does not that there must be massacres, or any visible of or even present project of using it. It merely means that the relations of production are fished and pursued in a climate of fear and mutual mistrust by individua 15 who are always ready to believe that the other is an anti-human member of an alien species, in other words, that the other, whoever he can always be seen by others as rhe1 This means that scarcity, as the negation of man in man by matter, a principle of dialectical intelligibility. But I am not trying either to give an interpretation of or to fall back on the notion of classes and show, as many others have done, how they originated. Such a project exceeds the powers of one individual, and in any case it is what I simply wish the dissolution of agricultural communes, where they existed, like the appearance of, even if we with originate in a teleon of functions, is intelligible only in terms of an original negation, the real conditions of such a when else may be. From a material point of view, if workers produce a title more than society really needs, and if they are administered by a group which is freed from productive labor and whose innumbers, necessarily few in number, can share out rhe surplus, there seems no reason at all why rhe situation ever. However, differentiation occurs in a society whose members always produce a little less than everyone need, which is always so, whatever the level of technique and so of demand, so that the constitution of an unproductive group depends general malnutrition, and so that one of its essential functions is the selection of surplus population to be eliminated. If we assume all this, then, it serens to RNA, we will have grasped the very framework of their intelligibility. No has regard the fear of is so striking in underdeveloped societies, or the great fears of peasants under feudalism confronting the spectre of starvation, as mere subjective feelings. On the contrary, they represent the interiorization of objective conditions and are in themselves an origin of praxis. History has developed, through the differentiation of functions and subgroups, within a humanity in which even today millions of men literally die of book one hunger. So it is immediately obvious that administrative, managing ruling groups are same they, in so far as latter accept them, and other than for not only are they responsible for determining the others in the group, that is, for choosth of themselves others in the sense that they are completely dispensable, consuming without producing and constituting a pure threat FCR everybody. In the context of scarcity, the differentiation of familions, however this takes place, for Engels yaw it in a very simplistic way, necessarily implies the constitution of a dispensable, but accepted, the group, of many others, of a group of undernourished producers. Conversely, the unproductive are in of because they are the absolute other, living off the labor of others, interitories this ambivalent alterity and I have towards individuals either as if they were other than man, positively, as gods, or as if they, alone were men in the midst of a different, subhuman species. As FCX the sacrificial brute, its relation with others can truly describe struggle. For even if violence is not used, such a group will be negated everyone, that is, scarcity in everyone and will reply by negating this negation not, however, at the level of praxis, but of as we shall see later how in reality these acts and attitudes become beings, or collectives. We shall also see the true structure of group. It has to explore primary of by interiorist matter, this first, constant reassertion of control by the inertia of exteriority which contradicts praxis within praxis itself. Provides a foundation for of human history, both in its origins and today, in which an constantly sees his being from and by the in which inscribes it. It is by inflicting profound dangers in by diffused violence in everyone, and by producing the possibility you or yon of seeing his best friend approaching him as an alien wild beast, imposes a perpetual statute of extreme urgency on every praxis, at simplest level, and, what Cookrat's real aim, sees the praxis into an act of aggression against other individuals or groups. If one grants Marx and injects the idea of class struggles, that is, of the negation of classes by one another, in other words, if grants them negation, then they are able to comprehend history. But then WC still have to 15z explain negation in the first place. And WC have just seen that, under the rule of scarcity, RHE negation of man by man, adopted and interiorized high praxis, was the negation of man by matter in so far as the organism has his being outside him in nature. But we cannot stop here, for two reasons. The first place, scarcity is a fundamental but contingent expression of the RC perception of matter to the organism, which me percent LNS that we must attempt a general theory of the relations of matter and praxis in the inevitable framework of scarcity which ceaselessly produces us, but without dealing with scarcity in isolation. Second, why, goods, products, etc., have a double character in relation to man. On the one hand, they are scarce, on the other hand, this for example, KARTNL and present which I prod possess, consume, etc. And no doubt scarcity dwells in it as a negative being through the very precautions take in using it. But to the extent that I produce it and make use of it I have relations with it by which I transcend it towards my own ends, by which my is its negation, relations by which the result inscribed in it is, within man's ernvical bond of interiority with nature, a poesy of acquisition. The creation of a tool or an object of consumption diminishes scarcity by a negation of the negation. It ought therefore, as such, to relax the of in group, especially in so far individual productive labor is also swim labor, that is, in so far as, whether indeed it increases the of now, at level that is to say, precisely at the level of worked matter, can be seen in all its docility, both as a new totalization of society and as its radical negation. At this level the real foundations of alienation appear. Matter alienates in itself the action which works it, not because it is itself a force nor because it is inertia, but because its inertia allows it to absorb the labor power of others. It against in the of passive scarcity appear others as other. Inhuman in objectifies himself in producing his life. The inertia and material exteriority of objectification mean that, whatever else human relations may be, it is the which defines men as others and constitutes them as another species, as anti-human, and that it is in RHE product that people produce their own objectivity, which returns to them as an and as other. Not produce itself through class struggle, if the which has been detached from it did not return to men as an independent and hostile. 52 Book I reality not only in the context of the capitalist process, but also at every other moment of the historical process. Marx explained the material conditions for the appearance of capital, a social force which ultimately imposes itself on individuals as antisocial. But our concern is to carry out a concrete investigation of the general, dialectical conditions which produce a determinate inversion in the relations of man and matter as a moment of the overall process, and which produce, within that determinate moment, through the praxis of others, and through his own praxis as other, RHE domination of man by matter. This particular already work the of it is within of dialectical relations. The possibility of the capitalist process constitutes itself as one of the posthistorical of alienation. In other words, we have seen how production establishes itself, and it makes a characteristic of the relations of production in the of or the negation of by materiality and inert absence of matter, and WC shall now investigate HCRW. Alienation becomes the rule of objectification in a historical society to the extent that materiality, as the positive presence of worked matter, of the tool, conditions human relations. We shall then understand, through the connection of these two dialectical moments, how are possible. But in RHE moment in which our praxis experiences its alienatlon, an internal and external structure of objectification appears, and this is precisely so. RHE rest of the regressive investigation need to displaying the of the basis of the of production, and in the context of scarcity, as structures of stratified of subsequently re-exteriorized contradictions and of antagonisms. It also introduces us to its first structure of apodicti. 35. It claim that the of mity in this no claim 10 the xy, it L is of a differ high of a historical, and as the of particular in an already determined material is he real of what WC of relations. Te is very is of is itself go and by. We are arguing that a negative and another he of all a real and inorganic by he of in all HITIWZ 5.32 work CD atter as the alienated objectification o individual and collective praxis. It is important to be clear about what is meant by saying that a society designates its undernourished producers and selects its dead. It sometimes happens that an organized power consciously and deliberately decide to overpower and exploit certain groups for the advantage of others. This is the case, for instance, when one nation conquers another, and plunders and enslaves the defeated. But this certainly not the most usual kind of case, on the contrary. Engels was right to say that very often, when two groups engage in a series of contractual exchanges, one of them will end up expropriated, proletarianist and exploited, though the result appropriated in violence by the dominant class. It is not by the individuals who compose it. The striking thing about Marxist descriptions, however, is not so exchange as the 19th century society was completely dependent on the iron and coal complex. Lit other words, coal as a source of energy itself conditioned the means of harnessing that energy, for instance, the steam engine, and, through these tools, it conditioned new methods of working iron. The meaning and intelligibility of this observation will become clear later. In this way, mankind came into possession of a source of accumulated energy derived from vanished vegetable matter. One might describe it as capital bequeathed to mankind by other living at same proprietor was eating away his capital, for are nor inexhaustible. Peculiar feature of as well as favoring industrialization in its initial stages, made this first moment of industrial capitalism violent and feverish in character. All exploitative activities come to be based on the mode of exploitation of the Nunez. They are constituted in the perspective of rapid, brutal gains before the raw material is exhausted. This gave rise to steam transport, railways, which are very directly linked to renning since their original function was to serve it, gas lighting, etc. And within this complex of materials and instruments, there had to be a division of, and there Marx and later thinkers have the con at how the iron and coal complex presents itself at the basis of a society as the condition for class mobility, for new functions and institutions, for more extreme differentiations and for changes in the system of property, etc. But the undeniable result of what has sometimes called the Paleotechnical period was the partial destruction of structures of certain groups and their subjugation to inhuman forces of physical fatigue and scarcity. And a kind of produced by and by new smelting techniques, the industrial proletarians, and, course, industrialists and technicians, etc. All this is well known. But still, it seems paradoxical that the ruthless proletarianization of the peasants, which continued throughout the century, arose and developed from an incredible growth in wealth of mankind and from absolute PRI_F in its historical for are well known match to totality. To take just two well understood examples, it has been SHC_NVN Hun of industry under the itself produced construct the agricultural implements which enabled rich peasants to get richer while forcing poor, ruined peasants sell their land and migrate to the towns. It has also been shown steamships caused the demographic transformation of England at the end of the last century by causing an agricultural simply by Argentinian corn within few from the point of view of intelligibility. The important thing is to comprehend how a positive fact, such as the large-scale use of coal, could become the source of deeper and more violent divisions between people within a working society, a society which was also seeking to increase its social wealth by all available means, and to understand, too, how the constraints of the material complex which men inherit can negatively expropriated, and undernourished groups. Of course, this new mode of production could not have abolished scarcity, so it was not even conceivable that the means of production should be socialized. But this negative explanation is no more valuable than the attempt to explain the emigration of ancient Greeks by reference to their ignorance of the sciences of nature. It would be both more reasonable and more intelligible to exhibit industrialization as a process which developed out of previous scarcity, which is a real factor and history is in institutions and practices, and on negation by other men. Is obvious. For instance, the first people to work in factories and mines in England were paupers, that is to peasants who had been designated, sometimes from father to son, as dispensable, surplus population as a result of the complex renouveau of agricultural economics and the hard policies of bourgeois landowners. Was left the its poor, was an vestige of feudal relationships built around the church. And as is well known, Marx said that in these relationships, oppression and exploitation did not altogether hide a non-reified human relation. Industry, and the political representatives of industrialists, in far as they made themselves politica servants of industrialization, however, condemned that they were villages, and population took place, and individuals were reduced to interchangeable units of an abstract labor power, the same in everyone. This labor power itself became a commodity, and finally massification constituted workers in this first mere things who to other workers through competitive antagonism, and to themselves through the free possibility of selling that other thing, their labor power, which also the possibility of working as a rather than an animal, of organising one's praxis so as to contribute more to produnon, and of being a man in general, since praxis is the real humanity of man. In negations, scarcity, and social no to nega were based they actually their negative character to the mode production in so far as it rests on this credible wealth. In an altogether different context, and with a very different intention, Engels noted this paradoxical character very clearly, negation as result of positivity. The natural division of labor within the family cultivating the soil possible, at a certain of one or strangers as additional forces. Was the case in countries where the old ownership the land had already disintegrated. Production had developed so far that the labor power of a man could now produce more than was necessary for its mere maintenance. The means of maintaining additional labor forces existed, likewise the means of employing them, labor power acquired a value. But the community yielded no available, superfluous labor forces. On the other hand, such forces were perquisited by and war was as old as simultaneous existence alongside each other of sural groups of n-munity. Up to that time, prisoners of war had simply been killed. But now the prisoners acquired a value, one therefore let them live and made use of their labor. Thus force, instead of controlling the economic situation was on the contrary pressed into the service of the economic situation. Had considered in the context of economic coalition, slavery represents progress, it expresses a positive response to the positive which gave rise it, after it is that it was the basis of ancient Greece and of the Roman Empire. Again, aeons either in itself, it can also be seen as a humanization of war and a positive element in that prisoners of excluded value on account of their potential the highly that slavery 36. Matter as totality 57 be explained in such simplistic terms. But from point of view, we could also that, as far as the technical and even ethical of humanity are concerned, the industrial proletariat is a positive gain, because involves and the worker thus produced is destined to carry out the sentence which capitalism passes on itself. Marxism in no way conflicts with this, however, today, from the point of view of making history, it presents the positive character of the proletariat as the negation, human negation of a lion. Similarly, from the point of view of the entire ancient world, the of the few of the presents itself as the negation of the enslavement of all, as an enslavement imposed only on some. Slavery prevents a possible enslavement. But when Engels shows us the origins of slavery, or what he takes to be its origins, slavery appears as the negative result of a positive development of production. Free men, working for themselves and their community, are reduced to their labor power, are forced to use it entirely for the advantage of some foreigner. That this negative side was perfectly to groups in which slavery existed is proved by wartime die rather than a slave. So it be absolutely WMNG to say that the massacre of prisoners, when it occurred, expressed the victor's indifference ALN-UT the defeated what it expressed was, rather, a certain statute of violence, in which death was a bond of antagonistic reciprocity. Slavery was seen as positive and positive extra labor power was actually present in exploitation, it was seen as a negation under de perpetually, as the danger of a new statute being imposed on everyone. Besides, even if the transformation in the fate of prisoners of war due to economic development is, in this simplistic form, romanticist history, it is nevertheless clear that, when the practice became institutionalist, a system was in response to the scarcity of slavery, involving a multiplication of wars and raids for the sake of conquering and also for the of slave trade. It would be pointless for us to take up a moral position which would be entirely meaningless and to condemn the ancient system of slavery. Our concern has simply been to show that Engels wrote his paragraph on slavery using exclusively words and expressions, as against who saw as simple and therefore as nothing but a fundamental negation of man by man. But Engels's collection of positive propositions does not conceal the fact that originally appeared as of undernourished suif humans, by men who were conscious of their own humanity and that, as such, in spite the false, specious argument based on war, it appeared as negativity. But should this negativity be attributed to a displacement of scarcity of laborers, replacing a scarcity of tools and raw materials? Yes indeed, but this only takes us to the heart the problem, since this displacement of scarcity, as a negation which had to be negated, emerged out a positive process. And this production of negativity did not result directly from scarcity as need, since it occurred in groups, in particular, families, which were quite well off. They could conceive it only as which be acquired, that is, insofar as it expressed in tools, in cultivation, and in the technical organization of familial exploitation as a positive possibility, creating its vary in the materiality revealed by action is really entirely positive. In the practical field, the soil is revealed as soil to be cultivated. This means that materiality also indicates the means of cultivation. It reveals itself as such through the tools and organization which have actually cultivated some other part of the same soil. But this positive ensemble is lived a negative turning conditions negativity rate in which men are eaptured like animals, and the statute which assigns a in as producers and dispensable consumers reduced to underconsumption, and which, in constituting the other as suifhernen, makes of the slave owner a man other than man. Within therefore, there is a dialectical movement and a dialectical relation between action as the negation of matter, in its present organization art on the basis of a future reorganization, and matter, real, support of as negation of action. And this negation of action, which has nothing in common with obstruction, can be expressed in action only in terms of action itself, that is to say, its positive results, in so far as they scribed in the object, are turned against and into it in the form of objective, negative agencies. This should surprise no one. Everyone understands the necessity of social transformations in terms of material and technical complexes. Today, everyone finds a true intelligibility in the objective process, which is much more complex than Engels's, which slave as the future of still undetermined individuals on of a technical progress, and an increase in wealth which will rescue certain groups, including in many cases, ones which will be reduced to slavery, from what Engels called the constraint of animality. Today everyone understands, or can understand, how machines, by their structure and functions, determine the nature of their servants as the rigid and imperious future of undetermined individuals and, thereby, cream men. It is true that the intelligibility and objective rexity contained in the process and are of on other hidden in so are absorbed a material content which then reveals them knowledge its own temporalization and as the special rule of its historical development. We are unable to give a dialectical account of our social and historical language. In his excellent book, Mumford says, since the steam engine requires constant cark on the part of the stoker and engineer, steam was large then in steam toward large industrial. I do not wish to question the soundness of these observations, but simply to note the strange language which has been ins marks and which we have no difficulty in understanding, in which a single proposition links finality to necessity so indissolubly that it is impossible to tell any longer whether it is man or machine, which ts is to it will then at tw rebate the p 162. The italics are book practical project. We all feel this language is correct, but also realize that we cannot explain or justify this feeling. Similarly, when we that gaslighting, which was of coal as a source of energy, enabled employers to make their workers work 15 or 16 hours a day, we do not quite know whether it was the industrial ensemble dominated by coal which, through the medium of the men it produced, required a working day of 16 hours, or whether it was the industrialist, in the used gas lighting to increase production, or, again, whether the two formulations do not refer to two aspects of a single dialectical coccularity. It is precisely at this level that a dialectical investigation must supply its own intelligibility, as RHE general condition of the relation opera_vis to and, generally speaking, to materiality. That the of individual as the reorganizing transcendence of particular conditionings, is really an abstract moment of the investigation, even though this develop as a concrete reality in any particular undertaking, even in the wage earner's manual labor, for instance, when a skilled worker, though conscious of having sold his labor power, remains RHE organizer of his professional. Deepening of investigation must also be a deepening of praxis. It is in itself, in so far as it objectivizes itself, that we will find the of dialectical intelligibility, which constitutes the result of a negation of the undertaking. This new structure of rationality can be called dialectical intelligibility because in its immediate purity it is simply a new dialectical determination produced on the basis of existing structures, and without any new factors apart from those it itself produces on the basis of these structures as the totalization of their transcendence and as rhe strict necessity of this the in relation to which still evist, I fraton is to I strict of determinations and also with object of a which we to. By way of I would to the I in of, p12, on particulum the inquiry the of the matter as toralized toralire, I. Mutter a.s inverted praxis every maxis is primarily an instrumentalization of material reality. Envelopes the inanimate thing in a totalizing project which gives it a unality. By this I mean that this unity is indeed that of a whole, but that it rcll and social and human, in itself it docs not achieve the structures of exteriority which constitute the molecular world. However, if unity persists, so through material this is nothing than the passive is to say, of a human enterprise undertaken in particular circumstance, with well-defined tools and in a historical society at a certain point in its development, and therefore the object produced reflects the whale collectivity. But it reflects it in the dimension of passivity. Take, for example, the act of sealing something. It is performed on certain circumstantial occasions, treaties, contracts, etc., with a special tool. The wax the its reflects the as pure bittervat this absorbed by its material a material character of the human. Manufactured object proposes itself to men and imposes itself on them, it defines them and indicates to them how it is to be used. In order to incorporate the set or indications into a general theory of signs, one would have to say that the tool is a signifier and that man is a in fact, the tool can have meaning only through man's labor, and only signify what he gives. In a sense, fork, it appenders that tools reflect to individuals nothing there one can the routine a craftsman, in which the worker apprehends, through talk, tool he has himself made, the eternal return of the same movements, defining a permanent statute within the corporation or the town, in relation to an unchanging client and le. But precisely because signification takes T.W. character of materiate into this means infinitely many unforeseeable relations are established, through the mediation of social practice, berkeen the matter which absorbs praxis and other materialist significations. Inert PMA is which imbibes matter transforms natural, meaningless forces into quasi-hernan practices, that is to say, into passivist actions. Chinese peasants, as Grosset rightly says, are colonialists. For 4,000 years, they have been appropriating arable land on the frontiers of their territory, from nature and from the nomads. One SLCT book one of their activity is the deforestation which has been going on for centuries is living and real, and retains a traditional aspect. Even recently the peasant was still tearing up scrub to clear a place for nature, and negatively. Its positive aspect is that of the soil and the division of cultivation. Its negative aspect is a signification of which the peasants themselves are aware, precisely because it is an absence of trees. A European flying over China today is immediately struck by this feature. China's present leaders have perceived and are aware of the seriousness of the danger. But traditionalist Chinese in previous Xinruris could not perceive it since their goal was conquest of the soil. They saw only the plenty represented by their harvests and had no was for at a simple process of liberation, the elimination of an obstacle. On this basis, deforestation, passivist practice obtains, particularly those that dominate Sichuan, transformed that physico-chemical sphere which can be called wild in the sense that it begins where human practice leaves off. To begin with, this wild sector is human in that it expresses the historical limit of squiety at a particular moment. But above all, deforestation as the elimination of obstacles negatively lack protection, lowest of is by the raising then planes them up lower reaches, era forcing them to overflow their banks. Thus, the whole of the terrible Chinese appears as an constructed mechanism. If some enemy or mankind had wanted to persecute the peasants of the Great Plain, he have troops to deforest the mountains systematically. The positive system of agriculture was transformed into an infernal machine. But the enemy who introduced river, gravity, of this apparatus peasant in of its living development, action does not include this rebound, either intentionally or in reality. In this particular place, and for this particular man cultivating his land, all that existed was an organic connection between negative, removal of RHE obstacle, and the positive, enlargement of first is necessary for counter-finality to exist is that it should adumbrated cf my above. By a kind of disposition of matter, in this case the geological and hydrographic structure of China. It seems that in order to remove the danger of hooding completely it would not have been sufficient not to deforest. Would have human praxis has to become a fatality and to be absorbed by inertia, taking on both the strictness of physical causation. The obstinate of human by nature is imprecise, it leave, little islands, even whole archipelagos. Human destruction is systematic, a particular farmer proceeds on the basis of an approach to a limit which conditions his praxis quite simply, the idea that every tree growing in his field should be destroyed. Thus the absence of trees, which is an inert and thus a material negation, also has the at the heart of last, and important, the activity be elsewhere. Or uproot actions, which are as actions, and are united by the matter they unify. Through molecular homogeneity, the multiplicity of actions is diffused in the community of being. Imprinted on the red soil, which offers itself as an infinite deployment of materiality, particular actions lose both their individuality and their relation of identity. In space and time they spread themselves out without frontiers, carried along by this material deployment, and lose themselves in it. There is just me seal impressed on just one land. Hud of is itself of an initial praxis, the changing links between groups, by river, canal, and road created closum ss and initial unity, which was the life lived in common under the same geographical conditions by a society already structured by its tools and its labor. Thus deforestation as the material unity of human actions is inscribed as a universal absence on an initial inert synthesis, which itself is already the materializa of passive unity, as the synthetic, of pure dispersal and as the of bond of interiority, is its unity the of the other this basis. Deforestation as the action of others becomes everyone's action as other in matter, objectification is alienation, and at first this primitive alienation does not express exploitalion, though it is inseparable from it, but rather the materialisarion of recurrence. There is no joint my example he in the of night of particular undertakings inscribes itself being a joint by others are fused, as others, in the passive a and, verskly, the oneness stamped on matter reveals itself as other than his produces the lands which destroy him. Human labor, though only just crystallized, is enriched with new meanings precisely to the extent that it eludes RHE labour through its materiality. At this elementary stage, by inscribing itself in the natural illico, I extends to the whole of nature and incorporates the whole nature within itself, and nature a source of and in ends define a field of counter-finality around themselves. Through the unity of this counter-finality, deforestation negatively unites RHE enormous masses who people the great plain of China, it creates in the a single danger. But at the same IR apvavates antagonisms, because it represents a both for peasants for the landowners. Future in it comes to man from the non-human, and rational, in that it merely the features of the SCCY. Future are a traditional feature of Chinese societies. They bring about a perpetual shift of fortunes, an equalization through catastrophe followed by renewed inequality, hence RHE memorial feudalism in which repetition replaces transformation, and in which, apart from the great landowners, the rich in is almost always a nouveau riche. Later, WHCM it is the deforestation remains to be eliminated, in the form of a task whose success will give benefits to all. This first relation of man to the non-human where nature becomes the negation of man precisely to the extent that man is made ami the of RWL in which system only to is with the of these and expresses systeton of relations a definite of but although exploitation alienation is in with its and indies ubly with our root to of a productive in a historical he although in the only at a level, is a type or separation unite, which them matter as 65 that the actions in exteriority of the are united by. The communal character there results ag yet inte materiality with the mere as a exterior limitation society, into the unity of men. What has happened is that, through the manyation of matter, men have realized and perfected a joint undertaking because of their radical separation. Nature, as exterior and in this form, comprehends society as an interiority based on the objectification in exteriority of that. This, however, is re-interioriged and insti precisely to the extent that deforestation as a practical result appears as the means chosen by the other for bringing about floods, and to the extent that, throughout historical society, these floods appear as scourges which have to combated, which necessarily a river involving large-scale public of population, and authority of the we can begin to see an actual state of labor as a univocal relation of interiority between man and surrounding matter, a state in which there is a constant transformation of man's exigencies in relation to matter into exigencies of matter in relation to man. In this state, man's needs for initial products, in so far as express his hewing in their finality and rigidity as interiorized exteriority, are turned into of in so far as these express a inverted Eule's irrational connections will become clearer at a more complex level of integration. TRRM is uses took which are not only the means by which the organism realists its own inertia in order to act on Rhe inert nihilo, but also the support of this inertia which has been exteriorized by an inorganic inertia, and the unity of practical between an undertaking and its result. Thus nature, though transcended, reappears in society, as the totalizing relation of all materiality to itself and of all workers to one another. It is at this level that matter can be studied as an inverted praxis. As an example, we shall consider the role of precious metals in a given historical situation, the capitalism struggling against feudal forms, and the exploitation of gold mines in Peru by new techniques. The precious metals will either as simultaneously products, commodities, signs, powers, and instruments, and as themselves becoming exigencies, constraints, non-human activities, that the human is a different species, while in a different way remaining FCR the passive indication of a definite if temporary purchasing power. Obviously we do not intend to make an economic or historical study. But, given the work of historians and on Rhe circularian of precious metals in the Mediterranean world during the Renaissance, we will try to grasp intelligible bond of exteriority and of interiority in real within that circulation, observing how in the case of gold and silver as materiality, and in the ease of man as the of his product, it transforms that is to say, into a without and transcending the given towards rigid ends, hidden is counter-finality. I shall apply myself, therefore, to an example, drawn from Spanish history, which has the advantage of showing the process of the inversion of MZJ in all its clarity. It goes without saying that this process develops in class divisions. But it is which we will be trying in it, being the dialectic of as an objective relation between matter, and on the basis of this inquiry, we shall, perhaps, be able to determine the conditions for the dialectical intelligibility of the constitution of classes as schism and conflict within a given grouping. In the example WC have chosen, as in those quoted above, a social heritage turns into a disaster, and plenty itself negativity, as also happened later, in the age of mining. The discovery of the perul, the tenon of wealth in the amalgamation to he perfected. The continual increase in stocks of precious in an increased cost of living the whole of the Mediterranean seaboard, worsening poverty for the exploited classes, the paralysis of business, and the cuin of many merchants and industrialists. The Spanish terror, caused by the outflow of gold, must be seen, finally, as containing not only the prophetic announcement of the decline of Spain and the Mediterranean, but also its result and one of its conditions. How can the affirmation of an affirmation produce a negation? As AS Spanish gold coins had struck, a living between them, ochre Spanish coins, and the coins oral other countries, and also between all Ahes and all the gold mines established itself, through the apparatus and structures of mercantile capitalism, and the of V. Philip the was a human one, mining, transport, melting down, minting so many modalities of and social structures. Sartre, Gs to wised Laschen and hoarding arc forms of praxis. It was the labor in the Peru mines, the journey along Isthmus of Panama, and the comings and goings of the Spanish fleet which, under the Ancien regime, placed Spanish currency as a whole in a permanent relation as the source of constant, limited expansion. But it was the instruments of reaming, rhe of transport, the techniques of minting, etc. which, at least accounted the any in reign of Philip XI. At the beginning of the 16th century, the Mediterranean suffered a gold famine, African sources were exhausted. America was placing them, and up to 1550, Spain was importing both gold and silver. But half of silver, and because de Medina had introduced a new Marian process into the American mines. Between 1580 and 1630 imports of precious metals increased tenfold. This is a case of matter acting on matter. The treatment of silver or with mercury conditioned the whole quotation of money up to the middle of the following century. But this instrumental materiality was materialist practice. Prices the effects of the particularly in and in explains why. Reflected the constant tension in economies affected by the hostile distances separating them from the sea. But these hostile distances also express materialiserd praxis. Distance as materiality is a function of the state of the roads, of communication, and of conhix between towns. Horens was close to the sea. La short, at this level, matter as a limit to signification becomes a mediation between significations. It is in and through matter that significations, crystallised praxis, combine into new hut still inert syntheses. American gold and SI/VRR took on their true character within these coins under influence of the inert actions surrounding them. In a sense, indeed, quantity was already in them, since it cannot be separated from materiality, nor, above all, from king in exteriority. But it was not a differentiated quantum, and, above all, it did not concern coins. I am not referring to the of coins, which is something we shall come to, were only a question of even that would have its concrete reality in relation to the which transported them and the carts which brought them to the capital from the coast. And how could their number be determined except in relation to a definite vessel in which they accumulated without being able to escape? Such a existed, it was Spain itself, country traditionally pro-customs barriers. So, in principle, the huge American treasure was being drawn into a sealed vessel. It was the unity of the vessel, the customs barriers and the authoritarianism of the absolute monarchy which allowed the amount of coins or precious metal to be checked and counted. It was in relation to this unit that this quantity would be reckoned as scarcity. It was at the bottom of this crucible that the heavy burden of ingots and coins began to weigh, for it was in and through it that real relations came to be established between this mineral and other material objects, manufactured products, foodstuffs, etc. Should this crucible, this unbreakable vessel, unbreakable in theory at least, be called materian, on the grounds the very nature of the Spanish frontiers, the sea, the Pyrenees, constitutes in itself a natural barrier, and that institutions, social structures, and the system of government are crystallized practices? Or should it be called praxis, on the grounds that governments pursuing a precise policy and supported by the ruling classes appointed administrators, officials, quite definite people, etc. to keep watch of gold and silver? In reality, it is completely impossible to separate the first interpretation from the second. At this point we reach concrete and fundamental reality. Matter as the receptacle of past-wise practices is indissolubly linked to lived praxis, which simultaneously adapts to material conditions and inert significations, and renews their meaning them by transcending them, if only to transform them. At this level, the process of revelation is constitutive in the sense that it realized a unity which, without man, would be instantly destroyed. Spain was the living unity of an undertaking, and restored their value and meaning to the signs in a sector of matter, and, at the same time, it was a material entity, a set of geographical, geological, and 44. p. 476. Mari rs totalized 69 climatological conditions which sustained and modified the institute created and, in way, the word to that unity, in the movement which enabled them to transcend it. At this level of the double, and progressive, approach we find a new structure, the real dialectic, every is a unifying and revelatory tran *CT and DC and CC of matter, and crystal leases in materiality as a signifying transcendency of former, already materialist, actions. And all matter through passive unity of prefabricated Zneanings. Illara are no material objects which do not communicate Arnong themselves through the mediation of men, and there is no man who is not born into a world of humanist materialities and materialist institutions, and who does not see a general future prescribed for him at the heart of the movement of history. In this way, society in its most concrete movement is shot through and its in inertia, while the material who is thereby recreated, and a strange and living being with its own customs and its own movement. It is this point of view which enabled Braudel to write, FTE Mediterranean as a unit, with its creative space, the amazing freedom of its sea routes, its automatic free trade as Ernest Labrousse called it, with its many regions, so different yet so its cities born of movement nuis is Rotem Thafer. To preserve its renlity as a house must be inhabited, that is to say, looked after, heated, otherwise it deteriorates. This vampire stand absorbs human action, lives on blood taken from man and finally lives in symbiosis with him. It derive, all its physical properties, including temperature, from human action. For its inhabitants there is no difference between the passive activity which might be called ekleichcyclicus and the pure reconstituting praxis which protects the house against the universe, that is, which mediates between the exterior and at level one speak of as a real of and things, as to an order AA-based particular type 5 of exchange and, in the last analysis, on a particular kind of production, the Macliteranen, as a conditioned condition, emerges as a creative space. For Androwships it expresses the P1239. 0100K freedom of its sea routes, etc. In transcending his material condinon man objectifies himself in matter through lahur. This means that he loses himself for the sake of the human thing, and that he can rediscover in objective as the of his two types of mediation must, however, be distinguished. The first is communal, premeditated, synthetic axis uniting enten, whether exploited or not, in a single enterprise aimed at a single T20R was JI's government, in particular, in relation to precious metals. This concerted undertaking 7 led to the accumulation of ingots and coins in the depths of the crucible of Spain. Through this mediation matter directly produced its _NVN idea. But this has nothing to do with or religious at the level of superstructures as dead possibilities far removed from reality. The idea of the thing is in the thing, that is to say, it is the thing itself revealing its reality through the practice which constitutes it, and through the instruments and institutions which define it. In the 16th century, use of the into accumulating in Spain. But very practice revealed gold and silver as commodities, and this, moreover, corresponded to the mercantilism of the age. Money revealed itself as a commodity because it was treated as a commodity, since the necessaries of colonization implied the accumulation of gold in the colonizing country. It is obvious that the labor expended on transport defined gold as real wealth. But it is even more obvious that the density and inacreal opacity of the object, its weight and brilliance turned it into and was apparently itself. The physical reality of RHE coin proved its bonas and intrinsic relation values of that of you wished by and that is naturalistic and that it is its and is naturalistic because natural properties of the physical object are, given as the source its utility. But, above all, it is reverberating through a thing. FACH praxis contains its ideological justification. The movement of accumulation necessarily involves the idea that tile accumulation of goods leads to prosperity, and since gold and silver are it be the more ingots or you have, the richer you are. Thus the value of a unit must be constant, since wealth in simple addition of units. Is this idea of gold coins true? Or false? In fact, it is neither. In the importation process, the idea is gold revealing itself as a precious metal, but, at the same time, it is inert. It is not an invention of RHE mind, but the idea is for individual, and as a man and his false, or the play of recurrence falsifies groups unitary, For this, whatever the circumstances and however prices may fluctuate, it is still true that he be if an extra, but in the process as a whole it is not the case that collectivities are enriched by the accumulation of monetary signs. Ilera, matter as passive activity and counter-finality contradicts its own idea through its movement. These remarks bring us to the second type of human mediation, serial. In SA_RUG or selves at the margins of the undertaking authors in relation to the PRCN is. In other words, the synthetic interiority the group at work is penetrated by the reciprocal exteriority of individuals, in so 49. Into of HH inking, WHH, UE of idea he world, the into and is the of TYW_idea. With is the P ideal IG then by the mind, translated into of thought. To GE in vol L, more P is we add, al TO_E and into its of inertia. These are of a Spanish minister he extern is idea. Book F farthest their material separation. Spite of customs police investigations, precious metals entered Spain only to leave it again, gold escaped ACTOSS every franc first, there in this the gold, active and foreign merchants who had settled in Spain sent cash back to their own countries. Then there were legal outlets, imports of cereals and of certain manufactured products necessitated payment in cash. Finally, Spain's imperialist policy cost her dear, for the Netherlands swallowed up a large part of the Peruvian gold. So Braudel concludes that the peninsula acted as a reservoir for precious metals. St. trudged, in far as frauds were perpetrated by others, by and for foreigners, and in so far as Spanish imperialism was constituted as the policy of Rhe other in relation ro noni, in words, in so far as the king was other than when he his decisions, it impossible to discern any action, there were only innumerable separate any whether individually in groups, illegal operators usually no one since they were forced in secrecy, king not know his purchase of corn and of essential products was immediately seen from point of view in connection with the vital needs of Spain. These isolated had an exterior in IRWRT unity of the stock of gold and in the inert idea which was inscribed on every ingot. Precious metal presented itself as the wealth of Spain, that is to say, it appeared, through the legal activities of merchants and of the government, as a material synthetic power liable to increase and to decrease. Thus the losses of gold were regarded by the Cortes as a systematic impoverishment of the country. The unity of the concerted process of accumulation gave matter its passive unity as wealth, and this unity in its turn unified the growth in and in imports. In this way, matter itself became the essential thing, and disappeared what to be stopped was the this through the became a spontaneous of as other, in so it I its very auth are none. Since it was other through its inertia, through its molecular structure, and through the reciprocal exteriority of its parts, that is to say, as matter, it absorbed OPP 479 RO urns and made of it of spontaneous resistance on the part of matter to the wishes and practices of men. In this case, inertia itself with alterity, and became a synthetic principle producing new but forces were negative, took on a life of its own between real praxis, whose unifying power and negativity it absorbed, and the mere % of physical phenomena, whose dispersal in exteriority it reaffirmed. The characteristics of this turns and transforms ends into counter-ends, cannot here, but will examine example, which I shall the Spanish accumulated gold, yet the gold flowed out. On this plane, we have first a positive, logical action of quantity. It smuns, in short, that gold flowed out faster and more abundantly as the monetary potential of the country rose. Hence Braudel's metaphor, Spain was a reservoir. If this action was negative, it was so only in relation to human undertakings, but this only means that the action's powers of accumulation have seen the same as, for instance, RHE limits on the size of a galleon's cargo. If the foundered, the was due overloading, the more the is not so given current contains, but, after all, a historian or an ecnomist may use a physical symbol to describe the phenomenon as a whole. However, it 15 the other aspect of the complex fact of accumulation outflow that we shall refer to as a bewitchment of quantity. American wealth stayed for a while in Spain, and was then discharged into other Mediterranean countries. For nearly a century the Spanish reserves were reconstituted and increased by new imports. Here a contradiction: the idea of and reality. Quantitative notion idea: the value of the monetary unit is fixed, then the greater the sum, the value. And as I have shown, this is always true for the but, while for FM every new quantity increases his wealth, in the national community it devalues the unit, and thus individual wealth constantly deteriorates in the hands of the merchant or the industrialist, and his increasing prosperity is partially responsible. Without any doubt, are physical laws quantities, one of which increases as the other diminishes. Res is what allowed the metallists the liberal period to present the phenomenon of devaluation in terms of a relation between two variables, the money book commodity and non-money commodities. If the quantity of money in circulation increases, then prices rise. But when the use value of well remains fixed, X hypothesis, the price rises solely because the value of the monetary unit has slumped. So we come back to this basic fact: the AUC of coins diminishes as they increase in number. Yesterday I had ducats, today I have consequently this particular ducat, which has never left my pocket, has, without changing in nature, undergone a sort of increase in wealth is related to the growth of RVCS. Apparently rise prices in Spain seemed at a ship of was in the Charles V and in Earl J. has rate of imports of precious and prices is so obvious that they seem to be connected by a fiacal, mechanical link. Everything was governed by the increase in the stock of precious metals. This stock tripled in the course of the 16th century and elbow monetary unit lost 2/3 of its value. In short, was panty a matter of a mechanical bond, but there was also the dialectical action of the whole on its parts. For mechanical bonds, strictly speaking, are bonds of exteriority. The forces acting on an object are independent of each other, and the elements of a system are invariable. It is for precisely this reason that they can be treated as quantities. The whole does not act on the parts for Rhe simple reason, and that there is Ru, whole. There are ensembles or sums, relations change, but the terms they relate are modified by these changes. In Rhe case of Rhe, however, we find what might be lexel a phantom totality. In other words, the CERN acts negatively on its parts, whereas we in reserves governed of each so are by their relations. But still, such a relation appears quantitative. In fact, it is a relation between quantities. But this relation of exteriority is eroded by a relation of interiority. This will be even clearer if we put the phenomenon back into the temporality of praxis instead of confining it to the timeless present of mechanism. A furor then appears, inside the action, which as WR have in terms of its future totality, and which therefore takes the form of a FNB. C. R. J. Hamilton, A Spin, 1934. 75. Totalization, the process of devaluation itself becomes equivalent, prospect of determin 5 the present itself and the praxis of groups or individuals, i.g. it interternately, devaluation C% zrne to the Spaniards from tile future, and foresee it. In 16th and in governed the as on they did that parallels, 10 rise. They this cause they extrapolated from the rise itself, and continuing process pn yeeted IRS own future through them. Various acts and decisions followed from this. They would have to protect themselves against the present danger, but without losing of the continually worsening situation. In particular, industrialists would try to keep wages down. Wages in Spain, taking IOC as base, stood at 127.84 in law, and after several ups and downs reached 91.31 in 1600. Thus price rises, through the mediation of praxis in already, for the limitation of wages was not ed by the government, but was the ult of innumerable private initiative Srel, produced far-reaching changes in other sectors of society. There was as yet no concerted praxis which could oppose these changes. Lacking the means to defend themselves, workers were controlled by an iron law, which also eves to us the action of quantity A.S. Roach/Isariazi. When wages rocketed again in 130.56, this was because poverty and epidemics had considerably reduced the population of the pen and shows us first, the of employers, like of what they for. By lowering the standard of living they placed the population at the mercy of famine epidemici, and thereby brought about a mancrisis. Secondly, the masses, atomized as they were by their lack of political unity, were materialized by the forces of massification. Here WC can WCTHCRN in their mechanical reality, for the organic and human aspect of each of them did not stop their relation to ethers being purely molecular from hepoi asterisk of Ugi. The ISO of being Car-Stitchardus a vast, external Y-conditioned inert system. At this Levi a hut are nor yet the of a below. Book this shows that inanimate matter is not defined by the actual substance of the particles composing it, which may be inert or live ng, inanimate, or hernan, but by their relations among themselves and to the universe. Here, this form, nature of reification. It not a metamorphosis of the individual into a thing, as necessity imposed by of society on members of a social group, that they should live the fact that to the group a whole, a statute. What they experience or is immediately, real praxis or human labor. But a sort mechanical rigidity ends them in the concrete undertaking of living and subjects the resili, of their actions to the alien laws of totalizierge addition. Their objectification is modified externally by the inert power the objectificarian of others. Thirdly, it is materiality which opposes materiality. Depopulation increases the value of the individual. This relation is the reverse of that which we found to apply to money, in this less creates more. Again it would pointless to try establish a fanrational relationship RHE number of human commodities and their wages. For, from this point of view, the reality of the manding, that is to his instrumentality, is already his labor, decomposed, detotalist, and divided into the externa atoms of hours of labor, and the only reality of the hour of labor is social. The price it thus produces and human material ije cornies scarce, therefore scarcity revalue, social plays the same a growth of monetary reserves, through the mediation of supply and demand, numerical decrease acts on its units as a totalization by increasing the quantity of each of them. The possibility of being added up as discrete amounts, that is to say, the fact of not being ogather, becomes kind of interiority for the workers. A double transformation has taken place, the atomized group has become a mechanical system, but the pure exteriority of the summation has become a or pseudo-human against employers in of a general strike. One value is of working is for of that is, of THIRD-WORLDISM, order taking. Gaze this, with some stressing it. We at this of matter of the in the mater as tot/is to trility 37 the process as a whole retained a human meaning in Spain because, in a way, everything from the outflow of gold to RHE outbreak of epidemics, including the price rises, can be regarded as the result of the and persistent in the other Mediterranean countries. However, precious metal appeared, through various individual frauds, as an invasion. Governments had a legal means of encouraging tile influx of money, the most they could DC was to close their eyes to this automatic accumulation. In this case, in its dispersal, in separate, or on the occasion of legal transactions, but with no other relation than temporal coexistence. Once again, the unity is human, the percent lunger for gold. This means a diffuse need on the part of Mediterranean industry and trade, felt individuals unknown to one another. The unity was not it was a reality expressed by a cloud of particular demands. In a merchant who demanded money realized the totalization of the economy side himself in institutions and social structures. Thus the influx o money wag both and ten like an invasion. Attraction was concrete and active when it affected individuals or particular companies, but in the case of a whale city or SR8 it was passively suffered. Thus, if it is true that the state can be viewed as the defive tiny of every citizen, then, conversely, in the milieu of recurrence and aldierity the atomized ensemble of citizens, at least, of members of the merchant bourgeoisie, appears as the dot line of the state. On them diderang Spanish ducats and silver reals were a premium, and were even in a form of Spanish presence hegemony were imposed through them, and through the price rises the broadahout. We need not labor the point, but it should also noted how, Spanish the of Geois class set itself as an intolerable constraint the world the workers. But the bourgeoisie was its own victim, as a class it suffered from the dealings of its members. Bankers and manufacturers were hit hard by inflation. It 5 indisputable that through this monetary revolution the Mediterranean world, violently impeded in its economic development, learned the fatality of its own decadence. What can we learn from this rapid survey? First, that significations are composed of matter alone. Matter retains them as inscriptions and gives them their true imcacity. In losing their human properties, human projects are engraved in being, their translucidity becomes opacity, their volatile they by in sing there as lived events, in so far as they are being they cannot be dissolved into knowledge even if they are deciphered, and only matter itself can break up. Meaning of human is that is reduced to inorganic materiality in order to act material on matter and to change his material life. Through transubstantiation, the project inscribed by our bodies in a thing takes on the substantial characteristics of the thing without it or her losing its original qualities. It thus possesses an inert future within which we have to are the future in so far as it previously came to things through man. Significations as passive impenetrability come to replace man in the human universe. He delegates his powers to them. They affect RHE entire material verse both by contact and by passive action. This means not only that they have been inscribed in being, also that being has been poured into RHE mold of signific funs. It also means, however, that these heavy, inert objects lie at the basis of a community whose bonds are, in bonds of interiority. It is through this intergrit that one material element can act on another from a distance. For example, the fall in the output of American mites put an end to inflation in the Mediterranean towards the middle of the 17th century. Through such modifications, however, and Clement may help to break the bond of interiority which unites men to one another. From this point of view, it is possible to keep both Durkheim's Nuxim and treat social facts as things, and the response of Weber and many contemporaries, that social facts are not things. That is to say, social facts are things in so far as are, directly or indirectly, facts. The foundation of the synthetic growth of wealth must sought not, as it was by Kant, in a synthetic a priori judgment, but rather in an inert collection of insofar as they are forces. Td the extent, however, that these forces are forces of inertia, that is to say, to the extent that they are corner.icated by art to matter from the outside, they introduce extenuity in the form of passive unity as a bond of interiority. Thus materialist praxis, the minted has of precisely to that separates them by imposing every one a meaningful reality infinitely richer and more contradictory than they anticipated individually into of things, impose an non-destiny on men who know nothing of one another, and, at the same time, by their very being, they reflect and reinforce RHE separation of individuals. In short, ALTERIRE LMMES to things through men and LN-mes back to men from things in the form atomization. It was the other rat produced RHE outflows of gold. Hut gold, as an inert dispersal of monetary units, imbibed this alterit, and became other than through it. ALTERID was reinforced in everyone. However, as this ALTERID became the unity of an object or process, the of and as arose a human dispersal as as a project of union and as lived separation, became, for you or yurt, determination of in all and, mere or less antagonistic connection between men. Thus worked matter reflects our activity back to us as inertia, and our inertia as activity, our interiority with the group as exteriority, and our exteriority as a determination of interiority. In worked matter, the living is book 1 transformed and the is to a parasitic life, it is our inverted reflection, and in it, to make use of a celebrated phrase of Hegel's, nature appears as the idea in RHE form of otherness. Here is, simply, Nolgra Herkadale, but only material actions is exterio *tie and interiority only within a social world which it surrounds completely and penetrates, in so far as it is worked. If materiality is everywhere and if it is indissolubly linked to the meanings engraved in it hyprovis, if a group of men can act as a quasi-mechanical system and a thing can produce its own idea, lat becomes of matter, rat is to say, being totally without meaning. Is simple, in things are precisely men are things. A volcanic eruption destroys Herculaneum, in a way, is man destroying by the volcano. Is material unity of the town and its inhabitants which, within the human world, confers the unity of an event on something which without men would perhaps dissolve into an indefinite process without meaning. Matter could not be matter except for God and for pure matter, which is absurd. Not does this lead us back to dualism. Notate all. We situate man in the world, and we simply note that for and through man this world cannot be anything but human. But the dialectic precisely a form cf monism, in that oppositions appear to it as moments which are for an instant before if we not wholly matter, how could we on matter, and how could t on mana which lives in how we of the possibility of any we always experience material reality as a threat ten our lives, as rest stands to our labor, as a limit to our knowledge and also as actual or possible instrumentality. But we experience T society, where inertia, automatism, and impenetrability act as a brake on our action, as well as in inert objects which resist our efforts. In both cases we experience the sensitive force within a process of signifim unification. Matter eludes us precisely to T, x extent rat il is given o us and in us. Thr of science a chain are produced by practice and return to il in order illuminated. But each of them appears as temporary, even if it is still in the system tomorrow, the permanent possibility of RHE overthrow of the ensemble will modify it. From and situates man in nature the monism of materiality. This is the only monism which is elist, and which removes purely theo/ogrital temptation to contemplate nature without alien addition. It is the only monism which man a dispersal nor a being apart, only one which starts by defining him by his praxis in the general millet of animal life, and which transcend the following two true and contradictory propositions. An existence in the universe is material, everything in the world of Renan is human. Can we praxis, if WC, treat it nothing the inessential moment of a radically non-human process? How can it be as a material if the of being is mugget? Surely March would become what Walter Beimel, in his Heidegger, the of opening SG is a far-fetched comparison. Tribute to Marxism is that he saw Marxist philosophy as a way of showing, as Y.L. Hens says, speaking of Heideggerian existentialism, that being is other in me. And that, man, is himself only through being, which is not him a7 but any philosophy which subordinate 5 the human to what is other than man, whether it he an exitentially 5t or Marxist ilism, has hatred of man as both its base 5 and its consequence. History has proved this in both cases. There is a choice, either man is primarily himself, or he is primarily other than himself. Choosing the second doctrine simply makes one a victim and presupposes that man is servitude is based on freedom, the human relation of exteriority is based on the bond of interiority as the basic type of human relation. Man lives in a universe where the future is a thin percent, where the idea is an obeekt, and where the violence of matter is the Alicia wife of history. But it is man who invests things with his own praxis, his own future and his own knowledge. If he could encounter Friedrich of SRE above, p. 9. 56. Walter L. E. Heidegger, R9 so pages 85-6. In his Wiring Sensor, with being up within of man him what we have materialist dialectic. Begins being, nay to WIA and up with regard by the 57. Alphonse de Paris. 16 G2 book I in he to it or a stone, and in either case, it /d not affect him, either he would produce it out of the incomprehensible fulguration of his intuitions, or else would disappear and replaced by mere two equations. The only temporal movement would be decay, that is to say, an inverted dialectic moving from the complex to the simple, from the core wealth of the earth to the indifferentiation of a perfect equilibrium, in short there would he involution and dissolution instead of evolution. In our example we how things can absorb the whole of human activity, and then materialize and return it, it could not be otherwise. Nothing percent happens to men or to objects except in their material being and through the materiality of being. But man is precisely the material gets effect of was a, and we find an action disrupts without being willed by anyone, we discover an underlying profusion of human undertakings, directed or ends metamorphosed through the of things. In couple of matter and human undertakings, each term modifies the other, the passive unity of the object determines material circumstances which the individual or group transcend by their projects, that is, by real and active torus/isation aimed at changing the world. This totalization, however, would be pure negation if it were not inscribed in being, if being did not take hold of it as soon as it occurred, so as to transform it again into the su-delphi totality of Rhe tool, and relate it as a finite determination to the whole universe. The totalizing extraction from inert meanings involves a more or less profound and explicit decoding and understanding or thr signifying ensemble. A project's significations, it momentarily restores their vigor and true unity in the transcendence which finally engraves this totality in some completely inert but already signifying material, which might be iron, marble, or language, and which others animate with their movement from beneath, like stat% hands creating by crawling around under a piece of canvas. Everything changes and becomes confused, different meanings come together and merge in a passive recomposible fixity being indefinite pro of its limits and produces set in opposition to the universe. For it is not comprehension which solidifies meanings, ir 25 being. In this sense, the materiality of things or institutions is the radical of or through the project's negation of perqueous negations. Within the couple, man himself be by matter. By putting his meanings, that is to say, the pure totalizing into matter, power, trans ss a pure extractio I front being, and an unveiling of the real in the light of a rearrangement of previous givens, becomes an inert power to crush, demolish, and degrade. In the most adequate satisfactory tool, there is a hidden violence which is the reverse of its docility. Its inertia always allows it to serve some other purpose, or rather, it serves some her purpo, and that is how it creates a new system. Those who, in their transcend this system must therefore have a project with a double aim, to resolve the existing contradictions by a wider and to diminish the hold of materiality by substituting for opacity, and lightness for weight, in other words it must create immaterial matter. Through contradictions which it carries within it, worked matter therefore becomes, why for men, the fundamental motive force of history. In it all actions of all unite and take on a meaning, that is to say, they constitute for all the unity of a common future. Rut at die it breaks of this future, always projected in a framework of scarcity, is non-human, its in the of dispersal changes counter while itself, produces a sum or all. It therein produces a necessity or change and a synthetic summary of all actions, that is, of all inventions, creations, etc. It is not only the social memory of a collectivity, but also its transcendent but interior unity, Rhe totality made up of all its dispersed activities, the solidified thread of the future and the synthetic relation of by which is an idea and negation of the idea. In any perpetual without it, thoughts and actions would disappear, for they are ascribed in it as a hostile power, and it is through it that they act materially or mechanically on men and on things, and in it that they are subjected to the mechanical action of things and of reified ideas. A coin as a human object in circulation is subject to the laws of nature through other human objects, such as caravels, wagons, etc. These laws at nature are it in far as its is a parasitic inertia which vampirizes human actions. Through this changing unity of natural laws, as through the strange human laws which result from circulation, it produces an inverted unity of men. Mis can be summarized in one word: praxis, as the unification of inorganic plurality be the unity material gathered together in passive unity of perform they other dispersals and thereby impose the plurality of materiality, in derives from men. But the praxis inscribed in the instrument by past labor defines behavior by sketching in its passive rigidity the outline of a sort of mechanical alterity which culminate, in a division of about. Precisely because matter mediates between men mediate between materialist praxis and dispersal orders itself into a sort of quiescent hierarchy reproducing the particular ordering imposed on materiality by past labor in the form of a human order. At the LCWL which we have now come to, our investigation has already reached richer renvanings, but is still abstract. Obviously our human world contains RNCRE than this non-humanity, and it will be further of intelligibility corn its alliance with other moments of the investigation. It is correct to preempt this moment as the determination of a specific structure of real history, namely the domination man by WRKED matter. But, in so far as we have been able to follow the movement of this domination in our example, we have seen the expression of that terrible aspect of man in which he is the product of his product. We have also seen at this stage of he is this. We this within the unity of this moment 01 the investigation and in close matter as S5 connection with the non-human humanization of materiality. In effect we have been inquiring into what type of intelligibility can be attributed to those curious synthetic everyday locutions, which we think understand, in which finality and inertia, etc., are united in an indissoluble totalization. We also claimed that these locutions apply equally to human action and to the behavior of worked matter, as if in so as he is produced by his product and matter in so far as it is worked by man approached total equivalence through gradual of there and even as if that equivalence, once realized, allowed us, by using these notions, designate and to think which appear different but are of the same nature, one of them being a man or a group of men, and the other, instance, a railway system, or a group of machines. But this is not how it always is. Normally, at the present level of our investigation, the human object and the inanimate tool do not IENCA, rather, an indissoluble symbiosis is set up between the humanified matter of the material ensembles and the dehumanist men of the corresponding human ensemble. Thus we use phrases like the factory * or the business to refer either to a particular complex of instrumentality, surrounded by walls which materially determine its unity, or to the person within them, or to both at once and deliberate indifferentiation. This totalization, in the sense in which we understand it can occur only to the extent RHE material and the are adapted one another, without being strictly equivalent. Indeed, if individuals, as products of their labor, were simply free which, other at a superficial the remain univocal and it would be impossible to of the very distinctive unity which expresses itself in the social feld as passive activity, as active passivity, and as praxis and destiny. In order that the social object thus constituted should have a being, it is necessary for man and his product to exchange their qualities and statutes in the process of production itself. Soon we shall examine the being of primitive social objects, we to man in so as he is by worked matter. In this respect, Mar is still the man of need, of praxis, and scarcity. Hut, in so far as he is dominated by matter, his activity is no longer directly from this its lessus, it is occasioned in him, from the outside, by worked matter as the practical exigency of the inanimate object. In other words, the its as who to a certain way. The case of a circumscribed social and practical field, the work, er's need and thr necessity cf perctusing his life, or of selling high-five labor power so as to purchase subsistence, are sufficient to create the rarefying tension of need is not necessarily present in person, it is simply that to which the other hand, in so this or is others by means of an already constructed hierarchy, the individual worker is subjected to this univocator, in themselves, as an alien power and, the as his power. Is quite apart the structure of alienation, strictly so called, in so far as this is linked to capitalist exploitation. And this unification, which relates him both to others and to himself as other, is quite simply the collective unity of lie_were, of the workshop the factory, etc., to the extent that he can grasp it concrete y only from the point of view of his own labor. Indeed, if he were to all serve other men working, his knowledge of the unification of their movements would be abstract. But he lives in his own labor as the labor of others, of all the others of whom he is one, to the extent that the general RNL_equivalent of the collective praxer.s awakens the practical meanings which were GTVE and to the tools by labor which was completed in other times and places. A tool is in fact a praxis which has been crystallized and inverted by the inertia which sustains it, and this praxis addresses itself in the to anyone. A brace and bit and a monkey wrench designate me as much as my neighbor. But when these designations are addressed to JNR, they generally remain abstract and purely logical, because I am a petty bourgeois intellectual, or rather, because I am designated as a petty bourgeois intellectual by the very fact that through relations remain pure, vad possibilities. However, in the practical field of actual common the worker is y and directly designated by the or the machine to which he is assigned. The merhot of using the machine, as established in the past by its producer, does not enfart designate then it is only a particular way of useful, and constitutes whoever it. But through this dead designation of inertia, the group of workers designates him, to the extent that the labor of all depends on the labor of each. But, as Mar** has shown, the passive materiality of RHE machine realizes itself as the nephion of her ran interdependence, and in termat ERRXS totalized totality itself laborers to precisely the extent rat il is in ds for living solidarity of group is even 9 for it can take shape. What on man expects of another, if relation is defined in for is a human act. There can only be such a thing as exigency between them if, within a complex web, divisions, separations, and the rigidity of organs replace living bonds by a statute of materiality. We shall come back to this point later. For il is possible for praxis as such lo unite itself to in reciprocal action, and for everyone to propose his own end in so far as he recognizes that of the other, but r.o praxis as such can and formulate an imperative, simply because exigency does not enter into the structure of rec as for sovereignty, which, as WC shall sec, is possessed by the third party. It is, as I shall try to show, nothing but freedom positing itself. On the other hand, expectation affecting individual is qualified by the itself. Simply by virtue of its structure, the machine says what task is to be performed. Expectation at least provided itself consciousness, and group is large relates to the worker in Peru n, with his name and character, etc., the machine absorbs and depersonalizes it, translating it into anyone's expectation, that is, into the expectation of the worker himself, in so far as B is not himself but is defined by a universal pattern of behavior, and is therefore other. In this way, ILAKO makes his comrade, other than themselves, since they are merely the men who happen to be sewing other machines, and by renvans of its demand it refers to the demand made on others other machines, so that it ends up as a group of machines imposing a demand of R. This on pen of a designed in a way, with particular rhythms, etc., is also transformed by its variability. It becomes erigim y through receiving the double quality of alderity and passivity. Exigency, in fact, whether in the form of an order or a categorical imperative, constitutes itself and everyone as other than him. He cannot modify it, but simply as to conform to it. It is beyond his control. He change entirely it not. We shall see how the himself inertia by of a then book 1 enter into the dialectical movement of behavior. In this way, exigency constitutes him as other than himself. In far as he is by his praxis does not originate in need or in desire, it is process of project, so far as it vs so as to achieve an alien object, it is, in the agent himself, the praxis AF and it is another himself in the result. But in to escape this dialectical the objective to the objective at everything, praxis itself must occupy the domain of inertia and exteriority. What characterizes the imperative is perseverance through inertia, in short, materiality. An order is only an order in so far as it can no longer be changed. Whoever issued it has gone away, one can only carry it out, Seasley fr_r. This reason the basic form of exigency lies in the inert expectation on the part of the instrument or material, designating the worker as the her who is to do certain things. If we put this exigency in a concrete context, that is, if we realize that the broken solidarity of RHE workers is really their common subservience to production, and remember that the tension of the practical feld originates fundamentally in then we going capitalist structure of exigency go of tiv come to man through worked matter, to the extent that it him in his generality within the social field. In other words, are the level under consideration, the univocal relation of interiority changes into an interior relation of false reciprocity, man as other affirms his preeminence over man through matter. Thus the machine, exige, to kept in working order and the practical relation of man to materiality becomes response to the exigencies of the machine. Of course, it is easy to object that RHE inert matter of which the machine at all. To the that, have said, we never with anything but worked and socialized matter, this argument ceases to have any value. A given machine in a society which already has a capitalist structure, is not only the real product of real labor, by unknown workers, it is also, capital, the private property of an individual or group which is structured as a function of property, and it is the possibility for these men of producing a quantity of in a given other men animating it with their labor power, and, FOC the manual labor ERS, it is the very object of which they are the objects and in which their actions are inscribed in advance. But this machine ARJSES in the industrial is of anti-serves to intensify competition as recurrent antagonism determine, even the employer as other hein we, fin so far as it determines his as of and of others or, others. It was imported into France as other and was to inaugurate destinies and for consider, for example, the first cautious importation of English machinery around 1830 by a few producers in the textile industry. These defined classes annul within this perspective by necessarily constituting them others. We shall see that about 1830 laborers and artisans, disqualified and proletarianist by these machines, lived their destinies like a conjuring trick which reduced them to ruins and completely transformed that a particular of a particular which by its form expresses techniques and structures of the is, itself, and a means realising, maintaining and expanding a certain sector of pro-auction, exactly I said, narrowly, the other in the milieu of the other. Nor can it be doubted that, in this milieu, it has already sorbed into itself both the tensions of competition, 50 as to reflect them to the employer as exigency, and those of need and social constraint so as to turn them into Reichsgenucks in relation to the workers. In this way, every object, in so far as it exists within a given econo-technical and social will in its turn exigency give to other exigencies in other objects. The basic intelligibility of these transformation are a distance of one material object by others naturally lies in the serial action of men, but this intelligibility requires precisely that the action of man should be constituted as inessential, that is, that it should take note impotence means to the accomplishment of some non-human end that of worked matter in so far as it presents passive producer in the name of it appears as a power as unconditioned exigency. Admittedly it is logically and abstractly possible to consider material exigencies as hypothetical imperatives, such as if you want or if productivity is to be increased and the number or wages of workers reduced. But this abstract view belongs in the milieu. 90 is that of taking one's life is given with lie itself, the only reality of which is the perpetuation of its being. Ever, it appears in definite historical and social conditions. For example, for the Indian population it was the result of the establishment of Europeans in Central and Sub-Saharan Africa, which about the of and of the end, their very organism and its perpetual maladaptation, led to a threat their survival. Thus the hypothetical if you want your wages cannot appear concretely in anyone's proxos unless society itself has already threat lives of requires of them. In milieu f organic life as the absolute positing of itself the sole aim of praxis is RHE indefinite reproduction of life. In so far as the means of subsistence are determined by society itself, together with the types of activity which will allow them to be procured either directly or indirectly. On the other hand, the vital tension of the practical field effectively results in exigency being presented as a categorical imperative. And to the extent that the employer, as we shall, subordinates his to his in the world under the common name of ir urist, such as a factory, property in the soil or what lies beneath it, or a group of machines, the imperative accrues to him ru from need itself, even if this need is not felt at the time or even dimly brought into question. For when if the employer is ruined, he is not necessarily to satisfy his or those his. However, we must also approach the object from the opposite in 50 far as it is a for in milieu of the other, of which every one is a part, it comes back to everyone as an imperative power which condenses in itself the whole of social dispersal reunited by the negation of materiality. Thus the categorical imperative, lived in the direct milieu of vital urgency, round, and addresses everyone categorically as other, that is to say, as a mediation between the material object and the imperative of others. It renire br said here rat the imperative has a double and doubly vangorical structure, because for everyone the tension of life sustains serial alt iridi, lich rcxcts on it and conditions it. In this way, individuals in an organization interitories the exigency of matter and 61. In TLWY the CYMGC, from life he settled af the peasant as of def zt it as exigency of supervisors and inspectors, machines demand a particular r, TLLM of lire worker, and it no r lar men or whether, when the equipment allows it, the supervisors are replaced by a more or less automatic system of checks. In cipher case, material exigency, whether it is expressed through a or a human machine, comes to the machine through man to precisely the rent that it comes to man through the machine. Whether machine, as imperative expectation and as power, or in man, us mimicry, imitating the inert in giving orders, as action and coercive power, exigency is a bis both man as a practical agent and matter as a worked PIODLCT in an indivisible symbiosis. More precisely, new being appears as the result of a dialectical process, in which the total materialifyation of praxis the negative manisarian of matter, and whose true reality transcends the individual as an isolated agent and inorganic matter as an inert and scaled reality, that is to say, the laborer. On this basis, we can comprehend how inhibited the tendency towards larger factories, how the panron then to per at first new lines to follow watercourses and valleys and how, sortie of which were characteristic of railways drain away populations of the hinterland. Of course, these in way either on God the Father or the devil, is by and through men that these exigencies arise, and they would disappear if men did. But still, the example of the locomotive SHCWS that the exigency of matter ends up by being extended to matter itself through men. Thus the very of individuals or groups is altered in so far as it ceases to be the free organization of the practical field and becomes the reorganization of sector of inert materiality in accordance with the exigencies of another sector of even it is certain an exigency we have in fara is capital which is civilly destroyed, and in so far as its owner is forced by the exigency of the object to open up new galleries, the net cost the mineral extracted must increase. In the of, since hero, all Tim the 02 book in so far as had exigency of an industrial world in the process of equipping itself, the necessity of devouring affected its insi as they were others, fused by demand into a common ALTE writing. Common exigency, out if exigency of other material sectors as a new imperative. To reduce costs, water had to be removed from the deep galleries, and the labor of men and beasts was not sufficient for this. In the 18th century, the first steam pump, which was made in England, inscribed itself within a tradition of effort and research which was itself crystallized in Renacre, 6 objects, in experiments to be are repeated and meanings deposited in books. In other words, the exigency of matter working through its men ended by nominating the material object it required. Popine and particular exigency, and had established and general of it made, in this way, by the growing coal and the gradual exhaustion of certain galleries, it was the object defined hut yet and through competition, the exigency which put every engineer under an obligation to make one, through others, a matter of urgency for all potential inventors. A pump had to be made quickly, so, when Watson instructed his steam engine, it already existed and his invention was no more than an improvement involving separate condensation, but this improvement was also a realization, in that it was a means of increasing output, this being the justification for the industrial production of such machines. The same years, roughly the last decade of the 18th century, saw the appearance of other essential objects, in particular similar exigencies in other sectors. It was negatively totalizing, as inert matter must be. At the same time it produced exigency man, that is, new generations, or certain gmups within them, interiorized, as their own exigencies, diffuse exigencies of renaceely which previous generations had lived as limits. The inventor is a technician who makes himself into an exigency man, an inessential mediation between present materiality and the future it demands, exige. A man who invents a steam engine must himself be a steam engine, as an inert of known principles relating it, the sufficiently powerful pump, as the old, but still real, exigency of the mind, and the future objectification of past praxis in a realization which demands realization through the future. Thus the dimensions of praxis, which was to he since queerthing is sustained by individual PRN9. Berthrow, Liel it coal produces its own of extraction, by fuel, and energy source for the machine which will make it possible to excavate new galleries. The moment of exigency as inert, imposed finality makes it possible to conceive of the kind of negativity known as objective shall that the deep structure of every contradiction lies in the groups within a given the level of technical ensembles of the type. Contradiction is the counter-finality which develops within an ensemble, insofar as it opposes the process which produces it and insofar as it is as negated as of in the totalized ensemble of practico-inert beings in the Feld. What must in fact be comprehended is that, at the level practic-finert being, counter-finality, are highly structured and become, through mediation of certain groups which stand to benefit, finalities against, de contra, others. And, at the same time, since each inert finality is both the exigency of the other and other reality, each of them is a counter-finality for the rural classes who become proletarian et to precisely the extent that is a finality for the rich 5t landowners cause it enables them to ensue their own productivity. But within ensemble of a nation it may, once a particular threshold has I_WRN pass and, become a counter-finality insofar as the country is now further rural. The transcendence of this things will found only itself, for example, in the development of a merchant fleet with bigger and faster ships and of a navy one of whose functions is defend the trading ships. Here again, the transcendence is adumbrated by the contradiction itself, and, to this extent, we can rediscover this contradiction in a different form on the basis of the transcendence. Alternatively, the finality of a PRA.11J be presented as changing, for a group or class, into counter-finality of its within the of as a relatively development of itself mere can be no doubt that the first industrial revolution, coal, iron, 63 colonies, underdeveloped sell e.g. their corn into Book 1 steam engines, concentration of workers around towns, etc., involved RPA/ocean for the constantly growing urban populations. It goes without saying that the biological effects were essentially harmful to the workers, in the first place because their habitat and mode of work brought them closer to the sources of the pollution, and secondly, because their starvation wages forced them to work all so that they had to stay in the smoke of the factories year in year out, and lastly, because the poison would have more effect on exhausted and undernourished bodies. In this sense, this counter-finality simply produces the struggle, whose existence we are assuming, though have not yet established its intelligibility. It is one aspect of that struggle. All the same we must notice that air pollution presupposes the iron-coal complex and, although it is obvious that this complex conditions one particular aspect of the class struggle and RW_other, air pollution is rather consequence of the complex, contemporaneous with the structuring of RHE class but of a different order. In fact, pollution is also a counter-finality. The Orso, at least, might think. He has sufficient to spend evenings and his Sundays of in his cottage. He not indust during the away. There was appreciably less inequality from the point of view of air hours. The wage earners, and office clerks and children themselves suffered in their development FMR and this pollution, which sometimes reached truly cataclysmic proportions. For example, in 1930 in the Upper Meuse region an excessive concentration of noxious gas produced a suffocating cloud which spread throughout the whole region, killing 65 pen-ple. Moreover, to stay with our example, coal fumes contain another definite counter-finality from the point of view of the employers. They are costly, as the following figures prove. In order to maintain RHE normal standard of cleanliness of any industrial city, Pittsburgh is committed to extra expenditure, over and above the average cleaning expenses for a city of its kind and with its population, amounting to $50 household washing, dollars for general cleaning and in order to total cost we should have to add losses due to the corrosion of buildings, additional electricity consumption for those periods when sen rations of gas or RHE city make it necessary to switch on the lights in offices and workshops, etc. So what is the difference between the bourgeoisie and the working class in this case? In the first place, from the beginnings of urban concentralion the workers have been aware of the danger which threatens their lives. The contrast is obvious for proletarianist peasants. But union had for a policy was a luxury which the first resistance and combat groups could not afford. It was quite hard enough to prevent wages from falling. Besides, their impotence at that time made them prefer the factory, with all its counter-finalities, which allowed them to sell their labor power, to RHE disappearance of RHE factory, which would necessarily lead to the total destruction of dispensable groups. In the end, therefore, as a result of their situation at the time, counter-finality threw them back on the employers, a universal exigency, the group zero, the rat, they failed to satisfy it. In other words, the 19th century, indifferent to the dangers working population, and to the real danger and even to the real costs that public squalor represented for them, were truly characterized as a group refusal to of, though it could have been taught as such through a well-defined, of course, is not what made them a special group, but it was in this, amongst other things, their distinctiveness was expressed. From the outset means were in fact available of lessening the pollution if not of ending it entirely. Franklin had already suggested that coal smoke could be reused, since it was really just incompletely consurged carbon. Ultimately, smoke expressed the limitations of the at this 90% of the generated was lost as the fuel escaped up the chimney. But the failure to see this human and technical exigency, or to see it and take it seriously, is precisely what characterizes the praxis of the bourgeoisie at this time. Today the end of N is pressures, and in RNRLST advanced countries, the initiative sometimes reverts to the employers, insofar as they want to increase the productivity of labor, but the problems in this case are different. Mines, as capital subject to a gradual of exhaustion, employing class a curious of traditionalist prudence wastage of human lives, of raw materials and of energy. They were constituted as a class, in this particular respect, by a refusal to see the effects of politic on any other class as a counter-finality. But they were in type industrialist and in relato to this might have on themselves and by their refusal which, as we have seen, ex vas not due to ignorance to develop industrial techniques to alleviate the situation. Here we have the complexity of a practico-inert process, finality, counter-finality delivered and suffered by particular worlds, groups, counter-finality denounced in theory but, in a particular period, never recognized pret fec by the other groups which had the power to alter situation. Counter-finality can become an end for certain ensembles. The first steam engines were noisy, and engineers, what in particular, tried to reduce the noise. But in a practico-inert ensemble, for the end employers or first of noise, like which rose tea factory to as a material affirmation human power, that of power a new class produced in the context of a changing mode of production, and therefore in opposition both to landowners and to workers, the counter-finality which has to be removed, though it is really a counter-finality only for the exploited class, since il is the workers who live amid the noise, whereas the employers merely pass through rough it, becomes a finally which had to be maintained, and in this way it appears, in the ensemble under consideration, as negative exigency, and itself develops RHE ensemble of its advantages and disadvantages within practical inertia as a series of contradictions. This reveals their original active structure, which are passive, they are structured in exteriority. And this negative is in the inert struggle of and which takes place outside everyone, in the milieu of alterity, there is either a balance or a victory for the prose, like a superior weight and not as a totality which returns to its contradictory and enfolds it in itself, victory for the CN-NS. Here we encounter another, slightly different aspect of the indissoluble unity of the inert and of finality. To sum up, the intelligibility of material contradictions within a developing PRCFS is due to the fact that, through negation as a material unity within the social field, finality is a counter-finality, and to the fact that, on the other hand, to the extent that all movements of matter are sustained and directed by men, every counter-finality is objectively, at its own level, and from the point of view or particular practicoiner to finali matter as totalist tonality interest anew. Characteristic of RHE symbiosis we are uncovering is what textenoists and Sornra psychologists have called interesr. In a WY, this is RRW rely a specific form of exigency, in particular conditions and amongst particular individuals or groups. Interest is being wholly in so far as it conditions praxis as a Kate individual has needs he is a he his work, but in this fictitious track state, he has no interest, or rather, ends reveal themselves spontaneously in his as objectives which hay to be reached or tasks which obey to be carried out, without any return into himself to link these tasks and objectives with subjective ends. And if, at RHE level of scarcity, he sees a man coming towards him as a thrill to his life, it is R's life which is at stake and which affirms itself high becoming objectified as violence, that is to say, which constitutes the other as a being who is of doing harm as well harmed, has no real etheration or as stratification past. Interest is a certain relation between man arid thing in a social field. It may hr that it reveals itself fully, in human history, only with what is called real property. But it exists in a or wherever live in of a material set of tools which impose their techniques on them. In fact, the dialectical possibility of its existence is already given with the biological organism, since this already has its being outside WT5 elf in the world, in so far as its possibilities of survival are given outside itself in its milieu. Origin of as an abstract is therefore the which the to its environment. But interest do reveal itself in the practique finite moment of the investigation in so far as man constitutes himself in the exterior milieu as particular practico-inert set of worked materials, while establishing its practical inertia within his real person. To take the clearest example, real bourgeois property, the first inordinate of RHEPRR_XCSS is the identification of the being of RHE Kunner with RHE ensemble of his property. This ensemble, if for example IR is a house with a interiority on the ensemble, by raising W alls to 198 book I hide his wealth from the world, through his very life, as we have seen, he communicates a certain unity to the ensemble, he lays out his RNC in drawers or on tables, until in RHE and it is everywhere, as is the ensemble of his practices and habits, when everything is outside sheltered behind the inware of furniture is the materialization of a memory, one can say that his interior life, la vie intérieure, is literally none other than his home lily, la vie d'imur, and that his thoughts are defined by the inert and changing relations his various pieces of furniture. But at the same time the exteriority of the thing becomes his own human exteriority. The inert separation which encloses his intimate life as a signifying materiality between four walls constitutes him as a material molecule among molecules, RHE relation he has, on this level, with other human exings, taken as a social, institutionalist practice, is in effect the absolute negation of any relation of interiority in Rhe positive guise of mutual respect for possessions, and con scn for yently for private it then for the proprietor that human impenetrable, because hr has given them. In his person the impenetrability of matter, that is to say, the impossibility of distinct bodies occupying the same place at the same time. What we irave here is an everyday phenomenon or reification, but the proprietor will find his truth and reality more completely in the thing possessed, which already addresses him as his own visible and tangible essence, the more he experiences, in his direct relation with this metamorphosis into an inanimate power, his isolation in the midst of a molecular dust. Ilkweaver, this dual, complementary aspect of private property is as yet no more than this property exists in a particular society, at a particular moment of history, and is dependent on the institutions of our develop of the production. Between owners, we discover their serial conditioning within a structured within of history. Example, in the ease of rural properties, it may happen that the movement of investments which have been diverted, for other historical reasons, from agricultural enterprises results in disposable capital being concentrated for a rhyme in rapidly developing industries. At this stage, agriculture, deprived of capital, will stick at Rhe same technical yield of the land will increase, nor, its value. But by gradually improving the means of communication the matter as to development of industry may have the effect of raising land values. And if a sector of industry starts producing new agricultural tools, yields will increase and there will be a concentration of land, accompanied by expropriation. Throughout all Rhe transformations, our proprietors in -me and the value of his possessions will change, or at least they may change, from one genre to another and they will change, as it were, in his hands, even if, like Gustave Flaubert, he is a bachelor and an artist and remains entirely passive. In other words, this interior being as materiality turns to be conditioned the whole of exteriority. His real person as an isolated molecule is separal others by an vacuum his personality matter, as the obct that hr is subject to the shifting laws of exteriority, as a and downs, the and drives him into rear of negative or into expansion of his properly as a real intensification of his pr_wares. In other the negative sense exigency the as becomes his own possible expansion as inert materiality, or as exigency. As an is posited in a given as the of an in his and when it requires individual to act on the entire practical and social feld, and to preserve it, as an organism presetwes itself, and develop it at the expense of the rest, as an organism feeds itself by drawing on its exterior milieu, the possesses and but the material ensemble, practico-inert, is already of itself a passive action and the practico-inert world around it, it reflects the exigencies of this world in the negative unity of passivity, and as its own exigencies, while at the time it vs already a teleological cess acting on the whole of the field and reflected as an exigency by all sectors of materiality. In this way, to the small extent that the individual can escape or act, he becomes, in fact, Rhe mediation between the exi of totality and of the limited totality which is himself. His being outside himself has become essential and, in so far as its truth lies in the practico-inert totality, it dissolves within him the characteristic pseudo-interiority which appropriation gave him. Thus the individual finds reality material object, conceived initially as an interiorizing totality which in as an integrating part of an totality, he tries and increase the object is 200 book the knower the object becomes the other as dependent on all others and the more Rhe individual as a practical reality determines himself as inessential in his molecular isolation, in short as a mechanical element. In the extreme case, in Rhe structure of interests, men consider themselves as a sum of atoms dr as a mechanical system and their praxis is used to preserve their material being in an inorganic ensemble seen as a totality. At the level of individual interest, the relation of interest therefore involves the emsification of individuals as such and, ere practical communication thnu the antagonisms and affinities of matter which represents them. A French industrialist who, in 1830, in the good days of the family business, was wise enough to introduce English machines because it was in his interest to do so, related to these machines only through the medium of his factory. Although the basis of his was, as I have suggested, the fear of privation or the desire for expansion, it should be remembered that this fear was merely a horizon. Lie certainly knew or had to face the following dilemma: increase the number of machines or go begging. Similarly, Rhe desire for expansion, take all the acts of violence covered by such terms as will to power, conatus, etc., is certainly Rhe real expansion of his factory in so far as he controls it through his praxis, and in so far as his praxis transcends it towards a teleological future, that is to say, in so this as activity necessarily orientated towards objective, its very and own what to the expansion of the inner he is factory, in that his father, and that he finds in it the unity and slow rise of his family. If he introduces English machines, it is because the factory requires it in a particular competitive field, and therefore, already, because it is other and conditioned by others. It might be a question, for example, of benefiting from a prosperous years in order to make an investment and to reduce costs by increasing productivity and reducing labor. Decision is imposed on him as an exigency by the competitors but in a negative that other factories may also resort to English machines, imperil him in so far as he has constituted himself as but the machine has only to be installed slow for the interest to shift. His own interest, that is to say, his subjection to his being outside himself, was Rhe factory, but interest of the factory becomes Rhe machine itself, from the moment it is operation, is and which forces to disrupt old equilibrium between supply and demand and to seek new markets, that is to say, to condition by of the hesitance and stability which characterized this interest are transformed into calculated risk and expansion. The manufacturer has established an ability, the machine cannot stop, characterifies him in his being as well as his praxis, or rather, it really fives in him as a social object, the identity of being, as a structure of inertia, and praxis, as developing realization. But in the milieu of antagonisms of alterity, in this case, the competitive milieu, the interest of each manufacturer is the same precisely to the extent that he constitutes himself as or, to put it another way, the need continually to reduce exists by installing new and appears to each as a factory, so as it interest of an sd far as for others as other. In given sector determines the interest or the other to the extent that he is an other for a kiss other, and each determines himself by his interest to the extent that this interest is experienced by the other as the interest of an other. This is to a large extent the case today with the forward planning by American factories in certain sectors which have still remained at least partly competitive. There is an initial calculation, on the basis of known data, of the production of Rhe factory in future years, as possibilities of this abstract system, other things being equal, is an attempt situate estimate, the alterations it in overall output the sector. Rhe cell of wagers, strictly based on an estimate of probabilities, resting on factual data concerning competitors' production in the same period, suppliers of raw material, etc. These wages bear above all on the present decisions of these other groups in so far as they make, or will make, their decisions on the basis, first, of their own possibilities and, second, of a set of wagers hearing on the production which is expected and decided by others and, in particular, by the factory in question. This factory decision as of a system wagers concerning the unknown decisions that it itself and orients as an unknown decision. It thus becomes a condition of itself as other and 20. Once the rhythm of production has been established, it will always contain within itself its structure of alterity. Being outside oneself as work materiality therefore unites under of interest, individuals and groups by negation, other and always identical, of each by all and of all by each. In other mediation of the under the negative pressure developed in other interest objects. At this level, to take an example from Rhe liberal era of the 19th century, it is impossible to say whether profit is an end or a means for the industrialist. In the movement of interest as negative exigency, that is, in the perpetual and necessary transformation of the means of production most of the profit is reinvested in TLR enterprise itself. In one sense, the end of such transformations is to maintain or increase the rate of profit, but, in another sense, profit is TLX only possible means for tickets capitalist to realify these transformations, that is say, in a way, adapt enterprise to exterior changes and see that it benefits and to prevent the transformations of others from putting his enterprise out of business, that in the total process, the as the PMSSC_ction power of an individual or of individuals itself maintenance and development as its own end, Chan either in order to remain the same or in order to develop itself by means the profit it produces. From the impossibility of stopping the movement of production without destroying the object, to the need to find new markets for increased production and to increase this production in order to maintain market positions, there is the MT_warrant of growth and of is to say, simulana in man in that it can exist, which groups men in practical in the negative of the interest of the manufacturer is simply the factory and its machines in so far as their development requires his participation. In the form of exigency, and in so far as, through his bond of interiority with their exteriori 5 ed sudx interiority, he is in constant danger in the world of practical and social materiality. But, in this and in every other case, at 64. In reality, since entire its be the sector have a partial autonomy and, furthermore, at he level mater as totalized totality 203 every other moment of history in which interest appears, the essential point is that my, or our, interest first appears to us to the extent that it is that of the other and that I have to negate it in the other, in the being outside himself, in order in my being outside myself, or in so far as it is revealed as of the other's being outside himself by my own. There are just two reasons why a Ruan manufacturer should buy English machinery: either, his competitors are going to import machines or at least they may do so, or counterattack, machinery has been imported by some other and the manufacturer can no longer struggle against this competition, his costs must be lowered because of the lowering of RHE others. Interest is the negative life of the Hernan thing in the world of things in so far as man reifies himself in order to serve it. It goes without saying that in the hierarchy of social structures, the human thing can use its without necessarily to be, it is enough that it is RHE rigid law of Hernan and that in the practico LNCRT world it opposes to as so far as pursues the of an other object, which is really itself in the milieu of antagonism. Without saying attenuated, of which we will encounter again in the superstructures, have their basis and their rationality in NWT shall this. Nevertheless, one can of interests, ample. This does mean considering an author's work as providing him with income, interest does exist at this level, but it is not ideological, but rather considering it as a set of inert meanings, supported high verbal material, to the extent that the author has constituted his being outside himself in it. On this basis, indeed, we can state: first, it is not always possible this work to in its by and set meanings which compose it remains purely material, not because they are black marks on a sheet of paper, but as significations, their mam inert and the ensembles they form are an unbalanced synthesis of organical summations and totalizing integrations. But secondly, this perpetual reactualization, as long as we are DQ%31ing with a sufficiently well-known published work, of course, perpetually operates elsewhere and everywhere, era, that is to say, through beings who are similar to the author, but who negate him, cause their age a new generation or their milieu, or the perspectives which constitute their opening to the same world, and who, above all, through reading as a praxis of transcendence, reactualisk significations towards Book 1. Themselves and towards the material and social world and transform these meanings by elucidating them in terms of a new context, a book written ago and read in this a young man of 20. Whether or not the author continues to write books, however, and whether or not he rereads them from time to time, his ideological interest consists in the fact that he has his being outfived himself in material meanings, which he might still be said to know and understand though without producing them and living them, whose pseudo-organic ensemble has constituted itself as the inorganic reality of his practical organism, and through WHCH he is in world other, constantly to explains and tend show that our findings practices, they cannot die as died him, so were a movement of living objectification transforming itself into objectivity. If he tries to defend himself or to compliment himself to the extent that he is this to show that he was not wrong to write this or that, etc., he finds himself thrown back into dependence on the whole of history in the making, by the object in which he had taken refuge against history. His ideology Gill interest will L_V to combat new theories and new works, anything that threatens to declass him, and 10 try and digest in order to other works, to and his previous it will be noted relation of pseudo-interiority between and his is this level, to the possession, in fact, on one plane, whatever the society's institutions for controlling the relation between an author and a book in so far as the book is the author's livelihood, pension, salaries, royalties, etc., the relation between creator and creation in so fax as the latter is merely the former as a consumable product is not one of possession. It is not necessary for us to investigate this dependence in itself. I simply wish to point out that, although it is strikingly exemplified in the private, it would be quite improper to interest to the real properly of our bourgeois societies. Interest is a negative practical relation between man and the practical field, mediated by the thing which he is outside, or, conversely, a relation between the thing and other things in the social field, mediated by its an object. Il is this, and not the optimistic harmonies of liberal economics, which explains how individual interest can, in particular conditions, be transformed into group, or class, interest. To conceive of group or matter as two interest in terms of the subjective characteristic of one individual coinciding with the of all the root in fact have by the which renders this agreement as such impossible. But, even if this could be done, it would still be necessary to understand the agreement or these molecular subjectivities. If one begins by positing then, as different, it is not clear why a common exterior situation should notorivate these. Indeed, in the true milieu of alterity, in particular Kindia danger may, by very urgency, isms and conflicts. On the other hand, it is easy enough to point out that special as a object in the already has a of generality ot itself as in that is the sameness in of but is true. Same, and divide into an infinity of rather, in so far as rhe unity of he same equipment, the same techniques, and the same skills, constitutes the fundamental practical basis of all antagonism. It is the oppositions in a given social field which, through one another and in their confrontation, define the unity of all of them, in so far as they negate each of them as the universal characteristic of particular. Thus, classical economics tried to define identical interests as if they existed equally in every individual member of a group, and it did not of this varia when they stated sortie, for example, that in a capitalist system the interest of the producer is, at least within limits, to intensify production and lower costs. They took themselves to be stating /Oak/Y an analytical, Aristotelian truth, of same kind as all men are mortal. But, in fact, it is something quite different, partly because this interest involves a structure of serial. The individual being outside himself, cannot be acquired by an individual except in certain totalizing conditions, others. For instance, in a France where a sort of tacit understanding and very real, if secret, agreements stifled any competition which small enterprises would have been unable to resist, in the name of Malthusianism, the interest of the employer, which situated itself in a European or world context, was to increase productivity without increasing production, and thus this interest can appear only to a form of thought, a rationality, which I will define 2013 book I below when I deal with serial transfinites. And from this point of view, the universality of particular interests, everyone pursues his own interest, etc., finally becomes the material and transcendent unity of all interests, reciprocal conditionings by a single, fundamental, inert negation which basically offers itself as the self-destructive result of all antagonisms. Everyone follows his interest means, General characteristic of particular interests is never to be able to transfer themselves into general interests or to realize themselves in stability as particular interests. But it should also be observed that we have presupposal in this investigation that the practical field was occupied by a multiplicity of individuals who began with more or less equal opportunities, and that this field is to say, that there was no action by any other grouping, dominating, or exploiting the individuals under consideration from the outside. Therefore involved an abstract moment of the investigation, so that, for example, a practical field amongst the high capitalist bourgeoisie was in without other classes being taken into account. But, to go back to the example of 19th century French industrialization, we realized that RHE machine is also a determination of the practical field of RHE working population and is the third of inert being that it is destivi for the workers to precisely the extent that it is interest for the employer. Worker who serves the his in it just employer does, and just as the employer reinvests his profits in it, so the worker finds himself objectively forced to devote his wages to upkeep, at cost, of a servant for the who is other thzn himself indeed. We saw above how tools, in the field of the need and labor of others, and of himself, as other, expressed their exigencies as imperatives, and how his very organism was attacked by the counter-finalities of a machinery of which he was the true animator. But we must not be misled by this apparent symmetry. The machine is not, and cannot be, the worker's interest. The reason ff. This is simple. Far from the worker objectifying himself in it, TLX itself in so as en centrarian determine the proletarianization of a section of the rural they not only opportunity the new proletarians of selling their labor power, but also, in the field of practicoinert bun, a force of attraction which tears the peasant away from agriculture and puts him in a workshop before a loom. Tier 257. Now, the individual thus signified by material practice is, in a different sense, reduced to a non-entity. He need only satisfy a few universal conditions, being an expropriated peasant, or a peasant in danger of being expropriated, or rhe son of a large, penurious peasant family, center. As a worker he is no more than a labor power used for various tasks, and reared each day by his daily wage. Thus not only does his being exist before and outside him, in the movement of the and ultimately particular these which lay claim to him, but also, this being represents the pure abstraction of himself. His obeclipsing awaits him and of certain agricultural processes, by gradually preparing the rum and expropria of his father, shapes son until penury a freck worker and exploited man whose exploitation resides entirely in freedom of contract. The machine shapes its man to precisely the extent that man shapes machines. L shall deal with this process AF shaping more extensively below. This means that it constitutes its swant, by a temporal, teleological process, as a machine for operating machines. It inverts the relations within the practical agent. It is a categorical imperative, which makes him an absolute but conscious means, in that he knows the imperative, a distributor of wages, which transforms his praxis, or labor power, into a commodity, that is, an inert product, while preserving for him the power of unifying a real field. Indeed, to rhe extent he makes himself a force of inert exteriority, or uses his substance in energy transformations which are inorganic in nature, it itself a living thing organism. Thus the machine defines and produces the reality of its servant, that is to say, it makes of him a practico-inert being who will be a makiri in so far as the machine is human and a man in far as it remains, in spite of everything, a tool to be used. In short, it becomes his exact complement as an inverted man. At the same time, it determines his future as a living organism, just as it defines rat of the employer. The difference is rat it defines him negatively as an impossibility of living in long term. Does this not only through the counter-finalities which we have described, air pollution, destruction of the environment, occupational diseases, etc., but also through representing, for him, and so far as it develops his being in the practical field of industrialization, a permanent threat of reduced wages, of technological unemployment and of becoming disqualified. 208. This has its rationality in the true meaning of industry, that the machine is made to replace man. It is obvious that in certain conditions, and for certain societies, this may signify that it will relieve march of from its in the social context of the period. Its function is replace men workers in fact because it costs to maintain the of expansion certain rules, and of course, develop but only because it is his own positive materiality and his power over the world the worker finds in it his being as indifferent generality, his praxis as already materialist in predetermined tasks as inert exigencies to be satisfied, and his future impotence, and in TIW he finds his destiny in the inert DC51GN of the machine whose purpose is to eliminate its servants. This that the of the worker, it is of his particularity and of any possibility of having an interest. In so as his objective being is in the machine and in the wages it gives him, he is effectively prevented from engaging it elsewhere. There is no other object which can be described as the particular being outside himself of the worker in the world. Of course, his labor power is treated as an inert commodity, but, although it does in fact a commodity in social terms, it represents in the worker the perpetual need to turn himself into an inorganic means to an end which has nothing to do with rather than an exterior materiality in which he might object on that he is objectified in his but to the extent that this product does not belong to him. No doubt the mere fact of treating labor pure as a commodity creates a labor market in workers oppose one another in antagonistic competition. This means that they become sellers in a market structured by capitalism itself. But this antagonism has a dual origin, of need dearly felt or immediately anticipated, and of the relative scarcity of demand, a scarcity which machines themselves enable employers to maintain. Foot is nor rhe interest of the worker to work. The situation is quite different, since, under the constraint of need, his work exhausts him and its results of to his ally as workers the market, it necessarily culminates in results which are entirely opposed to the interests of individuals or of rhe class, if it can have interests, since it enables the employers to get starvation wages freely accepted to 209 and to intimidate strikers by threatening to replace them immediately. But to precisely the extent that the machine signifies the worker as a deprived of particular of possibility of having one, it also designates him as a general individual, that is, as a class individual, using the word class at this stage only in the very abstract sense of collectivity. And in this case to produce and to signify are the same thing. Of course, this does not mean that machines produce abstract beings which lack individuality. Twin reification is a constituent, totality. In fact, everyone puts the particularity of his praxis into the way he allows as generality, and the generality of everyone characterizes everyone's relations, everyone discovers his and constructed on this basis. In early stages of inert as the of the working class, cannot be regarded the real, unity of workers in a factory, a country, and we shall return to this. Presents itself to them or the basis of work matter, like the negative unities discussed above, it is constitutive of each and individual the negative unity of a destiny which condemns him. But, by the same token, in the negative milieu of generality, everyone sees the general destiny, which, at this stage, is the general destiny not of a totality of workers but of an indeterminate number of similar instances connected high their identical condition, of you or yon in the very generality of his own destiny. In other words, he sees the destiny of the worker, as the negation of the possibility of his own existence, in the generality of machines as possessions of the generality of others. Is the way in which the or a section of it can unify and group, is, transform generality and identity into a unifying totalization. But, at this stage of the investigation, all I have wanted to show is that there is no difference between realizing the active totality of the group, whether in trade union or terms, and constituting the totality of industrial machinery, in a capitalist society, in relation to this group, in so far as it represents developing unification of the class, and in opposition to as the being outside itself of working class the totality of production the totality of objectified and inverted IR. This way, insofar as it organizes itself so as to reappropriate its total class destiny through the socialization of the means of production, and, indeed, in 50 as, at the level, for example, of trade union book struggle, it struggles against particular effects of the private ownership of machines in the development of a specific moment of the historical process, as a fundamental relation of production, the p-axis of the group, through the practical negation of its being outside itself as destiny. Constitutes its destiny as future interest, through the material object, and as exigency contained in the destiny materiality of changing itself into interest materiality. Contradiction of RHE machine in the capitalist period is that it both, and negates worker, is into a general destiny and becomes a fundamental condition of the assumption of that is say, of negation of the negation. But the only negation which is possible as the unity of A/L, is not the negation of in itself, which 1830, by craftsmen RHRCWN out of work and by disqualified workers' wages were steadily falling, and, consequently, the worker in so as he is its product and in so it is of the machine as it is in exteriority for man it produces within system, it and he control it in return. Thus all the worker wish that the means of production and products as a whole should represent the material. There is no need show here this praxis moves towards the exigency of a classless society, that is to say, this simply through which its character as destiny, organization and struggle, should become his interest. This does not mean that a real socialization of the means of production must, in a particular historical development, lead to the total elimination of interest itself as linking men in alterity through matter. On the contrary, interest arises, as always, out of A/terror as the primary human practical relation, but as deformed by the matter which mediates it, and it maintains of workers' interests, but only one working class interest. This is because the employers, by within framework of capitalism and appropriating them as their interest, constitute the destiny of the workers as RHE of the other, controlling them in the form of counter-interest, destiny, and because in the moment of struggle, is to say, of the material objective can only be the negation of the capitalist's interest in so far as it has become the worker's destiny, that is to say, the negation of the interest other and so, at a particular moment of unification, the negation of the other's interest realizes itself as an affirmation of the true interest of the working class. The whole of my description here applies, really, to the first stages of capitalism, the existence of activist groups and of workers' institutions, as well as the achievement of socialism in certain countries. CTRNPLCTCLY transforms the problem. But there can be no doubt that about 1830 the workers who broke up machines and even the Lyon silk weavers, who were protesting against a reduction of wages, had one demand, of destiny_workers Louis Philippe. The inexorable lowering of real wages which was linked to a certain phase of a certain threshold, wages were raised during the phase of 1870. This showed M-Ricker-: that the stabilization of their destiny was impossible in that their destiny was simply the impossibility of any this due materiality but to its social its in other words, to the impossibility materiality and orienting it towards the real reduction of human labor for all rather than towards the negation of workers, or at least of their humanity. The interest of the working class, therefore, inscribe itself in the practico-inert ensemble which, in the contradiction of struggles, and about the middle of the 19th century, represents both its future interest and its present destiny, its destiny, when a hardening of employers' attitudes, or a failure of attempts to form unions, or honor strikes end in relegate the realization of socialization as a total process to an indeterminate future, and its interest, on the other hand, when, as a result of industrial the power of the workers, increases, so that activities of unification and the production of and within the class increase but, of course, in all capitalist countries from the middle of the 19th century to the present day, these two structures have always occurred together, in defeat. Socialization remains to be achieved and defeat itself teaches methods of struggle. The bitterest disappointment of the pre-N regeneration, these machines are RQY destiny, necessarily gated by of generations the greatest victories in habitation, eliminated appropriation by individuals or groups, even if profit margins are fixed by the social ensemble, and even if the employers are supervised by trade unions in of hygiene, and even of management. But the worker's interest newer appenders to the worker as an inert objcctaf contemplation, but rather as the variable, practical meaning of his daily struggle against the necessary koneikones of the capitalist PN-ses, and therefore both as present, to the extent that any successful action, however local, presents itself as the human negation of a destiny and, concretely, as the practical, negant use of machines against the employer in the milieu of liberal competition at CELD, 6s and as in a perspective WHCR, see opening and depth are conditioned by praxis itself as it assumes its total historical meaning. Thus, though we are not yet able to answer our questions, how can a class be dialectically intelligible, and how can a group 9 type reality it represent? Investigation already gives us rational certainty workers have particular interests individuals to that if it is indissolubly up constitution of interest, as still unday as interest. It is on this insist that class interest arises amongst employers, the moment which is, in effect, passed over in silence in the constitution of their material property as their private interest, is that neither land nor machines on T/UZ are be productive, or, in other words, they redmiru in order to be made to work. When passed over in silence, this does not imply any reflection on the attitude of employers to workers, il false inic tncw they may believe in th absolute value of the free wage contract, or, while having no illusions as to rhe nature of profit, they may believe that the workers am massive and too impotent to initiate anything. This abstract position, while making it possible to merge the worker and the machine in the real symbiosis or their common social activity, legitimates for them the constitution of a single social field, that of the employers, whose properties, as materials and means of production, oppose one another in their practico-inert being and thus oppose them. In a way, the multiplicity of these antagonisms has always been integrated into the obgs. Strikes the to use turn I so far a level into if the rule shows signs or he will his as a distant future if not f the of his matter as Toruf's totality to zslr act forms of unity and universality. Although divided to the extent that each of them produces same commodity as the other, two industrialists will, in one way or another, affirm their positive unity as of wealth for as whole. This is the true of Calvinism since the 16th century and of Puritanism up to the 20th. The bourgeois is the man of God because God has put him or earth to continue work of creation, and the pride of the Victorian industrialist watching his factory chimneys poisoning his native town involves a collective structure. Even if he is the most powerful, he is not indeed, he needs other powerful in order mere powerful. What these abstract integrations really express is simply other based on the diversification of production and causing an increasingly extreme division of funrians and of labor. At least in the 19th century, the private ownership of a factory implies solidarity in matter between the industrialist, his suppliers, and his customers. We are in fact still in RHE domain of the practico-inert. It is time masculine which requires certain materials, and which is thereby affected, for example, by improvements in communication, and again, it is the machine which demands certain markets, that is to say, a certain level of production, who are this is expressed in the practical field, and under the aberrant appear private life, in employer-suppliers is and because these in the of insofar as it I5 the private interest of the capitalists. And because such private social relations also connect financiers and senior civil servants. But through social relations simple activities aimed at establishing the human relations between employers that their machines demand are in fact eroded by exteriority, insofar as it is reconstituted in really a particular supplier to other than a material situation which is itself given as variable. It only requires a lowering of transportation costs for it to become the particular interest of particular customer to obtain his supplies elsewhere. In this sense, the Nevellive unity ol everyone follows his own interest erodes and neutralizes the positive unity of their supposed solidarity in differentiation. In RHE drawing rooms of the rich bourgeois, machines pay visits on another, and their temporary concrete of bourgeois be only through a common opposition to the common of the workers. To bore themselves simply, which, in the makes worker appear the employer, isolated in his private interest, the refusal of the exploited to regard the machine as their destiny, man of 5T5 itself as the possibility that his interest will offer him not only through the still distant socialization of the means of production, but also simply through the workers' resistance to wage cuts, raising of norms, etc., which in principle implies a reduction of profits, and therefore possible ruin through competitors. But the unity of the worker, PNM, is, through the geographical dispersal of factories in the social field, give 5 each employer the possibility of a destiny, in so far as this possibility applies to him both as a general individual and as a particular moment of the capitalist prowess in its totality. In this sense, it is through the unity of the workers that the capitalists realize capital as the totality of the pro-E55 instead of as a mere dispersal of interests which sometimes support and sometimes contradict one another. This change occurred towards the end of the 18th century, and it can be observed in a number of writings of that period. Smith wrote at the that strikes do more than harm they to inventions, and said, if capital science into it serve we, the recalcitrant laborer will be forced to be see docile reality. There is a circle here. The strikes precisely in so far as to eliminate fact is that capital self-conscious it the of he, and therefore in so far as it in other totality, its general, and total, interest comes to it as other, and negatively, as destroy any possibility of the other class transforming its destiny into interest. This emerges very clearly in a remark by another classical economist: as far as most of our tools and powerful, automatic machines are conc earned, industrialists could be led to adopt them only when forced to do so by strikes. This, too, is only partially true. It is equally true, in fact, that in a period of competition RHE machine produces the machine, since it is the machine which determines the flow of investments. But this admission is historically interesting, in the sense that it the development of capital as producing itself the bourgeois, and, in so far as the machine becomes an exigency for the capitalist himself, to the extent that it is his private interest, and in 50 far as the expansion of production directly or indirectly defines all the social and political totality 21 of a grouping, and in so as the of sources of energy in rural countries becomes an external destiny for capital, as the interest of the capitalist class, also controls everyone as his destiny. At this level the state, as a class organ, represents an apparatus of struggle against as the destiny of the capitalists, and it is at this level, too, that the organs of the workers' struggle will create, other for itself, agreements and employers organisat 10 ns whose structure is determined by that of workers as long as the competitive system is not directly challenged by employers' organizations struggling against the counter-finalities of capital. It fractured unity of the capitalists 10. That they can't unite the changing of contradictions. In the capitalists' class up to end the 19th was to a by conflict of private interests. Or, to take them in there themselves, their interest was the material totality of induction goods, and so this totality, in its social materiality, negated the practical totalization which the class without property wanted, namely, socialization, and in so far as it affirmed the negative dispersal of the owners of capital with the whole of its practico inert hung. Everything becomes other, for RHE possessors the thread of others constitutes their general interest as other, and this material interest is the exigency capitalists be of to other, or, words, the exigency that in so as it production, capitalist of lion cannot unite the member, of the dominant class except through their radical alterity. Thus we see, in effect, how particular interests ultimately express material being outside itself in the medium of the other and one's own coming to oneself as other than self. These formal remarks cannot, of course, claim to add all to the certainty of the synthetic reconstruction which Marx carried out in Capital. They are not even intended to be marginal comments on it. By its very certainty, the reconstruction in FOT Def C5 commentary. But my remarks, though they are possible only on the basis of RL is reconstruction, which simultaneously recreates its method and its object, belong, logically, before this historical reconstruction, at a higher level of greater indeterminacy and generality, insofar as they fixed a field in their purpose is simply to define RHE type of intelligibility which is in the Marxist have simply established without is complete, the basic between praxis and the material environment, insofar as it organizes a practical field and defines the relations between men through their objects, and the relations between objects through men, in which a rational foundation for the certainty or dialectical investigations, evidence de experieure dialectique, which any reader of Marx can experience, can be found. And, as for conflicts of interest, in particular, my own investigations, as conducted in this book, have provided a means to pay off the hedonistic, utilitarian mortgage which make, of interest an irrational mixture of subjective and objective conditions. There is a choice, either everyone follows his interest, which implies that RCOR is divisions men, resulting from the mode of production, which make interest, particular or general, individual or class, appear as a moment of RHE relations between men. In the first case, interest as a fact of nature is an unintelligible indeed, induction which matter as 21j it as an a prior, reality of human nature could never be justified. The whole of history, insofar as its motive force is provided by conflicts of interest, sinks entirely into the absurd, in particular, Marxism no hypothesis, if a priori relations of production are determined by them rather than by of produces not the basis of is say, in instead, it is a mere mechanism through which individual interests determine the type and intensity of their conflicts. In effect, the immediate consequence of the law of interest, or the Darwinian struggle for life, is that human relations are a prior, antagonistic. This being so, it is hardly surprising that one conservative ideology condemns all attempts at socialization in the name of human nature, that is, in the name of the obscure law of interest human beings are not going to change, etc. But it is more surprising that several Marxist writers seem to hesitate between the law of interest and the Marxist conception of history, that is to say, between a sort of biological materialism and historical materialism. They make the concept of need opaque. Having they are with this objective reality and then dark interiority, inserist. As a result, it is no longer possible to comprehend anything about human conflicts, since most or them, especially those which oppose an oppressed or exploited group to of oppressors or exploiters, seem to involve interests of completely different level, complexity, and structure. And, to take the example of a factory on strike, if WC were told, as might be perfectly true, that the strikers were fighting desperately and had their backs to RHE wall because, in this particular case, they no longer bear in their income, whereas the employers, who could afford a readjustment of wages, have an interest in refusing it in the context of the economic situation and in view of their forecasts and production plans, or alternatively they might give in because the country was becoming industrialist and the value of labor was increasing, then we are dealing with heterogeneous realities which are being grouped together under the same name in spite of being constituted on different levels. In interest of workers simply fundamental needs, while the interest of the employer would be a necessity, or possibility, imposed on him by production itself, that is, through all the structures of capitalist society, and which, as we have seen, relates only very indirectly itself, although need is always present, as the same would apply to a kind of quasi-socialist idealism which presented the employers as necessarily rapacious, that is to say, if the pursuit of power exists a character and depend on the historical situation as a whole and on particular institutions, was treated the natural which individuals. We then find, as WC often do, the same unintelligible heterogeneity when confronted with workers grouped into unions and acting in accordance with RHE interests of their class against vampire employers giving in to their rapacious instincts. In both these cases, the transition from false individual objectivity conceived as an external force, to the objective, abstract generality of the process simply becomes incomprehensible. And if the workers were fundamentally these interests posited in divergence and antagonism as natural realities, if their class interest were not negatively inscribed for you or yon in the destiny prefabricated by machines, propaganda, no emancipation would be possible. For individual class, are tooth in and in so it defines and as instruments, the men, and relations suited to serving it, to serving production. The men or groups do not differentiate themselves from their being outside themselves in matter at work so as this controls the other as destiny, through other men or groups. The structure of the material equipment alone determines what kind of interests are operative. It is this structure which creates a practical geld of individual interests one class and a field of general interest as its only possibility for another. From this point of view, conflicts of interest are defined at RHE level of relations of production, or rather, they are these relations themselves, they appear as directly caused by the movement of worked matter, or rather as this matter itself in its exigencies and movement, in so far as each group, or person, struggles to regain control of it, in order to control production in and through there is to say, the inert but powerful objectification of themselves in it, and to wrest this control from the other. In this sense, it is not diversity of interests which gives rise to conflicts, but conflicts which produce interests, to the extent that worked matter as pluralist totality 219 matter imposes itself on struggling groups as an independent reality through the temporary impotence which emerges from their balance. In this sense, interest is always a not of the other but also of the practico-inert viewing both of matter and of men in so far as this being is constituted by everyone as the destiny of the other. But, in the same moment, it is precisely this ability of man and his product in the medium of the practico-inert. The contradiction of interest is that it recouples itself in the individual or to rediscover original bond between Ian and matter, that is to say, free constituent praxis, but that it is already in perversion and of this attempt by as of human in practico-inert field, in other words, active man, inert in his pajadu ekbenirnes the way of his interest or of transforming his destiny into interest. But, as destiny and interest are contradictory statutes of being outside oneself, and as these two statutes always exist together, although the one may enclose the other and veil it, they mark the limits of the field, in so far as worked matter produces, as means to its ends, its men with their conflicts and their work relations, that is to say at that moment of the dialectical investigation in which man, defined by his himself, whether this is the seal he impresses on matter or the fabrication of his functions by the corning together and passive organization of material exigencies, is defined as Bewitkeitutzer, that is, as an work which develops a non-human activity because its passivity synthesises the serial infinity of human acts which sustain it. Thus for this being who requies himself in the perpetual appropriation of his praxis by the technical and social environment, destiny threatens as a mechanical fatality, and his struggle against destiny as cannot itself as free appear as a means of or at least serving, his interest. Interest therefore appears as the inorganic materiality of the individual or group seen as an absolute and irreducible being which subordinates itself as a way of preserving itself in its proclico-inert exteriority. In other words, it is the passive, inverted image of freedom, and the only way in which freedom can produce itself, and become con of in the hell of field of passivity. Book I necessity as a new structure of dialectical investigation at its most immediate level, dialectical investigation dialectique, has emerged as elucidating itself in order to control its own development. Of this primary experience, in which Dang grounded its consciousness of itself, provides us with one certainty, it is reality itself which is revealed as presence to itself. The only concrete basis for the historical dialectic is the dialectical structure individual action. And, in so far as we have been able provisionally to abstract the social in which is embedded, we have discovered a complete development of dialectical intelligibility as the of practical and of realization. This because it provides us with complete transparency nor necessity. Since man becomes dialectical by acting on matter, and since knowledge is action in so far action is knowledge, This constitutes an indubitable fact. Indubitability, however, is not necessity. And as soon as we tried to reach the more calm, more concrete reality of everyday life, we discovered a multiplicity of discrete quantities, which is capable of being studied by reason. The fact that this multiplicity rewells itself on the level of totalizing synthesis rather than on of simple living organisms is irrelevant, and is the of dispersal is itself dialectical, of human actions is still a negation of the dialectical unity of each. But since these actions as a whole, of which some are done by groups, and others by individuals, act on an isolated Indian village in the virgin forest of Brazil, or the soil and oil of a country or of the whole world, and since this field, which was originally united by its bond of univocal practical interiority to everyone, is, in its passivity, the basis and support of the multiplicity of determinations, we have discovered, by deepening our investigation, men unwhy their own in of antagonistic alterity through the material field in which they are dispersed and through the multiplicity of unifying actions which they perform upon this field. Illis, while the plurality of bodies and actions, if it is conceived directly, produces isolation, it is transformed into a unifying factor if it is reflected to men through work matter. Is apparent in everyday objectivity. From my eye can see men who do not know each other walking across a square to jobs which, at least at the present level of the investigation, isolate them from another. Also see a group of people waiting for a pays. The two all are turned towards the Rue de Rennes, looking out for the bus which is about to arrive. In this state of semi-isolation, it is obvious that they are united by the street, the square, the paving stones and the asphalt, the pedestrian crossings, and the bus, that is to say, by the material underside of a passivist praxis. But this unity is itself that of a material system. In this sense it is highly itcandia in so far as the has in so as in any form, but from point if dia is materiality. Avatar's Spanish gold did not totalize the practices of the nations and cities of the Mediterranean, they absorbed them and gave them the passive unity of interpenetration. Moreover, the inversion activity into passivity, combined with the transformation of the diverse into a totalized inertia, has the effect of inverting both relations of exteriority and relations of interiority. Quantity controls reified men in so far as these same men magically haunt quantity. Everything changes its sign when we enter the domain from point of this logic, unity of through be separation. Other words, separation ceases to be a pure relation of exteriority and comes a bond of lived interiority. People are separated by antagonisms, by their place in the system, but these separations, such as hatred, flight, etc., are also modes of connection. However, since matter unites men in so far as it binds them together and forces them, a material unifies in so far as our inertia. We have already seen how, through its quality as inorganic inertia, can with world, what we find here is passive materiality, as an elementary structure the human organism, in thrall to an inorganic matter which has taken away its power of transcendence towards organized action. To stop at this a very of materialist dialectic which is, unfortunately, most widespread, 222 book scarcity, the antagonisms of need, tools, and organization around tools. These are all acceptable in themselves, but they are explained in a way which gives priority to the inert. To inverted PRS, in short, to inorganic the however, we leave investigation yet. Has to be is that the of new does and that, for the first the agent has objective ins of necessity. Complex as they may be, the facts which we have taken as examples are in fact accessible only to dialectical. There can never any hope of analytical reason explaining the metamorphoses of Spanish gold, just because, as we have seen, the quantitative bonds of exteriority, though they do not disappear, are turned back or diverted by bonds of interiority. In other words, each piece of gold is both a unit in a sum and, through its relations to all the other pieces, a part in a whole. Dialectical intelligibility, however, is entirely preserved, since it enables one to grasp, in terms the proliferation of acts, the type of negative unity represented by materiality. The transparency of praxis certainly not to be found. It understood that there is a dialectic within the dialectic. That is to say, from the point of view of a realist materialism, RHE dialectic as produces its own negation as absolute dispersal. It does this both because the corfiantation of activities is a union in separation, because it is through it and in it that plurality as dispersal can have a meaning. It is not that dialectic as idea produces exteriority as the reverse side of the idea, it is the real analytical dispersal of specifically dialectical agents, which they have to live as the interior resorion of exteriority. Thus IRI is not a process which is transparent to itself in so far it is produced in the unity of a project, but an action which escapes from itself and diverts laws which we and clearly understand in so far as effect an unbalanced synthesis between interior and exterior. In so far as, having achieved our own goal, we understand that we have actually done use and why our action has been altered outside us, we get our first dialectical experience of necessity G7, but necessity must not be confused with constraint. We are Su G7. As wary is a provisic mel, it is the just is during the of. 223. To constraint as to an exterior force, with all the opacity of a fact, it appears as violence so far opposes itself free praxis. Nor is the discovery of necessity to be found in that gradual confinement of action which finally reduces the number of two in relation a given and ORL the of certain already constructed means. When only one course is possible, for moving a material ensemble from one state to another, for going from one place to another or fn-m one person to another, or from one idea to another, and when this course exists and opens or offers itself, then praxis will conceive of itself as creating it and rightly so, since, without it, neither the possibilities nor the means would exist as such. Thus the synthetic, royal road to comprehension, in the domain of thought, is a synthetic advance which is given negatively, as incapable of being of vice, through the positive consciousness of Eichscoming Twirithling it can become. The unfolding of action and the conformity between the result achieved and result intended cannot in fact give rise to any apodicticity except of the other and by means of the other, and on another level of RHE investigation. Shows that the first practical experience of necessity in unconstrained of the individual to the that the though to one anticipated, appears as radically other, in thal it has never been the object of an intention on of the agent. Type is already to be found in mathematics. At the end of a proof, the last proposition is be demonstrated. The difference is that the mathematician uses the dialectical fact of the transformed result as met/ie. The moment of necessity in practical experience is the simultaneous recognition of the sarn as other and of the other as the same. Let there be no misunderstanding. A solitary activity involving a TCU_L undergoes transobject on which it is used. But these transformations, transcended, corrected and controlled, do not alter even if they force it to modify itself, to make deviations, etc. The metamorphoses of praxis are dialectical and form part of praxis as inevitable, living moments linked by relations of interiority. Failure itself is integrated into the movement, as a final term and destruction of TLLE dialectic in way as our death be said to part of. Moreover, in the CAE, of solitary activity, failure returns to throw light upon the whole of and reveals within it the real res MJNS for our defeat. 224 Book We were wrong to undertake it, or we chose the wrong means. In general, failure, illuminating past movement, shows us that we were already certain to fail, or, in other words, that an objectively inappropriate action produces in interiority in one form or another, stubbornness, haste, etc., the knowledge of its inappropriateness. But when this knowledge is absent, failure still exists within praxis itself as a dialectical possibility of negation. Nuicity appears in experience when we are robbed of our action by work natter, in so far it is pure materiality, in so far it is materialisudi in this moment. RHE tool made by an other represents of exteriority in the field of, but this exteriority does not derive from the external conditions which are characteristic of inorganic materiality. All these conditions are up in of action. exists to the extent that the tool as materiality is part of other fields oi interiority. Finally, it is primarily a matter not of fields determined by the deliberate praxis of individuals or groups, but of the quasi-dialectical field whose fugitive unity does not come from anyone, but proceeds from matter to men who mediate between different sectors of materiality. In this way, a field of quasi-dialectical counterfinality comes to be constituted, everything acts on everything else from a distance, and the slightest novelty produces complete devastation, just the material ensemble were a true totality. And the used by an individual is externally within the very hands which use it. During of Spanish example, gold could be real power for a person or collectivity. And, in so far as a historical agent is defined by his objective reality, and therefore by his objectification, this precious metal been, for a given society, this objectification itself, an objectifying praxis carn to be defined, in turn, by its use of gold, that is to say, by the distribution of wealth, capitalization, RHE financing of enterprises, items of expenditure, etc. But in addition to being the mode of exteriorizing interiority for particular individual or collective agents, what gold represented for the agent was existence in total exteriority, since value at any determined by the whole of history, and in this way, to the extent that a prince or merchant realized his objective reality, it eluded him. But this exteriority refers back to material totalities in which every element acts at a distance, as in art organic whole, the discovery of a mine, a massive of precious discovery of a technical process, matter as to 22 etc. In this way, RHE hemorrhage of objective reality, which is emptied of its meaning in the hands of the agent, takes on a definite meaning when interpreted in terms of the developing totality. The ruin of a particular genos merchant can be interpreted from within his praxis, but in order for it to be intelligible it must also be seen as corning from as a the of precious the Mediterranean is, as says, there is no reason why the transformation of the result should be dod by the agent, your youthing depends upon the instruments of thought provided for him by he period, clia, and historical circumstances. On the other hand, at the present level of development of our knowledge, it is possible to claim that this transformation is always intelligible, provided one has the necessary instruments at one's disposal, in other words, it defines its own type of rationality. The point is to conceive the praxis and its result from two inseparable points of view, that of objectification, or of man acting on matter, and that of objectivity, or of totalized matter acting on man. It is necessary to grasp how the concerted result of a practice, as a new fact, can produce a universal modification in the material quasi-totality, and how it ran receive from this moving, inorganic totality a sort of passive makes it other it of is very uprooting in a field of point of view of a large plane and of or united by of separate and stats and ae, the real meaning of the individual action of uprooting is simply the negative union of all those who are isolated by the material totality which they have produced. Thus the transformation of the act is completely intelligible from the point of view of a process of Kamach, having evaluated its end in isolation, strives to n5 ton w comprehend it in terms not only of the massificarian of the peasants, identity of work, repetition, but also of the constitution of a material which in the unity of a end, of new created on basis. Although this doubly referring work can be done by an isolated agent only with difficulty, there is a reason in principle why he should not do it. In other words, it is possible for anyone to comprehend himself in his action both from the outside and from within. Is proved that the government's propaganda against Dufour, Tallien explained the totalized meaning of his familial 226 bore praxis to Urion. The experience of necessity is all the more obvious, all the more blinding, to the extent that every moment of the praxis been clear and conscious, and that the choice of means heen deliberate. And should be remembered that as it richer, gradually the of to end, in the end, eliminates itself, as dialectical unfolding and as work, in favor of a result inscribed in things. We have seen that the agent's real aim, and, this comes to the same thing, the agent himself, can only be assessed in the light of the result. It is Madame Bovary who illuminates Flaubert, not the reverse. But if an other, broader result, bound up with the present totality, always superimposes itself on the result which has been intended and achieved, then what is assessed from the point of totalized objectivity is not only the aim, but also the agent himself in far as he is nothing other than his objectification mug praxis. It is therefore necessary to recognize oneself as other in one's own individual objectification on RHE basis of an other result. And this recognition is an experience of necessity because it shows us an unconstrained irreducibility inside the framework of intelligibility. This individual experience can occur only through the freedom of praxis, as I defined it in the paradigm of method. It is the fullness of action providing with the objective result as irreducibility. If I have made mistakes or been subject to constraints, it is always possible that they have falsified the result. But if I take full responsibility FC and the operation, I shall discover necessity as ineluctable. In other words, the basic experience of necessary is that of a retroactive power eroding my freedom, from the final objectivity decision. From it, it is the negation in domain of complete SIJ surrendered by freedom itself, and proportional to the very completeness of this freedom, degree of conscious s, instruments of thought, practical success, etc. In this sense, it is the experience of the other, not in go as he is adversary, but in so far his dispersed totalized by matter, turns back on me in order to transform me. It is RHE historical experience of matter as praxis with XMT and author, or of praxis as the signifying inertia which signifies we shall find that this complex as investigation progresses. HUD for the present we may say, the man who looks at his work, who recognizes himself in it completely, and who also does riot recognize himself in it at all, the man who can say both, this is not what I wanted and understand that this is what I have done and that I could not do ed 227 and refers to his prefabricated who in this grasps, in an immediate dialectical movement, necessity as the destiny in exterior of freedom. We this as obviously we should, in that he to enyth other. However, a distinction be made. Marxist sense with should we hack to Hegel alienation as of kinds of objectification? Yes and no. We must recognize that the original relation between praxis as totalization and materiality as passivity obliges man to objectify himself in a milieu which is not his own, and to treat an inorganic totality as his own objective reality. It is this relation between interiority and exteriority which originally constituted praxis as a relation of the organism to its material environment, and there can be no doubt that as soon as man begins to desigrate himself not as the mere reproduction of his life, but as the renewal of products which reproduce his life, he discovers himself as odor in the world of objectivity, totalist matter, as inert objectification perpetuated by inertia, is in effect non-human or even all of us spend our lives engraving our maleficent image on things, and it fascinates and bewilders us if WC try to understand ourselves although WC are ourselves the totalizing movement which results in this objectification. 68.6k It is the to in as a AML his himself in outside himself in the world, into what of it is very to that he himulf real object of his is not that of his life. His of his not sloga of him af with am he is he by which he material act placing his on the himulf by an endless perception or himself him as an it is a or his for who being I of it the initially as o, this, rhe of the pri li riot and 3 the to its as being it. This as the fum lature. Or by is, of as well ag and noglja for man, is oneself originally as other is. 228. 4 SOCIA/B as a laterally class being in where the apodictic structure of dialectical experience, still in its most abstract form, the discovery by RHE agent of the alienation of his praxis is accompanied by the disc, wary of his as alienated. This means in fact that through a praxis which before and discovers his being outside in the thing as his fundamental truth and this being outside constitutes itself, or is constituted, for him practico-inert matter, either he himself, a particularity, is roughly conditioned in exteriority by the whole universe, or, alternatively, his being awaits him from outside, by a conjuncture of exigencies. In either case, human praxis and its immediate ends can appear at this WEL only in subordination. Human praxis is subordinated, the is means of fulfilling this exigency, the immediate aims appearing as the means of initiating praxis. It is useful that workers should strike, since this encourages inventions. Inventions are required by production, sets itself aim of on God's earth, production demands from it the means of intensifying itself. The employers finance and encourage research through the militancy of the workers. According to this optimistic way of thinking, which is perfectly adapted, as capitalist thinking, to the practico-inert hell which Freud strikes, conceived as a means of deterring MNG employers to break inertia, are by two things, which we will immediately. First, they lose their of collective, the motives, and unity which, in early stages, in the of altati is self-explanacy se always itwolf hut this nothing against idc mimi other, is of this fundum.ental which explains why, said, milieu of the not derive, as might inro prenatal choice, for al of in w hitch tes c organisron with his matter to 229 had so the of adoption of a plan, relation representatives, and in short everything which is or he meant of constitution of the group as human activity, and become a universal excess. They become as a special quality of RHE mechanical ensemble known as the working population, the turbulence which is manifested in its anonymous generality in odd anecdotes which, in themselves, are without interest. Thus the Birmingham or Sheffield strike becomes not a particular human undertaking within the development of human history, but the exemplification of a concept. Having said this, we must not treat this abject way of thinking as a mistake, for is at where employers rake of likelihood of on basis previous years, in their production an inert milieu disturb the workers, a general reality and force, like physical force, as it was conceived at about the same time, employers as an inert rates to it a certain energy which produces internal reactions and, in particular, invention. Inertia, exteriority, classical economics aspires to be like ICES. But, at the same time, this inertia and exteriority are, for this way of thinking, human characteristics. Tfgit is to say, they both refer back ROEXFS as their sole intelligibility. Employers are blamed for this inertia. It is said that they do no own that militant employers would not need external incentives. Morchagver, RHE authors quoted above also express annoyance at working class disturbances, resolved in historical appear to as an evil fating. The working class can never be cured it, but, by constantly maintaining the fear of being sacked or replaced, and by constant maintenance of a threat of replacement by the victims of technological unemployment, it is secured, that disturbances are opposed by terror as a physical force. But just as disturb which they see simply as expressions, are just a force, but an excess, so as one can read in every line of these Friday Meltull books is a moral as well as a physical reaction, it is justified Perlschernant or the revenge of terrorist employers, which amounts to the same thing. Here we have a mixture of inertia, the stability of equal and constant forces in equilibrium, and practice, values I'm of and on fact that thinking is incomplete or false, and that it 230 book I belongs to employers, is we can say with ends that this is how capitalism saw itself at the beginning of the Erst Industrial Revolution, an inert milieu in which transmutations of energy could take place provided they were produced by an exterior energy source. This need not to any particular facturer's judgment of himself when he tries know himself as an individual. On the contrary, he will regard himself as a bold innovator, if he has just bought a new machine, if his factory is ex-reamding, or as a wise man, if he is refusing to take an interest in some invention. Employers as other, the ensemble of his competitors, suppliers, and clients, however, he will judge in this way, but this body of Erntlpsychars exists in him as his CWN, relative or total, Wien-Wurlisser.s ta change anything would be only happy to. Thus he will rediscover in himself, as his negative social being and as caused the inertia which he considers be a constituent being of others. He is not mistaken. It be his is created for him out of the inertia or others, and is lived by others as an other inertia reducing them to impotence. It should also be understood that, for him and for others, impotence is simply the level of his production insofar as it is conditioned by total production in terms of the system and the conjuncture. It is on the basis of this being outside in a field of unifying materiality and the part of everyone that Marx can describe the process of capital as an antisocial force developed within a definite social field and positing itself for itself. But this inertia of impotence, insofar conscious of through inertia, circumstances, cr. a competitor's innovation define a pseudo-impotence as inertia for L. I have accepted so-so's proposal, and insofar as it constitutes reality of the individual, or group, and as the negative medium in which external transmutations of energy produce praxis in the form or a transformation of the but producing itself, regard it as the being of man at the fundamental weakened level, that is to say, in 50. Far as there are several people within a practical field totalized the mode of production. At an elementary level of RHE social we see that there are others. Everyone est conscient, as the inorganic materiality of the outside interiorizing itself in the form of a bond linking him to everyone else. We shall try to see social being from RHE point of view. Cf. the Practic 42 ter as to Thales 2.3 z inert insofar as it really determines a structure of inertia from the first in praxis, we see it as inorganic of beings. We shall then be in a position to see the primary structure of class. If reader is surprised, the Maya structure inertia in is precisely the transcendence of all the inertia of all material conditions towards an objective. I have not entirely succeeded in explaining my approach. The beings, objects, and people we are talking about, eho still abstract, are real. In a given practical field, WC really are practicoinert being. I am not providing symbol C headings to indicate the results of human activities which have been dispersed and reunited by materiality. The flight of gold and the crisis of the ancien regime are realities. But these realities are produced at a certain level of concrete experience. They exist neither by nor film the block of stone in RHE mountain, nor for God, nor for isolated individuals, for illiterates, for example, though they may well be subjected to its effects. It is social rennen who produce and reveal these realities, as these realities reveal and them, through other social realities which serve as a mediation art which have already constituted themselves. We have 10 refine our definition of and doing. This in isolation, apart from his social but the contrary, it reeks out in since the first basis of the social field is this very contradiction. In this connection we have recognized that human existence is constituted throughout a practical project which transcends and negates given characteristics towards a totalizing renrangerment of the Feld. Do we also have to admit that one is a worker or petit bourgeois passively? Existentialism denied the a priori existence of essences. Must we not now admit that they do exist and that they are the priori characteristics of passive, and if exist, how is possible? I used to say that one never is a coward or a thief. Accordingly, should I not now say that one makes oneself a bourgeois or a proletarian? This is the question which we must now turn to. There can be no doubt that one makes oneself a bourgeois. In this case, every moment of activity is Ernbergkoiserernant. But in order to make oneself bourgeois, one must be bourgeois. There is no comparison between cowardice, courage, and other such useful summaries of Book 1 complex activity, and membership of a class. At the of this RLW re-arc passive syntheses of materiality. And these represent general of social our most immediate, crudest objective reality. They already exist, they are the of previous individuals and already sketched out them at birth, their position in life and their personal development assigned to them. There is a type of work, and a material condition and a standard of living tied to this activity. It is a fundamental as well as a determinate provision of material and intellectual tools. It is a strictly limited field of possibilities. Thus Claude Lanzmann is right when he says, a working woman who earns 25 francs a month and contracts chronic by handling DOP shampoo 8 hours a day is wholly reduced to her work, her fatigue, her what percent es, and the material impossibilities that these wages assign to her, the impossibility of vatting properly, of buying shoes, of sending her child to the country, and of satisfying her most modest wishes. Oppression does not reach the oppressed in a particular sector of their life, it constitutes this life in its totality. They are not people plus needs, they reducible. There is distance between self and self, no essence is hidden within the bounds of interiority, the person exists outside, in his relation to the world, and visible to he with his objective this reality and obvious it is both the individual and his predetermination through generality. The working woman is expected in bourgeois society, her place is marked in advance by the capitalist process, by national production requirements and by the particular needs of the LKP shampoo factory. Her life and destiny be determined before SLE gets her jot, and this prefabricated reality must be conceived in the mode of being, in RHE pure materiality of the in itself. Role and attitude imposed her by her work and consumption have never even been the object of an intention, they have been created as the negative aspect of an ensemble of directed and as these unity. At this in which everything is meticulously controlled as if by a sadistic will is the working woman is what marks in THE conditions urde, which individuals have intercourse with each other, 50 long as the above mentioned contradiction is absent, are conditions appertaining to their individuality, in no way external to them, conditions under which these definite individuals, living under definite relationships, can alone produce their material life and what is con with it, are of self-activity, and are produced by the self-activity. 71 Marx refers to which opposes the productive to relations but is really the same above, which forces the working to live as she in o take in, a would her and become simply a mode of subjective realization of objectivity. When semi-automatic machines were introduced, investigations showed that specialized women workers indulged in sexual fantasies. They worked, they recalled their bedrooms, their beds, the previous night, everything that specially concerns a person in the isolation of the self-enclosed couple. But it was the machine in them which was of love, the kind of attention demanded by their work allowed rare and riker distraction, thinking of something else, and our total mental application, thinking would slow DCW, and their movements. The machine demands and creates and the worker an inverted semi-complements an explosive of vigilance. Is concentrated in supervision, and the body functions mechanically while yet remaining on des surreiltens. Life overflows the job, the minutes falsy distraction have to be lived one by one, must be lived without concentration, and there can be no attention to detail, or to systematic ideas, otherwise the lateral function of supervision be impeded, and down. It is therefore appropriate to sink into passivity. Similar have less tendency to indulge in erotic fantasies, this is the first sex, the active sex, if hate to think of their work, by absorbing their total activity, cuts them off from sexuality. 234. The woman worker thinks about sexual abandonment, because the machine requires her to live her conscious life in passivity in order to preserve a flexible, preventive vigilance without ever mobilizing active have various as may attach itself to different. The woman recall the pleasure of night of the or constantly relieve her troubled wings while reading a book or she may avoid and on the of it essential that of her daydreams should also be the subject, that there should always he adherences, if the object posits itself for itself, if the woman emerges her daydream, and her husband her lover, work will stop or slow down. That is why mothers are practically unable to think about their children objects of their attention and worries and why, very often, a woman's sexual remembrance do not correspond to her sexual attitude in married life. The truth is that when the woman worker thinks she is escaping from herself, she is really finding an indirect way of making herself what she is, the vague uneasiness which she and is by constant of her is of preventing thought from reforming, of confining consciousness and absorbing it in flesh, while making use of it. Is she conscious of produced by it she to fix her mind within the limits allowed by the operation, by RHE ob task? Is of employers who have determined and output the deepest interiority of as total X in this the of the person is itself a future contradiction, which will eventually break out, but it is this contradiction in its present ambiguity or, as Marx says, in its incompleteness, it will not be evident until after it has broken out and thus exists, only, for the later individuals. 72 In fact, wherever one places oneself in history, one will find some oppositions which are entrenched and others which always both those who come before and are uncertain, since we are who after is true that for the proletarians rhe cont air and with it the of mat as to 235 existence society have accidental. 73 This implies that the individual enters into conflict with the situation in which he finds himself. But it true that all the actions he carries out as usual merely reinforce and emphasize the objective being imposed on him. When the woman in the DOP shampoo factory has an abortion in order to avoid having a child she would unable to feed, she makes a free decision in order to escape a destiny that is made for her, but this decision is itself completely manipulated by situation. She through what she is already, she carries out the sentence, which has already been passed on her, which deprives her of free motherhood. On this first point dialectical intelligibility is unimpaired and excess principles are unaffected. In I font wing Hegel, that essence is past, transcended being. And, indeed, this is precisely what the being of the worker primarily is, in that in a capitalist society, it is prefabricated by already performed, already crystallized labor. And his personal praxis, as a free Perxi-Yukrav dialectic, in turn transcends this prefabricated being by the very movement which it impresses on the lathe or machine tool. Inertia comes to him from rhe fact that previous work has constituted in the machine future which be transcend in the form of exigency, that is to say, specifical, why, rhe way the machine is to he used and its ability, in definite conditions, to increase production by a definite proportion, and the fact that this future is in its present process as a and the conjuncture in the unity of historical totalization. Thus the as a new characteristic of it, removes none of its previous characteristics, praxis remains a transcendence of material being towards a future reorganization of the field. But passivifying annulment modifies it from the future towards the past within rhe petrified work of exigency. This is because the future to L_W realized is already fabricated as mechanical inertia in the in being is, and it can always said that any which has to the in the course of a walk, imposes a certain content on the future toxards which it is transcended. It and provides a instrumentality which will characterize the final result. However, it does not produce that future, the future corresponds to material circumstances. 73. p. 236 Book I through Mayor, and if material circumstances are preserved in it as significations, it is not it with like CLL has given it a human future by projecting it, as transcended and preserved, into this precisely been worked and assembled by men, who have made them anti-human. The machine and the combination of exigencies contain the movement of transcendence in themselves, and, in connection with this inert movement, the future of the ensemble is the mechanico-practical meaning of this totality insofar as it, that is to say, insofar as an exterior fall be it to a pseudo-organic past being is that is itself the in being a praxis produces, beyond any particular praxis, its own meaning as transcendent being. So the human praxis in with inert which is controlled by it as exigency constitutes itself as a means, in exteriority, of introducing mechanics amongst its characteristics as a human undertaking. It remains entirely what it is, if one takes it abstractly as a pure, isolated praxis, but its own future as transcendence af its past being transcended by this very past being insofar as it is already 51 knifed by the foo as I have said already. If the stratagems of the enemy lead a regiment to retreat towards an emplacement which stems protected hut which has in fact been ably renamed, the freedom of the commanders who execute this retreat remains unimpaired in each of its moments. Thereof trap the prefor that is selected by the enemy bringing this military unit to inevitable powerful material means, may force a praxis into the role of a blind process leading men toward a passive future which cannot be transcended. Rat of their own destruction. And, if assume that as is usually the case rhe commanders could nor know rat the field was mined, be as this but rather objectively this necessity any it noted that akin itself in way in milieu of a praxis which transcends it and krrrws it better than it knows itself. Of course, it often happens that, in trying to avoid some annoyance, WC worse if the danger in order 10 lead the complicity totality of our personal activity. This involves nothing more than the inherent uncertainty of praxis, for every prose, to some degree, takes account of its areas of ignorance, reckons on, in the strict sense of the term, makes and takes risks. The freedom of an action which ends in failure is simply freedom which fails, since the fundamental relation of the organism to its is matter not a return to in order to transform it into a controlling fatality. In the case of a trap, however, it is clear that the freedom of the enemy, through the complex of material means involved, from the initial shot to the field, and has made it objectively a practico-inert zess of counter-finality, 50 much so that the soldier who falls into the trap will, if he escapes, discover an extraordinary, but easily understood, paradox, conveyed high the colloquial expression, we've really been had. To have that is, to possess an enemy in so far as he is an inalienable praxis, and not, few because stronger armed. Of as is obvious in military stratagems the material which to ourselves is set in it is and by the living, of the enemy. In the ease of class being as inertia which infiltrates freedom, the thing seems less obvious. For one thing, the workers who created the machines through their work are absent, perhaps dead, and in any case, it is not they but others the exploiters who desired our enslavement. Indeed they did not desire it directly, but were essentially trying to increase their profit. Besides, the empty position which each worker is expected to fill derives thereby from the diverse variety of exigencies which have come together without any particular action having presided the process. Is not a freedom part of the employers to constitute the negative in the workers, but the unequal relation of interiority has transformed itself through the medium of the real meanings and real exigencies whose material object has been provided by human practices, whether multiple or unified, false reciprocal interiority. And this false interiority, along with prefabricated ends which cannot be transcended, which praxis freely is transformed this transcendenia of being into transcendence transcended by the being be transcended in the complex movement alienated labor. We have the inert being of machinery as a material circumstance to be transcended, transcendence by praxis, setting in book motion, use, and supervision, and transcendence of prince zts on so far as some exterior norm transfuses it as inert exigency. By that same being, but to cone as an other meaning realizing itself. To -is will apply on every plane and not just that of production. The worker is socially constituted as a practico-inert object to the extent that a wage, he that has to reigned and fed. Now, in deciding his budget in accordance with needs created in him by his work, by satisfying AIXVE all his hunger, to the detriment of clothes and lodging, the 19th century that is say, he practically and rationally priority his expenditure, he therefore decided in his free and through this very freedom he was, what he is, what he must be, whose wages simply represent maintenance costs. 74 At this level we will encounter the questions rake D in the problem of Lethid. We can now see why transcending one's class condition effectively realizing it. And since as the transparent movement of action, cannot alienate itself, we find different actions in Twery 1, one worker cads, another agitates, another finds time to do both, another just bought a scooter, another plays the violin, and another docks gardening. All these activities are constituted on the basis of particular circumstances, and they constitute the objective individuality of each per still, so are in spite of inside a framework of exigencies that cannot be transcended, they simply realize everyone's class being. Everyone makes himself signify interiorizing, by a free the with which material exigencies have produced him as a GNG. Class being, as practico-inert being mediated by the passive syntheses of worked matter, comes to men through men, for each of us it is our being. 74. Say RHE worker NGLY WAG percent the of the to WC when whether this ethical of wage old drowning is to say, over in silence, effect, etc., not what might it hold this in entirely fields, but the of the for all matter to two outside yourselves in matter, in so far as this produces us and awaits us from birth, and insofar as it constitutes itself through us as a futuretality, that is to say as a future which will necessarily realize itself through us, through the otherwise arbitrary actions which we choose. It is obvious that this class being does not prevent us from riddling an individual destiny. Life is individual, but this experience until death is only one of several possible ways, determined high the structured field of possibilities, of producing our class being. It should not class being as a relation of everyone to instrumentality and thereby the other class. It is in with everything, as the structure of a, that is to say, as a relation pen-ple of the same class on the basis of instrumentality. Fram point, in it the inert statute of their collective in the context of class struggle. Admittedly, we have not yet established the nature of GN-UPS as organist activity. But when without examining this, we shall come to it in the next chapter, it will be appropriate to show that they can be organized only of structures representing both of their action and its objective limit, including its secret inertia. A well-known example will make this clearer. Corresponding to the iron and coal complex there is the so-called universal machine. This means a machine like the lathe in the second half of the 19th century whose function remains indeterminate, in contrast to the specialist machines of automation and semi-automation, and which can do very different jobs provided it is guided, prepared, and supervised by a skillful, expert worker. The universality of produces in servants, it is accessible only to those who know how to use it, and who have therefore had to undergo an often very long apprenticeship. Conversely, the specialization of the machine, 50 years later, in the period of has with it of its revance, they are interchangeable. Thus the producer of the Mach lanes, through his product and the improvements he makes to it, identifies a certain type of men, namely the skilled workers who are capable of carrying out a complete operation from beginning to end, unaided, that is to say, a dialectical praxis. This practical effect is built into machines themselves in the form of exigency. They reduce specifically physical effort, but require skill. They require that men freed of all secondary labors should devote 240 themselves entirely to them, and in this way, they fix, first, the mode of recruitment, then, through the employers, they create employment opportunities and relatively high wages on the labor market, and a structured hierarchy opens up for certain sons of workers, who turn out to have the abilities and means required to be CCNRNC apprentices. SOTTS workers, are in a position to their sons for of years able support generally, the will have to a W.Recker. In the same process, machines create a lower prole which is not the direct of the rise and paid workers, who are selected by apprenticeship, but is also directly required by the universal machine, in the form of the ensemble of unskilled workers who, in every workshop, have to be attached to the skilled workers, obey them, and them of all the lowly chores which do for them. Thus, the AA passive structure the proletariat. I shall this a solar system structure, unskilled workers indistinguishable and as, and individuals an equally skilled worker in of 5 to 10, but he is defined, in universal terms, by his specialization. This proletariat, structured by its functions that is to say, high the role of its members in production is rex/ordered not only by the employers, who need to organize and encourage apprenticeship, and fear a crisis of skilled labor, but also by the workers themselves, who have to carry out the selection themselves, under the pressure of needs and in RHE context of everyone's opportunities. The machine organizes men. But this human organization has nothing in common with a synthetic union, with a community based on a conscious decision. RHE hierarchy will in dispersal of pluralities and will happen to the physical, mental, and social conditions required to become an apprentice. Another with no apparent relation to the first will become an unskilled worker because these conditions are not fulfilled. Relation to machines bung, strictly speaking, an individual and relatively autonomous destiny. The statistical relation of the machine to everyone appears as a real redistribution of social molecules in a given society, at a given moment, binary A or Y, and it is precisely material inertia which makes this mysterious and rigid, hierarchical unity T and this rare sad possible. just as it is Rhe solidified of matter, matter to 241 the mechanical future of a group, class, or society which establishes this hierarchical order a priori as the ensemble of those abstract rela which are unite arbitrary individuals and which will impose these whoever they are in the temporal contract of production. Rhe factory, with all its machines, has already skilled workers, and has for everyone, chances of the in a state of thus the universal machine imposes differentiation on workers as a law of things, but at the same time, by the process described above in with it's as the property of an employer. It relegates its servant to the ranks of the exploited, and maintains and aggravates the contradiction which opposes the propertied class to the working class, but through the skill it demands, it creates a humanism of labor in the hands and body of the person who it. To the extent that, through the machine, the skilled worker sees his power, skill his a product, that is to say, into social wealth, he will not regard himself as a subhuman his subhumanity. Duct is taken away from him, but his indignation at being exploited has its deepest sortie in his pride as a producer. The dund of the are precisely people of life, and it who and as a whole. And since the machine is selective, since, through the Ln-Peltens it exacts and creates, it constitutes work, for the skilled worker, as the horror of the exploited, it produce %, in one process, for the skilled workers and for the working masses, the unskilled worker as in 91F area who gets lower wages, and possesses less technical value and less being. In relation to the employer, of course, the unskilled worker is posited as exploited, but what is he in relation to the skilled worker? Perhaps someone less fortunate, his father was poor, he started work at the age of 12, or perhaps someone who lacked courage or ability, perhaps both. There is a tension here. It is not a true antagonism, at least at first, the unskilled worker harbors ambiguous wings about the skilled worker. He admires him and listens to him, the skilled worker, acquiring political and sometimes scientific knowledge, and regarding the wing proletariat, the Macaro's own idea of itself and of its servant, but his positive education and his combativeness deceive the unskilled worker, he Iolov, 5. But sometimes he will get the impression that the elite workers, 242, incorporating him in their struggles, are not defending his IRT everything I have just is in being. The inert of labor dignity, technical operations, differentiation between men, the hierarchy and the tension it produces, are all a product machines, in other words, in a given factory, they are the practico-inert being AF the workers themselves in so far as the relations between them are he machine itself through its servants. But what has to be demonstrated is that these passive structures will induce a quite specific inertia in militant workers groups in that will always be incapable of transcending certain untranscendable structures. I have indicated else for where anarcho-syndicalist a product of the efforts of skilled workers, were destined, in lay for unification was achieved, to reproduce in the of a voluntary structures which had been established through mediation of Rhe universal machine in different enterprises. It would be a grave mistake to believe that the machine created the syndicalism of in the way rata cause produces its effect. If this the case both the dialectic and mankind would disappear. The humanism of labor is in fact the material being of the skilled worker, he realizes it in his work, in his hands and his eyes, he receives it in his wages, which express both exploitation and the hierarchy of the exploited, and he crcxtcs it by his very influence on the unskilled workers, and through an obscure conflict between them which remains hard to grasp. He still has to find out what he is. This means that is to unite equals and to oppose exploitation by a practical negation be through the projection of he his very how transcend if not what it made of the by which workers unite and transcend their antagonisms is also the affirmation of the humanism of labor. The anarcho-syndicalist decries exploited in the name of the abemaliate superiority of skilled manual labor over all other activities. And practice fully confirms that this was the situation, in period of the universal machine. It mattered very little if there was a strike of unskilled workers, whereas the absence of a few skilled workers, who would very hard to replace, was enough to disrupt a whole workshop. So the right of specialists deprived them of protesting against exploitation of the unskilled workers. Admittedly, their poverty angered them, but T.Y could not support the claims of these self-humans. The grounds matter as to 243 the skill of their work. As soon as machine labor required that the worker should have a sort of suzerainty over his assistants, the funda of the related stances of the class struggle gave rise to a new device, which might be called the paternalism of the labor elite. Unskilled workers must be educated, trained, inspired by example, etc. Thus the Organizarier against exploitation recreated, rigorously but freely, all the conditions unalienated. The interesting point is the of this was in fact transcended when the of the skilled workers were rendered useless by specialized machines. This recreated workers' unity, in the advanced capitalist countries, on the basis of the interchangeability of skilled workers. Work took on again all its negative characteristic percent, an exhausting burden, a hostile force. Admittedly, manual workers were still proud of their work, but this was because they sustained the whole of society, rather than because of the distinctiveness of the particular quality of their work. A humanism of need, as direct hold of every man on all men, was being born. But it is crucial that anarcho-syndicalist humanism was unable to transcend it. RLF. The reason, indeed, is simple enough. This practice and theory represented the very life of the group, whether a trade union or the employees of a factory, was simply the unification and reorganization of the social struggle on existing structural bases. Workers, with their superiorité and their greater militancy and effectiveness, who could bring work to a halt by their mere absence, should merge themselves in practice with mass organizations in which the less educated and less militant would have been in a majority. If mass unions are possible and necessary today, it is because the technique of struggle has changed with the class structure, and because the interchangeability of skilled workers forces them to adopt a policy of mass action. Equality of workers has both in of production and from the pracriq percent 31 tasks which these changes impose, hence it is real, that is to say, it is constantly being proved by its but in this would an idealist since the slightest strike could have demonstrated its ineffectiveness. How affirm equality as long as strike without the workers and when they could not win a strike at all? And v could one give the same weight 244 took to every opinion given that the unskilled workers of that time, with their poor education, their timidity, and their lack of the deeply respectable pride of the skilled workers, were an inert mass which needed to be roused and galvanized into action? Positively, the humanism of labor appeared as an absorbing end task. Innumerable monographs prove seriously took it. They had to improve their skills in their trade, to educate themselves, and to educate the unskilled. They rewarded themselves responsible for their assistance, they had to fight, to forge working class unity and bring forward the day when they would seize power. In short, it was a free, full world and they developed it tirelessly and passionately. And this living fullness was, at the same rhyme, doomed. Confronted by of exercising a truly productive trade, and surrounded by the unskilled workers whom they were obliged to emancipate, they being with the skilled worker. And this false identification, false not in relation to the employers but in relation to the masses, represented a which transcended, it was in other words, the theoretical and practical expression of their practic and inert relations with other workers. This should not be misunderstood. If, today, someone manages to glimpse absolute equality in his practical efficacy as the only valid form of human relation, his theory is false in far it paralyzes destiny. When of the structure of unions they should on crafts or industries, arose, theory and practice became false in that they were an inert resistance to effective reorganization. The humanism of labor became false when it led certain syndicalist dreamers to propose a workers' order of chivalry, and the link with RHE vassals false when the docility of the unskilled workers gave way to increasing discontent. And above all RHE ideological and ancernal which expressed the struggle of a class which was structured by the universal false prevented encompassing and organizing the new masses, produced since war by the specialized machines. But how could this exploited class fight for a proletariat other than itself? And was T not precisely a proletariat which was structured in its being by universal machines, and passively affected by the material idea of its in by determining what the members of the exploited class were? Machines determined what they could be, they even deprived them of the ability to 245 to imagine different forms of struggle, at the same time as giving their effulnation, that is to say, their ethico-practical re-interiorization of machines' exigencies and the tempi releasing. Development in action of structures by it, the of the that was possible in and against employers. In this situation, being became the prefabricated future as a negative determination of temporization. In other words, it appeared, at least some pen-ple, in q-me circumstances, such as, for example, certain antagonistic relations with unskilled workers, as its solidified hut incomprehensible contradiction, as an impossibility of going further, of desiring or any like in translucidity. In a way, indeed, the limit is given and even interiorized high itself. In example, it appears individual relations, work relations, politic-social relations, personal relations, of both skilled and unskilled workers. It even affects a simple greeting between a skilled and an unskilled worker, just as the relation between clause in the same period is visible in RHE greeting between an industrialist and one of his workers. For who belong to another society, still capitalist, but on whose structures are governed by energy new production, these interiorized limits appear as the objective structural in the of WC, nor here these and the of their everyday individual praxis eludes us. But it is expressed everywhere in the collective actions of which society retains some memory, the institutions which they produced, in the sectarian conflicts within the unions, in the speeches which express them, and even in RHE Dreyarns of anarchist journalists. Elsewhere T have quoted some men's by leaders which quite the by is deplorable the work. There are thousands or such statements. This can be taken to mean that the exploitation of an illiterate laborer who has no skill, but who exhausts himself in carrying enormous loads from one end of the workshop to the other is not completely unjustified. Above all, this proves that such syndicalists, whatever they may have said or written, did not really understand that this illiterate, reamsably stupid laborer had been marked by society, even before he was born, as incapable of becoming a skilled worker. So for us the meaning of this is blindingly obvious, and ths is of our distance from them, and we reprehend it in terms of our invisible walls. We can understand every 246 book I petrified limit of relations in terms of the invisible limit which reifies our own. I am not saying that for them this objective mean a priori of, for example, the between two societies with different structures, though degrading for the underdeveloped society, lead CW written groups into C which W are simply in their objectivity. Supposing, it is historically absurd that in of trade movement, established on the basis of mass production in ad capitalist countries, foreign workers were able, in the course of an international dialogue, to point out to the anarcho-syndicalists certain fled structures of social praxis. There is no a priori reason for denying that certain or might have of them, at least it is not logically impossible. However, this DCE, not in any way imply that they would have wanted to alter these structures. It is likely that they have engaged in the kind activity which might be called practices of justification. But, in any case, contacts between differently structured proletariats could not have had such a tinpole meaning at beginning of the 20th century, when, unknown to itself, the second industrial revolution was taking place. Today, such contacts exist, but they have a different meaning. France, for along in its development, a more homogeneous working class in certain key industries, and still in sectors, the States. Tailism, a destiny which was for a long time rejected in France, both by Malthusian employers and by the working class. Fact remains that it is always abstractly possible for any practico-inert limit to reveal to the it as the of their, but at this very their experience of this meaning real that it has always existed, petrified, in at of subjectivity. It is simply that it then appendi in as an incomprehensible nothing %s in the full development of some reciprocal activity, and as a positive qualification of this practical fullness, Suzerainty lived in the relation between Rhe skilled and unskilled worker as the basis of the responsibilities of Rhe suzerain and even of his love for vassal. And precisely that discovery our being is Frigdenine, since it generally occurs in the midst of failure and conflict, because it reveals that what one did not know was something one knew all along, in other words, because it retrospectively constitutes our ignorances of our being as determined and prefabricated by thxiking which we are but of which we were unav.l. In this way, and this applies to the group as much as the individual inert iking can at 50 be defined in terms of the type of practical choice which prevents one from knowing what one is, it be that objecti praxis being and effective reorganization the practical field in relation to aims discovered and posited in the course of praxis itself. Anarcho-syndicalism was in fact a vital and effective struggle, which gradually forged its weapons and created trade union unity out of dispersal. Today, it even seems that its historical role was precisely to Rhe first organs of unification in the working class. In other words, it was simply Rhe working class itself, at a particular moment in its development, PRIF in its first apparatuses. But it must quite simply, that unity already inscribed in human plurality by universal machines, to Rhe extent that their exigencies had structured hierarchical GN-ups of workers, and that the transcendence of real multiplicity, of individual antagonisms, of local peculiarities, of mistrusts, of inertia, etc., insofar as it was a totally human praxis, that is to say, one which necessity of the practical field, constant efforts, courage, patience, and the practical of an experience brought means of transcending Rhe situation, etc., simply carried out in a human way, that is to practically, dialectically the sentence which universal machines had passed on the proletariat. The sentence still to be carried out, without human praxis. Thus we have seen class being as the practico-inert statute of individual or common praxis, as the future sentence, petrified in past being, which this praxis itself has to carry out, and in which it must finally recognize itself in a new experience of necessity. But this practice inert being appeared to us as a real moment of the individual, as the passive statute of an group, or the active inert. In order understand it ister, we must investigate a new structure, conditioned by the preceding ones and conditioning them in turn, for, as we have seen, being is not a mere characteristic of untranscendable materiality existing as a separate quality in discrete entities isolated from one another, like, for example, height or color of hair. In fact, class being, far from manifesting itself as an identity of being between independent realities, appears in this investigation, experience, as the material unity of in other words, as the of individuality. Examples were designed to show that individuals, their statute from elementary praxis, working in a workshop, everyone's insofar as it is a practic-inert exigency of machines, comes to him not only from the class which exploits him, but also from all his comrades, or rather, it tx to him from the class which exploits him and the machines which require him through the medium of his comrades and their universal character as exploited. At the same time, class being defines itself for everyone as an inert, untranscendable, relation with his class comrades on the basis of structures. Destiny, general, and particular, exigency, class structures, values as common limits, all necessarily direct attention only to a type of which we have already described, but also, to a type of collective being the basis of all individual reality. I am not referring here to TLN-SE active collectivities which organize themselves for a definite purpose and which we will study later under the name of groups. Nor am I referring to those ensembles which are both hot and cold, like an army, because they possess both the practical and historical activity of an organization and the inert materiality of an institution. Rather, at a deeper as basis of individuation well as unity, I am in all ts of a but also as a relation of the only through tool by ma as 251 referring to inert collective being, as the enormsnic common materiality of all the members of a given ensemble. This indeed is basically what it means to speak of a class. For the term does not primarily mean either the active unification of all the individuals within the organizations which they themselves have produced, or an identity of nature wean several separate products. In the first meaning, indeed, the term is not always, or even very frequently, applicable in our investigation. Numerous contradictions, born of historical circumstances, often cause deep divisions within a class. There can be no doubt that the proletariat would be able to approach unity organisationoids has France example succeeded in bringing trade union it is warring and we stop at the proletariat. Everyone's the contrary, for it is normal to speak of the divisions in the working class, which presupposes a deeper unity, on the basis of which, in certain conditions, it will produce either its active unity as an increased vasingly developed integration, and totalization, or its divisions as the disinexisting totality. Or rather, no dream of arguing that, because these divisions exist, the working class is being by severe slash of exploited individuals, opposed in their aims and their tactics than they are united by common exploitation. These divisions would be described as threatening to reduce the working class RO impotence. The divisions appear therefore as accidents, which, though undoubtedly very serious FR practice, cannot affect the fundamental substance, which is one. And it cannot be argued that this substance does not really exist, that are threatened by a single victims of the same exigencies, possessing the same general interest, etc., for it is precisely the ensemble of structures of the practice inert field that necessarily conditions the substantial unity of the oneself of individuals, and conversely, this as a and on the terrain of other the structures of this in its at the same time, we thinking in of gelatinous realities, vaguely haunted by a supra-individual consciousness which, in defiance or all appearances, a discredited organism still tries to find in the rough, complex field, furrowed with passive activity, which contains secral organisms and inorganic realities. In if everyone merges together in a particular common being, this must 252 book I in the practico-inert field to that they are individual organisms, or in other words, in so far as work materia itself a synthesis, or of their this is CLC%RLY reflected in our language. When an individual is said to be born into the working class or to have sprung from the proletariat, if he has emerged from it, or to belong to it, as if the class as a whole was a matrix, a milieu, and a sort of passive weight, the idea is to explain a worker's son's chances of emerging from the working class. In a word, class collective being is in everyone to the extent that everyone in it, and before getting organized and producing apparatuses, it appears in the contradictory aspect of a sort of common inertia as a synthesis of multiplicity. These considerations, which normally satisfy sociologists, obviously cannot establish the intelligibility of fundamental. We must abandon such vague descriptions and try to extend our dialectical investigation to include them. But, although class, as a fundamental structure, represents at a certain level the very substance of which groups and passive socialities are determinations, and although every collection of human beings, at the present time, expresses this substance in one way or another, or manifests the class divisions of society both within themselves and in their inertia or praxis, WC will immediately attempt a definition of the practico-inert sociality of class. WC shall examine the most obvious, immediate, and superficial practical as appear in everyday and, since many of them arise as simple internal determinations of a substance with which they are homogeneous, they can be treated formally not in their particularity, but in so far as through themselves are social beings in the field, through themselves they will manifest to us what might be called their ontological intelligibility, and in a later renouement we will be able, through them, to understand and this class. In the of method these I-social beings collectives. 4. Collectives. Social objects, by which I mean any objects which have a collective structure and which, as such, must be the subject matter of sociology, are, at least in their fundamental structure, beings of the practice-finite field. Their being therefore resides in inorganic materiality in so far as, in this field, it is itself practico-incrite. I am not referring to the material beings, produced which are rallying points, or of what in our realities, with their exigencies, to the extent that they realize in and through themselves the interpenetration of a multiplicity of unorganized individuals within them, and that they produce THIRD individual in them in RHEI.U, distinction of a totality. The structure of this totality has yet to be determined, but it ought not to be understood in the same sense as which a group of unity of its servants determining tasks, as the side of a well-defined division of is the inorganic inversion differentiated unity of functions, and in so far as it turns back on in and to produce them, it produces them through distinct exigencies, and to the extent that you or yon, as a general individual, is the means of a given difference, as we have seen. A structure, that is a structure of or pseudo-totalising interpenetration, could exist within a mechanical only that the itself existed as an undifferent acrea practico inert reality, for example, as a factory which, when it closes its gates, throws 2,000 workers out of work, or as an ensemble which is a threat to everyone because RHE refuses to take the security. Is hard to draw this distinction in general terms, and the examination of a particular cas would take tcx long. On the other hand, we must emphasize that groups, Borges practical organizations, directly establish human praxis, and as undertakings, can 254 book I arise only on the foundation of a collective which, however they do not eliminate, at least not entirely, and, conversely, that in so far as, whatever its aim, it necessarily acts through the medium of the ida free of individuals a common aim, produce collective or occur, rat is to say, exploits, this, we have seen, action at level. In the end, very intelligibility will be when we come to discuss subject to certain circumstances and in certain conditions, GWIPs die and then disintegrate. This means that they ossify, become stratified, and return into more general socialties, though without dissolving into them, while retaining their sociality, as true collectives. Any social field is constituted, very largely, by structured ensembles of groupings which are always both praxis and practice_finite, although either of two characteristics inai constantly tend to cancel itself out. Only experience can indicate the internal relation of the structures in a definite ryup and as a definite moment of its interior dialectic. The collective, therefore, will often appear in my examples through living or moribund groups of which it is a fundamental structure. But, in so far as the group constitutes itself as a negation of RHE collective which engenders and sustains it, and in so far as the collective reappears when a complex of historical circumstances negates RHE group as an undertaking but liquidate a we at the groups in which passivity tends to disappear entirely, for a very unit of live and struggle together, and never leave each other, and collectives which have almost entirely reabsorbed their group, thus in Budapest, before the insurrection, the Social Democratic Party, which had practically retained its name and its headquarters in a certain building. These extreme though frequent and normal cases enable us to make a clear separation between the two social realities. The group is defined by its undertaking and by the constant movement of integration which tends to it into pure by of inertia from it. The CN lective is defined by acing, that is to say, in so far as all yenas is constituted by its being as mere exis, it is a material, inorganic object in the practic-refined field in so far as a discrete multiplicity of active individuals is produced in under the sign of the other, as a real unity being, that is to say, as a passive synthesis, and to the extent that the constituted object is posited as essential and that its inertia praxis as its by unity, is to say, by the pre-established and given interpenetration everyone as others. In this new moment of the spiral, we find the same terms enriched by their partial totalizations and reciprocal conditionings, reciprocity as a fundamental human relation, the separation of individual organisms, the practical geld with its dimensions altiri in depth, inorganic materiality as man's being out 5 himself in the inert object and as the inert's being out c 5 elf as exigency in man, in the unity of a falsely reciprocal relation of interiority. But civically, outside the relation reciprocity to third party, which not in a sense they and are in their content, structural of individual to other in itself completely indeterminate unfill the ensemble of material circumstances on the basis of which the relation is established has been defined, from the point of view of the historical process of totalization. In this sense, the contrast reciprocity as a relation of interiority and the isolation of organisms as a relation of exteriority, which, in the fact in a type of external-internal relation by the action of the practico-inert field which transforms contradiction in the milieu of the other into seriality. In order to understand the collective, one must understand that this material object realizes the unity of interpenetration of individuals as back on itself, of it or of lft opal was of what this in the others. 2.56 World outside themselves to the extent that it structures their relations as practical organisms in accordance with the new rule of series. Series, the Chui let us illustrate these notions by a superficial everyday example. Take a grouping of people in place Saint-Germain. Are waiting for a bus at a bus stop in front of the church. I use the word grouping here in a neutral sense. We do not yet know whether this gathering is the inert effect of separate activities, or whether it is a common reality, regulating everyone's actions, or whether it is a conventional or contractual organization. These people who may differ gravely in age, sex, and within the of everyday life, the relation of isolation, of reciprocity, and of unification, and from outside is characteristic of, for the residents of a big city insofar as they are united though not integrated through work, through struggle, or through any other activity in an organized group common to them all. To begin with, it should be noted that we are concerned here with a plurality of isolations. These people do not care about or speak to each other and, in general, they do not look at one another, they exist side by side alongside a bus stop. At this level, it is not an inert statute the of rather, it is lived in as structure. In other words, the isolation of the organism, as the impossibility of uniting with others in an is revealed through the which everyone lives as the provisional negation of their reciprocal relations with other. This man is isolated not only by his body as such, but also by the fact that he turns his back his neighbor who, moreover, has not even noticed him, or has encountered him in his field as a general individual defined by waiting for bus. The practical conditions of this attitude of semi-unawareness are, first, his real membership of other groups. It is morning, he has just got up and left his home, he is still thinking of his children, who are furthermore, he has an oral report to make to his superior, he is worrying about its phrasing, rehearsing it etc., and secondly, his being in the inert, that is say, his interest. This plurality of separations can, therefore, in a way, be expressed as the negative side of individual integration into separate groups, or into groups that are separate at this level, and, through this, as the negative side of everyone's projects insofar as they determine social FWLD on the basis of given conditions. On the other hand, if the question is examined from the point of view of groups, interests, etc. In short, of social insofar as express the fundamental social order, mode of production, relations of persecution, etc., then one can define each isolation in terms of the forces of disintegration which the social group exerts on individuals. These forces, of course, are correlatives of forces of integration, which we shall discuss soon. In other words, the intensity of isolation, as a relation of exteriority the of a temporary gathering, the degree of insofar as it produced on the basis of given conditions. 7 At isolations, as the negation of reciprocity, signify the integration of individuals into one society and, in sems, can define a particular way of living, conditioned by developing totalization in interiority and as reciprocity within the style, the exterior is negation of all interiority, no one helps anyone, it's everyone for himself, or, on the other hand, in sympathy, as in Proust's every person is very much alone. Finally, in our example, isolation becomes, for and through everyone, for him and for the real, product cities. For each of the group waiting for the bus, RHE city is in fact present, as I have shown in RHEPRD lem of method, as the ensemble within which there a movement towards the interchangeability of men and of the instrumental ensemble, it has been there since morning, as exigency, as instrumentality, as milieu, etc. And, through the medium of the city, there are given millions of people who are the city, and whose completely invisible presence makes of everyone both a polyvalent isolation of facets, an integrated member of the city, the year parier, and the Paris fin de Paris, etc. Let me add that the mode of life occasions in everyone buying RHE as you leave the house, renting it on the bus, etc. These are often when I gave that or isolation the degree of it this in a way. 258. Operations for making the transition from one group to another, from the intimacy of family to the public life of the office. Thus isolation is a project. And as such it is relative to particular individuals, and to reading the paper is make national collectivity and ultimately, RHE totality of living human beings, in far is of dependent of into separate oneself. People are waiting for or using the same organic lived isolation, isolation as a mode of behavior, isolation as a scryal statute of the individual, isolation as the exteriority of conditioning the exteriority of individuals, isolation as the reciprocity of isolations in a society which creates masses. All these forms, all these oppositions cease exist in the little group we are considering, in so far as isolation is a and social of ingatherings. But, at the same turn, the relation of reciprocity remains in the gathering itself, and among its members. The negation of isolation by praxis preserves it as negated. It is, in fact, quite simply, the practical existence of men among men. Not only is there a lived reality for everyone, even if he turns his back the others, and is unaware of their number and their appearance, knows that they exist as a finite and indeterminate plurality which he is a, but also, when outside everyone's real relation to the others, the ensemble of isolated behavior, in so far as is by historical presupposes a structure of reciprocity at every level. This reciprocity must be most constant possibility and the most immediate reality, for other the social models in currency, clothes, hairstyle, bearing, etc., would not be adopted by everyone, although of course this is, and neither would everyone hasten to repair anything wrong with their dress as soon as they notice it, and if possible in secret. This shows that isolation does not remove one from the visual and practical field of other, and that it realists itself objectively in this field. At this level, we the same, which we just saw an agent of in so far as its being serves a medium conducive to inter-individual reciprocities, for these separate people form a group, in they are all standing on the same pavement, which protects them the traffic crossing the square, insofar they are grouped around the bus stop, etc. Above all, these individuals are grouped to the theism st, so that, though separated as organic individuals, they share a structure of their being. It unites from they are all, or nearly all, workers, and regular users of the bus service. They know RHE and frequency of the buses, and consequently they all wait for the same bus, say, the 749. This object, in so far as they are dependent upon it, breakdowns, failures, accidents, is but this present interest, since they all live in the district, refers back to fuller and deeper structures of their general interest, improvement of public transport, effing of fares, etc. The they wait unites being their interest as individuals who have business on the rive as 749, it is their interest everything is tempi or least, the traveler recognizes himself as a resident, that is to say, he is referred to the 5 or 10 previous years, and then the bus becomes characterized by its daily eternal return. It is actually RHE very same bus, with the same driver and conductor. The object takes on a structure which overflows its inert as it is with a and past, and these make it appear to the passengers as a fragment, and one, of their destiny. However, to the extent that the bus designates the present commuters, it constitutes them in their inter-EAE for IIZ. Each of them is effectively produced by the social ensemble as united with his neighbouts, in so far as B is strictly identical with them. In other words, there being a UT5 IDE, that is to say, their interest as regular users of the bus service, is unified, in that it is a pure and indivisible abstraction, rather than a rich, differentiated synthesis, it is a simple identity, designating the commuter as an abstract generality by means of a particular, signaling the bus, getting on it, finding a seat, paying the fare, in the development of a broad, synthetic praxis, the undertaking which unites the driver and conductor every morning, in the temporalization which is on a auricular route through Paris at this of investigation, unit being, FM unique, of the group lies itself, in a future and a veruin, in so far as he is determined by the CN-man interest, differentiates himself from every me else only by the simple materiality of the organism. And already, if they are characterized in their temporalization as awaiting their being as the being of all, the abstract unity of their common future being manifests itself as other being in relation to organism which it, or, to put it way, which it exists. This moment cannot be one of coniact, but it is no longer one of reciprocity, it must simply be seen as the abstract stage of identity. 260 Book I in so far as have the same objective reality in the future, a minute later, the same for everyone, and the bus will corn round the corner of the boulevard, the Raniistified separation of these organisms, in 50 far as it answers from other conditions and another region of being, deter itself as there is identity the determination of generality by the unity of an object in the context of particular practices, is made manifest, and when the plurality is defined just in relation to this interest. In that moment, in fact, it matters little they are or in so far as they are united by an abstract generality, they are identical as separate individuals. Is there future unity, in so far as it determines itself at the present turn as meaningless separation? And, since all the lived characteristics which might allow some interior differentiation lie outside this determination, everyone's is their unity elsewhere, as other being, here and now, it their common alterity. Everyone is the same as the others in far as he other than himself. An identity as alterity is esse, in other words, it is the impossibility of realizing, through the body, the transcendent unity to come, in so far as this unity is experienced as an irrational necessity. 78 It is at precisely this level that material objects will be found to determine the serial order as social reason for the separation of individuals. Practico-inert scarcity. Not scarcity as the contingent but fundamental relation of man to nature, which remains the context of the whole investigation, this particular scarcity is an A.S. VCT of immaterial inertia. Whatever the demands, the object remains passively what it is, there is no RCNS on to below that material exigency must be a special, directly experienced scarcity. We shall find different practico-inert structures of the object as an individuated ring of generality conditioning different serial relations. I take this example FR and its simplicity. Thus the specific scarcity, the number of people in relation to the number of places in the absence of any particular practice, would designate every individual as dispensable, the other would be RHE rival of the other because of their identity, SUVration turn into contradiction. But, except in of where, in 78. Perfectly RHE stages of the all the conflict and unique, li.ed msb lived at a effect, everyone fights the other, in the whirling madness of an abstract unity and a concrete but unthinkable individuality the relation of reciprocity, emerging or in the exteriority of identity, establishes interchangeability as the impossibility of deciding, priori, which individuals are dispensable, and it occasions some practice whose sole purpose is to avoid conflicts and arbitrariness, creating the travelers waiting for the bus take tickets indicating the order of their arrival. This means that they accept the impossibility of deciding of the of ir wevedua / in other words, that they remain on RHE terrain of common interest, and of the identity of separation as meaningless negation. This try to differentiate every other from others without adding anything to his characteristic as the sole social determination of his existence. Serial as common interest, therefore impose 5 itself as exigency and destroys all opposite. The ticket no doubt refers a temporal, but this is precisely why it is urarary. The time in question is not a practical temporalization, but a homogeneous medium of repetition. taking his ticket as he arrives, the as the other. A practice-neural exigency of the ensemble, and, since they are going to date rent jobs and have different objectives, the fact of having arrived first does not give any distinctive characteristic, but simply the right to get on the bus first. The material FRR the order have meaning, in fact, only after the event, being the first to arrive is no virtue, having confers no right. Fairer classifications waiting nothing but it is very tiring FCR an old woman. Besides, war wounded have priority in any case, etc. The really important transformation is that ALTERID as such, pure ALTERID, is no longer either the simple relation to common unity, the shifting identity of organisms as an ordering, a negative of and of everyone's as other attentee in effect, that I have the 10th number rather than the 20th. But I am 10th through others in so far as ILXY are other than themselves, that is to say, in so far as RHE reason for their number does not lie in themselves. This may be he did his newspa WR this morning, or because I was late leaving the house. And if we have numbers and 10, this depends on both of us and also on all the others, both before and after. 262 Book I, H. This basis, it is possible to grasp our relations to the object in their complexity. On the one hand, we have effectively remained general individuals, in so far as we form part of this gathering, of course. Therefore the unity of the collection of commuters lies in the bus they are waiting for, in fact it is the bus, as a simple possibility of transport, not for transporting of us, for we do not act together, but for transporting each of us. Thus, as an appearance and a first abstraction, a structure of universality really, kiss in the grouping, is the other in so as are waiting for the bus. However, their acts of waiting are not a communal fact, but lived separately as identical. This point of view, the group is not, it is a gathering and number of individuals in it is contingent. This means that any other number was possible, to the extent that the individuals are considered as arbitrary particles and that they have not collected together as a result of any common dialectical process. This is the level where enepnudization has its place, that is to say, concepts are based on the appearance of organisms and the transcendent unity of the group interest. But this generality, as the fluid homogeneity of the gathering, in so far as its unity lies outside it, is just an abstract appearance, for it is actually constituted in its very multiplicity by its transcendent unity as a structured multiplicity. With a corrupt, in effect, is the same as the others in so far as he is himself. In the series, however, everyone becomes himself other self, in so far as he is other than the others, and so, in so far as the are then there can be a series, every is serial by virtue of his place in the order, and therefore by virtue of his ALTERID in so far as it is Riemann-sided as irreducible. In arithmetic, this can be demonstrated by reference to numbers, both as concepts and as serial entities. All WH31E numbers, or integers, can be the object of the same concept. In so far as they all share the same characteristics, in particular, any whole number can be represented by the symbol NEI, if we take O the this reason, series of integers, in so far as all of them are constituted by adding 1 to the preceding number, is a practical and material reality, constituted by an infinite series of unique entities, and the uniqueness of each number is due to RHE fact that it stands in the same relation to the one that precedes it as this one does to the one preceding it. In the case of ordinals, ALTERID also changes its meaning, it manifests itself in the concept as common to all, and it designates everyone as a molecule identical with all the others, but, in the series, it becomes a rule of differentiation. And whatever ordering procedure is used, seriality from practico-inert matter, that is to say, from the future as an equivalent possibilities in this case, because no means of forecasting them is given, there is the possibility that there will be one place, that will be 2, or 3, etc. These rigid possibilities are inorganic matter itself in so far as it is non-adaptability. They retain their rigidity by passing into the serial order of separate organisms, for everyone, as a holder of a numbered they a complex of possibilities peculiar to, he will get a place if there is room for 10 or more people on the bus, he will do so if there but he be first for the next bus. And it is these possibilities and these alone which, within the group, constitute the real content of his THIRD. But it should be noticed that this constituent THIRD must depend both on all the others, and on the particular possibility which is actualized, and therefore that the other has his essence in all the others, in so far as he differs from them. And moreover, this THIRD, as a principle of naturally produces itself as a now of an entirely kind from already examined. On the one hand, it cannot be explained in terms of reciprocity, since the serial in our example the of reciprocity, everyone is the reason for the other being of the other in so far as an other is the reason for his being. In a sense, we are used with material exteriority, which should come as no surprise since the series is determined by inorganic matter. On the other hand, to the extent that ordering was sum factus, and that this practice reciprocity within it contains it is integral part of a has itself outside, that is dependent on the other in his reality. To put it another way, reciprocity in the milieu of identity becomes a false reciprocity of relations. What is to, the reason for his being other, B is to C, and the entire series arc to A. Till recrupt this opposition the other and the same the other, becomes this paradoxical structure, the identity or everyone as everyone's action of serial interiority on the other. In the same way, identity, as the sheer absurdity of meaningless dispersal, becomes in far he is simply 264 BCN/synthetic, everyone is identical with the other in so far as the others make him an other acting on the others, the formal, universal stroke of THIRD produces the of the series raison law in the formal, strictly and limited case route we have been examining, the adoption of the serial mode remains a mere convenience CNCE, with no special influence on the individuals. But this simple example has showing the of inert characteristics, it characteristics of the inactive gathering. The visible unity in this case, in the time of the gathering, the totalized reality which they comprise for someone who sees them from a window or from the pavement opposite, is only an appearance. Its origin for the observer to whom this totality is revealed, is integral prius in so far as it is a perpetual organization of its own diond, in practico inert the inert all the which is limited by its in so far as it is social, that is to say, in so far as its inert, instrumental. Materiality ultimately refers back to the order of historical movement combined with their true being outsiethemsklks in a VX reticular practical object which, far from being a symbol, is a material being which produces their unity within itself and imposes it on THCRN through the inert practices of the practico-increte field. Short, the visible unity of a gathering is produced by accidental factors. Accidental at this level the investigation their unity will be restored in a broader movement of totalization, and partly by the real but transcendent unity of a practico-inert object, in so far as this unity, in the development of a directed process, prances itself as the real material unity of the individuals in a given multiplicity, which it itself defines and limits. I have already said that this unity is not symbolic. It is now possible to see why. It has nothing to symbolize, is what unites everything. And if, in spec AI circumstances, it is possible to see a symbolic relation between the gathering as a visible assembly of discrete particles, where it presents itself in a visible form, and its objective unity, this is to be found in the small visible crowd which, by its presence as a gathering, becomes of the practical unity of its interest or of some other object which is produced as its inert synthesis. This unity itself, in so as it is present to individuals through a larger praxis of which they are either the inert means, the ends, or the objects, or a combination of these, which constitutes the true synthetic of their and in their new laws of unified multiplicity. This praxis unifies them by producing the object in which they are already inscribed, in which their forms are negatively determined, and, in so far as it is already affected by the entire inertia of matter, it is this praxis which in other unity. The second point to be made is that the apparent absence of structure in the gathering, or its apparent structures, does not correspond to objective reality, if they were all unaware of each other and if they carried their isolation the limit, the passive of the gathering in the object would both require and produce and structure the multiplicity the organisms. In other words, what presents itself to perception either as a sort of Orpnasafel totality, men huddled together, waiting, or as a dispersal, possesses, as a collecting together of men by the object, a completely different basic structure which, by means of serial ordering, transcends RHE conflict exterior and interior, between unity and identity from the point of view of the activity institution. The exact meaning of these will later, which is in Paris the RATP, the public transport authority, the small gathering which slowly forms around the bus stop, apparently by a process of mere AGP7E, Enchen, a serial structure. It was produced in advance as the structure of some unknown group by the ticket machine attached to the bus stop. Everyone realizes it for himself and confirms it for others through his own individual praxis and his ends. This does nor mean that he helps to create an active group by freely determining with other individuals the end, the means, and the division of tasks. It means that he is being outside himself as a reality shared by several people and WHF already exists, and awaits him, by open inert practice, endowed by instrumentality, whose meaning is that it integrates him into an ordered multiplicity by assigning HLRN a place in a prefabricated this the of in the passive unity of an object exists between them as a serial order, as separation unity in the practico-inert milieu of the other. In other words, there is an objective, fundamental connection between collective unity as a transcendence which is given to RHE gathering by the future, and the past, and scrylity as Yourion's practicnert actually of a relation with others in so far as this relation him in his already thing as common ducts seriality as its own practico-inert being outside itself in the book, plurality of practical organisms, everyone outside himself in the objective unity of interpenetration in so far he in gathering an objective of it again, as we shall see more clearly later, whatever it may be, whatever the circumstances, the series constitutes itself on the basis of the unity object and, conversely, it is in the serial milieu and through serial that and participation in common being. There are serial behavior, serial feelings, and serial thoughts, in other words a TSA into one another and, relation to being, and this mode of being transforms all their structures. In this way, it is useful to distinguish praxis, as the praxis of the individual in so far as he is a member of the series and as of the whole or of the totalized through individuals, both from common facts, ito up action, and from individual, constituent praxis. Conversely, in every non-serial praxis, a serial praxis will be found, as the practico-inert structure of the praxis in so far as it is social. And, just as there is a logic of the practico-incrite layer, there are also structures proper to the thought which produced at this in other words, there are of the practical of an agent as a member of a series. Lastly, to the extent that the represents the use of ALDERID as a bond between men under the passive action of an object, and as this passive action defines the general TIX of alcrity which serves as a bond, alcrity is, ultimately, RHE practico-inert object so far it itself in the milieu of plicity with its own particular exigencies. Indeed, every other is both other than and other than in so far as relations constitute both him and others in accordance with an objective, practical, inert rule of ALDERID, or a formal particularization of thus this rule. The formula of the series is common to all precisely to the extent that they differentiate themselves. I say common, but not identical. FCZ identity is separation, whereas the formula of the certs is a dynamic scheme which determines catch through all and all through each. The other, as formula of RHE series and as a factor in every PAR case of its structure of and its structure of a to all negated and preserved interchangeability. At this level, the concept and the rule, RHE other is me in every other and every other in me and everyone as other in all the others. Finally, it is the passive unity of the multiplicity in so far as it exists in itself, it is of exteriority by the human ensemble, it is the being one of the organsrons in so far as it corresponds to the unity of their being themselves in the object. but, insofar as everyone's unity with the other and with all others is never given in him and the other in a true relation emst on reciprocity, and insofar as this interior unity of all is always and for everyone in all the others, insofar as they are others in him except for and in so as he is other than them, this unity, which is ever present always elsewhere, again becomes interiority lived in the milieu of exteriority. It no longer has any connection with molecularity, it is genuinely a unity, but the unity of a flight. This can best be understood in the light of the fact that in an active, and D group, regard himself subordinate to the ulmal and as essential, as the practical local preence of the whole, in his own particular action. In the case of the bond of alterity, however, the whole is a totalization of flight, being material reality is the totalized series of not G and Gs, it is what everyone causes the other to become, as his double, out of reach, incapable of acting on him directly, and, simply in its transformation, subject to the of other. Always be elsewhere there is only an always other which seems, from the point or view or idealist thought concerning other real beings, to engender them by logical sociparity, that is to say, to produce the others as indefinite moments of its alterity as, in reality, exactly the opposite occurs. Ought we to say that this serial reason simply refers back the object as the unity outside themselves or individuals? On the contrary, for it engenders it as a particular practical interiorization of being outside through multiplicity. In this case, must we treat it as an idea, that is to say, an idea/label? Surely not. The Jew, as the intermel, serial unity of Jewish multiplicities, or rhe colonialist, the professional are not ideas, militant or, as W.C. shall see, the petty bourgeois, or he manual worker. The theoretical error, it is not a practical one, because praxis really does constitute them in alterity, was to conceive of these beings as concepts, whereas as the fundamental basis of extremely complex they serial in the being Jewish of every Jew in a hostel which persecutes and insults and itself to them only to again, cannot be the only relation the individual Jew and the anti-Semitic, racist society which him, it is this insofar is by every in his direct or indirect relations with all the other Jews, and in as far as it constitutes him, through them all, as other and threatens him in and through the others. To the extent that, for the conscious, lucid Jew, being Jewish, which is his statute for non-Jews, is interiorized as his responsibility in relation to all other Jews and his being in danger, there, owing to possible by others who mean nothing to him, over whom he has no power and every one of whom is himself like others, in so far as he makes them exist as such in spite of himself, the Jew, far from bring the type common to each separate instance, represents on rhe contrary the perpetual being outside themselves in the other of members of this prakrico-inert grouping. It exists within which a non-Jewish and because every child even if he adopts it with pride and by a deliberate practice must begin by submitting to his statute, thus, for example, if there is an outbreak of anti-Semitism, and Jewish members of society are beginning to be accused of getting all best for every Jewish doctor hanker, every other banker, doctor, or teacher will constitute him as dispensable, and it is easy to why this be so. Alterity as everyone's interiorization of his common beru outside himself in the unifying object can be conceived as the unity of all only in the form of this is because totalization as an of social relations actually presupposes, in rhe abstract and in extreme cases, of xtures, an ongeal synthetic praxis whose aim is the human production of unity as its through which will be described but the totality of the gathering is only the passive action of a practico-inert object on a dispersal. The limitation of the gathering to t-case particular individuals is only an accidental negation, since, in principle, as identities, their number is not determined. Transformation into a totality is never the of it reveals itself in so far as men's relations are governed by object relations, that is to say, in so as it comes to them as a practic-nert structure whose sealed exteriority is revealed as the interiority of real relations. On this basis, and in the context of exeism to be plurality unity, become, my own spontaneity in the other and that or you or yon in me, and the reciprocity of rights, as a reciprocity, becomes a human relation of reciprocity. I have taken the simple and redundant example of the Besengers on the bus only in order to shc a serial structure as the being of the most ordinary, THIRD gatherings, as of sociality. This structure in fact tend neglected by Marxists are aware it, but they it and generally prefer trace the in of emancipation and agitation to organized rather than to seriality as the material resistance of gatherings and masses to the action of groups, and even to rhe action of prakriko in right factoro if we are to encompass the world or seriality, if only in one glance, or to note the importance of its structures in so far they ultimately constitute the foundation of all seriality, even that which aims to bring man back to the other through the organization of prax, we must abandon the example we have been using and consider what occurs in a domain where this basic reality discloses to our investigation its true nature and efficacy. I call the relation between a material, inorganic, *orked object and a multiplicity which finds its unity exteriority in it collective. It defines it is a two-way relation, false racine xity, because it is possible not only to conceive the inorganic object as materiality eroded by serial flight, but also to conceive the tota housed plurality as materialist outside itself as exigency in conversely, one start either from material unity as exteriority, moving towards serial flight as a determinant of the behavior which marks the social and material with the original of unity, defining its reactions, as the practico-inert unity of a multiplicity, to the common obct, that is to say, the transformations they bhng about in object. Indeed, from this point of view, rhe false reciprocity beta common object and the can be seen an interchangeability of two material statutes in the practico inert field, but at the same time it must be regarded as a developing transformation of every one of the practico inert materialities by the other. In any case, we can now elucidate the meaning of serial structure and the possibility of applying this knowledge to the study of the dialectical intelligibility of the 270 book I2 indirect gatherings, the radio ode ka st in order to understand the rationality of ALDERID as a rule of the social practice finite field, we must, in effect, understand that this ALDERID is more complex and concrete than in the superficial and limited example in which we have observed it. Following up our investigation, we may find that characteristics to constitute it in a larger as the structure complexives. First, it should be noted that, in accordance with their own structure and passive action, practico-inert objects produce the gathering as a direct or indirect relation between the members of the multiplicity. The relation on presence will be to and presence be defined as the permitting the immediate establishment of relations of reciprocity between two given societies. Techniques distance obviously varies. In particular, there is the real presence of two people speaking on the telephone, each in relation to the other. Similarly, an aeroplane can remain in a permanent relation of presence, by radio, with all its security, are, of course, different kinds of presence. And they depend on, some undertakings require that everyone should be present in the receptual field of the other without the mediation of instruments, but, in any case, I define gatherings by the presence of their members, not in the scene that there must be relations of reciprocity between them, or a common, organized practice, hut in the sense that the possibility of this of reciprocity on which it is based, is immediately given. Housewives queuing in front of a baker's shop, in a period of shortage, are characterized as a gathering with a serial structure, and this gathering is direct, the possibility of a sudden unitary praxis, a hut, immediately given. On the other hand, there is completely determinate within indeterminateplicity of men, ota city, a nation, or the world, themselves constitute a given plurality as an eternal gathering. And I define such gatherings by absence, by which I mean not so much absolute distance, in a given society, in is, in reality, only an abstraction, as the impossibility individuals establishing. 27. Relations of reciprocity between themselves or a common praxis, in so far they are defined by this object as members of the gathering. but the important point is not whether a particular radio listener possesses his transmitter and make contact, e.g. individual, with listener, in city country. The fact of listening to radio, TLRAT is to say, of listening to a particular broadcast at a particular time, establishes a serial relation of absence the different listeners. In this way, RHE prakriko inert objekt nor produces of outside in separation in so far as are separate. Same applies to all mass media. When I listen to a broadcast, RHE relation between the broadcaster and myself is not a human one. In effect, I am passive in relation to what is being said, to repolitical commentary on RHE news, etc. This passivity, in an activity which develops every and to some resisted. I can write, protest, upve, congratulate, threaten, etc. But it must be noted at once that these activities will carry weight only if a majority, or a considerable minority, of listeners who do not know me do likewise. So that, in this case, reciprocity is a gathering with one voice. Moreover, radio stations present the point of view of the or interests of capitalists, so the listener's activities, about programs or about the opinions that are expressed, are to have any effect. It often happens that political and events which at all levels and throughout the country suffice to bring about changes in programs or in controversial comment. From this point of 6LW, the listener who disagrees with the policy of the government, CWCN if, elsewhere, as a member of organized GN-UPs, he plays an effective part in opposing this policy, will see his passive activity, his receptivity as impotence. And, in so far as this voice gives it exactly the limits of its powers, there was an exist v.y. bad drama or music program, public can act. Not entirely, however, as many examples have shown, the listener's indignation may simply be RHE lived discovery of his impotence. A confronting a applies if is enthusiastic, I am taking the negative cage. It is simpler, but the same impotence exists if I am delighted by some speaker or singer and demand that he be given a regular program or that he broadcast in a sense, with particular TI-NS and intonations, is the individual voice of a particular person, who 272 has prepared his audience by a series of precise, individual actions. At the same time, there can be no doubt that the voice is addressed to me. To me and to others, the voice says, "Dear listeners." But, although the speaker at a meeting addresses everyone present, each of them is in a position to contradict or even insult him, on condition, of course, that he takes certain risks in certain cases, with the more or less dearly defined intention, according 10 of public opinion. Dias the public speaker really does address us, in that both individual reciprocity shout approval or my collective reciprocity, we applaud him or shout our disapproval at him, are perfectly conceivable. Broadcasters in contrast, in its as a human is, in principle, it is reciprocity and therefore on a human relation, but it is really a refereeing relation in which the voice is given as praxis and constitutes the listener as the object of praxis. In short, it is a univocal relation of interiority, similar to that of the organism acting on the material environment, but one in which L, as an inert object, am subjected as inorganic matter to the human work of the voice. Yet I ran, if I wish, turn the knob, and switch off the set change, but here at a distance emerges. For this purely individual activity changes absolutely nothing in the real work of this voice. It will continue to echo through millions of rooms and to heard by millions of listeners. I will merely have rushed into the ineffective, abstract isolation of private life, objectively changing nothing. I will not have negated the voice, I will have as an individual member of the Periali in the case of ideological broadcasts, it is really as odor that T will have wanted this voice be silent, that is to say, in so far as it can, for example, harm others who are listening to it. I may be perfectly sure of myself, I may even belong to some active political group, sharing all its views and adopting all its positions. Nevertheless, the voice is unbearable for RNE in so as it is listened to by others who, to be precise, are the same in so far as they listen to the radio and others in so far as they belong to different milieux. I tell myself that it may in fact, I feel as though I could challenge the arguments put forward by this voice in front of these others, even if they do not share my but what I actually explique is absence as my of with the others. Impotence does not lie only in the impossibility of silencing the voice. It also lies in THR impossibility of convincing, one by one, the listeners 27.3 all of whom it exhorts in the common isolation which it CRCX for all of them as their inert bond. Indeed, as soon as I imagine some practical action against what the broadcaster says, I can conceive of it only as have to take the one by one. Obviously, Ellis reality is a measure of my impotence and, perhaps, of that of my party. In any case, if the party planned to do some counter-propaganda, it would be obliged to adapt itself to the serial structure imposed by the mass media. And if the listener is a journalist, if he expresses his indignation in his newspaper the next day, then he is apposing one serial action to another, he adreg, the 400 listeners in the so as can reach as separate readers. Thus the impotent listener is constituted by the very voice as an OT/WR membre autre, of the indirect gathering, with the first words, a lateral relation of indefinite seriality is established between him of this relation induced by language itself in so far it is a means for the mass media. Gets there from newspapers and the radio itself. But this knowledge, which is itself of a serial order by virtue of its origin, content and practical objective, has for a long time been transformed into a fact. Every listener is objectively defined by this real fact, that is to say, by the structure of exteriority which has been interiorized in knowledge. Now, when, in a given historical situation and in the context of the conflicts it gives rise to, one listens to the voice and impotent anger, one no longer listens to it far that one can be sure of the men's, but from the point of view of others. Which others? This is determined by circumstances and by the individual himself, with his experience and his past. Perhaps he will imagine himself in the situation of his friends the XS, who are rather impressionable or who seemed wavering than usual last night. Or will try as an abstractly defined kind listener known only in his generality, as lukex-arm, or passive, or, more specifically, as a listener with a particular interest which is being skillfully played up to, etc. But in any case, the abstract individual whom he evokes in his alterity has also long been a ready-made notion, a schema forged both in and through the and, wavering he as a reference really disturb him only in so far as it represents the first term of a series, that is to say, in so far as it is itself sklndat id as other would be 274 book iusl, s to describe the curious attitude of the indignant listener here, everyone in his OW2 experience, and the dialectic, RHE moment of triumph in which he refutes the argument, or perhaps just thinks he does, this is already for other, but only in so far as a relation of reciprocity might be possible. There is the moment of impotent indignation, in which HR realists himself as a member of a series whose members are united solely by RHE bond of and temptation, in which, placing the point of view he to conv as other, up to a certain point, in order to feel the force of the argument. This third moment is that or discomfort and fascination, it involves a violent contradiction, I become, in effect, both someone who knows how to refute such nonsense, and someone who is liable to be convinced by it. And I do not that I became both myself and the other, perhaps attitude of individual who is of have in others who are in a position to refute such arguments and I identify myself with them because I share their opinion. Main point is that my inability to act on the series of others, who may allow themselves to be convinced, reverts to me and makes yes or hars my destiny. Of course, this is not because of the broadcast on its own, but because it skurs in a wider context of mystificatory propaganda which lulls them into unawareness. In this way, the voice vertiginous for everyone, it is anyone's voice if the is since reciprocity has but it is of the hand, as we have just seen, it produce, me as an inert member of a series and as other in the midst of others, and on the other hand, it appears in itself as RHE social result of a political praxis, of RHE government, in RHE case of a state radio station, and as sustained in itself by a different serial of listeners are and whose opinions and interests it thus, in and through it, others, supporters the policy, influence others, the waverers, the undecided, but this influence is itself serial. What is not serial, of course, is the political of the government and its propaganda, since everyone listens from RHE position of other, and as other, and because the voice itself is other. It is other for who the policy as expressing certain others and as action on others, it is other for RHE waverers, who listen to it already as the opinion of others, of those all-powerful. 275. Others who control the mass media, and who are influenced by the mere fact that this policy has the power to propagate itself publicly, and finally, it is other for who support government in thought. For everyone in isolation it is backed up RHE approval of others, those who share his opinion, and by its effect on waverers. For them, the voice expresses their OWTI thinking, other, in that is uttered by other, expressed other, better they in so as it exists for others as an other thought. The reactive behavior occasioned in the listeners by the other thought as the vanning of the other voice is the behavior of a heredity. By this I mean that it has neither the structure of an individual nor the tours of a common, organized praxis. It is occasioned immediately as the individuals he produce under the influence of the XXPT in so far as it is itself a lateral totalization of seriality, indignation, ironical laughter, impotent anger, fascination, enthusiasm, the need to communicate with others, shock, collective in other words, the individual, as a member of a exhibits which is altered and part of which is the action of the other in him, which means that of itself is taken its, that is to say, to infinity. In developing this example our investigation, ex nreme, of seriality has grown richer. From the very fact that some objects can establish indirect bonds of alterity between individuals who are unaware of each other as such, we can see how the possibility emerges of a series bring either finite, indefinite or infinite. When a multiplicity, though in remains practically as of the gathering, it is indefinite. Applies, for example, to the radio, there is a definite number of individuals listening to a particular program at a given moment, but it is as an indeterminate quantity that the broadcast constitutes the seriality of its listeners as a relation of each of them to the others. When the multiplicity is 80. In coilveis if or it is as it is wc as in also fen the he other of having these which, by my have this, alteriri in my the. 25. Gathered together by a movement of circular recurrence, we have a practically infinite series, at least provided the circular movement continues, underscore each term, in effect, in so far as it produces the alteriri of others, itself becomes other to the extent that others produce it as and that it helps in their alterity in turn. But we have also noticed that pure, as first examples showed, is only an abstract moment of the real. It is true that it occurs in any group which, FCR example, is ordered in some way or other, a pvp of shoppers, for example, when there is a scarcity or but purity is by a deliberate action the refusal to discriminate between individuals on any basis other than itself as a rule of otherwise, that is to say when alterity is not itself a means of selection, individuals in the have a characteristics which vary among them or from one ensemble to another. Of course, TLR fundamental structure remains the same. The radio listeners at this moment constitute a series in that they are listening to the voice which constitutes each of them in his identity as an other. But it is precisely for this reason that an alterity of content arises between this is extremely formal, it constitutes the basis of the object, the voice, and in accordance with their possible reactions to it. It goes without saying that in order to ground these reactions, one would have to enter more deeply into the differences, other collectives and interests and, finally, would have to totalize the historical moment together with its past. But in so far as the gathering is created by the MIDI, it remains at the level of the practical alterity of listening. It is on this basis that alterity as the formula of the series becomes a constituent force of each and for all, for in everyone, the other longer mere formal difference in identity, in everyone, the other is a different reaction, other behavior, and everyone is conditioned in the fleering unity of alterity by these different kinds of behavior of rhe other insofar a.s. he cannot modify in the other. Thus is on the other as if he had established human relations with him, either direct and reciprocal, or organized, but his passive, indirect action derives from impotence, in so far as rhe other lives it in himself as his own impotent as other. 3. As a bond, the free mark t this material, but still abstract, determination of the variable content of alterity, in other words, of a synthetic alterity which by itself create 5 a practico-inert world of alterity, leads us logically to the investigation, expiani, of impotence as a real bond between of a series. A series reveals to everyone they perceive in themselves and others their common inability to eliminate their material differences. We shall see how, in certain special conditions, a group constitutes itself as the negation of this impotence, that is to say, of seriality. I feel my impotence in the other because it is the other as other who will decide whether my action will remain an individual, initiative and throw me back into abstract isolation, or whether it is to become the of group. This way, everyone awaits the and makes the impotence in so far as the other is his impotence. But this impotence, as a constituent presence in everyone in the series, does not necessarily correspond to the pure, passive immobility of the ensemble. On the contrary, it may become unorganized violence, precisely to the extent that I am impotent through it is the other himself who becomes an active in me, of changing the other's I willness, a scene which some people find shocking. This indignation, lived in impotence, becomes for me an Oscar indignation, in which the other in me is angered and guides my action. Provocateurs apart, there is no difference scandal and the fear of scandal. In other words, scandal is the expressive fear of the other's scandal. In other words, is the other the transcendent reason of the serial propagation of by the fear of. But in order to simplify the structure collectives, we have so far assumed that series are constituted by isolated terms, whose only, fitting, unity was trity as impotence. Seines of this kind actually exist. Generally speaking, readers of Figaro or radio listeners would be in other cases are more complex. Human relations of reciprocity define the coexistence of men as well as the statute of massified dispersal. And as these relations constitute chains and polyvalent systems, every individual relation, through of surrounding is 277. 238 Book Others, either negatively or the multiplicity merely changed position, and in so far as an object in the practico-inert feld is the unalteroutsiderernselves of these inter-individual relations, determines the of reciprocal as determines the multiplicities of individuals. The dispersal of human relations, in so far as catch often is linked to an other, or to several others, and these to others, etc. in so far as it becomes alterity as the formula of the series, of other relations. In other words, the other produces itself as the flating unity of all in 50 as it appears in each as a necessary alteration of direct reciprocity, or, again, in so far as everyone, if he wishes to communicate with an other, constitutes his relation in practico-inert bring on the basis of all the other totalized relations. And as plurality is of a special type, it is better to call it a quasi-plurality. In reality, it truly to separate links from another, one separates terms, and to quantify them in so far a human relation of reciprocity can be established between several persons at once. However, serial being as a rigid alterity within every living relation draws its strength from practical distancing, that is to say, proliferation of other in so far every gathering of relations, the discontent in a particular workshop by the in so far as it itself, exploding in quasi-plurality of human relations between the workers, refers to other gatherings, other workshops in so far as they have constituted themselves individually or cars, in their material difference, through their past conduct in earlier conflicts or in the development of this one, and these 17 things to yet others, outside the factory, but in the same industry, are to others, through individual responsibilities for by the date they are referred back to the family, and to residential groups to a branch of a secondary, in very important kind. To this extent, distant relations arise for close relations, not as homogeneous relations far away, hut, in their inert gathering, as an inert conducting medium. That of alteration, alteration. Every concrete inter-individual relation therefore arises, in this linked with all linkation of a more or less definite milieu, which is characterized by a real cohesion, a compact solidity, and which as a whole exerts a force of inertia and exhibits the synthetic structure of relation. But the reality of this, a simple practico-inert totality of all. 279. These relations as alteri in each relation, reside simply in its serial other there are and are in sc far as common objects produce them as the milieu of men. But it wrong for sociologists tend study collective, that is to say, as the other unity of a quasi-plurality of human relations in the form which it displays to its individuals. As it is manifested to everyone through relations of reciprocity as their synthetic cohesion, individuals do not perceive it as a serial rule. What is clear to them when they are themselves terms of the series is beyond their grasp in immediate practice when they are only an interior structure of the terms and when each ten is, in the relation which unites them. The rendio appears immediately to its members as a homogeneous ianza, na era as a ranked, practico-incrite, linking force which unites you or yon to everyone without distance, from the point of view, your human relation which establishes itself concretely between two or more individuals in the as in of a structure already inscribed in the level of individual histories. Such an encounter naturally appears as a more or accidental and individual possibilities. But, as a relation belonging to a milieu, the actualization of a reciprocal determination in inertia is nothing like realization of a possibility. It was possible that this particular individual have but, to lake example a competitive market, we return this example need prevent a particular merchant from a practico-inert element of multiple, or quasi-plural, relations, with his competitors and customers, that is to say, not only with his real, active customers, but also with all the customers in the market minus his own customers, and, in analysis, within including his customers, these links and transform themselves in course of practic-inert processes which trave tw the milieu. This aporia, structure of milieu makes sociologists like Lewin tend to take it for a gesrel, which perform a synthetic action on its structures as a real and determines the behavior and processes of every part insofar as it communicates directly with all the others through the real presence of the whole in one of but apparent structure is only a superficial moment of a preliminary investigation. The next moment reveals the collective as the relation between a totality of worked objects, a unity of inert exteriority, the 16th arrondissement of Paris, etc., and quasi-plurality which signified ir and which produces in it as an absence. My relatlan with customer arises in of retailing specifically of a particular retail trade, in a particular town, etc., and contributes to determining it while actualizing a predetermined structure, which unites us is revealed as an active, synthetic force, in the course of business, only insofar as PECs link one term to another, and link the relation itself to other terms and relations, deals between big companies which are trying to lower prices and rumsrenal businesses or simply approaches to one of my by a competitor, on which practical influence is thus the structures the which produce its force in the practico-incrite field, are in fact structures of alterity. It is true that every relation is linked to every other, but only in particular ways. Every element is linked to all from place in the and just as any number is linked to every other relations presuppose that of is related to others. I rough the series of Nernckers which separate them that on basis that on of them is, n plus 1, and the other, nti, fi, etc. Similarly, their unity of milieu, which can, in certain cases, be a terrifying collective force. It can be measured objectively, at least in some cases, by the chances of an individual in the milieu emerging from it, and inversely by the chances of an individual from a particular social category entering it, apart from any constraint exerted by his own milieu. But the unity of the milieu exists precisely in so far as it does not reside in its terms as the whole in the part, in so far as it realizes itself for each relation as those relations which swear condition its concrete existence and vs content. It is Rx or that in the serial behavior of terms which are present, the totality of the others arises as a milieu and as a general conditioning of behavior. But this totality not be confused with the totality, with the real presence, it is nil the result of the unification of a practical field. On the contrary, it is a brief extrapolation of an infinite series of relations which are both identical and odor in so far as every one the other by absence. Totality here the practicio inert totalization of the series of concrete negations of every totality. The totality manifests itself in every reciprocity as its other being. 28. So far as every is by the impossibility of any totalization. The intelligibility of serial action, that is to say, of serial as a negative totality, derives from the relation of reciprocity which unites two practical organisms as it produces itself as conditioned by its inability to act on all the others and in so far as each of the others has the same inability within a serial field whose structure is determined art to the object and to its demands. And the distinctive property of common the maven, as the indefinite alterity of human relations, is that it offers itself to experience as a unitary synthetic form, totally fiving but not structured, in the sense in which each part would he a relation with every other and the then reveals itself in as a serial structure of other. However, we a closer examination of structures before we can understand the real, but practico-inert, action or seriality as a force which is suffered in impotence and which acts both on every reciprocal relation and on the series, as totalized in each of them by being taken to its limit. I will take a very simple, schematic example every day of current prices in a competitive it that this presupposes a plurality of relations, between buyers-sellers, and of competitive of negative reciprocities, between sellers on the one hand and buyers on TLR although obviously, we are not going to consider either the origins or the structures of this common object, the price of R/is commodity, and we will take the Marxist theory of value and prices for granted. The reader may wish to dispute this theory, but this has no investigation, since we are with the final readjustment, which, other things being equal, is made at the market stage. Moreover, we will consider neither the components of the price, production cost, etc., nor the effects of the conjuncture, we will assume the atomicity and fluidity of the sellers and buyers. This pure competitive market is neither a sort of state of the market as 18th century as is often said nowadays, a abstraction. Represents a constituted reality, dependent on the system as a whole, which appears and disappears in accordance with the overall evolution of RHE economy, at a particular level of exchange. Up to 939, for example, the exchanges Paris, York, had all the characteristics of a competitive as, indeed, did RHE 282 book other 19th century commercial markets in major international products, wheat, cotton, etc. If we examined all the conditions affecting markets in general, our conception of collectives as recur be but the limits of this study. The market has an undeniable reality, it is imposed everyone in so far as the price and volume of transactions are necessarily determined, in terms of constant elements and within determinate limits, by the quantities on offer, the prices asked, the quantities needed and the prices people want to pay. Now, it is easy to see that the which in his relation with he relations between other tradesmen and their customers, and from the relations between other buyers and the seller, who, for them, becomes other than he was for the customer in question, and, finally, from the very fact that as such appears market as then and the direct relation he to with the seller. The price corresponds to the intersection of supply and as everyone this that the supplied and demanded is PR, EER equal. If the seller set his price at a lower level, demand would exceed supply, if he set it higher, supply would exceed demand. but there is no direct agreement between two men or two groups, understanding one another directly. A dealer never actually fixes his prices himself. And the mathematical rigor of the precisely that it is the representation of a line of flight. The table opposite is of quantities supplied and demanded. According to what we have just said, IIPOO units will be sold at the price of 6 francs. First, it goes without saying that the justification for this quantitative law lies neither purely in the characteristics of quantity. The heart of the proof, that if the price were lower, demand be higher than supply, and inversely, refer us back to the seller and to his real action, to the buyer and his real demand. Demands cannot be higher than supply precisely because buyers are in a position to pay more will make new offers and this have the effect of raising prices. Supply be higher than demand, because the better placed merchants, with lower production costs, will drop their prices immediately. Thus men are considered as forces of buying and selling. To simplify matters, ICT us that buyer corresponds to each unit of and that one lira yes 283 of supply. Now, of the 27,500 supposed we see that to drop price to 6 per unit. And, of 8,500 go to of 27,5 co-sellers, therefore, there are just 2,500 who can go down to francs but lower, and these 2,503 determine the price for everyone else. On the one hand, by lowering the price, they effectively exclude from the market 16,500 sellers, who, for one reason or another, cannot match this price reduction. On the other hand, by setting RHE price at 6 francs, they enable 8,500 sellers to avoid going down to 4 francs and 3,000 avoid going to 3 francs. To confine lion to them, these 3 CXX, Reiva sellers profit, that is to say, they realist 3 francs a unit their minimum expectations. Then, do we explain the fate of the absurdi have nothing at all while others have made an unexpected profit? It is due. Firstly, to that they are that is say, real sellers standing in real relations with their possible customers. Secondly, it is due to the fact that in RHE transaction they are affected by the action of other sellers and that they are treated, by the customer himself, others, the real impossibility of 7,500 going class 6 francs becomes for 8,500 of their competitors against lowering THR price. I due to GLVE prohibition and sense. But the fact ig that they might, hypothetically, lower their price are that the action of others creates a new of impossibility for them, which no longer has anything to do with the cost price or with transport costs, it is no longer a material condition, a rule, direct component of THR pricks, HUD a law laid down from the outside governing sellers. And obviously the be about the sellers, 11,000 of them deprive 7,500 people of the possibility of buying the product in question. Of these 11,000, 1,000 customers can profits for the IOOO others. Thus, of the who constitute the group of buyers and sellers immediately appear as controlled by the law of the others, for them, the law of the market is a heteronancy. But if we consider the 3 SOC who appear to have fixed the market, it is obvious that their supposed activity is only an appearance. In effect, if some of them bought as dear as possible, for them, and others sold as cheap as possible, it is because they pushed to their utmost limits. The interest of both has been to benefit from the buyer's or seller's profit, but it is precisely the people who can go lower or higher than they can who really force them to 19 up additional profit. The sellers, for example, are in a situation of total alterity, 8,500 of them live the prohibition against going imware because of are materially of doing so. And these 2,500 go DCWR to their limit because the 8,500 others might go even lower. Thus all their operations are determined by the other. But it is also the action of everyone in so far as is other, for other sellers and for other customers. Suppose that only 10,000 sellers are materially able to lower their price to 7 francs and buyers to pay for the unit at this price. The point of intersection of the two curves would then be different. The quantities exchanged would be OCXXJ. We shall G underscore V underscore Orux collective is established, it the of the raising or refeeing units, and the price francs. Thus the possibility of lowering prices acts hem. Why? Because it reaches the upper limit which characterizes a definite number of buyers and which makes possible the equalization of supply and demand. It slr.old also be noted that there is no who go as far as 6 francs and TLR number of sellers who could lower their prices to that figure, 1002 SCC. It is not a true relation, but, on the contrary, an absence of relation, Beck percent and else we have assumed that every buyer and corresponds to unit of supply or what counts, of is that this of by us, determines prices and the equality of the exchanges. There are people willing to sell at 6 francs, and willing to buy. But this figure is precisely that of ALDERID, since every individual sells or buys as an 11,000th, rather than as an individual person. On the other hand, such a number cannot be regarded simply as a sum, for example, if that it is of at 6 francs, or of dealers who sell at this price, one would be forgetting the vital fact that all these dealers, with their own opportunity and projects, have gone down to this pace simply and solely because they number ILOCO relating to it OOO buyers. But it would impossible to find any true unity in this collection. 1 Tgu here represents IAOO Indiand, not the unity of the relatiot1s between the sellers are competitive and therefore but this antagonism which OPV announces them to one another finds expression in the fact that each receives his law from the other, and not, as in struggle, tries impose law on the other. Link between sellers, within a particular number, is neither a simple nor a synthesis. Are precisely to the extent that, in its real movement, every direct relation to the buyer dependent of the relation of the other. They are united by the fact that the juxtaposition of men is not that of sardines in a tin. Sellers who carry out the same operation determine a social field, simply because operation is and others, in other words every operation, in addressing itself to mass of buyers, a future. I have taken the example of the pure competitive market because it illustrates what Hegel called the eternized crowd, but in fact the quantitative relations are the relations between social atoms. The former act and react in the milieu of exteriority, the latter in that of interiority. Everyone determines both himself and the other in so far as he is other than the other and other than himself. And everyone observes his direct action deprived of its real mean and in 50 far as the other governs it, and in his hastens to other, over without any real relation to his intention. There must be a false unity. And it exists. It is the market as a gathering, whether it is a physical place or a system of telecommunications informing everyone of supplies, demands, and prices. At the outset, everyone yes/ds to the gathering, he already determines it, in ALDERID, by his expectations, and it already eludes him and determines him. Consequently, the market exists through him itself and for him, as an object of expectation and as the fleeting determination of his action, but he himself sees it as an arrangement of juxtaposed persons. The totality of the market is thus de totalist. To take the simplest examples, flower markets, cattle markets, etc., the unity of place shows that all the individuals are in that they devote themselves to the same direct itself to be determined in exteriority and ALDERID high all the other similar opera so that determination in finally turns into object itself and reality, everyone's expectations, in a market that is supposed to be competitive, hypothesis that will remain the typical social link at least for the duration of the exchange. Thus, the unity cannot be conceived as a unifying synthesis, but as a form of dispersal as such, when this dispersal is seen as a rule and means for action. Two essential facts must be noted. First, the real difference between the physical molecule and the social molecule, that the first is purely and simply an element of numerical dispersal, while the second is a factor of dispersal only in so far as it begins as a factor of unity. The human molecule does not remain in multiplicity. Through its action it organs SESRHE multiplicity into a synthetic unity, it is the market as the on and condition of its activity. dispersal intervenes in second degree, there is a multiplicity, not of simple isolated molecules, but of a purely physical multiplicity which have practically consciously, everyone and perceives, market as a total reality, he perceives it through local traditions, habit, periodicity, his own material existence, his project as a producer-seller, etc. But these unifications are separated from one another by a real market as a gathering place, insofar as it the of the vacuum, that is to say, by the fact that, physically and practically, everyone is not the other, that walls really do separate them, as well as practical antagonisms or their real ignorance of their reciprocal exist, and the market is not the of a multiplicity, but the dispersive, real multiplication of its own unity. The unity of the market is not only the foundation of the operation which everyone tries to carry out, but also something which eludes him because the very action of this atomicity is, and, finally, it is the fact ratcent, of a market is always elsewhere as well as always present, as the place of the gathered or as all the information about prices, and it is this very contradiction which creates the social object. It is precisely this contradiction that enables the unity of the gathering to be not simply transcended by common action, as happens when there is a direct agreement producers or consumers, or even by individual action, but on the contrary to present itself both as the common of an action and the external law of every particular action, that is to say, to exist in the manner of an instrumental object, hand, before one's and as an objective in every one of us. It is this second point which has to be implicit. If prices are agreed between unions, or cooperatives, and the price tends to lose its reality as a constraint. Obviously production and real wages variation, but these conditions are material and visible and can be confronted head-on, the profit margin, can be by the direct relation between the forces present. At this selling price a reciprocal object, that is to say, its opacity for one is based on the direct resistance of the other, and it affords us a glimpse, in its depths, of the action and needs of trusts or cooperatives. Under I.W. Threesevelt's presidency, Americans refused to buy meat in order to slow roll against the claims of the trust of slaughterhouse owners. In such a situation, as long as the boycott lasts, price remains an idea. Since nobody either sells or buys and its meaning refers directly to the trust's will to struggle, it is a mere statement of the trusts of their will to out and of the conditions which or necessitate their attitude. But this is because the unification of the two GMUPs makes a direct relation between them possible. And as I have said, this unification only displaces recurrence. When unification does not occur, for example in a competitive market, the price derives its objective and practical reality from the physical and mental separation of the agents. It is Rent 288 book because it gathers within it all the real factors of separation: the inadequacy of the available of communication, the stone walls which separate the retail stores, or the actual time needed to reach 1G and persuade transcend antagonism towards cooperation, but above all, it is based on a certain type of human relations, which might be called indirect, or lateral. Its strength derives from the impotence, whether tumha_re or absolute, of every buyer, or in relation to the series of other buyers, or sellers. It corresponds to the necessity that if the seller, or buyer, wanted to try to defend himself, he would have to undertake a serial action, passing, that is, from one individual to the next. This serial action must be both indeterminate, for the number of persons to be directly reached is not given, and circular, for the individual with whom I make direct contact for me again, soon as away from him in order to reach another, and it will be necessary to return to him. So it is a case of infinite recurrence. Type of arithmetical reasoning which demonstrates that the elements of a series possess the same property is it can be divided into three operations. First, we establish a simple universal proposition: if the property for any number a, it necessarily exists for the number h, which u-mess immediately after a in the series. Secondly, we verify that some number of the series does, in fact, possess the property in question, and lastly, we proceed to a sort of artificial, in other words, a sort of passage to the which dispenses with an infinite of operations. It is true of A, and therefore it is true of, if it is true of, then it is true of C, therefore C possesses the property, but if it is true of C, it is true of D, etc. Collective objects originate in social recurrence, they represent totalizations of impracticable operations. But they do nor appear at first as an object of knowledge, above they are realities which we are sub to and which we live, and we learn them, in their through acts which we to do. The price imposes itself on me, as a buyer, because il itself on my netber, it imposes itself on him because it imposes itself on his naixur, and so on. But, Coney am unaware that help to it and that it imposes itself on my nayn-urs because it imposes itself on me, in general, imposes itself on Severion as a stable collective reality only in so far as it is the totalization of a series. The reason of this more clearly if we took as our example a more complex market, in connection with the conjuncture, with state intervention, with the existence of semi-monopolies, and taking into account adverti 5tng, the weather, and consequently, fluctuations of production and tooling center, but this would require a treatment beyond the scope cf the study. Let's simply take a particular case, of a market a period of rapid inflation. 83 The depreciation of money accelerates as everyone to rid of it in order to acquire values, but determines the depreciation above all by reflecting it, in other words, it is future depreciation, in so far as it imposes itself on the individual to the extent that he foresees it as the unity of a process which conditions him, and it is this future depreciation which determines present depreciation. Now, the individual submits to this future depreciation of others he adapts to by imitating it, that is to say, he himself other. In this way, he acts against his own wages in so far as he is other, because it is he who contributes as much as anyone else to the destruction of the monetary unit, and his own position in relation to money, with its psychological characteristics of etc., has other basis attitude phenomenon occurs because I prevent some person changing his as he will stockpile, I hasten to exchange mine for other goods. But it is my own action, in so far as it is already inscribed in economic behavior as a whole, and my future acton, which determine the action of this unknown person. I return tg myself as other and my subjective fear of the other, whom I cannot reach, appears to me as an alien force, the accelerated depreciation of money. Thus he collapse of the in 1792 was a collective process which could not be stopped, its objectivity was complete, and everyone suffered it as a destiny. Indeed, its objective factors were numerous and powerful, monetary circulation had doubled without any increase in production, the 83. Again, I tie in of, which fix eel of history pcvetty of the factors of, no storks, etc., inwitable. Hudded who live rlv underscore situation to it in re by eludes that they him only by imitate in 84. The by government ifai.I. 290. Persistence of alongside paper a biononetary system million in coin, million in paper, and, as is well known, in situations bad money is to say supply exceeds demand, and it devalues rapidly. Lastly, we must take account of speculation, forged notes from abroad, id.85 but, apart from the fact that many of them can be effective only in so far as are, for Gresham's law to disappears because people they do because they have no confidence in each other, historians see the importance of factors in the decline of the Asenat, confidence and it was all the weaker ecos it was issued by a rewoliumite failure of the therefore the flight of the retractions constituent assembly, the defeat of the at the end of 1791 and, after the Furzel defeats of 1792, the fear of the restoration or absolute monarchy. For the men who came together to struggle against these different events, in so far as they are stankel, were directly subject to them, it an organized response to the king's treason which on the lapse of the Usignat, however, gives expression to events in so far as they had lateral effects on everyone, lived as the dispersed reaction of others in recurrence and impotence. The same person might belong to a Jacobin club, approve in Thersimstiali of August 10, and keep his gold without noticing that the same facts are appearing to him at two distinct levels, and he reacts in contradictory ways. The level at he considers as far as a C-nat is in his hands, and he helps it to do so, but as far as the motion which he helped to get carried at his club is concerned, he sees himself as carried along by revolutionary furor. And supposing someone was aware of would he receive payment in a C-nats but pay for things in coin? Recurrence intervenes here. Such an act could serve neither as propana and hardly would notice, and result be that if patriot be ruined, while if he was a producer, though he would no doubt be saved, he all relate, of the two it's to give the a C-nat a po equal to that of a to wag to a to of call it rives would be helping, though to a negligible degree, to maintain one the bimontarism which was undermining Rhe revolution. So must this revolutionary be worried, and suspicious? Yes, defiance of the other, and a vague awareness of recurrence are of the first steps of the suspicion calls for against recurrence, and not, as some people think, against mere multiplicity, and for totalization against indefinite, and not, as Hegel says, universality against specific difference. It is suspicion which engenders and sustains terror as an attempt at subjective unification, but this suspicion, governed by the suspicion of others, is also counter-revolutionary and presence in the collapse as an alien we to, but weaken it in the of practical relations of reciprocity. Meaning up the totality of the historical PN-ses up to the present moment, but it does so by mechanizing it, and the agents do not conceive of it as a positive characteristic of the material object, like the Genos merchants when Iley carried off the Spanish gold, but as an infinite and regressive absence. Today, the rapid succession of inflations and devaluations has shown one the double character of all money, as material presence and as indefinite flight. The real value of a given banknote can he only indated it refer to the capitalist system, to the relations of P-N-sluation, to the relative strengths of the relation, and but this complex is a flight for me. I see it in the F franc piece in so far as it is lived by the other, either the buyer who stockpile, in the expectation CF war, or the seller who raises his prices, or the producer who reduces production but this of perpetual can be only in a material of which it can human appearance. Coin, or note, is that it is apprehended, at in its identity, and that I can take it, hold it, and hide it, but that in its very immobility it is affected by an absent change, which always occurs elsewhere and which reflects to me the image of my impotence through a tonsito n. I shall develop the example of money in a later work. Here, I wish draw to that in of its concrete units, has the double infinity of the universal and of recurrence. This particular banknote is constituted in my hands as a universalist abstraction by the fact that it is valid everywhere. It is a 100-franc note. Hence the familiar phrases, how much does rat cost the 100-franc note, and at the same time, its real purchasing power is the result of an infinite recurrence in which I myself feature as an other. We shall therefore treat it as a collective. In so far as their inertia preserves all social objects, are as long as all derive reality from the perpetual detotalization of the totally re of men, Gishikali, all presposa from which material drains away. Of Kurai, they have very diverse structures. The competitive market can be conceived of as, at most, the radical atomization, or massification, of human groups. The ponderous reality of price, fixed by common disagreement, is the collective, valid for everyone, expression of the impossibility of a real TNHY, of an alienization of buyers of sellers. Not rather, it is the of separation, in it is but men. Separation, like union, is a zion, resulting from certain actions performed by certain forces. Price derives its false unity from the fact that separation is a produced reality, a type between men. It is separation which attempted to effect on the labor market, after some strikes which had worried the bourgeoisie, and which, for the workers, was expressed in the abute inflexibility of wages. The unity of the collective object therefore becomes stricter, and its rigidity more inflexible as the atomization of groups develops. and as price originally represents everyone's activity in so far as it is governed laterally, and at a distance, by diactivity of the odor, its collective character expresses the simplest of alienation. Wage state intervention not come up against will, attempts at positive which presuppose to constitute, and of interhuman are in constant danger of back the which they arise, that is to into the milieu of recurrence, before they can be ived as a direct relation between a centralizing organ and every individual, they will be lived other and draw outler regardless of RHE express wish of the rulers. Thus is why the convention eludes the convention member law of June 79 deprived the workers of the right of and lakes on an impenetrable depth in so rare as it also exists for a non-Kronberg, for the Sumskulots, for the provincial Trubnes, for THR countryside, and for Europe itself, how often requotionary orators declared. The eyes of the world are upon Thig is a direct the with its authority, its tasks, deputies, exists as a direct object for the elector, for the Jacobin, and for the representran and missitm, it is both the organ of government and the elected assembly which is accountable to the nation. It is suffered and rests dead, venerated, and detested. But what makes us relapse into recurrence is the fact that, in spite of the political clubs, the citizens were not orgamst anyway, and that, in a way, the assembly was the effacing dispersal the power and of it the possibility of resistance, strikes against wages, etc., to a minimum, but, at the same time, it erodes its unifying decrees and dissolves them in itself, the crisis in foodstuffs, the collapse of the asenat, etc. Representations and beliefs, always coming elsewhere, bear in themselves the mark of recurrence, are overwing ideas, idées d'objerdamov, no doubt they express Eurion's real situation, but they express it in flight, and mythically, their inconsistory makes them impenetrable and invincible. When the member of the convention tries understand the convention, as a changing undertaking, for his electors or for the country, it will elude him. Corn object is to the frontiers of France, constricting, but, strictly speaking, unthinkable. For series and opinion, the great fear to of a important of view of rulers. This is an opinium. In the context of the process of temporalization and totalization, there is undoubtedly such a thing as opinium, and it is expressed in words and deeds which refer to certain meanings. It is an everyday matter for some of these words and deeds to form the sub-police reports to of it is themselves to interpret rare meanings as oeg creae realities and as in 294 book I effective ideological materiality. Then there will be talk of the cryoent of a particular social category, of the ter for iork developing arngst individuals and groups, in so far as it is expressed in speech and action lynchings, level it will be determined whether public or does not make a fact subjective meanings the refusal of to finance war of 1792 taxation fall of the missignat, or whether, in contrast, it creates rightly or wrongly a single meaning with meanings. So opinion to be seen as a collective consciousness arising from the synthetic unification of the citizens into a nation, and imposing its representations on Eurion as an integral part of RHE whole, just as the totality ts present in each of its parts. The discontent of retailers, as revealed both in common actions and in wholly distinct the distrust of the government industrialists and, as expressed in refusal revival of anti-Semir, SM, after a defeat or a national humiliation all these objective realities should be regarded as totalizing schemata. But we should realize that twary one of them, in itself, and for everyone, is the other, that its signifying structure is infinite seriality, and that it has the practice of inert unity of an index of separation. For example, so far as retailers have produced their own organs of defense and can affect the government, it is inappropriate to speak of discontent. They fight ministerial power and try to change it evrerhum his praxis. If it succeeds, everything will be settled amicably. On the other hand, when the isolated and prices rising when he is to raise his retail prices, he in his very the fear of ruin hunger. His be pure terror, rather than discontent, unless, in his very fear, he discovered the same discontent other shopkeepers as a serial totality of that is to say, unless he discovered himself as dispersed in the seriality of the other, as affected by the impotence of others, and as affecting the others, that is to say, himself as other to infinity, with his tense. For this reason, common material object, for example, tax,